Divine Martial Tyrant Emperor Chapter 713 to Chapter 792. During the ancient catastrophe, a powerful figure had attacked from the depths of the universe and pierced through the ancient planet Xianxia. As a result, the planet's crust had changed drastically, and the continent had been torn apart. The ancient ruins before him had enlightened Gu Chen. He thought that he already knew the true location of the Gu clan's ancestral land and the Heaven Dao mystic realm. Pulai Island Master released the cultivators from the Heavenly Earth bag. For the next period of time, they would temporarily stay in the ancient ruins. Gu Chen discussed with the clan master, Great Elder, and Xianxia almost immediately and told them of his guess. "You said that the ancestral land is in the sky market?" Gu Yao and the others were shocked. Gu Chen nodded seriously. Yes, during the ancient catastrophe, the ancient continent was torn apart. Part of it became the immortal spirit continent and the Kunlun continent, while the other part was thrown into the sky. The sky market was born after that. Because of the sky market, no cultivator could leave the ancient planet Xianxia and establish contact with the universe. I suspect that the birth of the sky market was the same as the sealing of Guxinghuan. Perhaps it was also the work of ancient cultivators. Gu Chen's shocking words made everyone fall into deep thought. If the ancestral land is really in the sky market, it would explain why no one has discovered it for so long. There is a 9-heaven storm outside the sky market, but no one knows what is inside, Gu Xuanwu said thoughtfully. Gu Xuanwu pondered deeply, and then his brows knit together tightly. But what you said is just a guess. Do you have any concrete evidence? If I say that Gu Xinghuan told me this, would you believe me, clan master? Gu Chen said with a smile. Everyone was even more surprised. Gu Chen then told them about how he had been summoned by Xinghuan. When Xinghuan had summoned him in the heaven pit and shown him the process of the ancient catastrophe, Gu Chen had never understood its intentions. But now, he finally understood. From Xinghuan's memories, he had seen a huge updraft rushing the broken continent into the 9 heavens. That was the process of the sky market's birth. Both the Gu clan's ancestral land and the 13 immortal sects' mystic realm were located there. Xinghuan had told him about this because there was a solution to the ancient Xianxia star's disaster there. As the soul of the ancient star, no one loved all the creatures on the ancient star more than it did. It was just a vague consciousness, unable to do anything for the billions of creatures it nurtured. It could only indirectly remind Gu Chen. When Gu Chen mentioned astral souls, everyone's countenance changed. Who would have thought that an ancient star would actually be able to give birth to sentience? Not only because of Xinghuan's reminder, but also because of my experience in the ancestral lands of the Gu clan. When Gu Chen first entered the Gu clan's ancestral land, he found it very strange. Why were there so many strange landforms in the ancestral land? Why were there ancient immortal ruins there? Now that he thought about it, it was a broken ancient continent. So many pieces of it were pushed up to the sky. Of course, it created the marvelous view of the Hengduan mountain range under the waterfall. Also, when Gu Chen first entered the ancestral land's mystic realm, he felt that the gravity had weakened and the meteorological force above his head had increased. He had never understood what was going on. Now, his confusion had been resolved. The reason for the change was that he had been in the sky market at that time. The sky market was already very close to the universe, so the meteorological force had increased. When he was at the center of the earth, the gravity had increased greatly. When he neared the 9 heavens, the gravity had naturally weakened. These scattered details from back then had now verified the fact that the Gu clan's ancestral land was in the sky market. Gu Chen told them all his arguments, and everyone was convinced by him. For a long time, the Gu clan and the 13 immortal sects had only thought of the ancestral land as a mystic realm. Now that they thought about it carefully, they realized how deep the waters ran. In the hundreds of thousands of years since ancient times, countless cultivators have thought of crossing the sky market to establish contact with the universe, including the ancestors of the Gu clan. But who would have thought that the ancestral land was actually in the sky market? Gu Yao sighed. It turned out that the ancestral land was the closest place to the universe. He wondered how many ancestors of the Gu clan knew about this. He also wondered how the ancient gazing altar was born and who created it so that the later generations had a way to enter the sky market. In that case, if we want to find the sacred cauldron of Tianyun, we just have to ascend to the sky. Xianxia's expression became eager. Gu Chen nodded his head, and his eyes were also filled with excitement. They finally had a way to solve the calamity of the ancient star. Without the ancient gazing altar, it will be very difficult to pass through the nine heavens storm and enter the sky market. Although both of you have stepped into the immortal shedding realm, don't forget that 30,000 years ago, Ancestor Gu Hao and the 13 immortals couldn't pass through the sky market. In the end, they chose to enter the heaven's sinkhole Earth Eye, Gu Yao reminded them. Although there was a way to solve the problem, the risk was too high. No matter how high the risk is, we have to give it a try. Gu Chen's eyes were filled with determination. Only by finding the sacred cauldron of Tianyun could they have a chance to completely solve the threat of the extraterrestrial forces. For the countless living beings of the entire ancient star, it was worth the risk. Gu Yao opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything to dissuade him. The ancient star Tsang Huang indeed needed someone to take the risk and enter the sky market, and only Gu Chen and Xianxia could do it. Gu Chen, if you can really find the ancestors' land, try to pull out the sky-plundering blade. Gu Xuanwu looked at Gu Chen and said solemnly. The sky-plundering blade. Gu Yao looked at Gu Xuanwu in shock. He immediately understood the meaning behind Gu Xuanwu's words. The sky-plundering blade is the treasure of my Gu clan. For countless years, no one has been able to pull it out. If you have the mighty body now, you might be able to do it. With the sky-plundering blade, your chances of winning will be much higher. Gu Xuanwu said very seriously. Gu Chen nodded. He remembered the feeling the sky-plundering blade gave him at that time. If he could really pull out that blade this time, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Gu Chen and Xianxia decided to leave immediately and rush to the nine heavens. Time waited for no man. The extraterrestrial forces wouldn't wait forever. Before they counterattacked, they had to complete all their plans as soon as possible. While you're gone, this old man will help you make all the necessary arrangements. I hope you'll be able to successfully find what you need. I hope you can successfully find what you need, the Lord of Punlai Island said meaningfully when Gu Chen and Xianxia left. The two nodded and immediately left the relic. They split the waves and flew into the sky. Gu Xuanwu looked at Gu Chen's departing back with anticipation in his eyes. According to the rules passed down by our ancestors, the person who can pull out the sky-plundering blade must be respected by everyone in the Gu clan, including you and me. Xuanwu, are you going to let the Daoshu bloodline return to the direct line by asking Gu Chen to pull out the blade? Gu Yao said with a smile. The 6 bloodlines of the Gu clan are connected. As long as it's good for the whole, it doesn't matter which bloodline is the direct line. Whether in terms of vision or breadth of mind, the Gu clan is fortunate to have a clan leader like you, Gu Yao said emotionally. I'm not a qualified clan leader. If I had paid attention to stopping my uncle's actions, the Daoshu bloodline wouldn't have betrayed the Gu clan, and the 6 bloodlines wouldn't have been greatly weakened. Gu Xuanwu shook his head. Yuan Shan helped you ascend to the position of clan leader. You were too young then, and it wasn't your fault that you couldn't control the overall situation, Gu Yao comforted. Let's not talk about the past. Now that Gu Chen has returned to the Gu clan, and I've seen his character clearly, I won't allow what happened back then to happen again. Gu Xuanwu's eyes suddenly became sharp. You mean? Gu Yao's eyes narrowed. I've always been tolerant of Gu Yuanshan because he's my uncle. But ever since he ignored the overall situation in the heaven pit a year ago, I've been completely disappointed in him. He only cares about the spirit platform bloodline, causing the gap between the 6 bloodlines to widen. Too many elders have been dissatisfied with him over the past year. He and Gu Chen are like fire and water. Although Gu Chen didn't say anything when he returned, if he's still around, their relationship will always be a hidden danger. So, I've decided to expel Gu Yuanshan from the Gu clan and give the 6 bloodlines a new future. Gu Xuanwu said resolutely. He had decided to put righteousness before family. That's good too. We should have done that long ago. Gu Ya didn't object. Gu Chen and Xianxia broke through the surface of the sea and flew straight up into the sky. On the way, Xianxia kept calculating with his fingers, the light of deduction in his eyes constantly shining. With the premise that the Heavenly Law Mystery Land is in the sky market, the deduction technique of the Heavenly Law sect can finally be put to good use. Xianxia smiled. With a general direction, He could further narrow the scope with his current ability, lest the two of them were like headless flies. Both of them were at the peak of the Xianxia ancient planet. Their bodies were surrounded by celestial light, and they flew extremely fast. Soon, they reached a height of 10,000 feet, 200,000 feet, 500,000 feet. Half a day later, they reached the ninth heaven and saw the legendary ninth heaven storm. Terrifying chaotic air currents sealed off the entire sky, preventing anyone from seeing what was happening within the heavenly market. How is it? Guchen looked at Xianxia, who had been divining for a long time. Over there. Xianxia pointed to the southeast, and the two of them quickly flew in that direction. Because the sky was filled with ninth heaven storms, it looked pretty much the same no matter where one flew. Xianxia pointed at the storm ahead. According to my deduction, if we can get through the storm here and enter the sky market from here, our chances of finding our target will be the highest. If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Hearing this, Guchen's body emitted a boundless golden light, and he boldly stepped into the nine heavens storm. Boom boom boom. As soon as they entered the storm, the terrifying destructive airflow rushed over, Guchen's body sank, and the immortal energy in his body circulated. At the same time, the tyrannical grand map enveloped his body, blocking the powerful air currents. Xianxia followed behind. His great expansion immortal body kept flowing with dazzling immortal light, blocking the tearing of the storm. However, he wasn't as calm as Guchen, and his body was a little shaky. This nine heaven storm really lives up to its name. I wonder how long it will take to get through it? His expression was solemn, and every step he took was extremely strenuous. I hope the storm layer isn't too big. Guchen also had a serious expression. The two of them crossed the nine heavens storm, which was something that no one on the dark yellow ancient star could do. This lasted for 4 hours, and the two of them had only traveled 600 feet, but the immortal energy in their bodies had been greatly depleted. Damn it, I can't even see the sky market. When will we reach the end? Xianxia's forehead was covered in cold sweat. This feeling of not knowing when they would reach the end was too torturous. If this storm layer was endless, they wouldn't even have the strength to go back if they continued on. In the end, they would be torn apart by this storm. Guchen didn't say anything. Because he had both the Tyrant physique and the immortal physique, his situation was much better than Xianxia's. However, if they continued on like this, it would still be extremely torturous. Not long after, the storm in front of the two of them became even more violent. One could see with the naked eye that cracks appeared in the void, and from these cracks came a deathly stillness and coldness. The storm here is so strong that the void is completely shattered. We can't go forward at all. Xianxia looked at the densely packed spatial cracks, and his expression changed greatly. The nine heavens storm was troublesome enough, and with the addition of the turbulence formed by the shattered space, they were afraid that if they continued forward, they would be sucked into the turbulence. If they weren't lost in the void forever, their bodies and souls would be completely destroyed. No wonder so many immortals couldn't pass through this place. How could they pass through such a dangerous environment? Freeze! Xianxia cast a spell in an attempt to freeze the shattered spatial cracks, but all the spell's energy was swallowed up by the spatial cracks. It was not effective at all. I'm afraid we can only give up, Xianxia said unwillingly. Guchen also cast a number of divine powers in succession in an attempt to stabilize the shattered void, but without exception, he failed. The nine heavens storm and the spatial turbulence were like a natural moat, firmly blocking their way to the heavenly market. We have to leave this place quickly, or we won't be able to get out once our energy is exhausted, Xianxia urged. Guchen was unwilling to give up. This was the only way to the ancestral land. If they couldn't get in, it meant that all their plans would fail. Under the threat of the extraterrestrial forces, they could only choose to flee in all directions. He had enough of the feeling of helplessness. Back then, he couldn't stop the man with a bamboo hat from taking his father and the white ape away. Could it be that a small storm could also laugh at him? Guchen's eyes were filled with ruthlessness, and he slammed his palm toward the storm in front of him. Boom! Under his control, the gravitational force turned into a pushing force that crushed the void in front of him. As a result, some of the densely packed spatial cracks actually disappeared. The power of the heavenly guidance seemed to have a miraculous effect on this storm. Gu Chen's eyes revealed a strange light as he said to Xianxia, "Retreat first. Get out of here first. I want to try it out here." Xianxia saw that Gu Chen was determined, and that he couldn't hold on any longer, so he gritted his teeth, turned around, and escaped from the storm. "Be careful, don't die in there." After Xianxia disappeared, Gu Chen stood alone in the storm and slowly raised his arms. An invisible gravitational force surrounded him, stabilizing the void around him. Once the storm entered the void, it immediately stopped. The gravitational force here is the opposite of the gravitational force in the Earth's core. Maybe it can help my second heaven mystic art improve further. Inside the storm, Gu Chen stood in the air, surrounded by endless golden light. The astral winds were like blades and the turbulence was like a net. They were endless, but they were repelled by an invisible gravitational force when they approached him. At first, he was still releasing a protective astral light, but at some point, the golden light on the surface of his body gradually converged and his eyes were slightly closed. He carefully sensed the special gravitational environment here and used the power of gravity to stand firm in the storm. At first glance, the endless storm roared around him. He was like a small boat in the storm, about to be submerged at any moment. But he persevered like an unshakable mountain. No matter how much the astral winds raged, they couldn't shake him. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Xianxia was impatient outside the storm lair, thinking that something had happened to Gu Chen, so he took the risk to go deeper. When he saw him, he opened his mouth. Gu Chen's state was very strange. He was in the storm, but his hair was straight and loose, and his clothes didn't move at all. It was as if he was in another time and space. Seeing this scene, he knew that he was not in danger, so he retreated and quietly waited. Gu Chen studied the gravitational force above the 9 heavens, and it took him 10 whole days. After cultivating the nameless immortal physique, Xianxia found that his comprehension ability seemed to have increased by another level. Under this special environment, his understanding of the heaven-inducing shock secret law rapidly increased. After 10 days, besides the gravitational force of the ancient sky yellow star, Gu Chen felt 2 other faintly discernible gravitational forces. That is, Gu Chen closed his eyes and his soul wandered the 9 heavens. His Xianxia seemed to have stepped into the universe. In the darkness, he saw 2 glowing spheres. They were extremely far away and released a faintly discernible gravitational force. Swoosh, Gu Chen's eyes suddenly opened as he had an epiphany. All the stars in the sky have gravitational forces, it's not unique to the ancient sky yellow star. The gravitational forces between the stars will affect each other, for example, the sun and the moon. He suddenly understood why the first level of the 33-layered heaven's secret art was sun and moon refining and the second level was heaven attraction secret art. The many secret arts were all interconnected. Gu Chen raised his hand. At this moment, his eyes turned completely purple. It was as if he could see through the storm and see the sun and moon in the distance. There were a total of 3 levels to the heavenly tremor attracting secret art. Gu Chen had previously cultivated to the 2nd level in the Earth's core, and now that he was standing above the 9 heavens, his attainments in the 2nd level were rapidly pushed to the peak. Worldly tide, he murmured. Under his control, the gravitational force suddenly underwent a drastic change. Like a tide, it surged forward crazily. The gravitational force of the sun, moon, and stars could cause tides to appear on the ancient Songhuang star. Gu Chen now comprehended this and used the changes in the force field to create an unprecedented gravitational tide. Boom boom boom. Wherever the gravitational tide passed, the shattered void was quickly flattened, and Gu Chen took advantage of the gravitational tide to increase his speed by leaps and bounds. The 9th heaven storm was washed away by the gravitational tide, and Gu Chen stood on the waves as if he was walking on flat ground. Haha, this is indeed the 33 heavens secret art. It really seizes the fortune of the heaven and earth. Gu Chen laughed heartily. With a thought, the direction of the gravitational tide changed, and it flew towards the outside of the storm layer. Waves after waves appeared in the storm layer, and Gu Chen's white robe seemed to be aided by the gods. Very soon, he returned to the outside. After waiting outside for 10 days, Xianxia's eyes flickered non-stop when he saw him. Gu Chen, you are indeed powerful. I really want to fight with you now. Xianxia was eager to try. Gu Chen clearly grasped another supreme secret art. He really wanted to fight with him and use the power of the great development immortal physique to derive it. Even if you fight with me, it won't be so easy to steal my secret art. Guchen shook his head. Xianxia's great development immortal physique was somewhat similar to his nameless immortal physique. The great development immortal physique was derived from the great evolution Tao 49, and it could imitate the power of other people's spells. His immortal physique was built on the eternal freedom Dharma idol, and its ability in this aspect was equally outstanding. In other words, it wouldn't be easy for Xianxia to derive his ability. Guchen could derive it in reverse and disrupt his rhythm. Their immortal physiques really restrained each other. If they didn't have a common enemy, they would definitely not be able to avoid a huge battle. Let's go. Finding the sacred cauldron of fate is more important. Guchen extended his hand, and Xianxia was instantly lifted by a gravitational force and stepped onto the tide. Guchen immediately controlled the power of the tide and advanced rapidly into the storm layer. There wasn't the slightest pressure along the way. Your realm has already surpassed many immortals since ancient times. Xianxia was greatly touched that he could pass through the storm layer without doing anything. With the push of the heaven and earth tide, the storm layer, which was originally like a natural moat, actually reached its end very quickly. Amidst the whistling wind, Guchen and Xianxia broke through the storm and stepped on the thick cloud layer. They had reached the sky market. The clouds here were actually thick enough to stand on. In front of them, there was a broken piece of land that was supported by the cloud layer. It was unknown how long it had existed here. Your guess was indeed correct. Xianxia took a deep breath. He didn't expect that there really was a continent above the 9 heavens. The two of them flew up into the sky and advanced toward the broken continent. Soon, they saw a lush forest, mountains, and plains. Both the top and bottom of the sky market were covered by the storm layer, so divine senses couldn't penetrate it at all. This caused it to be isolated from the world for hundreds of thousands of years. Even those extraterrestrial forces probably hadn't discovered its existence. The two of them began to try to find the way, hoping to find the way to the Heavenly Path Mystic Realm or the Gu clan's ancestral land. The terrain here was too complicated. There were faults everywhere, and many places were littered with corpses, showing the cruelty of the ancient catastrophe. I found the way. Xianxia quickly discovered something, and his face lit up with joy. He found a landmark in the distance. He had seen it from afar when he had gone to the Heavenly Path Mystic Realm. Looks like we have to split up. Guchen looked in another direction. He used his purple polar eyes to look into the distance and saw a strange boulder in the distance. Then let's see who gets it first. Xianxia's competitive spirit was aroused. Previously, they had passed through the storm layer thanks to Guchen. Now, he wanted to redeem himself. We'll know after we try. Regardless of whether we succeed or not, we'll meet here later. Guchen said with a smile. Then, with 2 swishes, the two of them went in different directions. On the vast grassland, in the north was a huge black skeleton that was tens of thousands of feet long. Killer bee nests were everywhere under the pelvis. And in the south, there were potholes everywhere, knife marks and arrow holes. It looked like an ancient battlefield. Buzz, 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 he patted the Qianquan bag that he had obtained from the golden lump not long ago and summoned 30,000 purplish blue fierce bugs. After a fierce battle, his fierce bugs eliminated all the killer bees and swallowed them into their stomachs. At this moment, he had solved the problem and stepped into the grassland. He came to the side of the huge boulder he had seen a few days ago. There was a human face carved on the boulder in front of him. Blood was dripping from the eyes of the human face. The blood was dark red and sticky, forming a dark red blood river in the surroundings. The baleful aura was monstrous. This was the place that Gu Chen, Gu Zian, and Gu Shenming had been to when they entered the ancestral land. This grassland was on the route to the ancestral land of the Gu clan. When Gu Chen arrived here, he was completely at ease. He didn't go the wrong way. There were many unknown dangers hidden in this heaven market. Back then, when Gu Chen and the other two entered the secret realm, they only dared to be careful and follow the route left by their ancestors. But now that Gu Chen had stepped into the immortal shedding realm, he was bold and skilled. He crossed many dangerous areas and spent a few days to arrive here. Finally, he arrived at the correct route to the ancestral land. Guchen walked in the air according to the memory in his mind, heading in the direction of the ancestral land at an extreme speed. With his current speed, he passed through the waterfall in less than half a day and arrived at the Hengduan mountain range. Coming here again, Guchen was a little emotional. Back then, he came here with Gu Zian and Gu Shenming to look for elixirs. Unfortunately, they didn't find any elixirs. Instead, he obtained the woeful poison scripture and a swarm of bugs. Not only that, but he also comprehended the true essence of the 8 trigrams formation and perfected the eternal freedom law idol. It could be said that this place was a blessed land for him. Guchen flew through the forest and arrived at the place where the gourd-shaped mountain used to be. The 8 trigrams formation on the mountain was still there, but things were no longer the same. Guchen thought of the white ape, the little guy's desire for elixirs, and its liveliness. In the past, the little guy was a troublemaker. It stole people's treasures everywhere and caused a lot of trouble for him. But after it left, Guchen felt a deep sense of loneliness. Come to think of it, ever since the secret of his Sky Tyrant bone was exposed and he was forced to leave Feng Lin Mansion, the little guy had always been by his side. He had been through countless dangerous situations and it had always been with him through life and death. Their friendship had long surpassed the limits of the species. Guchen now saw it as his brother. Thinking of the white ape struggling when it was captured by the man with a bamboo hat, Guchen clenched his fists. With a single step, he stepped onto the mountain peak and broke through the innate 8 trigrams formation that he was trapped in before, arriving at the original location of the cave abode. The abode at the top of the mountain was empty and there was no one there. Guchen's eyes revealed a disappointed look. The last time he came here, he let the immortal pill, which had gained consciousness, escape. Initially, he still held a trace of hope that the other party would return. But now, that Yun Mountain, and spirit demon, he that far away. The spirit. Gu, and all, long bumped. Killer. Had, Guchen said regretfully. He didn't want to find the elixir for himself, but for the white ape that he had coveted for a long time. The man with a bamboo hat wouldn't kill it. He believed that he and the white ape would meet again in some corner of the universe. Since he couldn't find the elixir, Guchen went down the mountain and saw a blue forest in the distance. Since I'm here, how can I miss it? Guchen narrowed his eyes. That blue forest was inhabited by a huge number of blue bugs. They were the companions of the 30,000 mutated bugs that Guchen was rearing. He still didn't know the name of these bugs, but they had a terrifying ability to evolve. They had boundless potential. As Guchen stepped into the immortal shedding realm, the help of the 30,000 bugs to him was greatly reduced. So now that he saw their home, Guchen couldn't help but have an idea. If I'm not wrong, there should be over 100 million blue bugs there. If I can subdue all of them, Guchen's mind became active. Those 100 million bugs were extremely ferocious. They were comparable to an army. Moreover, they could evolve continuously. Guchen weighed the pros and cons. Then, he charged into the blue forest alone. Last time, they ran when they encountered millions of bugs and almost lost their lives. But this time, Guchen took the initiative to attack. With a punch, the energy surged and caused the whole forest to boil. Buzz, 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 countless blue bugs flew up. As if they were angered by Guchen's actions, they swarmed toward him. The blue bug tide drowned the sky and the ground, but Guchen was fearless. He patted his Xianxia pouch and summoned another 30,000 bugs. The 30,000 bugs had already mutated. At this moment, when they saw their own kind, they all let out excited cries and took the initiative to pounce and bite. To them, their own kind had become delicious tonics. They were merciless. The 30,000 bugs tore an opening, causing the battle formation of over 100 million blue bugs to become chaotic. At this time, Guchen made his move. A terrifying innate aura seeped out from his body. The countless bugs were shaken to the point where their momentum was greatly reduced. Guchen began to capture the blue bugs and threw them into his Xianxia pouch. It took half a day for Guchen to imprison over 100 million bugs. As for controlling them perfectly, he still had to feed them for a period of time using the Gu breeding technique. The originally blue forest turned back to its normal color. Guchen caught all the bugs in one fell swoop. He found a lot of blue honey in the depths of the forest. This type of honey was the white ape's favorite. It was a great supplement to his body. It was probably not much different from an immortal pill. Guchen plundered everything and refined it. He stored it in a large jar and prepared to give it to the white ape in the future. When everything was done, there was no longer anything that caught Guchen's attention. He soared into the sky and headed straight for the Gu clan's ancestral land. The golden cliff in front of him came into view. An incomparably domineering aura permeated between heaven and earth. When he returned to the ancestral land last time, Guchen felt a deep sorrow in his soul. When he returned to the ancestors' land, Guchen had a new feeling in addition to the ubiquitous sorrow of the soul. As soon as he stepped into the ancestral land, he felt the golden tyrant blood in his body surging with excitement. It was as if some power was summoning him. The feeling was too strong. As soon as he stepped into the ancestral land, his eyes were fixed on the peerless ominous saber stuck in the ground under the tyrant martial origin jade. It was this saber that was summoning him. It was the Gu clan's most valuable treasure, the sky-plundering saber. The last time Guchen used all his strength, he couldn't pull out the sky-plundering saber. It didn't even budge. But this time, as soon as Guchen entered the ancestral land, the saber's body actually trembled and emitted an incomparably ferocious aura. The aura was so strong that it suppressed the hundreds of ancient weapons around it and caused them to wail in pain. Guchen took a deep breath and slowly walked forward. Around the tyrannical martial origin jade, there were hundreds of ancient weapons like sabers, spears, swords, halberds, seals, and so on. Among them, the sky-sweeping blade stood out like a crane among chickens, its might and tyrannical to the extreme. As he approached, he slowly stretched out his hand and grasped the hilt of the blade. Even if there are 3 calamities and 9 disasters, 1,000 tribulations and 100 punishments, my tyrannical spirit will never perish. Take my tyrannical blade and kill my way to the 9 heavens. Suddenly, Guchen's mind seemed to explode as a thunderous, impassioned and tragic voice appeared. Following that, a scene that made one shudder chaotically appeared in his mind. It was a great battle where blood flowed like a river and corpses piled up like a mountain. He saw a man covered in golden blood energy fighting a bloody battle, holding the sky-sweeping blade in his hand and constantly smashing the flesh of his enemies. That battle was extremely tragic. His enemies were too many and too strong. The man fought until the end of his life, and in the end, his body was pierced by hundreds of weapons, but he persevered and did not fall, facing the entire world unyieldingly. The moment his vitality was about to dissipate, the man stabbed the sky-sweeping blade into the ground and 6 children appeared in front of him. In the scene, the man said something and 6 drops of golden blood floated out from his fingertips. Strange marks floated in the bloodlight and floated towards the 6 children. After the 6 children absorbed the golden blood and marks, the man sat on the spot and turned into a piece of golden jade. His splattered blood dyed the surrounding cliff gold, and after he turned into jade, the hundreds of weapons that pierced through his body sank into the ground. And the sky-sweeping blade that he held tightly also stood there, silent for countless years. Swoosh, Guchen opened his eyes, his face revealing deep shock. I didn't expect the tyrannical martial origin jade to be transformed from the tyrannical body of the past, and my Gu clan's 6 lineages were actually born like this. Ripples appeared in Guchen's heart. No wonder this was the Gu clan's ancestral land. It turned out that the earliest 6 ancestors of the Gu clan's 6 lineages inherited the tyrannical body's mark here. In that case, the Gu clan was not the true tyrant clan. No wonder the man with a bamboo hat said that the Gu clan had only inherited a thin bloodline of the tyrant clan. Only those who had cultivated the tyrant body could truly be called the tyrant clan. Guchen was deeply impacted by the memory fragments left behind by the seizing heaven blade. That battle was too tragic, and the flesh and blood of the ancestors had turned into the ancestral land. No wonder he could still feel the desolation and solemnity when he stepped into this place. He calmed himself down and exerted a little more force. This time, he easily pulled out the sky-plundering blade. Clang, after hundreds of thousands of years, it appeared again, and the sound of the sky-sweeping blade shook the wilderness. Its blade exuded a domineering and sharp aura. A golden blade aura soared into the sky and split the clouds in the sky in half. At this moment, it was as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was collapsing. A feeling of a bloodline connection was transmitted from the blade to Guchen's body, causing the blood in his body to boil and surge like smoke. The sky-sweeping blade was extremely heavy, even heavier than the original whale-slaying blade. As Guchen held it, it was as if he was holding an ancient beast that could awaken at any moment. The sound of the blade reverberated through the 9 heavens and only stopped after a long time. The light of the sky-sweeping blade faded, and the golden blade turned brown. Apart from its sturdy body, there was no longer any power to be seen. As Guchen held it, he could sense the boundless power that was being nurtured in the blade. With his current strength, he was still unable to fully control that power. This feeling was similar to when he used the Kunlun Emperor sword, but the shock that the sky-sweeping blade gave Guchen was far greater than the former. Putting the sky-sweeping blade into his storage ring, Guchen gave a deep bow to the Tyrant martial origin jade. This jade was formed from the flesh and blood of the ancestors, and it had helped him to rise from the ashes, so it was completely worthy of this bow. After bowing, before leaving, Guchen looked at the hundreds of ancient weapons on the ground. The last time he came here, he didn't understand why there were so many weapons here, but now he understood. These weapons belonged to the various experts that had attacked the ancestors in the past. From what he saw, he could tell that each of those people possessed extraordinary abilities, and the weapons they left behind were also extraordinary. These weapons had spirits and would choose their own masters. Guchen was fated with the black arrow, so he obtained its approval. He didn't covet the remaining weapons, but left them together with the Tyrant martial origin jade. This was the Gu clan's inheritance land, and he wanted to continue this inheritance. Guchen left with the sky-sweeping blade, and it took him several days to meet up with Xianxia at the original place. "How is it?" Seeing Xianxia, Guchen asked with concern. Compared to the sky-sweeping blade, the sacred cauldron of fate was even more important. It was related to whether or not the disaster of the dark yellow ancient star could be completely resolved, so it couldn't be lost. "I got it." Xianxia nodded at first, then his face turned gloomy. The sacred cauldron was originally refined from the core of the dark yellow ancient star, so it is closely related to the heavenly Tao and can exert a great influence on the operation of the heavenly Tao. "Isn't this a good thing?" Guchen asked in surprise. "It is, but it is also a bad thing. The sacred cauldron of fate is closely related to the heavenly Tao, which means that the power of the heavenly Tao can also affect me through it. With my current cultivation, if I want to reverse the heavenly Tao, there is a great risk, and I will be killed by the heavenly Tao." Xianxia smiled bitterly, and Guchen understood what he meant. The heavenly Tao was the order of the operation of an ancient star. As the saying goes, the heavenly Tao is heartless, and the heavens are heartless. How can they allow people to easily change the rules? "What if you and I join hands?" Guchen pondered. "We control the sacred cauldron of fate together?" Xianxia frowned and seriously considered this possibility. "With your talent, if you learn the unique skills of my Tiandao sect, you might be able to grasp the method to control the sacred cauldron of fate. However, if you and I want to cast the technique together, we have to be of one mind and not separate. Do you think we can do that?" Xianxia replied. He didn't know what Guchen was thinking, but he felt a chill when he thought of that scene. "What if I don't need the sacred cauldron of fate?" Guchen pondered. "Without the sacred cauldron of fate? Then how will you affect the heavenly Tao?" Xianxia asked in surprise. "On this dark yellow ancient star, the sacred cauldron of fate may not be the only thing that can affect the operation of the heavenly Tao." Guchen thought of a possibility. With his current strength, he might be able to find such a treasure. "How is that possible?" "There is no force on this dark yellow ancient star that understands the heavenly Tao better than my Tiandao sect, and there is no treasure that can be compared to the sacred cauldron of fate." Xianxia's face was full of disbelief. Kunlun continent, East Wilderness, Binhai land. Today, 2 figures came from overseas on the waves. The moment they arrived on land, they stopped. They were Guchen and Xianxia. Looking at the familiar homeland, Guchen felt even more homesick. 3 years, he had been away for 3 whole years. Back then, Guchen bid farewell to his family and friends to extend his lifespan and repair his tyrant bones. Now that 3 years had passed, he had become an immortal. Returning home was supposed to be a joyous thing, but now he was very nervous. He was not there when the ancient planet Songhuang was in a precarious situation. After a year, he did not know how much had changed in Kunlun continent. Xianxia noticed that Gu Chen's mood changed the moment he came ashore. He did not say anything and looked around. The scenery is not bad. This is the place where my Tiandao sect ancestor fought for. I have wanted to come here for a long time. Speaking of which, where should we go next? Xianxia asked. He did not believe Gu Chen said that there was a treasure on Kunlun continent that could affect the operation of the Heavenly Dao. Back then, the Heavenly Dao of Kunlun continent was changed by his Tiandao sect ancestor, making it difficult for experts to surpass the celestial being stage to appear. After being isolated for 30,000 years, he felt that there was nothing in Kunlun continent that could catch his attention. Of course, Gu Chen was an exception. To the celestial court. Gu Chen took a deep breath and flew straight to the nearest celestial court mystic realm. Celestial court? What a domineering name. Xianxia was amazed. This should be the faction that Gu Chen established in Kunlun continent. The two flew quickly and soon arrived at the entrance of the celestial court mystic realm. Everything was the same as before. Gu Chen opened the heavenly gate and stepped into the mystic realm. As soon as he entered the mystic realm, his expression changed. White Jade Plaza, Merit Market, Information Pool, Falling Jade Pavilion. There was no one. He suddenly raised his head. The illusory image of the nine-tiered heavens that should have existed in the sky had also disappeared. Why is there no one here? This place is covered in dust. I'm afraid no one has been here for more than half a year, Xianxia analyzed as he looked around. Gu Chen's gaze became gloomy. He turned around and walked out of the divine gate. Go. Aren't you going to look around? Xianxia was surprised. They had just entered the mystic realm, and now they were going to leave again. There's nothing here. Gu Chen's voice was very cold. Xianxia rationally realized that he was in a bad mood at the moment. He didn't dare to provoke him, so he followed behind him and left. As soon as he left the secret realm of the celestial court, Gu Chen suddenly sped up and flew over thousands of mountains and rivers. Xianxia almost couldn't keep up. Gu Chen passed by many prefectures in the eastern wilderness and soon arrived at his hometown, the Fenglin Manor. Although Gu Chen's Fenglin Manor wasn't as prosperous as Middle-earth's, there were still many mountain cities within it. However, wherever Gu Chen passed by, many of the mountain cities were empty. Occasionally, he would be able to see the bones of the dead in the cities. He arrived at Tiannan City, the place where he was born. This place was also empty. He didn't know where all the mortals in the city had gone, causing this place to become a ghost city. His expression turned increasingly gloomy. He flew up again and headed straight for the Forbidden Forest, heading toward the ghost ruins. The nine-tiered heavens had disappeared, and there wasn't a single person in the secret realm of the celestial court. Many of the mountain cities in the eastern wilderness had become ghost cities. All of this caused Gu Chen to feel very uneasy. He urgently needed to know what had happened in the past year, and the Ghost Emperor in the Ghost Ruins was clearly the person who could answer his question the best. When he left back then, the Ghost Emperor was the strongest expert in the Kunlun continent apart from him. Even though the celestial court had been destroyed, Gu Chen believed that the Ghost Emperor was still alive. The Forbidden Forest flashed past, and Gu Chen soon arrived at the Ghost Ruins. The ancient city of the past was still there, but the moment he approached, Gu Chen's sharp senses told him that something was wrong. This place was no longer eerie. There were actually rabbits and deer playing in the city, and the mottled city walls were filled with flowers. Ghost Emperor! Gu Chen shouted angrily. His divine sense extended crazily into the ground. The yellow spring, which was supposed to be under the ghost ruins, had disappeared, and the Ghost Emperor was nowhere to be seen. Even the Ghost Emperor is gone? Gu Chen murmured in disbelief. The Ghost Emperor, who had lived for 30,000 years, had left the ghost ruins. It seemed that the ghost ruins no longer existed. Gu Chen's breathing became unstable. He clenched his teeth, went straight through the ghost ruins, and stepped into the territory of Beijing Mansion. Along the way, Beijing Mansion was also empty. He couldn't find a single person. It was as if all the living creatures had disappeared. When he returned to the Heavenly Star sect, he saw that the protective Dharma formation had been destroyed, and the Yunwei restaurant at the top of Yunwu Mountain had collapsed. Huan Pingzheng was not there, Yu Qizhong was not there, the 7 women and Lu Yichen were also nowhere to be seen. Gu Chen stood in front of the collapsed Yunhui restaurant and remained silent for a long time. Is everything over? Am I too late? After a long time, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He had already guessed that the primordial spirit continent was at a disadvantage against the extraterrestrial forces, let alone the weaker Kunlun continent. He had always hoped that his old friends were safe. But now, even the old ghost emperor was gone, which made him very anxious. Not being here doesn't mean they are dead. There are not many corpses along the way. Don't jump to conclusions so easily. Xianxia had never seen Gu Chen so emotional, so he tried to comfort him. His words reminded Gu Chen. Gu Chen looked around. As the saying goes, concern makes one confused. Since he didn't see any old friends along the way, he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. However, if he observed carefully, he would find that although many places in the Heavenly Star sect were destroyed, there were not many corpses left. It was the same for many mountain cities in East Wilderness. Instead of saying that the people were all dead, it was more like they had all disappeared. Earlier, there was a rumor that a group of so-called gods came to the Kunlun continent, related to the gods that descended 30,000 years ago. They seemed to have taken a group of cultivators from this continent with them. So, your friends might not be dead. They just took them away. Xianxia guessed. They can't possibly take so many people away, right? Gu Chen frowned. Putting aside the cultivators, even the mountain cities in East Wilderness had lost a large number of mortals. What was the use of a large number of mortals to the gods? Think about where else can they go. I don't believe that there is no one left in this vast Kunlun continent. As far as I know, many extraterrestrial forces have set their headquarters here, Xianxia said. Gu Chen fell into deep thought. Currently, the closest places to Beijing Prefecture were Middle-earth and Nanling Province. There were billions of people in Middle-earth 9 prefectures. They couldn't be as desolate as East Wilderness, right? At the thought of this, Gu Chen soared into the sky and entered Serene Province, which was connected to Beijing Prefecture. When he passed by the border of Yuzhou, his figure paused. The infamous desolate God Valley had actually disappeared without a trace. The ghastly ruins and desolate God Valley are both gone. Is it a coincidence? Gu Chen took a deep breath. These two famous dangerous places had one thing in common. They were both related to the deities that had descended 30,000 years ago. Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He sped up and entered Serene Province. The vast Yuzhou originally had a large number of cities inhabited by mortals, but wherever Gu Chen passed by, they all turned into ghost cities. However, Gu Chen was no longer nervous. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. He and Xianxia entered a random city and found that many of the residences in the city had been cleaned up. This meant that the mortals in the city did not die suddenly. Instead, they had all gone somewhere. After leaving the city, they would often find some corpses on the road. These corpses did not look like they had been killed by humans. Instead, they looked like they had died of exhaustion. The two of them quickly entered Qingzhou. The former True Martial Academy was also empty. Gu Chen only took a glance at it before he turned around and flew to another place. Not long after, he and Xianxia entered a huge lake and stepped into a half-sealed secret realm. Underworld God Pagoda. This was where Huangfu Wuji had obtained the inheritance of the Underworld God. It was also where his grandfather and the other holy masters of the 9 prefectures were imprisoned. Just like the ghastly ruins and desolate God Valley, this place was related to the deities. Therefore, Gu Chen was especially concerned about it. The moment they entered the mystery realm, as Gu Chen had expected, the Netherworld God Pagoda, which had been filled with sinister energy in the past, had already disappeared without a trace. There's someone here? This was the first time Gu Chen and Xianxia felt the aura of living beings after entering the Kunlun continent for such a long time. Who are you? How did you get here? A group of human soldiers rushed over from the depths of the secret realm. Their tone was unfriendly. Although they were all humans, the clothes they wore were very strange. They did not look like the clothes of the Kunlun continent or the primordial spirit continent. I should be asking you that, Gu Chen said coldly. Heh, brat, you talk big. I don't know how you avoided being a slave, but since we met, we will not let you have it easy. The soldiers laughed sinisterly and immediately attacked Gu Qin. Perhaps this group of soldiers instinctively believed that there were no experts in the Kunlun continent. Unexpectedly, they could not tell the difference between them and the person before them. Courting death. Gu Qian's eyes turned cold, and he reached out with one hand. Without any suspense, those who dared to attack him were killed on the spot. He then grabbed a soldier's head and searched his soul. The other party's memories immediately flowed before Gu Qian's eyes. Soon, he understood what happened in the Kunlun continent. 1 year ago, the deities descended upon the Kunlun continent. They took away a group of people from the eastern wastelands, the western desert, the northern plains, the southern mountains, and even the central plains. Due to the limitations of this soldier's knowledge, he did not know who was taken away. However, after the various deities left, the various extraterrestrial factions entered the Kunlun continent. They discovered a rare vein of ore in the glacial abyss of the Kunlun continent's northern plains. Hence, they forcefully recruited all the humans in the Kunlun continent to be their laborers and mine ores. Because of their expulsion, almost all the cultivators and mortals on the continent were forced to leave their homes. In Gu Qian's memory, he saw that because of the various extraterrestrial factions' greed, many mortals died on the way to migration, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. After Gu Qian finished searching his soul, that cultivator died. Then, he looked at the other people who were still alive with a cold gaze. You are also humans, but you do not treat the people on the dark yellow ancient planet as humans. What is the point of keeping you alive? What made Gu Qian angry was that there were not only foreign races among the foreign factions that descended upon the dark yellow ancient planet, but there were also cultivators from the human race. For example, this group of people in front of him was from the Wind and Thunder Corps, a group of interstellar bandits formed by human cultivators. Although they were all humans, the Wind and Thunder Corps did all kinds of evil after descending upon the dark yellow ancient planet. They were even more ruthless to the humans on the ancient planet than the foreign races. The reason why these soldiers came to the underworld god pagoda was because they knew that this used to be the base of the underworld god's faction. Spare me. Lord, spare me. Gu Qian released a little pressure, and the group of soldiers was scared out of their wits. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. However, Gu Qian showed no mercy. With a flick of his finger, the 7 absolute tyrant blades slaughtered all the soldiers present. How is it? Did you find any clues? Xianxia looked at all this indifferently and asked. Well, let's go to the northern plains. Gu Qian nodded. According to the soldier's memory, all the intelligent creatures on the Kunlun continent were driven to the northern plains to serve as slaves. Most of his old friends were probably in that place. Gu Qian told Xianxia what he knew, and Xianxia's eyebrows twitched. According to what you said, the northern plains should be an important territory of the extraterrestrial factions, and it must be heavily guarded. It doesn't matter to the two of us, but since your family and friends are there, once we fight, I'm afraid it will be difficult to guarantee their safety. The two of them were exceedingly strong. Now that they had the heaven-sweeping saber and the sacred cauldron of fate, they were not afraid of the enemy. However, there were too many ordinary cultivators and mortals in the northern plains. Once the two sides started a war, Gu Qian might not be able to protect everyone. So, we can't fight alone this time. We need to gather everyone's strength. Gu Qian narrowed his eyes and took off the universe bag. After leaving the heavenly market, the two of them first returned to the ancient relic of Punlai Island Master. He loosened the universe bag, and a bright light flashed. Instantly, the members of the Gu clan, including Gu Yao and Gu Xuanwu, ordinary clansmen, and countless cultivators from overseas who came to seek refuge, all appeared in this mystic realm. At first glance, the number of cultivators was astonishing, far more than when they had just rescued the Gu clan. We can finally come out for a breath of fresh air. It seems like we can be of use now, Punlai Island Master said with a smile. Punlai Island Master said with a smile. When Gu Qian and Xianxia went to the heavenly market, he had used his influence in Punlai Immortal Island to gather as many helpers as possible. He knew that a great battle was about to happen, and he was ready. Everyone, I need your help. Gu Qian said to the countless cultivators present, his voice booming like thunder. Everyone listened attentively. When they decided to seek refuge with the Gemini star, they were already prepared to fight to the death with the extraterrestrial forces. Wherever your saber light goes, our Gu clan will go, Gu Xuanwu said solemnly on behalf of the 5 bloodlines of the Gu clan. Everyone nodded. Wherever your saber light goes, our Gu clan will go. Gu Chen had already obtained the sky-plundering saber. The moment he returned, the 6 lineages of the Gu clan had already regarded him as their leader. Wherever the 2 geniuses point, our sabers and swords will go. The cultivators of the various sects present spoke one after another. The crowd was stirred up, and their voices shook the 9 heavens. All right, let's go to the northern plains. It's time for our ancient Song Huang planet to fight back. In the northern plains, cold winds blew and snow covered the sky. Close to the infamous danger zone, the glacial abyss, there were originally no signs of human habitation. But now, there was a dense mass of mortals and cultivators working hard. In this world of ice and snow, their hands were covered in frostbite and they were emaciated from hunger. Yet, they still had to transport baskets of ores out. Occasionally, there would be people who fell to the ground due to exhaustion. They would either be whipped and scolded by the patrolling soldiers who happened to pass by and struggle to get up to continue working, or they would simply fall asleep in the wilderness. And in the wilderness during winter, if no one woke them up after falling asleep, it would mean death. Every day, as baskets of ores were transported out, there would also be people turning into corpses. Then, they would be discarded like old shoes and thrown into the bottomless glacial abyss. Quickly finish your meal and continue working. If you can't complete the mission today, you'll suffer. In a corner of the vast mining area, Shen Sudong's hair was disheveled as he staggered. With the support of his grandson, Shen Yanhong, he lined up and waited for food to be distributed. Grandpa, I told you not to do so much work. Just leave it to me. Shen Yanhong, this strong-looking boy, had grown much more capable than before. Don't worry, Grandpa will be fine. Shen Sudong smiled. The cultured and refined scholar of the past, the imperial preceptor of the Central Plains, no longer looked like a scholar. He looked like an old man who did not care about his appearance. However, there was a kind of calming power in his eyes that made people subconsciously unite around him. Dad, it's our turn. The people in front of Shen Pingyuan were all empty. He hurriedly went forward to collect food for his aged father and son. The soldiers were expressionless as they poured porridge into their bowls. The porridge was so bland that there were almost no grains of rice. Next, the soldier said after pouring the porridge. Wait, we haven't received the steamed buns yet, Shen Pingyuan hurriedly said. In such a cold day, he was worried that his family wouldn't be able to take it if they only had a few mouthfuls of porridge. There are no more steamed buns. Please come early tomorrow, the soldier said impatiently. Aren't there more over there? Shen Pingyuan couldn't help but retort. He pointed to the pile of shriveled and wrinkled steamed buns behind the soldier. Hey, that's not for you to eat. Look at all of you, you're all old, weak, sick, and disabled. You don't even have the strength to truss a chicken. What great confusion. What scholars. All of you do so little work, yet you still have the nerve to ask for so much food? The soldier sneered. Although there was food, it would be a waste to give it to them. Shen Pingyuan's face turned red. He wanted to argue, but Shen Sudong, who was behind him, spoke in time. Pingyuan, if there's only porridge, then so be it. Don't be so ungrateful. When Shen Pingyuan heard his father's words, his eyes shone with sorrow and humiliation. He carried the bowl of porridge and silently walked to the side. The whole family gathered together and drank the light and thin porridge. No one said anything, seizing the time to rest. Imperial Preceptor Shen, everyone from the Shen family, these are for you. A few simple and honest farmers stepped forward and brought out a pile of steamed buns from God knows where. They stuffed them into Shen Yanhong's arms and hurriedly ran away. Wait, everyone, take the food away. Shen Sudong hurriedly said, wanting to stop them, but they ran even faster. Grandpa, here. Shen Yanhong took the steamed buns and handed them to his grandfather, secretly swallowing his saliva. Why did you just accept the food? Don't you know that those steamed buns were saved by the commoners? If they gave them to us, they would starve. Shen Sudong said angrily. They ran away as soon as the food was stuffed. I couldn't react in time. Shen Yanhong's face was full of grievance. Alright, father, just eat a few bites. These are the commoners' good intentions. Don't let them down. They are the same as us. They are afraid that your body won't be able to take it. One day, you will bring everyone back to the Middle Earth. Shen Pingyuan hurriedly said. The other Shen family members also nodded, their eyes full of worry. What do you know? When the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility on a man, they must first suffer his will, tire his muscles and bones, starve his skin, empty his body, and mess up his actions. Therefore, they have to be patient and do what they can't. The old man's body is fine. He can't take it if he keeps receiving favors from the commoners. Shen Sudong let out a long sigh. The food has already been given to us. It would be a waste if we don't eat it, right? Shen Pingyuan said with a bitter smile. His father was always like this. Grandfather, everyone is looking forward to the day when cousin can come back and save us. You are the Overlord's biological grandfather. How can we let you starve? To many people, cousin is their only hope. If you starve to death, it will be a huge blow to them. Xin Yanhong hurriedly said and pointed to the many commoners who were praying in the distance. They took advantage of their leisure time to murmur. One could vaguely hear words like Overlord and Celestial Emperor in their words. Shen Sudong heard his grandson's words and finally sighed. He took the steamed bun with a face full of guilt and took a bite. Seeing that his grandfather had eaten, Xin Yanhong only dared to pick up the driest piece and carefully ate it. When he was thirsty, he drank it with snow water. He was only a teenager, but he had already gotten used to this way of living in the past 6 months. These idiotic mortals keep talking about the Overlord all day long. What is the Overlord? A group of soldiers who had finished distributing food gathered together to chat. They talked about a strange phenomenon among the countless laborers. There were people starving to death in the mining area every day. Under such cruel conditions, anyone would have given up hope long ago. However, for some reason, many ordinary mortals from the eastern wastelands, the central plains, and the northern plains, and even some of the fiend race, held on to hope. They often mentioned the same name in their free time, treating it as their religion. It was as if as long as this person was around, they would not completely lose hope. TSK, he seems to be a famous person in the Kunlun continent. It is said that when he was in his teens, he led the 5 major tribes of the continent to defeat an evil emperor, bringing peace to the Kunlun continent. There are rumors about him everywhere. Some absolute genius who caused stars to appear in daytime, some celestial emperor of the dark world. I walk in this mining area every day and have heard so much that my ears have already grown calluses. A soldier said with disdain. Could it be that these people think that the Overlord can save them again? The other soldiers did not know whether to laugh or cry. The humans on this ancient planet are generally unintelligent. Let's not talk about whether or not the Overlord has the ability to save them. If this person is really as talented as they say, he would have long been taken away by the divine sex that descended upon this continent like the other geniuses. Pfft! What genius? There are no geniuses on this ancient planet. Those people could only be taken away because the great sex left their inheritance here. They just happened to inherit it. When the soldiers mentioned this, their eyes revealed deep jealousy as if this was a great opportunity. Alright, it's almost time. Everyone, don't rest. Hurry up and get to work. As if to vent the dissatisfaction in their hearts, the soldiers cut their rest time by half. They waved their whips and drove countless ordinary people into the mine to work. Countless people were angry but did not dare to say anything. They could only follow the orders and enter. The mine here was very large. The Shin family followed their assigned tasks to a corner of the mine and started a long day of work. The conditions in the deeper part of the mine were even more difficult. The people responsible for digging the mine were all cultivators. Many of them came from the 2 academies, the 4 holy lands, and the 5 sacred sections. Compared to ordinary people, the stronger cultivators had spells and magic powers. They should be able to survive better in such an environment. However, this was not the case in reality. The ore that the foreign powers wanted to mine was very strange. It was called a mortal treasure stone. In the past, the cultivators of the Kunlun continent did not know the value of this thing. Those who knew a little about it were the ancient clans of the northern plains. When this strange stone was opened, it was possible to find top-grade jade materials or natural treasures. They were priceless. However, there was also a high possibility of some evil power appearing and bringing danger. There happened to be such a huge mine near the glacial abyss. It was made entirely of immortal treasure stone. This made the foreign powers greedy. However, mining this mine was risky. When mining, it could attract the evil power in the ore. Hence, the foreign powers were not willing to take this risk. They could not use barbaric methods to take away this mine. That would affect its great value. Hence, in the end, they found a way. That was to use human lives to open the mine. They used the lives of countless living beings on the Kunlun continent to open the mine. The cultivators were not allowed to use too much power. They could only mine carefully. Under such circumstances, there were Kunlun continent cultivators who got careless while mining every day, getting invaded by evil energy and dying a violent death. Compared to them, the ordinary mortals in the periphery only had access to half-mined immortal treasures. They were mainly responsible for transporting and simple processing, so the risk was much lower. Hence, the cultivators of the various factions of the Kunlun continent lived in fear every day. Many people could not endure this humiliation and chose to resist. In the end, they died a violent death. In the depths of the mine, an old man suddenly fell to the ground. His body twitched, and his face contorted in extreme pain. "Senior Nangong, are you all right?" Huang Pingzhong and Yu Qizhong hurried forward, their faces full of worry. Not far away from them, the sacred lords of Xiantian sect, Glazed Light sect, South Flower Sacred Ground, and Heaven's Pivot Sacred Ground hurried over. The two deans of the True Martial Academy and the Mystic Arts Academy also walked over with concern. Puji Holy Monk even stepped forward and took Nangong Zheng's pulse to diagnose him. "The old man is fine. It's just that the old problem of the poisonous body is acting up again." Nangong Zheng took a long time to recover and said weakly. Back then, he was used as an experimental subject by the man with a bamboo hat. Although he had a powerful cultivation, he also had many problems since then. His 10,000 poison body would act up every once in a while, and he had to endure inhumane torture when it acted up. Originally, this situation had already been alleviated, but ever since he came to the North Plains to mine, the 10,000 poison body acted up more and more, and the situation became more and more serious, making him suffer unspeakably. Now, the only thing that supported him was an indomitable will. "Why are you all dawdling? Hurry up and get to work." A few extraterrestrial soldiers entered the mine and saw a large group of people gathered together and not working, so they immediately urged them. "He needs to rest," Huang Pingzhong hurriedly said. Elder Nangong was their sect master's great benefactor. Now that his poisonous body was acting up so badly, it was too dangerous for him to go deep into the mine. They could not sit back and do nothing. Otherwise, if the sect master came back one day and Elder Nangong was gone, how would they have the face to see them? Rest? Whether you can rest or not, only this daddy has the final say. That soldier snorted disdainfully. He actually waved the long whip in his hand and lashed it at Elder Nangong, who was lying on the ground. Bang! Wei Qizhong hurriedly protected himself. That long whip was a special magic tool. When it hit his body, his skin and flesh immediately split open. However, he didn't even make a sound. He was a tough guy. "Yo, you can actually help others take the whip, you're very powerful, aren't you?" That soldier seemed to be angered, or maybe he was looking for fun. For a moment, he crazily lashed the whip at Wei Qizhong. Wei Qizhong was lashed until his whole body was dripping with blood. This scene made many of the cultivators present unable to continue watching. "Stop. That's enough. Please let him go." Everyone spoke up. Whether it's enough or not, only I have the final say." That soldier had a smug look in his eyes. "Remember, you are just dogs that we raised. Recognize your position, it's good for you and not bad for you." After he finished speaking, his companions beside him roared with laughter. This group of people were once the leaders of Kunlun continent, but now they suffered such a great humiliation. They all glared at each other. "What's wrong? Dissatisfied?" A few soldiers looked at the angry group of people and felt their scalps go numb, but they immediately retorted. Think about your relatives, disciples, and friends outside. If you dare to resist, I'll throw them into the icy abyss. With these words of threat, all the divine leaders revealed grief in their eyes, and their courage to fly into the flame disappeared by half. How did they end up in such a state? How long would this kind of life last? All right, hurry up and continue working. Those on the ground, don't lie down and pretend to be dead. The few soldiers did not want to shed all pretense of cordiality, as that would affect the set mining amount, so they stopped while they were ahead. Senior Nangong, are you all right? Huang Pingzhong and Wei Qizhong helped Nangong up. A little better. Nangong forced a smile, but after taking a few steps, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his veins popped out. He staggered and fell to the ground again. That's enough, get out here. The few soldiers were angered by this scene. They felt that Nangong had been dragging them down, so they might as well beat him to death. They went forward and tried to drag Nangong away. A group of Kunlun continent cultivators immediately gathered and protected him. Are all of you rebelling? Do you want to die? Let me tell you, there are a lot of laborers in the primordial continent who are much stronger than you. They will be sent here soon. It won't affect you at all if you die. The soldiers threatened angrily. Many cultivators clenched their teeth and refused to yield. Especially Huang Pingzhong and Yu Qizhong, they protected Nangong with all their might. Good, good, good. I'll teach you a lesson today. The leading soldier's eyes turned sharp and his aura rose. His cultivation had reached the transcendence realm. Just as he was about to make a move, suddenly, with a poochie sound, a golden flying dagger chopped off his head from behind. His head flew up high and he didn't realize what had happened until his eyes dimmed completely. What's going on? Who are you? The rest of the soldiers turned pale with fright. They quickly turned around and wanted to fight back, but they were killed by the golden flying knives one after another. It was clean and efficient. 7ju Tyrant saber? Huang Pingzhong, Yu Qizhong, and the rest looked at this scene in shock. The few young cultivators that appeared out of nowhere all knew how to use the tyrant bone of ether that only their sect master knew. What was going on? They were in disbelief. You are cultivators from the Kunlun continent, right? Is there anyone from the Heavenly Star sect or the Celestial Court among you? The leading heroic-looking lady walked up. My name is Gu Lianyue. I'm here on the order of my sect's genius, Gu Chen, to get in touch with you. Gu Lianyue said. Beside her, Gu Shenming and Gu Zian's hands were stained with blood. Obviously, they had killed their way in. Sect Master is back? Huang Pingzhong and Yu Qizhong were overjoyed when they heard that. Even Elder Nangong's face was glowing again. The sacred leaders of the 4 sacred lands and 5 sacred sects looked at each other with fanaticism in their eyes. Are any of you from the Celestial Court or the Heavenly Star sect? Gu Lianyue asked again. We are. Huang Pingzhong and Yu Qizhong hurriedly said. The other cultivators in the mine also noticed the commotion and gathered around. Good. Listen up. A smile appeared on Gu Lianyue's face. Your tyrant has a mission for you. Everyone became excited, as if they had come back to life. From now on, you are no longer the slaves of the alien forces. You will only obey the orders of the Celestial Court's celestial ruler. Gather all the cultivators who can fight in the shortest time possible and kill our way out of here. Your mission is to protect all the civilians and retreat. These cosmos bags are for you. As Gu Lianyue said that, she took out several cosmos bags and handed them over to the cultivators present. Are we going to fight to the death with those foreign forces? Everyone was stunned. Retreat? They were trapped in the mining area. Where could they retreat to? One had to know that there were many experts from various alien organizations stationed outside the mine. If they wanted to retreat, there would definitely be a huge battle. Bring as many people as you can and enter the glacier abyss. There will be people there to receive you. Gu Lianyue said. This time everyone felt even more incredulous. The glacier abyss was a notorious dangerous place. Wouldn't entering it be equivalent to seeking death, if it weren't for the fact that the people in front of them had the same tyrannical firmament bone as Gu Chen and were clearly from the same family? they would probably be suspicious. There is no time to think. The battle outside will soon erupt. You must retreat as soon as possible to reduce the casualties of my ancient firmament planet. Gu Lianyue urged. They still had to continue saving people. Do as she says. This is like Gu Chen's personality. Only he would still think about the safety of the civilians at this juncture. Elder Nangong struggled to stand up. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Senior, are you feeling better? At this time, how can the old man drop the ball? Nangong forced a smile. Everyone exchanged glances and quickly understood that the only thing they could do now was to choose to believe in Gu Chen's arrangements. Since he wanted them to do this, it must be the best option. Move out. Immediately. Everyone was in high spirits. After discussing their respective tasks, they were about to set off. Miss, can I ask you a question? Nangong asked before leaving. Ask away. Gu Lianyue smiled. If we are all going to save people, who will deal with the alien army outside? You just said that a battle is about to erupt. Does Gu Chen have any helpers? Elder Nangong had watched Gu Chen grow up. At this moment, it was inevitable that he was worried that Gu Chen would act tough. Hearing this, Gu Lianyue could not help but laugh. Her eyes became serious. Uncle, don't worry. The current Gu Chen is just like his title in this Kunlun continent. He is already a true tyrannical king. A true tyrannical king, Gu Lianyue's words shocked everyone. Elder Nangong smiled gratifyingly. If that's the case, the old man knew that this day would come sooner or later. Let's go. He turned around and forcefully suppressed his internal injuries. Then, he followed the other cultivators and left quickly. At the same time, at the periphery of the huge mining area, on the boundless snowy plains, a white-cloaked figure was walking slowly. As he walked on the snowy plains, snowflakes swirled in the air. The wind was chilly, but when it came close to him, it automatically avoided him. It was as if even heaven and earth were subdued by his tyrannical aura. Eh? There is an unknown guest in front. The soldiers on guard at the periphery of the mining area quickly noticed Gu Chen and sent out scouts to scout the situation. A group of light cavalrymen galloped toward Gu Chen, trying to ask him about his identity and origins. But when they were still a few miles away from him, the chariot beast they were riding suddenly wet itself and fell to the ground, fainting. What the hell? The group of soldiers left their mounts and flew toward Gu Chen weakly. They tried to ask his name, but he walked over calmly. A powerful aura leaked out, and they could not move at all. Gu Chen took another step forward, and the group of scouts fainted and fell to the ground, unconscious. What's going on? They've all fainted before even coming into contact with him? The commander on the tower in the mining area noticed this strange scene and frowned. Cautiously, he sent out a group of 500 soldiers to capture him. Gu Chen walked on the snowy plains, but he did not leave a single trace. His expression was cold and emotionless. Before the 500 soldiers could get close to him, they lost consciousness again and fell to the ground along with their chariot. Such a shocking scene finally attracted the attention of everyone in the mining area. Some ordinary mortals who were dumping slag at the periphery stared blankly at the godlike man walking over from afar. Big brother, it can't be him, right? Our prayers have come true? A large number of mortals lay on the piles of snow in the mining area and stared at the man walking over in front of them. Humph, playing tricks. Hey, kid, state your name. The 5 generals flew through the air and arrived in front of Gu Chen, speaking coldly. You don't have the right to know my name. Gu Chen glanced at the 5 generals coldly. His eyes suddenly turned into a thick purple light. Boom boom boom, purple chi surged out of his eyes and engulfed the 5 generals in the blink of an eye. The 5 generals screamed in pain. In less than a moment, their bodies and souls were destroyed. The power of a single glance was so powerful. This time, the generals of the armies in the mine were excited. They realized that the strength of the intruder was far beyond their imagination. Send out troops and defeat the intruder. The armies quickly reached an agreement and each sent out a troop of 1,000 people. They rushed out of the mine aggressively, stirring up piles of snow, and charged toward Gu Chen. Gu Chen's expression did not change. He strode toward the mine, the golden blood in his body burning and boiling. A golden giant thousands of feet tall appeared behind him. A golden spear condensed in each of its hands. Boom boom boom, the tyrannical grand spear swept in all directions. All the charging soldiers were instantly turned into ashes. A strong enemy is attacking. The opponent is one of the two immortals from ancient Song Huang planet who destroyed the Flying Willow army and the Golden Group. Soon, a high-ranking military officer recognized Gu Chen's origin and shouted in horror. Wait, two immortals? Why is there only one? Soon, a general realized something more important. Just as he thought that, a silver-haired young man with a smile suddenly appeared behind him. Not only him, but many other generals also had a silver-haired young man behind them. Today, Gu Chen is very angry. You guys are lucky to die by my hands. Xianxia laughed. His many clones crushed the enemy's head with their fingers or pierced the enemy's heart with their sabers. All of them were killed in one hit. Gu Chen attacked from the front while Xianxia attacked from the back. The perfect cooperation between the two instantly messed up the army stationed in the mine, at the same time. Kill. We have to escape today. We have to be free. Suddenly, a large number of cultivators rushed out of the mine. They killed all the aliens they saw and released their companions. The mine was in complete chaos. What the hell? Stop these slaves. The expression of an immortal in the garrison changed greatly. If all these slaves betrayed them, who would mine the immortal precious stones? Absolutely not. He immediately ordered the troops stationed in the mines to suppress the uprising, while he and the other immortals flew toward Gu Chen and Xianxia. Without a doubt, these two were the instigators of all this. As long as they were killed, the rebellion in the mining area would naturally be quelled. Most of the people in the mining area were ordinary people of the Kunlun continent. Even the cultivators were very weak. Many of the army generals thought that they would be able to suppress them very quickly. However, they did not expect that a group of surprise troops would appear. A large group of cultivators, who were obviously not weak, appeared out of thin air. They fought with the garrison soldiers, covering the retreat of the Kunlun continent cultivators and mortals. The direction in which they retreated was even more unimaginable. It was actually the glacier abyss. How did these people appear? What are they trying to do? Many generals were enraged and instinctively sensed that something was wrong. By the order of Celestial Emperor Gu Chen, everyone, do not hesitate, follow me. Wei Qizhong roared as he ran in the mining area. The Overlord has returned. All cultivators of the 4 holy lands and 5 sacred sects, listen up. Follow the cultivators of the Celestial Court. The sacred leaders of the various forces also shouted. It was a race against time. Such a huge commotion quickly spread to the mining area where the Shen family was. Fire and smoke were everywhere. Countless commoners crowded around Shen Sudong, looking anxious and fearful. Shen Sudong looked at the raging flames of war, and his eyes could not help but moisten. My Shen family's Qilin son has returned. He murmured. Grandpa, cousin is an outsider, Shen Yanhong muttered softly. His words immediately caused the Shen family to roll their eyes. Shen Sudong raised his spirits and looked at the countless terrified commoners around him. His voice spread out. Do as the cultivators of the Celestial Court say. Today, we will regain our freedom. With the guidance of the state preceptor, countless commoners were no longer afraid. Strong adult men protected the women and children as they began to retreat towards the glacier abyss. Damn it! Don't let them escape. The generals of the alien forces shouted. They did not want to let the sea of slaves escape. Stop them. The cultivators from the immortal spirit continent rose up to fight with the enemy. However, their numbers and strength could not compare to the various armies. The entire battle line was stretched too far, and many of the alien soldiers still managed to get past them. Not good. The Shen family was leading a large number of mortals to escape, but when they saw many alien cultivators charging towards them, their faces turned pale. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Meanwhile, a huge rumbling suddenly resounded in the heavens and the earth, and then countless insects that emanated a blue glow descended from the sky. There were hundreds of millions of them, and they spread across the entire battle line, biting towards all the alien soldiers. Ah! Save me! What kind of strange bugs are these? A large number of alien soldiers were quickly drowned by the bugs. The strange thing was that the bugs did not attack any mortals. This made Shen Sudong and the others heave a huge sigh of relief. Hurry up and go. They realized what was going on and hurriedly ran to the edge of the abyss. Under the protection of the various cultivators, countless people squeezed to the edge of the abyss. From afar, they looked like ants. Tisk, what's the use of running there? Are we going to jump down? The alien general scoffed at this scene, realizing that the slaves had nowhere to run. Just surround them. If too many slaves are injured or killed, it will take us more time to mine the ores. Soon, someone gave the order. To them, the biggest problem was the two immortals from Song Huang ancient planet. Once they were taken care of, the rest were not worth mentioning. The alien soldiers stopped attacking, and many people heaved a sigh of relief. They stood by the edge of the abyss hesitantly. Huang Pingzhang, Yu Qizhong, and the others tried their best to put the people into their universe bags, but there were too many people gathered in the mine, and it was difficult to take most of them away. Jump down. Jump into the abyss. At this moment, the Punlai Island master retreated to the edge of the abyss and shouted to everyone. Jump down? Countless cultivators, especially mortals, were trembling with fear. Would they be able to survive if they jumped into the infamous glacier abyss? There's no time to hesitate. Only when everyone jumps down will the Overlord be able to fight freely. So, please believe in your celestial arch. The impassioned voice resounded by the edge of the abyss, and everyone was greatly moved. They remembered the countless miracles that man had created in the Kunlun continent. He did not have to save them, but he still came and did not give up on anyone. Jump. Huang Pingzhang took the lead and yelled as he jumped down. Jump. The old Shen Sudong also took the lead and jumped off the cliff without hesitation. Jump. Jump. Angry shouts rose and fell as countless cultivators and mortals of the Kunlun continent jumped into the icy abyss like moths flying into a flame. This scene was simply too spectacular, and it deeply impacted the soldiers of the extraterrestrial forces. Are they crazy? Are they committing suicide together? Damn it. The slaves are all dead, the higher-ups will blame us. The alien generals were enraged, but they couldn't stop the mortals and cultivators who were seeking death. Therefore, they could only vent their anger on Gu Chen and Zhou Chuanqiu, who were surrounded by a large number of soldiers. Gu Chen and Zhou Chuanqiu were surrounded by as many as 8 immortals, and many soldiers were trying to sneak attack them. It looked extremely dangerous. While fighting, Gu Chen watched his own people who were retreating from a distance. Seeing a large number of mortals and cultivators of the Kunlun continent jumping into the abyss and the cultivators of the immortal spirit continent retreating, he relaxed his brows. Little friend Gu, that guy must be kept alive. He is the one that the old man wants. Punlai Island Master was the last to jump into the abyss. He pointed at an immortal and yelled. Gu Chen glanced at the person he was talking about. It turned out to be a genuine human from the Storm Corps. Humph. What are you talking about in your dreams? I'm Li Menglong, the Legion commander of the Wind Thunder Legion. Catch me if you dare. The immortal snorted at Punlai Island Master's words. Gu Chen's eyes turned purple, and he found that this person had an extraordinary bloodline. Punlai Island Master really has a good eye. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. The 8 immortals locked down Gu Chen and Zhou Chuanqiu, and many soldiers surrounded them from all directions. There is a path to heaven, but you chose to barge into hell. We've long heard of your deeds. You've come at the right time. Today, we'll kill the 2 of you and settle this once and for all. Li Menglong took the lead and sneered. Surrounded by thousands of soldiers and 8 immortals, even if the 2 of them had the strength to single-handedly destroy an army, they would definitely die today. Countless mortals and cultivators jumped into the abyss. Many screamed, thinking that they were dead for sure. However, the strange thing was that after they jumped down, their bodies suddenly became light. Even mortals were lifted by an invisible force and slowly flew to the bottom of the abyss. This is gravity. Who constructed such a magnificent gravitational field at the bottom of the abyss? The knowledgeable Shen Sudong quickly recognized the mystery of this place. All the people who jumped down did not die. They were steadily landed at the bottom of the abyss by an invisible force. Countless mortals and cultivators cheered after surviving a great calamity. They're not dead. Go after them. There is another mystery in the abyss. Soon, the non-humankind soldiers on the cliff sensed the anomaly of the abyss, and jumped down as well. This is bad. Everyone's expressions changed greatly. If those outsiders continued to chase after them, how would they be able to resist? Go. Go to the bottom of the abyss. We've already explored this place. Polite Island Master said. He used the 3 pure ones with 1 chi and used a powerful spiritual spell. Before the soldiers who jumped down could react, they were all killed by him. Led by the cultivators of the immortal spirit continent, all the people of the Kunlun continent ran toward the bottom of the abyss in a hurry. As they ran, more and more non-humankind soldiers came from behind. It seemed that the people of the celestial court and the cultivators of the overseas continent would not be able to hold on for much longer. At this moment, many ear-piercing sounds came from the bottom of the abyss, causing the space to tremble. Who is it? The mortals trembled in fear, afraid that the enemy had caught up with them. The cultivators of the martial arts palace are here to reinforce the Kunlun continent under the orders of Palace Master Guqin. The war ghost, Wanji, and the others took the lead and shouted. They led countless demonic cultivators from the depths of the abyss and charged toward the non-humankind soldiers. All cultivators of the 13 immortal sects, listen up. Avenge the deaths of our seniors. Wang Qian and Ding Yao led many cultivators of the immortal sects and charged over from the other side. Instantly, the situation changed drastically. With the help of 2 new forces, the non-humankind soldiers who jumped into the abyss became turtles in a jar and could only wait to be slaughtered. Screams and begging for mercy sounded everywhere. All the forces of the ancient planet Song Huang united together and released an unprecedentedly powerful force. How did they do it? How did so many people enter the abyss without being noticed? Shen Sudong looked at the large number of reinforcements in disbelief. Even though he was knowledgeable, he couldn't figure out how Guqin led the army into the abyss and made it work at the critical moment. Little friend Gu's intelligence has earned my admiration from the bottom of my heart. Who would have thought that the abyss in the Kunlun continent and the heaven pit in the immortal spirit continent both lead to the core of the ancient planet Song Huang? That's why the 2 places can be connected. Polite Island Master sighed. In such a short time, he gathered all the forces of the 2 continents together with surprisingly few casualties, showing Guqin's terrifying strategy. Shen Sudong understood what was going on, and he also admired Guqin deeply. His grandson was becoming more and more intelligent and brave. With all of us here, how can Guqin deal with those immortals and so many soldiers? Shen Sudong quickly thought of the key point, and deep worry appeared in his eyes. Right now, all of them were saved, but Guqin had put himself in unprecedented danger. Don't worry. He can only do whatever he wants when we leave. Next, there will be a big earthquake. Polite Island Master smiled and looked up at the abyss. After today, no one would dare to look down on the ancient planet Song Huang. 8 immortals and thousands of soldiers blocked all the escape routes, and Li Menglong looked at Guqin and Xianxia mockingly. Today, these 2 people were turtles in a jar, and there was no chance for them to escape. You 2 dare to fight against all the legions? Are you 2 out of your minds? Li Menglong mocked. Under his silver hair, Xianxia's eyes narrowed into slits, and he looked around casually. Fierce beasts always walk alone, and only cattle and sheep live in herds. His words made the 8 immortals extremely dissatisfied, and they all scolded him. You still dare to talk big in the face of death? The cultivators of this ancient planet are indeed short-sighted and don't know how big the world is. Li Menglong raised his hand and stopped the other immortals from scolding them. His expression was cold, and his eyes looked back and forth between Xianxia and Guqin. You 2 are also important figures. The legions have been stationed in the ancient planet Song Huang for so long, and this is the first time they have suffered such a big loss. I will give you a chance. Tell me your names. You will die a worthy death by fighting for your hometown. After you die, I will erect a monument for you and let your corpses disappear with the ancient planet Song Huang in the depths of the universe. After Li Menglong finished speaking, the others laughed. It seems that after plundering all the valuable resources on the ancient planet Song Huang, you don't intend to let us all live. Gu Chen took a deep look at the other party. Of course, we are all roving bandits who run amok in the major star passages. Li Menglong did not hide it at all. Gu Chen smiled, and that smile was extremely cold. Do you want to know my name? He took a step forward gently. Remember the name Gu Chen the Overlord. If you are lucky enough to survive today, it will be a nightmare for you for the next 10,000 years. Gu Chen's eyes became incomparably sharp, and an extremely strange force field rose from his body, shooting straight into the sky. What Overlord? What a joke! The 8 immortals snorted. Suddenly, there was a loud roar above their heads. They were alerted and raised their heads abruptly, only to see huge meteorites appearing high up in the sky. Those meteorites came from the universe, and as if attracted by a mysterious force, they swooped down in a terrifying manner, and their target was where they were. When Gu Chen comprehended the tides of heaven and earth and understood the gravitational pull between the stars, he had already reached the peak of the second level of the heaven gravitational secret technique. And the peak of the second level of the heaven gravitational secret technique could summon meteorites from the universe. There were far more than just one army stationed in the northern plains. Gu Chen knew that today's battle would be dangerous and unpredictable, so he had already made meticulous arrangements. Combining the strength of 2 continents, he could send everyone to safety under the glacial abyss. Finally, he could show off his skills. Therefore, this meteorite that fell from the sky became a great gift from him to the alien legions. At this moment, a shocking meteor shower appeared in the sky. The meteorites fell at an extremely fast speed, and the alien armies were densely spread out on the open snowy plains. There was no way to hide. Whoosh! 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 The meteorites caused rumbling explosions. All the alien soldiers looked up at the falling meteorites with deep fear in their eyes. Quick, run! The meteorites are about to crash down. Look at this power. If we don't escape the attack range, we'll probably die a horrible death. Countless soldiers fled in panic, desperately trying to escape the attack range of the meteorite shower. But no matter how fast they were, how could they be faster than the meteorites? Boom! 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 B2 The meteorites smashed into the ground with devastating force. Tens of thousands of soldiers were directly smashed into meat paste. Those who were lucky enough to survive were also burned by the meteorites' flames, crying for their parents. The battlefield that had been fierce a moment ago seemed to have entered doomsday in the next moment. Meteorites smashed into the ground everywhere, creating large craters and igniting raging flames. Huge earthquakes occurred within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Avalanches occurred on the snowy mountains, and the Earth's crust shifted violently. Amidst the blood and fire, Gu Chen's black hair danced in the wind. He flipped his hand and took out the heaven-plundering saber. Clang, a golden saber ray sliced through the vast heaven and earth. All the immortals who were targeted by the saber ray were unable to move under its domineering power. Not good. The saber ray in the eyes of 2 immortals grew larger and larger. In the end, their heads flew high into the sky. They couldn't believe that they had been killed by a single saber ray. He had killed 2 immortals with a single slash. Gu Chen wielded the sky-plundering saber like a supreme ruler as he began a massacre in the enemy's camp. Due to the meteors falling from the sky, the alien armies lost more than 90% of their combat power, and Gu Chen killed 2 immortals with a single slash, scaring the rest of them. The commander of the Wind and Thunder Legion, Li Menglong, originally thought that victory was within his grasp. Who would have thought that such a huge change would occur in an instant? Looking at the valiant saber in Gu Chen's hand, his heart trembled. He gritted his teeth and actually turned around to escape. At this moment, he finally came to his senses. He realized that for today's battle, the enemy had planned for a very long time. Every step was meant to kill them. Now that the other party was being held up by the others, he still had a chance to escape. The immortals of the alien army immediately understood his intentions. Who would be willing to sacrifice themselves to help others escape? Therefore, even though there were still 6 immortals around and they could fight with Gu Chen, the 6 of them chose to escape together, disregarding the lives of the soldiers present. You are indeed a group of roving bandits. To put it bluntly, you are just a motley crew. Seeing this, Gu Chen sneered with disdain in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that the ancient Songhuan planet has been isolated from the world for hundreds of thousands of years and is no longer suitable for cultivation, trash like you wouldn't even be fit to carry the shoes of my companions. Guchen took a step forward, and a clone emerged from his body. His original body emitted a boundless golden light, holding a sky-plundering saber in his hand, looking extremely domineering. His clone was surrounded by 9 colored rays of light, overflowing with immortal chi, and holding a Kunlun the arch sword. Kill. His main body and clone quickly chased after the nearest immortal, and the 100 million blue bugs were also under his control. They buzzed loudly as they slaughtered the entire battlefield. Haha, don't run. Aren't you all very powerful? Come, I'll play with you. Xianxia's smile hid a dagger. With a flick of his sleeve, a 3-legged cauldron appeared, spinning and merging with heaven and earth. All-directional seal. He borrowed the power of the sacred cauldron of fate and mobilized the power of the ancient Song Huang heavenly Tao to set up a sealing barrier within 10,000 miles. In this way, no matter how fast the 6 immortals ran, they would not be able to escape in a short time. This is bad. When the 6 immortals saw this, they realized how wrong their decision to escape was, but it was too late. Clang! Clang! The sky-plundering saber and Kunlun sword were invincible. Guchen killed everything in his way and killed 2 immortals in a row. The once high and mighty immortals were so vulnerable in front of him. Hey, don't kill them all. Leave a few for me. Xianxia said helplessly. He immediately rushed to the 2 immortals, fearing that Guchen would take all the credit. Guchen laughed when he saw this. His original body's eyes were fixed on Li Menglong, who had escaped far away but was blocked by the barrier. He took a step forward. He crossed hundreds of miles in a single step. In the blink of an eye, he was hundreds of feet away from Li Menglong. Earth Celestial Stage. Li Menglong murmured as he looked at Guchen with fear. With that saber, Guchen's combat power had definitely reached the Earth Celestial Stage. He could not understand how an Earth Celestial Stage powerhouse could be born on such a dilapidated ancient planet, Li Menglong hurriedly said as he saw Guchen was about to slash down with his saber. A terrifying gravitational force was trying to draw him towards the saber. Stop. Let's talk. Guchen sneered. Have you ever discussed with us about plundering as you please on the ancient Song Huang star? Clang, he slashed down with his saber. Li Menglong dodged in panic. The shoes on his feet seemed to have reached the level of a celestial artifact, which made his dodging ability outstanding. Clang, Guchen turned his hand and slashed again. A bright light shield burst out from Li Menglong's robe. Although it was shattered by the attack of the sweeping heaven saber, it barely protected him. I didn't expect you to have celestial artifacts all over your body. Guchen said in surprise. This guy's body was full of treasures. He was somewhat different from the other immortals of the alien clan. Although I am the commander of the Wind and Thunder Legion, I am also from a prominent celestial clan. If you kill me, you will be in big trouble. Li Menglong said hurriedly. Celestial clan? Guchen said thoughtfully. Although you and I are on opposite sides, everyone in the world is interested in profit. As long as I give you enough compensation, you can let me go, right? Li Menglong braced himself and said. What compensation can you give me? Guchen was expressionless. You should know that even if you kill all of us today, it will be meaningless. As long as this ancient star is so weak, sooner or later, more people will come here to plunder. You can't protect those weak people forever, it's better to fight for some tangible benefits for yourself. Li Menglong said, trying to move his emotions. Guchen smiled and nodded, pretending to be serious. You're right, I do want to leave ancient star Song Huang. Li Menglong's eyes lit up when he heard that, thinking that there was a chance. He didn't really want to make a deal with Guchen, he just wanted to survive today, wait for more immortals to come, and then grind the other party's bones to ashes. Unfortunately, I've already promised someone to give your body to him. I always do what I say, I will not go back on my word. Guchen suddenly changed the topic, causing Li Menglong's expression to change drastically. You're messing with me? Yes, I'm messing with you. Guchen sneered, swinging his saber again and again, shattering the other party's protective immortal artifacts one by one. The heaven-seizing saber was too powerful. Guchen felt like he had the whole world in his hand. No one could stop it. Li Menglong's body quickly became injured, and he screamed in pain. Guchen suddenly closed in and pointed a finger between his eyebrows. Seal. A violent and domineering force sealed his Xianxia on the spot, and Li Menglong couldn't move for a while. It's over. His face turned as pale as paper. Gu Chen patted his cosmos sack and directly stored him inside, then killed the other enemies. Half an hour later, all 7 immortals were dead, and the battlefield was littered with the corpses of countless alien soldiers. Almost the entire army was wiped out. Gu Chen's hundreds of millions of insects swept the battlefield unscrupulously, devouring the flesh and blood of many alien soldiers. And the 30,000 mutated purplish-blue insects in the lead bit the flesh and blood of the 7 immortals, as if they were some great tonic. Looking at the blood-soaked battlefield, Gu Chen and Xianxia's emotions did not fluctuate. War was always cruel, and Song Huang Ancient Star had suffered too much because of the invasion of various alien forces. But now, they finally had an eye for an eye. We will soon be able to eliminate all the enemies on this ancient planet, but the most critical problem has not been solved. Can you find the treasure you speak of? Xianxia murmured. They had already embarked on a path of no return. Although these alien legions were small fries, they had the backing of some major forces in the universe. Those people were not people the two of them could afford to provoke. Once this matter was spread out, and they couldn't successfully make Song Huang Ancient Star hide in the universe again, there would be an even greater catastrophe. I'm not sure about that either. We'll know once we ask. Gu Chen thought of the many members of the Celestial Court who were in the abyss. The disappearance of the 9-tiered heavens meant that they should be the clearest about the entire situation. The treasure that Gu Chen wanted to find was actually one of the 2 greatest treasures of the Celestial Court, the Book of Heaven. Back then, the old Celestial Emperor had sacrificed himself to activate the Book of Heaven in order to deceive the heavenly secrets, forcefully crippling Huangfu Wuji's ability to deduce the heavenly Tao. The Book of Heaven could know the past, present, and future. It had all sorts of miraculous effects, and it was originally a divine item closely related to the power of the heavenly Tao. In terms of ability, it was as famous as the Time Stone. Unfortunately, because the old Celestial Emperor had thrown it into the heavenly Tao, and Gu Chen was not strong enough back then, he had never been able to find it. Now that he had reached the immortal realm, he was more confident in finding the Book of Heaven. Of course, the premise was that the Book of Heaven was still on Song Huang Ancient Star. He already knew that the Ghost Ruins, Desolate God Valley, Kunlun Ruins, Demon God Ancient Land, and so on, all the dangerous places related to the gods who had descended on the Kunlun continent 30,000 years ago had disappeared into thin air. They should have been taken away by the gods who had descended a year ago, because every dangerous place was related to their inheritance. If that was the case, the 9-tiered palace might have been taken away. Gu Chen recalled the mysterious stone tablets he had seen in the 9-tiered palace and various dangerous places. Those stone tablets should be a kind of proof of identity, indicating that there was a relationship between the various ruins. If the 9-tiered palace had been taken away, it meant that the Time Stone should have been taken away as well. The Book of Heaven was very likely to have been taken away as well. This was what he was most worried about at the moment, and if he wanted to know the truth, he could only ask the members of the Celestial Court who were still here. Hundreds of millions of ferocious bugs devoured all the corpses of the soldiers, and their shells actually changed, as if they had evolved. Especially the 30,000 ferocious bugs that had devoured the corpses of 7 immortals, they now looked even more ferocious. Under the control of the ferocious bugs, all the valuable things on the battlefield were taken away and handed over to Gu Chen. Meanwhile, Gu Chen and Xianxia crossed the mining area and flew down to the bottom of the glacier abyss. What exactly happened up there? Why was there such a terrifying earthquake? I wonder how the Overlord is doing? Lord Celestial, the Arch is invincible. That group of foreign races will definitely die a horrible death. Countless mortals and cultivators in the abyss discussed spiritedly, waiting for the result with their heads raised. The cultivators knew that the enemy was very difficult to deal with, and they were extremely worried about the situation. Meanwhile, the mortals were blindly optimistic. They had an abnormally fanatical faith in the Overlord, believing that he would definitely be able to deal with all the enemies. When Gu Chen and Xianxia flew to the bottom of the abyss, everyone looked at them, and they were in an uproar. Overlord! Celestial, the Arch! Countless cultivators and mortals of the Kunlun continent cried out from the bottom of their hearts. Their eyes were moist, and their voices were filled with love and respect. Only God knew how much they had suffered over the past year, and how many of their loved ones had died before they could even make it to this point. They prayed for someone to save them, and now, they were really saved. Gu Chen looked at the densely packed human heads, and his heart was filled with emotions. Ever since he found out about the corvée labor in the Green Province, only God knew how much effort he had put into this day. This battle seemed to be very smooth and hearty, but it was the result of him expending a lot of effort. Fortunately, the number of people who survived in the end was much more than he had imagined. Everyone present would become the pioneers of the ancient dark yellow planet, and they would be a new generation. It's not safe to stay here for long, follow me. Gu Chen knew that the commotion caused by the falling meteorite was too big, and the experts of the other alien armies would arrive soon. At that time, a fierce battle would be unavoidable. What he had to do now was to settle everyone down. He led the way to the depths of the glacier abyss. They would pass through the Earth's core and reach the immortal continent. No matter how hard the alien armies guessed, they would never have guessed that so many people would disappear from the Kunlun continent. In the dark depths of the planet's core, a huge bonfire was lit. Countless cultivators and mortals were resting there. They had been traveling in the planet's core for a long time. With Gu Chen's control over gravity, even mortals were fine. Seeing that it was unlikely for the pursuers to catch up to them, and that everyone was exhausted, Gu Chen ordered them to rest here. Beside the bonfire, Gu Chen gathered with many old friends and listened to the stories that had happened over the past year. If one was close enough, they would discover that his expression was constantly grim. A year ago, a group of powerful cultivators descended from the sky. They claimed to be from the divine sections. The moment they arrived on the Kunlun continent, they began searching crazily. It was unknown what they were looking for. They searched for a few days without finding anything, so they set their sights on the various perilous lands. The various perilous lands seemed to be heritage left behind by the divine sections. They retrieved them and took them away. At the same time, they conducted a selection across the continent. As Shen Sudong spoke, Gu Chen's expression tensed up. That selection covered a wide area. The competition between the divine sects was extremely intense. Most of the members of the stone race and demonic race were taken away. Many young Fey monarchs were also chosen to be brought along. As for our human race, there were many divine sects vying for the geniuses of the younger generation. According to the information obtained, there were two reasons why they did so. Firstly, it was because 30,000 years ago, many divine sects left behind their heritage on the Kunlun continent. These heritage have long permeated our continent's cultivator world. Many geniuses of the younger generation have inherited them. Secondly, it was because the ancient planet Song Huang's cultivation conditions were extremely harsh. Geniuses who managed to achieve something under such adverse circumstances had great potential. They valued their youth, so they decided to take them away and nurture them. You know many of the people who were taken away during this process. For example, the South Mountains Fey race's Sun Jinming, the Stone race's Shi Jian, the South Flower Sacred Land's Qi Zian, the Azure Wood Manor's Mu Ziyu, and Princess Lan Chu. Gu Chen could not help but take a deep breath. Grandfather, how's Lan Chu? Shen Sudong sighed. I didn't see Princess Lan Chu with my own eyes. I heard it from the Mu clan, and the Mu clan found out from Mu Ziyu. It said that when the divine sects descended, Princess Lan Chu happened to wake up from the dragon nest. Princess Lan Chu is a very special one. The one who brought her away wasn't the god sect, but a powerhouse called the Kunlun god race. According to what Mu Ziyu said before she left with the divine sects, the Ji clan has a great background. The Ji clan's ancestor was not born and raised on the ancient planet Song Huang. Instead, he came to the Kunlun continent with the Kunlun ruins 30,000 years ago. It said that the people of the Kunlun god race had checked on Princess Lan Chu's bloodline and discovered that her bloodline was showing signs of reversion. Therefore, they brought her away. Grandfather's words were shocking. It turned out that the Ji clan had such a great background. No wonder Huangfu Wuji wanted to kidnap Lan Chu back then. It turned out that the Kunlun ruins had a deep relationship with the Ji clan. Without Lan Chu's bloodline, he would not have been able to obtain the power of the dragon vein. However, he still encountered the even more cunning man with a bamboo hat, and in the end, he did not obtain anything. Worry appeared in Gu Chen's eyes when he thought about how Lan Chu had been taken away by a force he knew nothing about. You don't have to worry too much. Almost all of Princess Lan Chu's relatives on the Kunlun continent are dead. Kunlun can be said to be the only relative who has a blood connection to her. Coupled with her extraordinary aptitude, I believe she won't be neglected when she goes to Kunlun. Also, it's said that the green ox has gone with her. It was sent by you to protect Princess Lan Chu. With it around, Princess Lan Chu won't be alone. Shen Sudong comforted. He knew that his grandson and Princess Lan Chu were in love. If Princess Lan Chu had not fallen into a coma and Gu Chen did not have much time left to live, the two of them would have already tied the knot. Now that Gu Chen had finally returned, Princess Lan Chu had been taken away by her own clansmen. Fate really made a fool of people. Good things were often strewn with setbacks. Shen Sudong's consolation was effective. Gu Chen nodded. Whether it was Lan Chu's parents or brothers, all her relatives had been killed by the Huangfu clan. It was not a bad thing to be able to find her blood relatives now. Moreover, Gu Chen was very confident in Lan Chu's aptitude. Back then, when he helped Lan Chu change her fate, he mobilized the Kunlun Dragon Vein's power to help her. Her physique had improved further. Since Kunlun valued her aptitude and they were relatives, there was no reason for them to neglect her. Compared to the others who were taken away by the divine sects, her starting point could be said to be very high. Sect Master, other than Princess Lan Chu, my Heavenly Star Sect's 8 saintesses were also taken away. Huang Pingzhang smiled bitterly. Lu Yichen, Zhao Rou, and the rest of the 8 girls were very young and had high aptitude. Especially Lu Yichen, who had the extreme frozen heart, she was the best among them. The divine sects could not find what they wanted in ancient Song Huang Star. It seemed that they did not want to lose anything, so they simply took away the young cultivators who they thought had some potential. Lu Yichen and the other 7 girls were taken away by a sect called Fallen Flowers Divine Sect. This sect seemed to be made up of all female disciples, which was very special among the divine sects. The list of people who were taken away was almost all the young people of Kunlun continent with some potential that Gu Chen knew. Even some of the original Celestial Quartz Taoists and Quasi-Taoists were taken away. Apart from that, many of the older generation's powerhouses were also astounding cultivators when they were young. They might have already passed the prime age for cultivation, but they were not taken away by the divine sects. The only young genius who was not taken away by the divine sects was actually Yi Qingxuan. She seemed to have disappeared from the world in this 1 year. Be it the Shen clan, the Celestial Court or the Heavenly Star sect, none of them heard any news about her. Gu Chen did not care about Yi Qingxuang's whereabouts because he had a more pressing problem at the moment. Grandfather, after talking for so long, you still haven't told me where my mother and grandfather are? According to what you said just now, my mother and grandfather should not have been taken away, right? Why don't I see them? Gu Chen had been thinking about the whereabouts of his mother and grandfather, but he had too many things to deal with, so he could not divert his attention to look for them. He originally thought that they should be with the Heavenly Star sect or the Shen clan, but when he arrived at the resting place, he found that they were not there at all. Seeing that Gu Chen finally asked about this matter, Huang Pingzhang, Yu Qizhong and the others all showed a look of shame. Shen Sudong also looked at them. Sect Master, it's like this. The divine sect only valued their respective inheritances and talents, while those alien armies were like hungry wolves. Once they arrived at Kunlun continent, they couldn't wait to plunder all the resources here. After the various deities left, the foreign armies started plundering our Kunlun continent without any fear. This caused the situation in the continent to become extremely chaotic, and the flames of war raged everywhere. This situation was too dangerous. In order to ensure the safety of your grandfather and mother, killing God Qing Lin allowed them to take refuge in Ninefold Palace. At that time, Old Zhong and I were at the Celestial Quartz branch in Beijing Prefecture. We originally thought that Ninefold Palace should be the safest place on the continent, but we didn't expect to see it disappear with our own eyes. The more Huang Pingzhang spoke, the more ashamed he felt. Disappear? How could they disappear for no reason? Gu Chen was furious. Huang Pingzhang's explanation was tantamount to not explaining anything. How could his grandfather and mother's whereabouts be explained with just one sentence? They disappeared. Gu Chen, you can't blame them for this. The person who made Ninefold Palace disappear is too unfathomable. Elder Nangong spoke at this moment. His body still looked extremely weak. Elder, can you be more specific? Guchen was anxious. That person is too unfathomable. The old man was afraid that he would miss out on something, so I drew a picture with my thoughts. Take a look for yourself. Elder Nangong stretched out a finger and lightly tapped on Guchen's forehead. All of a sudden, an image emerged in Guchen's mind. Celestial Emperor? A mere pale yellow ancient star dares to establish a celestial emperor? This is a great disrespect to the ancient heaven. Forget it. Seeing that you can barely be considered part of the celestial court, I'll give you a chance. Tell your celestial emperor, if he wants to find Ninefold Palace, he'll have to pass my test. Amidst the clouds, the nine-tiered heavenly palace slowly dissipated. A frivolous voice reverberated throughout the various secret realms of the heavenly court. Following that, an ordinary-looking stone fell from the sky and landed in front of Elder Nangong. The scene stopped here, and the nine-tiered heavens completely disappeared. After the disappearance of the heavenly palace, we tried to search for it at the first opportunity. But very quickly, the various alien armies discovered the various branches of the celestial court. Before we could investigate the whereabouts of your grandfather and mother, we had already become prisoners. Wei Qizhong said in a sorrowful tone. He felt that he hadn't helped at all, and in the end, he still needed Guchen to save them. He really felt guilty. Guchen understood the whole process and murmured. Ancient heaven. What is that? Elder Nangong took out a stone from his body. This stone looked like it could be picked up by the roadside. This stone was left behind by the man who claimed to be from the ancient heaven. He said it was a test for you, but the old man kept it for a whole year and never saw anything special about it. It just looked like an ordinary stone. If this stone was some kind of treasure, it would have been taken away by the alien armies long ago. It would have been impossible for it to be left for Elder Nangong. Elder Nangong knew that this thing was related to the safety of Guchen's family, so he had been working hard to keep it safe. But personally, he felt that this was just left behind by the other party to toy with them. Guchen received the stone solemnly. Elder Nangong could not tell what was so special about the stone based on his cultivation base, but with Guchen's current cultivation base, he could sense the difference between it and ordinary stones. His purple eyes lit up, and his divine sense extended into the stone. Soon, he found an extremely ingenious seal in the depths of the stone. This seal was very obscure. If one didn't have a certain level of spiritual power, they wouldn't be able to find it at all. Guchen carefully observed the seal, then launched an attack with his divine sense and rushed inside. The seal broke immediately. He felt a trace of the aura of time inside. The prime of life doesn't come again, time waits for no man. If you want to solve your heart's troubles, where the lights are dimming. A burst of laughter echoed in Guchen's mind, causing his gaze to instantly turn cold. This guy, the cultivator from the ancient heaven, left a message in the stone, his tone filled with mockery. Brothers, what do you think? Guchen looked at Xianxia, who was sitting in the distance, and flicked his finger. The stone in. His hand flew toward him. Xianxia caught the stone and felt a trace of the aura of time inside. A time secret technique? And it seems to be from the same lineage as you. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He also cultivated a time secret technique, but it was not from the same lineage as Guchen's Celestial Emperor's Light Fist. He had coveted Guchen's Celestial Emperor's Light Fist for a long time, and had even tried to imitate it with his Heaven's Path Xianxia, so he was very familiar with its aura. Looks like the other party really has a deep relationship with the Celestial Court. Guchen took a deep breath. He had already confirmed the other party's identity. How was the Celestial Court established? It was established after the old Heavenly Emperor discovered the Nine Heaven Palace by chance and obtained the inheritance within it. The Nine Heaven Palace came from outer space just like the Kunlun ruins. In other words, this cultivator who claimed to have come from ancient heaven might be a true member of the Celestial Court. Guchen's expression became exceptionally grim. This person had discovered that the methods of the Heavenly Court's inheritance that had wandered outside were different from those of the other divine sections. Guchen didn't understand his thoughts, but he had already figured out what the test he was talking about. If he wanted to solve his problem, he would have to go to the place where the lights were fading. The other party meant that if he wanted to find the Nine-Heaven Palace, he had to go to the place where the lights were fading. Where was the place where the lights were fading? The prime of his life would not come again, and time would not wait for anyone. The other party had probably placed the test in the river of time. This was a competition that traversed time and space, and the wisp of time aura in the stone was the guide. Time waits for no one. Does it mean that if I don't enter the river of time within a certain period of time, I might not be able to find the Nine-Heaven Palace again? Guchen muttered, deeply feeling the threat in the other party's words. Although the other party came from ancient heaven, he did not seem to have a good impression of him, a descendant of a remote ancient planet. He had set an extremely difficult test for him. If he could not pass, the Nine-Heaven Palace would disappear forever, and he could forget about finding his grandfather and mother. This time, it was different from the time the old Heavenly Emperor sent the Nine-Heaven Palace into the river of time. At that time, the old Heavenly Emperor wanted to preserve the strength of the celestial court and wait for the birth of a new Heavenly Emperor. However, this time, the strength of this cultivator from ancient heaven was far superior to the old Heavenly Emperor. He was at least an immortal. He had probably sealed the Nine-Heaven Palace. Being sealed and drifting in the river of time were two different things. The current Nine-Heaven Palace could exist anywhere in the past, present, or future. Xianxia also realized that this was a challenge from the other party and looked at Guchen solemnly. The competition in time and space is extremely dangerous. If you accept this test, you might not be able to return and be lost in time and space forever. You might even be mercilessly wiped out by the power of time. Guchen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. I'm afraid I don't have a choice. My grandfather, mother, and killing god Qing Lin are all in the Heavenly Palace. The heavenly scripture was related to whether or not the disaster of ancient Song Huang star could be solved, and it was also related to his family and elders. Guchen had no choice at all. He asked for the stone back and kept it safe. He had to accept this test, but the risk was too great. Before that, he had to complete some things first. Guchen looked at Elder Nangong, who was in a sickly state, with a hint of guilt in his eyes. Back then, Elder Nangong was captured by the man with a bamboo hat in order to save him and became his experimental subject, suffering from the devastation of the thousand poison body. Later, he regained his consciousness in the northern plains. In order to help Guchen defeat Huangfu Wuji and the man with a bamboo hat, he was unwilling to cripple his cultivation. As a result, he had been suffering from the thousand poison body for a long time. It could be said that Guchen owed Elder Nangong a lot, but for a long time, he had never been able to repay him. Guchen was a person who would repay kindness. He was willing to repay those who helped him in the past, except for Elder Nangong, who he had never done anything for until now. After saving everyone this time, Guchen felt terrible when he saw that Elder Nangong's body of 10,000 poison had become so serious. Therefore, he decided to help him solve his body's problem no matter what. Elder, I have a way to help you solve your body's problem, but it will take some risks. I wonder if you are willing? Guchen said. This made Huang Pingzhong, Yu Qizhong, and the other Heavenly Star sect members happy. They were excited for Nangong Jing. Do I need to cripple my cultivation? Elder Nangong hesitated. Now that ancient Song Huang star was facing a disaster, he did not want to become a cripple. Moreover, as a cultivator, returning to being immortal was no better than death. No need, if this is successful, Elder's cultivation can go further. Guchen answered seriously. Elder Nangong's furrowed brows relaxed upon hearing this. Then I'll listen to you. He had unconditional trust in Guchen. After all, he watched this child grow up. Guchen nodded and said to the others. Everyone, please leave first. Therefore, everyone left, leaving only Guchen and Elder Nangong. Guchen turned his hand and took out the Woeful Poison Scripture. The solution to solve Elder Nangong's problem came from the Woeful Poison Scripture. With his immortal transformation state strength and understanding of the Woeful Poison Scripture, he believed he could completely solve Elder Nangong's problem. With his current strength of the immortal shedding realm, coupled with his understanding of the Poison Scripture, he believed that he could completely resolve Elder Nangong's hidden injuries. Elder, we're going to start. Guchen said softly. He raised a finger, which instantly turned purplish black. Half a day later, Elder spat a few mouthfuls of blood. Elder Nan Nan Nangong Not. Elder Nan Nili Elder Lin Sect. How do you feel? Guchen couldn't hide his exhaustion, but he asked nervously. Although half a day's time seemed very short, it had consumed a great deal of his mental and physical strength. At the same time, the Wolfel Poison Finger secret technique was also crippled. In order to successfully fight poison with poison, Guchen injected all the poison contained in the Wolfel Poison Finger into Elder Nangong's body, helping him reconstruct his bones. Although Elder Nangong's 10,000 poison body was powerful, he was an incomplete test subject for the man with a bamboo hat. There were tens of thousands of poisons in his body. Although they gave him great power, the various poisons would often clash with each other, causing him to be tortured daily. The solution that Guchen came up with was to inject Elder Nangong with a top-grade poison that was above all poisons. Using this poison to assimilate other poisons, Elder Nangong's problem would naturally be solved. If he was lucky, his cultivation prospects in the Tao of poison would be even broader. The idea was simple, but this kind of poison had to satisfy two hard conditions. The first was that the toxicity of the poison must be far superior to the 10,000 poisons in Elder Nangong's body. The second was that this poison must be compatible with the 10,000 poisons in his body, so as to avoid the situation of mutual destruction. And these two conditions, the poison of Guchen's Wolfel Poison Finger just happened to meet all of them. The poison of the Wolfel Poison Finger was extracted by Guchen from hundreds of thousands of insect corpses. The toxicity was so strong that even a heavenly insight realm powerhouse would not feel good. Naturally, it was above the 10,000 poisons. But coincidentally, where did those hundreds of thousands of insect corpses come from? They were produced after they swallowed the octopus developed by the man with a bamboo hat, and those octopuses had been bred by the bamboo hat man after he had used Elder Nangong as a guinea pig to develop an extremely lethal poison. Thus, there was an astonishing connection between the two. Simply put, Elder Nangong was the container of Guchen's Wolfel poison. Because of this relationship, Guchen decided to take the risk of fighting poison with poison. He had thought of all the theories, and the process of reconstructing the poison body was very smooth, but he was still a little nervous, lest something went wrong. It's hard to imagine, the problems in the old man's body seemed to have suddenly been solved. Elder Nangong carefully sensed the changes in his body. He was already an old man, but he was so excited that he was somewhat incoherent. When Guchen heard his words, he felt relieved. It seemed that his speculation was not wrong. Elder, not only have your body's problems been solved, but you also have a near-perfect Wolfel poison body. This poison scripture will be handed over to you. Guchen was sincerely happy for Elder Nangong and handed over the Wolfel poison scripture in his hand to him. Although he lost the powerful combat skill of the Wolfel Poison Finger, it was also exchanged for Elder Nangong's rebirth. From now on, his talent in the Poison Tao would truly be outstanding, and Guchen knew that the Wolfel Poison Scripture could only be used to its greatest effect in his hands. Elder Nangong did not argue and happily took the Wolfel Poison Scripture. The old man never thought that there would be such a day. I feel that the old man's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. He rubbed his chin, and it was rare for him to be happy. Elder's current cultivation is probably at the Transcendence realm, but because of the uniqueness of the poison in your body, if you are caught off guard, even a Grotto Heaven realm expert would suffer a little. Guchen said with a smile, and he also explained the cultivation realms of the immortal spirit continent. I didn't expect the cultivation world to be far vaster than the old man imagined, and you have now grown to a level that the old man had never imagined before. Elder Nangong sighed. Now that Guchen was already 21 years old, he looked much more mature, but he could not forget the 14-year-old him who had just stepped into the Wuchen sect. At that time, Guchen was so inconspicuous, and because he could not cultivate elemental energy, he was looked down upon by many, but he never gave up on cultivation. In terms of willpower, no one of his age could compare to him. Sometimes, he thought that the reason why Guchen was able to reach this stage today was because of the willpower that he had cultivated in those 2 years of not cultivating elemental energy. If not for the 2 years of willpower tempering, he might have died under the pursuit of the underworld god palace. The world was like this. Who knew if it was a blessing in disguise? Elder Nangong was reborn, and Guchen's biggest worry was solved. In the next few days, a large number of cultivators and mortals continued to move forward in the gloomy underground world, looking for more comfortable hiding places. Guchen knew that they couldn't hide in the underground world forever. The ancient planet Songhuang was their home, and they had to take it back. If they wanted to take back their home once and for all, they had to get the heavenly treasured book. Guchen knew that he had to accept the test from the person in ancient heaven. Many mortals lived in the underground world, and their daily rations were astronomical. Island Master, after I help you take over the body today, I will accept the test from the cultivator in ancient heaven. If I can't come back, I will have to trouble you. Guchen talked to Punlai Island Master in a serious tone after meeting him alone. He had promised Punlai Island Master that he would help him take over Li Minglong's body. Now that he had captured Li Minglong, he decided to complete this task before he accepted the test. If Punlai Island Master could successfully take over Li Minglong's body, the ancient planet Songhuang would have the third immortal. Even if he died in the river of time, he wouldn't lose all hope. Understanding Guchen's intention, Punlai Island Master nodded solemnly. Don't worry. If you succeed, the old man will owe you a big favor. No matter how the situation changes, I will at least protect your family. Although Guchen hoped that Punlai Island Master could do more for him, he knew that it wasn't easy for the latter to make such a promise. Therefore, he didn't say anything else. How can I help you? Guchen put himself in the position of an assistant and listened to Punlai Island Master's decision on how to take over Li Minglong's body. The so-called taking over usually happened when a cultivator's body was severely injured and had to occupy someone else's body with his vital spirit. However, Punlai Island Master was different. He had planned to seize Guchen's body long ago. At first, he wanted to seize Guchen's body after he cultivated the nameless immortal physique. Unfortunately, fate made fools of people. He personally helped Guchen cultivate the immortal physique that he yearned for day and night, but he also completely lost this opportunity. Now, he could only look for Li Minglong's god race bloodline. Although his ultimate goal had changed, his preparations were definitely not lacking. Guchen only needed to listen to him. Back then, the old man not only obtained the immortal ascension technique and the 3 pure ones in the ancient ruins, but he also obtained an almost perfect immortal possession method. Today, you only need to control that Li Minglong and prevent him from turning on you. Leave the rest to the old man, Punlai Island Master said with a smile. Then, he took out many materials and began to set up an array. Guchen threw Li Minglong out of the cosmos sack and looked at him with some sympathy in his eyes. It was never a good thing to be targeted by the cunning Punlai Island Master, and he felt like he was helping a tyrant. However, Li Minglong was the leader of the roving bandits from another planet. He deserved to die, and it was a good deal to trade his death for the friendship of Punlai Island Master, a cunning old fox. What do you want to do to me? I'm from the Li family of Xianxia Galaxy. If you do anything to me, my family will take revenge on you. Li Minglong said fiercely. He looked like a good-looking man who could seduce many beautiful girls, but he was in a panic at the moment. You'd better save your energy. Guchen closed his eyes, too lazy to pay attention to him. The preparations are done. One day later, Punlai Island Master finally finished his preparations, and an extremely complicated array appeared in front of Guchen. Although it was not as good as the incomplete Heaven and Earth array, it was still exquisite. Most importantly, it was set up by Punlai Island Master himself. Punlai Island Master was so knowledgeable that Guchen found more value in him. Throw him in. The old man needs to adjust his state, Punlai Island Master said. Then, he walked to the side and sat cross-legged to meditate. Guchen did as Punlai Island Master said and kicked Li Minglong into the array. Li Minglong roared unwillingly, but his cultivation strength was sealed. And he couldn't resist at all. 2 days later, the array patterns on the ground dimmed completely, and an old man's body lay on the ground. The old man had white hair and a youthful face, but he looked extremely old after his death. His face was wrinkled like an orange peel, and livor mortis spots covered his body. In the center of the array stood Li Minglong, who had a pair of peach blossom eyes and looked handsome. However, his eyes showed the vicissitudes of life that didn't match his age. As expected of the god race's bloodline, it is indeed extraordinary. This kid didn't develop his bloodline well. He's useless. Li Menglong shook his head and said in an old-fashioned tone. Congratulations, Island Lord. Your immortal art of body seizing is truly amazing. Guchen clapped his hands outside the array and said with emotion. In the last 2 days, he had seen how Punlai Island Master possessed an immortal with his peak Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation strength. It was extremely dangerous to possess another realm since Li Menglong's primordial spirit was much more powerful than Punlai Island Master's. However, Punlai Island Master's immortal technique of body possession was not simple. With Guchen's help, he suppressed Li Menglong's primordial spirit and finally swallowed it and replaced it. Immortal Ascension Scroll, 3 pure ones in one breath, and immortal technique of body possession, Punlai Island Master's great fortune was unimaginably great. Guchen was very curious about how powerful the master of that ancient relic was when he was alive. Now that I have this person's body, the old man can finally avoid the great limit of his life and embark on a broader path of cultivation. More importantly, this person is a descendant of the Celestial clan. Punlai Island Master smiled as if he had succeeded in his scheme. What's the difference between gods and immortals? Guchen didn't bother to answer him. Well, you'll know when you step into the universe. The difference is huge. But for now, let's solve the problem in front of us first. Punlai Island Master said. Perhaps because he looked so young that he was not much older than Guchen felt more and more uncomfortable looking at him. Since you're done here, it's time for me to take the test. Guchen's expression turned solemn. Next, he would have a dangerous battle in space and time. Old man, no, I'll protect you, Punlai Island Master said with a smile. 2 hours later, Guchen sat cross-legged on a huge rock surrounded by masters from all walks of life. Xianxia and Punlai Island Master stood on the east and west sides while the people of the Gu family and the Celestial Court guarded the south and north sides. Anything could happen while Guchen was taking the test. To prevent others from disturbing him, he chose the most powerful and trustworthy people to protect him. After everything was prepared, Guchen took out the stone left by the person in ancient heaven and took a deep breath. Gate of Time, open! He used the Heavenly Emperor's light fist, and the power of time triggered a trace of the aura of time hidden in the stone. Boom! The heavens were destroyed, and the stars moved. The wisp of time aura left behind by the cultivators of ancient heaven pulled Guchen into a complicated spacetime. His surroundings changed, and he saw that he seemed to only have a soul left. His soul roamed the sky and stood in the sky of the Kunlun continent. At that moment, many meteors were falling from the sky, causing the sky to be filled with flames. This was a year ago, Guchen mumbled. His heart skipped a beat as he strode forward. In the chaotic spacetime, every step he took was 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers. He passed by the ghastly ruins and saw a sinister bone ship descending from the sky. Regardless of whether the Ghost Emperor and the Ghost King agreed or not, they were taken away. He passed by the northern plain's snowy border and saw a giant that was even taller than the demon tribe shattering their tribe with a single palm. When he arrived at the western desert, he saw a huge stone statue open its eyes and suck Jian and his clansmen into it. Guchen took a deep breath. He traced the river of time and did not expect that the first thing he saw would be when the calamity descended a year ago. At the same time, too many people on the continent were taken away. It was impossible for him to step into every corner. He could not help but close his eyes and spread his divine consciousness endlessly. In time, the concept of territory seemed to have become blurry. His divine consciousness covered the entire continent. He saw a group of strangely dressed humans in Kunlun ruins in front of Xianxia. One of the old women placed her hand on her pulse, and when she looked at her again, her eyes were filled with surprise. Later on, the two sides had a conflict. Xianxia tried to break free from the old woman, while the green ox roared. Muziu was also anxious. However, the cultivators that had descended into Kunlun ruins were too powerful. The green ox tried to attack them with the Kunlun mirror, but he did not expect the Kunlun mirror to be controlled by them instead. In the end, it suppressed the green ox. After this scene, Xianxia's red lips parted slightly. She seemed to have made some kind of compromise. Only then did the people of Kunlun release the green ox and Muziu. In the end, Guchen saw Xianxia leave with the Kunlun people with deep attachment and reluctance in her eyes. Before she left, she subconsciously touched the dragon phoenix heart-linking bracelet on her wrist. When Guchen saw that, he subconsciously took a step forward in an attempt to stop the Kunlun ruins that had left the surface. However, his entire body passed through it. In the river of time, he was just a shadow, powerless to change what had already happened. In the end, Xianxia left. The green bull followed her step by step. The people of Kunlun allowed it to leave. "Where are you going?" Guchen asked, but he didn't get any response. He touched the dragon phoenix heart-linking bracelet that he wore with him and watched as Xianxia left. Before she left, she was still as beautiful as an orchid in an empty valley as she was when he first met her. That pair of limpid eyes that looked at the vast land was imprinted in Guchen's heart. After she left, Guchen fell silent. His divine consciousness continued to extend to every corner of the Kunlun continent. He was searching for the nine-tiered heavens. The disappeared nine-tiered heavens might be sealed in any corner of spacetime. He saw the desolate God Valley again. Some foreign race gods had descended, and they seemed to be looking for something. They searched the valley carefully, but in the end, they did not find anything. They flew into a rage. He saw the heavenly star sect being visited. Lu Yichen and the rest were taken away. Even Fatty Chow was targeted. He saw Yiqing Shuang. He saw a woman in green appear in front of her. Yiqing Shuang knelt in front of her and solemnly bowed to acknowledge her as her master. In the end, Guchen's consciousness arrived at the demon god's ancient land in the southernmost part of the continent. He saw an unprecedented battle taking place there with his own eyes. Countless great desolate mutants were roaring and fighting. The one being surrounded was a tall and sturdy white ape. He wore battle armor and swayed his tail gently. He looked at the group of demon gods surrounding him with disdain. He crushed all his opponents in an extremely powerful manner. Finally, he entered the tribe of the ape race and took out the headless demon god statue in the ancient land. He asked about something. The high priest and elders of the ape race spoke to him. Sometimes, he would ponder, and sometimes, he would frown. In the end, he left with many people. Of the ape race, Sun Jinming was among them. After that, Guchen saw him go overseas with his own eyes. He looked so similar to the white ape. Guchen looked at the white ape in astonishment. The white ape looked like it had grown up. He had more human characteristics, but he gave off a feeling of invincibility. Guchen recalled the origin of the white ape that the man with a bamboo hat had told him. The heart ape race is a famous fighting race in the universe. Guchen watched the white ape go overseas. He had a rough idea of where he had gone. However, by then, the white ape had already been taken away by the man with a bamboo hat. Guchen guessed that the white ape had probably gone empty-handed. Guchen's consciousness did not follow the heart ape race's demon cultivator. His goal was to find the nine-tiered heavens. He tried to step into the space where the nine-tiered heavens was. Back then, he had been the one controlling the nine-tiered heavens. Naturally, he knew its location. What was shocking was that he had wanted to see when the nine-tiered heavens had been taken away. He wanted to see what the cultivator of the ancient heaven looked like and find some clues. However, the moment he entered the location where the nine-tiered heavens was, he discovered that the spacetime here had been forcibly severed. Everything had turned into nothingness. Whoosh, Guchen was pulled by the power of time and traveled in reverse to an even more distant time. He saw his battle with the man with a bamboo hat and Huangfu Wuji. He saw the miraculous sight of him triggering the stars in daytime. He also saw the unforgettable calamity when he escaped from Fenglin Manor back then. Guchen walked along the river of time and saw too many things that he had only heard of but never seen. He also saw many things that he had never known before. He witnessed the process of his parents' love and the miserable situation of his grandfather's tyrant bone being snatched away. During this process, Guchen's happiness, anger, impulsiveness, and various other emotions appeared frequently. This caused his eyes to gradually turn red and the surrounding spacetime became unstable. I can't be affected by the past. Fortunately, he woke up in time and realized that he had almost gone berserk. Everything he saw in spacetime was real and far stronger than illusions. Therefore, it affected Guchen's emotions. And in this dangerous battle of spacetime, if his emotions fluctuated too much, it would cause him to go berserk. Before he could find the nine-tiered heavens, he would have failed this test. When Guchen realized this, he started to observe the various things that had happened in history from the perspective of a bystander. He tried his best to remain unperturbed. Fortunately, the fragments of time regarding his family flashed by quickly. Guchen's consciousness traced back to 1,000 years, 5,000 years. Interestingly, in the river of time, he saw the peerless equipment King Jiang Beiming. He saw him overshadow all the geniuses of his generation and also saw him enter the body of the white whale. The amount of information Guchen received was too great. He kept shuttling through the river of time, searching for the whereabouts of the nine-tiered heavens. However, he discovered that everything related to the nine-tiered heavens had been erased. He tried to find the old celestial emperor from 9,000 years ago. He was the one who discovered the ninefold palace. That was the beginning of everything. However, everything related to the old celestial emperor had disappeared as well. The cultivators of the ancient heaven had great magical powers. They had erased all the clues that could lead Guchen to the ninefold palace from the river of time. It can't have really disappeared. If that was the case, the celestial court wouldn't exist, and I wouldn't be here. Guchen murmured. He used the celestial emperor's light fist to try to break the seal on the other party's memory of time and space. Unfortunately, he failed. The ninefold palace was still missing. Guchen could only continue moving forward in history. This period of time was extremely long and torturous. He seemed to have lived as long as the heavens. He came to 30,000 years ago and saw an aurora rushing into the ancient planet Song Huang from the universe. Then, its whereabouts were unknown. Then, the gods of the heavens descended. An enormous white whale seemed to have lost its way and crashed into the Kunlun continent. After that, there was a cruel war. He saw Ancestor Gu Hao and the 13 immortals fight with all their strength, trying to repel the invading gods. He saw the yellow spring come from beyond the heavens and descend into an ordinary human city in the eastern wilderness. It brought a curse to the city. Ancestor Gu Hao appeared and fought with a skeletal Daoist who walked out of the yellow spring. During this process, the terrifying domineering aura made the mortals in the human city faint. Guchen watched this battle and seemed to have understood something. Back then, the Ghost Emperor said that he saw him 30,000 years ago. It was probably at this time that he saw Ancestor Gu Hao. That ordinary human city became the ghost ruins. Guchen didn't know which of the unconscious children in the city was the Ghost Emperor. He only knew that he couldn't change this part of history. Guchen walked through the Kunlun continent, which was now called Ziwei continent, and witnessed many battles. He wanted to find the ninefold heavenly palace, which had descended at the same time, but similarly, the imprint related to it had been erased. This was the earliest time the heavenly palace had appeared in the Kunlun continent, but he still had no clues. The situation was very serious. Where exactly is it sealed? Guchen's willpower wavered. He suspected that he might never be able to find the nine-tiered heavens. The other party could have sealed the nine-tiered heavens at any point in the past, present, or future. If he were to search seriously, it would probably be very difficult for him to find it in his entire life. This would take too much time, and experiencing such a long period of time was a terrifying drain on his mental strength. He began to suspect that this was not a test, but a dead end. Where is it? Guchen stopped in the river of time, looking exhausted. His hair began to turn white again, corroded by the power of time. The longer he stayed in the river of time, the more serious the corrosion would be. Sooner or later, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, he sat at the fork in the river of time, closed his eyes, and no longer searched blindly. Instead, he tried to sense the abnormalities in time. After an unknown period of time, Guchen's black hair turned white, and he finally sensed something unusual. In the river of time that was connected to the distant past, a strange roar came. There was a huge commotion there, as if some terrifying power was wreaking havoc, and even time and space were affected. Swoosh, Guchen suddenly opened his eyes, took a big step, and swam upstream. He chased after the commotion, and the time around him was like the clouds and dogs, drifting unsteadily. When he did not know how far he had chased, a huge hand that covered the sky and the earth suddenly appeared in front of him. It actually shattered the river of time and space, causing all order to be in chaos. Guchen's body trembled, and he drifted in the storm of time and space, completely unable to control himself. Oh no! Gu Chen did not expect the commotion he was chasing to be so shocking that even time and space were affected, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He tried his best to look in the direction of the huge hand, and he saw it shatter the ancient star, causing a powerful star soul to let out a mournful cry. Gu Chen suddenly realized that the commotion he was chasing was actually the catastrophe of the ancient times. He had unknowingly arrived in the ancient times. And the Almighty that attacked from the depths of the starry sky was too terrifying. Not only did his attack destroy the ancient star, but it also disrupted time and space. Even his desire to pry into the catastrophe of the ancient times was affected. This person could actually sever time and space to prevent people from prying into it. What realm had his cultivation reached? Gu Chen's heart swayed. He wandered in the storm of time and space, and unknowingly, he was pushed to a certain place. This is the Sky Market? Gu Chen looked around and found that he had actually arrived in the Sky Market, but he was not sure which period of time in the river of time he was in. At this moment, after experiencing the storm of time and space, Gu Chen had completely lost track of how to find the nine-tiered heavens. He walked aimlessly, subconsciously passing through the ancient battlefield, passing through the bleeding stone statues, and finally arriving at the Hengduan mountain range. After arriving here, he found that his illusory body was actually slowly solidifying. It was as though he had connected with this period of time and space, and his true body had appeared here. The nine-tiered heavens is here? Gu Chen was greatly shocked. Such a phenomenon had never happened before. It could only happen when he was near the nine-tiered heavens, which was also in a different space-time like him. Is it a coincidence, or is it fate? Gu Chen murmured. He crossed the forest and almost instinctively walked up the gourd-shaped mountain peak. Once he walked up the mountain peak, his body completely solidified. He was finally sure that the person from the ancient heaven had actually sealed the nine-tiered heavens here. The cause of the present has sown the fruit of the past? Gu Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. The person from the ancient heaven had hidden the nine-tiered heavens too deeply. Under normal circumstances, he was afraid that he would never be able to find it. However, he had been here before. His experience in the present world had helped him greatly. The word cause and effect in time was truly profound. Gu Chen seemed to have understood something. At this moment, his heavenly emperor's time fist had a new breakthrough. Could it be that that person saw my past and deliberately left the nine-tiered heavens here? Gu Chen was greatly shocked and thought of a possibility. What if all of this was not a coincidence? Did the other party leave the nine-tiered heavens here in the hope that he could find it and understand the cause and effect in time? Gu Chen did not know which was the truth. If it was the former, it meant that the other party did not want him to pass the test at all and hoped that the legacy of the celestial court and ancient star would disappear. If it was the latter, then the strength and intentions of this person were unfathomable. Gu Chen walked up to the peak of the mountain and entered the cave abode. He happened to see the alchemy furnace inside emitting a dense glow and bursts of pill fragrance. Bang! At a certain moment, the lid of the alchemy furnace flew up, and an immortal pill floated out from inside. The immortal pill had a spirit and turned into a small deer. Who are you? The immortal pill had just been refined. The deer looked at the white-haired Gu Chen in front of it and asked in a daze. Gu Chen smiled. He had already understood which time-space he was in. Nine-tiered heavens, return. He ignored the deer. His white hair danced in the wind as he punched the void with the heavenly emperor's time fist. Not only did this punch contain the true meaning of time, but it also contained a trace of indescribable karmic power. Boom, the surrounding time-space collapsed, and Gu Chen left the time-space where the immortal pill was. His hair also turned black in the blink of an eye. Shifting forms, time and space return, the seal of the nine-tiered heavens disintegrated, and Gu Chen returned to the world. He flew inside. Almost immediately, many auras surged in the heavens palace, attracted by this long-awaited commotion. Chener, Gu Yuan and Xin Yushu walked out of the Lingxiao Palace of the Golden Arches. When they saw Gu Chen fly in, they could not hide their excitement. Killing God Qing Lin stood on the roof of a palace and looked at the distorted time and space around him. He took a deep breath. The heavens palace's seal collapsed. Did Gu Chen do it? He has already grown to such a level? Grandfather! Mother! Gu Chen flew into the heavens palace and saw Gu Yuan and Xin Yushu. He could not hide his excitement. Before he saw them, he had been worried that something had happened to his mother and grandfather. Only when he confirmed that they were safe did he heave a sigh of relief. "You've grown up. The problem of your lifespan has been resolved?" Xianxia had not seen his son for many years. He hugged Gu Chen, his eyes red. "Haha, it's not just resolved. This brat is not simple now." Gu Yuan had a gratified expression. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The assassins of the celestial court quickly gathered from all over the heavens palace, their eyes filled with fervor. They could finally leave this place. Ever since that strange fellow appeared a year ago and sealed them here, they had been living in isolation from the rest of the world. They thought that they would never be able to leave. Unexpectedly, the second celestial emperor had returned. "Your Majesty, it's been a long time." The green Qilin killing god also approached Gu Chen and teased him with a smile. "Senior Qinglin, how are you?" Gu Chen asked with a smile. He was genuinely happy to see his relatives and elders whom he respected. "Aside from living a boring life here, there is no danger. I have always been worried about the outside world. Is my celestial court well?" Worry appeared in Azura god Qinglin's eyes. While they were imprisoned here, the Kunlun continent was in a precarious situation. All the extraterrestrial forces had arrived, but they had disappeared at such a crucial moment. One could imagine how much of a blow this would be to the celestial court. "Most of them are fine." Gu Chen briefly explained the current situation in the outside world. Rumble. At this moment, the nine-tiered heaven swayed continuously in the chaotic spacetime and was about to return to the real world. "Grandpa, Mom, everyone, let's talk later." Gu Chen looked at the complicated spacetime around him. His eyes became serious as he stepped into the air. He went straight to the highest point of the nine-tiered heavens and looked at the magnificent spacetime orbit around him. "The test is over. Where's the thing I want?" He murmured, closed his eyes, and gently made a grabbing motion with both hands. His movements were slow and mysterious, as if he was lifting something heavy as if it were light. At that moment, Gu Chen's primordial spirit fused with the heaven and earth, capturing that wisp of ethereal Taoist rhyme. Dang, at a certain moment, he spread out his 5 fingers and suddenly stretched out his hand. A dazzling light burst out in the void, as if a small sun had been caught, and there was an extra object in Gu Chen's hand. It was an ancient book, and its entire body was surrounded by Taoist light. Heavenly Treasure Book. Killing God Qinglin was shocked. Seeing this treasure, he couldn't help but think of the old heavenly emperor. Back then, in order to leave behind a way for his descendants to deal with Huangfu Wuji, the old heavenly emperor resolutely appeared and used the heavenly treasure book to seal one of Huangfu Wuji's great abilities. Since then, the great treasure of the celestial court had disappeared without a trace. Who would have thought that it would appear again today? Gu Chen found the heavenly treasure book from the heavenly Tao, and his face was momentarily relieved. Thank goodness, that person from the ancient heaven did not take away the heavenly treasure book, but left it behind. With this thing still around, their chances of solving the calamity of the ancient sky-yellow planet had increased by a lot. Gu Chen held the ancient book in his hand, and the pages of the book fluttered in the air. Suddenly, they stopped on a certain page. Originally, every page of the heavenly treasure book was blank, but only this page actually had content. "Congratulations on passing the test, I will wait for you here." More than 10 golden tadpole-like characters appeared on this page, and then the characters collapsed and turned into a vast starry sky. This was a map of the starry sky, and on it, many star fields and star paths were marked, and it also pointed out the place for Gu Chen to go. Gu Chen was shocked. This map was left behind by the cultivator from the ancient heaven. He had already guessed that he would find the heavenly treasure book, and left this map so that he could find him. Gu Chen had a thoughtful look on his face. What was going on with this ancient heaven? Gu Chen looked at the map for a long time. That cultivator from the ancient heaven did not leave any more information, but he already had enough understanding of his power and mystery. Let's not talk about this for now. He came back to his senses, closed the heavenly treasure book, and then controlled the 9-tiered heavens to return to the real world. Crack, in the gloomy underground, the stone in the hand of Gu Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly shattered. Then, with a rumble, a majestic palace rapidly materialized in the sky above him. Back so soon? Many of the people who were guarding Guchen were dumbfounded, looking at this scene in shock. One had to know that from the time they started guarding Guchen until now, it had only been a few dozen breaths of time. The contest of time and space is very strange. Here, a few dozen breaths of time has passed, but Brother Gu may have experienced thousands of years. Xianxia analyzed. No matter what, the nine-tiered heavens is back. Sect leader must have succeeded. Huang Pingzhong, Yuqi Zhong, and the others were overjoyed. The nine-tiered heavens quickly took root in the void, and then many long rainbows flew out from it, led by Gu Chen. Yushu. With Shen Sudan as the leader, many of the Shen family members were overjoyed. Gu Yuan is really still alive. On the Gu family's side, Gu Yao, Gu Xuanwu, and the others looked guilty when they saw Gu Yuan. Back then, Gu Yuan was forced to leave the Gu family. When he left, he was only a young man. Now that they met again, his hair was white. Thinking of how they had neglected the Dao pivot bloodline, and now that they were saved by Gu Chen, they felt extremely complicated. Everyone. When Gu Yuan saw the many Gu family members, he was shocked and did not speak for a long time. Gu Yuan, what happened back then? Gu Yao sighed. Let's not talk about what happened back then. The most important thing is that the 6 bloodlines are all here now. Gu Yuan took a deep breath and said magnanimously. He was very clear that back then, there was no right or wrong. After all, his father's generation had forced their way into the crater, and indeed caused the other 5 bloodlines to suffer. Back then, he was still young, and many of the stubbornness and incomprehension of young people. But now that he was old and mature, he had come to terms with everything. Gu Yuan's generosity reminded Gu Xuanwu of his uncle who had been banished by him. If his uncle could be more broad-minded, he wouldn't have fallen to the point of being deserted by his family. Gu Yuan reunited with the Gu clan, and Xin Yushu reunited with his son and family. The atmosphere was harmonious. How is it? Xianxia and Punlai Island Master walked toward Gu Chen and asked expectantly. We've succeeded. It's time to eliminate those alien forces. Gu Chen's eyes turned cold. His voice was not soft. As the cultivators heard it, their faces were filled with excitement. After being oppressed for a whole year, countless people died in vain, and countless people lost their homes. They were finally going to launch an all-out counterattack against the enemies who invaded their homeland, Kunlun continent, Luoyang in the Central Plains. As the former imperial capital of the 9 prefectures, Luoyang used to be very prosperous. But since countless people were driven to the border of northern plains, the imperial capital became a ghost city, desolate and quiet all day long. But recently, it became lively again. Troops of alien races entered Luoyang one after another, occupying the palace and mansions in the city. All day long, they were either drinking, gambling, or ravaging the human women they captured. In the next few days, the Legion commanders will hold a meeting to discuss their respective spheres of influence and divide the resources of ancient Dark Yellow Planet. You came at the right time. What happened in Northern Plains a few days ago made the Legion commanders very angry, and they want to kill that overlord and all the cultivators under him. Since you are of the same race as him, explain everything about him, and we won't mistreat you. A general of the Gold Regiment walked in front, and an old man followed closely behind him. He had a servile expression on his face. I understand. When I see the Legion commanders, I will tell you everything I know. If the Gu clan was here, they would be very surprised because the person who came to seek refuge with the alien legions was their former elder, Gu Yuanshan. Ever since Gu Chen had returned to the Gu clan, Gu Yuanshan had been expelled by his nephew immediately, which had caused him to harbor resentment in his heart, but he didn't know what to do. Without the support of the Gu clan, it was difficult for him to survive alone. Just as he was feeling lost, he was unfortunately captured by the soldiers of the Golden Regiment, at the juncture of life and death. When he thought of the Gu clan's unjust treatment of him and his deep hatred for Gu Chen, he gritted his teeth and volunteered to join the Golden Group. Gu Chen and Xianxia annihilated Flying Willow Corps and one of Huang Jin Group's armies, and then plotted a world-shaking event in Northern Plains, snatching away all the slaves of the various armies, completely angering them. Originally, the various legions were wary of each other and didn't put the cultivators of Ancient Star in their eyes. That was why they had repeatedly ignored the cultivators of Ancient Star, allowing the other party to take advantage of them. but now, it was different. A large number of slaves had been taken away, and the progress of the various legions mining the resources of the ancient planet had come to a sudden halt. Every day, they suffered heavy losses. Naturally, they hated Guchen to the bone. At this moment, they realized that they knew too little about the enemy, and the fact that the enemy could annihilate so many immortals of the various legions was already a threat to their lives. At this time, no matter how much information related to the enemy, it was very important. Thus, Gu Yuanshan's surrender was very valuable. Through him, the extraterrestrial forces would have a clear understanding of their enemies, and they might even be able to grasp their weaknesses and force them out. Thus, Gu Yuanshan was brought to Luoyang, preparing to participate in the meeting that the various legions had been planning for a long time, to divide up the entire ancient star Tsanghuang. This meeting had been scheduled for a long time, but because the various legions had different interests, it couldn't be held. Now, under the threat of the foreign enemy, it was finally held. Rest in this palace for 2 days first. When the various commanders have arrived, I will send someone to inform you. The Golden Regiment's general was leading Gu Yuanshan through a corridor when suddenly, a human woman with disheveled hair ran out from the side and let out a shrill scream. Save me! Uncle, please save me! The human woman's eyes were filled with despair. It could be seen that she was originally beautiful, but her neck was now chained by a dog chain. A few alien soldiers behind her saw her actions and burst into laughter. Gu Yuanshan was also a human, but he wasn't imprisoned or tortured, so the woman held a glimmer of hope and desperately rushed over, hoping that he could help her. When the alien soldiers saw the woman pleading with Gu Yuanshan, they all revealed an expression as if they were watching a show. They were very curious about how this human old man would respond. Even the Golden Regiment's general didn't say anything. He also wanted to know if this Gu Yuanshan still had the righteousness of the race in his heart. Gu Yuanshan saw that all the alien soldiers were staring at him, and the woman was hugging his thigh tightly, crying miserably. His face revealed a look of disgust. Scram! The old man doesn't know such a lowly thing like you. With a single kick, he sent the woman flying away, avoiding her as fast as he could. Seeing this, many non-humankind soldiers burst into laughter. Smelly woman, stop your wishful thinking, no one will come to save you. The people on this Tsanghuang ancient star have no backbone, they only know how to bow and scrape. You better serve us well, maybe your end will be better than your other sisters. Many soldiers grabbed the woman, they were extremely rough. Get out of the way, all of you get out of the way. The woman's eyes were red, she took out a dagger from somewhere and placed it on her neck. She looked at Gu Yuanshan in despair, then looked at the many alien soldiers present. I've heard that your soldiers have suffered heavy casualties, our people have already started to fight back. He is a slave, but there are still people who are not. The woman said angrily, these words made Gu Yuanshan's expression very ugly. Overlord will take revenge for us, he will send all of you to hell, so that you will never be able to reincarnate. The woman screamed. She was once the daughter of an ordinary rich family in Luoyang City. She had once witnessed the scene of Overlord killing the genius Huangfu Qingming in the imperial martial competition. When the woman mentioned the word Overlord, many of the soldiers present had an ugly expression. The tragedy of Northern Plains had already spread, countless soldiers of the major legions had died there. During this period of time, people were indeed in a state of panic. TSK, what Overlord? If he has the ability, he should come to Luoyang. He only dares to hide. What kind of ability is that? Humph, the people on this ancient star are all trash, that Overlord's power is just a rumor. Many soldiers sneered, they continued to step forward to pull the woman. A resolute smile appeared on the woman's face, and her eyes were filled with something called conviction. Overlord will not let you go, I will wait for you in hell. Puchi. In the imperial palace of Luoyang, all parties had gathered. Commanders from more than 10 different legions had gathered here. The total number of celestials was more than 30. Today's meeting would discuss 2 main issues. One was how to divide the benefits of the ancient dark yellow star. The other was how to suppress the rebels led by the Overlord. 30 celestials and more than 10 commanders were gathered in the hall. The atmosphere was very serious. So many people from the legions marched to the ancient dark yellow star. I didn't expect there to be so few people left now. Lu Xiao, the commander of the Flying Willow Legion, was sitting in the first place. He had his signature green curly hair. He looked majestic without being angry. Previously, the Flying Willow Legion and my gold group were attacked one after another. In the end, all parties didn't pay attention to this matter, which led to the rats on this ancient star. That's why the northern plains suffered such a great loss. Tuobasan of the gold group sneered. He glanced at the other commanders with an unkind expression. When the commanders of the various armies met his gaze, they couldn't help but look away. They were indeed to blame for the huge losses suffered by the various parties today. Lu Xiao and Tuobasan were experts at the Earth's celestial stage. Their strength was one level higher than the rest of them. Now they were on the same side. Who would dare to offend them? The consequences have been caused. Now let's think about how to solve the problem. Those aborigines are really good at hiding. The incident in the northern plains has happened for so many days. They brought a large number of troops with them, but we still haven't found their whereabouts. They come and go like ghosts. If we don't find them as soon as possible, we may be defeated one by one. One of the more prestigious army commanders spoke up, and the others all chimed in. That's right. It's not the time to blame each other. We must discuss a feasible solution. The mining of the celestial precious stones has stopped. Every day we delay is a great loss. Tuobasan snorted when he heard that. You only care about your own interests and don't do anything. As for how to solve this problem, I already have a solution. He immediately clapped his hands. From outside the hall, the commander of the gold group led Gu Yuanshan into the hall. Why is there a human here? Is he from the Wind and Thunder Legion? He doesn't look like one. He smells like an aborigine. The immortals present all looked displeased. Why did the gold group bring an ancient planet native to such an important meeting? This person's name is Gu Yuanshan. He's from the same clan as Overlord Gu Chen, who caused us so much trouble this time. According to him, he has a way to help us find him. Tuobasan said indifferently. Hearing this, many corps commanders' eyes lit up. Where's that stinky rat hiding now? Speak. Everyone looked at Gu Yuanshan aggressively, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Reporting to my lords, Gu Yuanshan was about to speak when someone strode in from outside the hall. Not everyone is here yet. What kind of bullsh** tea meeting is this? The newcomer was a human male with peach blossom eyes. He spoke extremely casually, but when the army commanders present saw him, their expressions changed. Li Menglong, you're not dead? Rumor has it that you died in northern plains. Why are you back now? Li Menglong strode into the hall, pushing aside Gu Yuanshan, who was blocking the way, and coldly snorted. You're not dead, how can I die? What happened in northern plains happened suddenly, but don't forget my background. How can I not have a trump card to protect myself? Li Menglong's tone was very unhappy. Hearing this, everyone thought about this guy's background thoughtfully. Li Menglong was different from everyone present. Although they called themselves an army on this ancient pale yellow star and looked majestic, in fact, in the vast universe, they were just a lowly group of roving bandits. Although Li Menglong built his own Wind and Thunder Corps, in fact, his background was terrifying. He was a member of the Xianxia Galaxy's Li clan of the Celestial Clan. He was of noble birth. Speaking of which, this guy was a weirdo. He did not want to live a luxurious life, but chose to live on the edge of a knife. No one knew if there was any hidden reason. Now that Li Menglong said this, everyone naturally guessed that his clan elders might have given him a secret treasure to protect himself, so he did not die in northern plains. Since you're not dead, why did you only show up now? Lu Xiao looked at Li Menglong, his eyes full of doubt. I was injured. Just now, and if I appear rashly, I'm afraid that I will be harmed again. Li Menglong sneered. What do you mean? Everyone looked at each other for a moment. Have you never thought about why the other party could wipe out so many of our troops in northern plains, and even miraculously take away so many slaves? I mean that there is a spy among us, and he cooperated with a nest of rats on this ancient planet, which almost caused me to die in northern plains. Li Menglong's expression became ferocious, as if he had suppressed his anger for a long time. As soon as he said this, the various army commanders who were ready to work together began to suspect each other. Li Menglong had escaped from death in front of them, and his words were very valuable. Indeed, the battle in northern plains was too incredible, and almost all of their people were wiped out. In fact, it was hard for them to believe that the cultivators of ancient Pale Yellow Star could be so strong. If they were really so strong, why did they stand out after being enslaved for a whole year? Because almost all the people who knew the truth about this matter were dead, everyone could only speculate based on the traces left on the battlefield. But the clues were always dead, and how could they be more convincing than Li Menglong, who had personally experienced it? From Friend Li's tone, it seems that you know who the spy is? Tuobasan narrowed his eyes and carefully examined him. Of course, I killed a few of the Overlord's right-hand men on the battlefield, and I already know it by searching their souls. Li Menglong said with certainty, and as soon as he said this, the entire hall was boiling. Who is it? Who betrayed us? How could those rats of ancient Pale Yellow Star kill so many of our experts? Damn it, there really is a spy. The crowd was boiling, and Gu Yuanshan stood at the side, not knowing what to do. He had originally thought of a lot of words to make this group of people help him destroy Gu Chen, but he did not expect that there would be a problem, and this group of people would fight among themselves first. Friendly, tell me, who is that person? Lu Xiao said expressionlessly. Li Menglong looked at Lu Xiao, and a sneer appeared on his face. Friend Lu, let's not talk in secret, why are you pretending to be confused? Aren't you the one who cooperated with those rats? Lu Xiao's gaze instantly turned cold. What nonsense are you talking about? You know very well whether I'm talking nonsense or not. You secretly assisted that overlord, and wanted him to help you eliminate our armies, so that your Flying Willow Corps could plunder the greatest benefits. Ridiculous. Lu Xiao stood up and a terrifying aura gushed out from his body. Among all the legions, my Flying Willow Legion suffered the greatest loss. My deputy legion commander was even killed by those rats. Do you think I should cooperate with them? I think you're the one who's suspicious. You've already died and now you've reappeared. Maybe you've already become one of them. Lu Xiao's words were very reasonable. Everyone started to suspect Li Menglong. Li Menglong laughed heartily. Commander Lu, your act of injuring yourself to gain the confidence of the enemy is indeed very good, but it's a pity that I've already caught your weakness. Men, bring him in. After he finished speaking, two ordinary-looking soldiers grabbed a person and walked into the main hall. At the sight of him, many of the commanders present were in an uproar. Isn't that the Flying Willow Legion's deputy legion commander, Lu Tu? Didn't they say that he died in Tiandao sect? Lu Tu is still alive. Could it be? Everyone looked at Lu Xiao in an unfriendly manner. This is fake, Lu Tu is already dead. Lu Xiao angrily said. He didn't expect that Li Menglong would go to such an extent in order to frame him. It's easy to tell if it's fake or not. The higher-ups of the Flying Willow Army are all from the Lu tribe. Even if someone could impersonate your appearance, could they impersonate your orthodoxy? Li Menglong coldly stared at the tied-up Lu Tuesday. Lu Tu said to Lu Xiao with a dejected expression. Big brother, things have been exposed. You should just admit it. What do I have to admit? To hell with you. Lu Xiao flew into a rage and approached Lu Tu in an instant. He wanted to kill him on the spot. What? Do you want to silence me? Li Menglong attacked Lu Xiao immediately. Although he was forced to take a few steps back, he managed to stop Lu Xiao. Brother Lu, why are you so impulsive? Tuoba-san stood up and said coldly. Brother Tuoba, you. Lu Xiao's expression changed slightly. The two of them had discussed this before the meeting. Both of them were at the Earth's celestial stage. As long as they cooperated, they could greatly influence the whole meeting and fight for benefits for both of them. But from Tuoba-san's tone, it was clear that he was beginning to doubt him and did not want to cooperate anymore. The truth won't be covered up. Who's telling the truth and who's lying? All we need to know is whether Lu Tu is telling the truth or not. Tuoba-san's face was gloomy. His words received the approval of most people. The Lu tribe's divine ability is very special. As long as Lu Tu uses it slightly, I will be able to see through it. Make your move. Let us see if you're real or not. When Lu Tu heard the words of the crowd, he looked at Lu Xiao with determination in his eyes. Big brother, since you wanted to kill me just now, don't blame me for being heartless. Li Menglong's two subordinates released Lu Tu's restraints. Lu Tu let out an angry roar, and a green light surged from his body. Illusions of willow catkins danced around him. It's the Lu clan's divine power. Damn it. Has the Flying Willow Corps really betrayed us? Was everything just a ruse? When the commanders saw this, they glared at Lu Xiao angrily. Their auras were locked onto him. Lu Xiao's expression changed completely when he felt the hostility from the crowd. With so many people fighting against him, especially Tuoba Sen, who was also at the Earth's celestial stage, he was absolutely no match for them. He's not Lu Tu. Even if he is Lu Tu, he must have been controlled by someone, he said exasperatedly. He didn't understand how the imposter in front of him knew the divine power of the Lu tribe. Lu Xiao, if I didn't show up today, I wonder how you would have planned to lure us into your trap. Li Menglong continued to add insult to injury. Guys, don't believe his nonsense. This man is definitely not Li Menglong. At this time, Lu Xiao had already somewhat understood that this was a trap aimed at him, intended to divide the various alien legions. This person was very likely a native of the Tsanghuang ancient star. What a joke. If you don't believe me, you can check me at will, Li Menglong said calmly. Tuoba Sen's gaze wandered between the two of them. To be on the safe side, since Friendly is willing to prove his innocence, we will do as you say. He stepped forward and checked Li Menglong to make sure there was nothing wrong with him. Li Menglong was normal. Tuoba Sen didn't discover that he was an imposter or showed any signs of being controlled. His distrust of Li Menglong immediately disappeared. Looks like the matter is very clear. Brother Lu, you really hit it well. His gaze became cold. Are you all crazy? Can't you see that this is an obvious trap? Lu Xiao was furious. If Brother Lu insists on his innocence, then let us seal your cultivation and investigate this matter thoroughly. We will give you justice. An extremely prestigious legion commander spoke. His words received unanimous approval from everyone. To be honest, they didn't want to fight Lu Xiao rashly. After all, even if the Flying Willow Legion wasn't as strong as before, Lu Xiao was still very strong. You want to seal my cultivation? Lu Xiao's expression was very ugly. If they really did that, he would become a lamb at the mercy of others. The legions present had come to the dark yellow ancient planet for their own benefits. There was no deep friendship between them. He couldn't guarantee that these guys wouldn't kill him for the sake of stealing the Flying Willow Legion's benefits. To put it bluntly, the roving bandits were all selfish people, therefore, he couldn't accept this condition. What's wrong? Didn't Brother Lu say that you're innocent? You're not even willing to accept this? I'm willing to set an example. Since you suspect me, let's accept everyone's seal. Then, we will send people to investigate this matter until the truth comes to light. Li Menglong was very magnanimous, which formed a strong contrast with Lu Xiao. Is this guy willing to sacrifice himself just to frame me? Or is he relying on the fact that he has the god race's bloodline, so the others don't dare to kill him? No, this person might not even be Li Menglong. Lu Xiao's thoughts were in a mess. He didn't know what to do. Seeing that he didn't make a decision, Li Menglong scolded with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Attack! Capture this traitor! He attacked first. Lu Xiao was enraged. He collided with his palm again. Then, his body shot up and broke through the ceiling. He chose to escape. Don't even think about escaping. The Legion commanders were enraged when they saw this. More than half of them chased after Lu Xiao. At this time, Li Menglong pretended to be injured by the palm and staggered 2 steps back. His movements were slow by a beat before he could catch up. More than 10 immortals chased after Lu Xiao. The leader was Tuoba Senior. I didn't expect you to cooperate with those rats. I won't forgive you today. Kill this traitor. More than 10 immortals surrounded him. Lu Xiao was in danger. After a while, several of his celestial artifacts were destroyed. He was completely enraged. Since you're so stupid, don't blame me. He lost his temper. He killed a Legion commander on the spot despite being attacked by everyone. More than 10 immortals engaged in a chaotic battle. Lu Xiao was fighting against 10 enemies, and his body was soon covered with wounds. Everyone was enraged and wanted to kill him. Li Menglong arrived late and joined the encirclement. Lu Xiao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw him. "Where did you come from? How dare you frame me? Even if I die today, I'll drag you down with me." He had a crazed look on his face as he charged at him without a care for his own safety. Li Menglong's face was full of fear. He soared into the sky and dove into the clouds. "Don't even think about escaping." Lu Xiao chased after him regardless of the cost, but the others took the opportunity to attack him. He kept coughing up blood. The group of people had unknowingly fought in the sky. More than 10 immortals were left in the original hall. Obviously, Lu Xiao didn't need everyone to attack. The others who stayed had the intention of watching the fight from the sidelines. Gu Yuanshan looked at the broken ease in confusion. His original plan had been disrupted. This group of extraterrestrial forces was too disunited, everyone was paying attention to the battle in the sky. They didn't notice that Lu Tu and the 2 soldiers from the Wind and Thunder Corps who were responsible for escorting him had unknowingly approached the remaining immortals. A cold glint shot out from the depths of the trio's eyes. After finding the best opportunity, they suddenly attacked at the same time. Lu Tu patted the void, and a celestial cauldron appeared out of nowhere. It emitted a dazzling celestial light. The void around the entire hall suddenly became distorted, isolating this place from the outside world. One of the 2 soldiers took a step forward, and a vast and boundless gravity suddenly descended. The more than 10 immortals present were caught off guard and staggered. Clang, clang, the 2 soldiers attacked at the same time. One sword light was sharp, and the other saber light was swift and fierce. Frightening energy burst out from them. Oh no! Everything happened too suddenly. 3 immortals died under the saber and sword light. Who are you? The remaining people's expressions changed drastically. They wanted to defend themselves, but the saber light and sword light were right in front of them again. The energy emitted by the saber light was too horrifying. Almost no one could block it. The sword light was also like a storm, making it difficult for them to resist. In addition, their bodies were affected by the gravity and their speed was severely reduced. Even the circulation of the immortal force in their bodies had stopped. The immortals were like lambs that had encountered wolves. 3 steps to kill a person. The 2 silhouettes were constantly changing. Relying on the divine weapons in their hands, they actually killed 6 people in a short period of time. The others panicked and wanted to rush out of the hall, but they were blocked by an invisible force. "It's useless. I've already borrowed the power of the heavenly Tao to seal off the space here. For a short period of time, no one in the outside world will be able to detect anything." Lu Tu's figure transformed into the beaming Xianxia. So, 3 figures rushed out from the 2 sides of the main hall. They were actually Li Menglong, who had already left. His sword light pierced through the air, killing everyone in sight. At this moment, the figures of his 2 subordinates had changed greatly, and they had turned into Gu Chen with fluttering black hair. Gu Chen transformed into 2 people. The Tyrant body held the seizing heaven blade while the immortal body held the Kunlun sword. They started a massacre in the hall and no one could stop them. His strength was almost at the Earth's celestial stage. At this time, he was scheming against the Celestials. Wherever he went, the heads of the Celestials would fall to the ground. A native of the ancient dark yellow star. "Damn it, we've been deceived. Li Menglong, you actually colluded with this group of people. Humans really can't be trusted." The rest of the immortals were shocked and angry. They resisted and tried to break the enchantment to attract their companions back. Unfortunately, Gu Chen would never give them the chance to meet up. That would put them under too much pressure. Die. Overlord Body Gu Chen waved his knife with one hand and killed all the immortals who tried to leave. Wherever the heaven-plundering blade passed, the enemies were as vulnerable as pieces of paper, and their bodies were chopped into pieces. The protective celestial artifact couldn't stop the domineering blade light at all. "Is that our clan's treasure, the heaven-seizing blade?" Gu Yuanshan looked at the chaotic battlefield and shuddered. Seeing Gu Chen holding the sweeping heaven blade like a god of death, his eyes were filled with disbelief. The other party had actually drawn the heaven-plundering blade that no one had ever drawn before. How was this possible? He was extremely shocked as he watched Gu Chen and his companions slaughter more than 10 immortals in an extremely short amount of time, leaving only a few stubbornly resisting. At the same time, above the 9 heavens, Li Menglong, die. Lu Xiao was covered in blood, and he attacked Li Menglong with a ferocious expression. Finally, he caught up to him and shattered his body on the spot. However, Li Menglong's body turned into a gust of fresh air that brushed past his face like a gentle breeze. How could this be? Lu Xiao was stunned. At this time, with Tuoba-san as the leader, a group of people finally took advantage of Lu Xiao's distraction to kill him on the spot. Lu Xiao's body was smashed into pieces in the explosion. Even when his eyes dimmed, they still revealed a strong sense of unwillingness. What's going on with Li Menglong? At this time, the army commander sensed that something was wrong. Li Menglong, who had just been killed, was only a gust of fresh air. Where did he go? Not good, go back quickly. Tuoba-sen had a strong sense of foreboding and immediately flew down to Luoyang below. Inside the main hall, blood flowed like a river. More than 10 immortals had been killed, and the place was beyond recognition. Gu Chen's main body held the sweeping heaven blade and walked slowly toward Gu Yuanshan. Gu Yuanshan looked at the corpses on the ground, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. You won. What a great trick to sow discord and lure the tiger away from the mountain. You guys are really impressive. He already understood what was going on. Gu Chen and the others had used the suspicion of the alien forces to cause internal strife. Then, they launched a sneak attack. The effect was indeed better than expected, Gu Chen answered expressionlessly. Although the alien armies had suffered heavy losses in the previous battle, they still had nearly 30 immortals. Even though Gu Chen and the others had powerful treasures, it was still difficult for them to deal with 30 immortals. Therefore, Punlai Island Master came up with a plan. He took over Li Menglong's body and devoured his memories. Therefore, he could perfectly disguise himself as Li Menglong in every aspect. When Punlai Island Master chose Li Menglong as his body, he had already planned to use him to infiltrate into the enemy's ranks. However, he hadn't figured out how to do it. After some discussion, the three of them felt that the Flying Willow Legion's commander, Lu Xiao, was the most troublesome enemy. Therefore, they decided to set him up. They asked Xianxia to disguise himself as the already dead Lu Tu, which aroused serious suspicion from all sides. Then, Li Menglong added fuel to the fire, which immediately created a divisive effect. The three of them originally planned to attack at all costs if their plan was seen through. After all, this battle was going to happen sooner or later. Lu Xiao's escape was out of their expectations, but it was better this way. They could split up and attack, saving a lot of energy. The whole plan was built on the three's abilities and strategies. Xianxia's great expansion immortal body's ability to imitate others, Punlai Island Master's 3 Pure One's immortal technique, and Gu Chen's terrifying combat power. The three worked together and created an unprecedented amount of energy, creating such a glorious result in a short period of time. Gu Yuanshan saw through Gu Chen's plan and knew that he was going to die for sure. At this moment, his heart was filled with despair. The opponent had even obtained the sky-sweeping blade. The scene that he didn't want to see the most had finally happened. The Dao pivot bloodline had returned to its original position. It's a worthy death to die under the sky-sweeping blade. Gu Yuanshan closed his eyes and smiled bitterly. Gu Chen's lips curled into a disdainful smile. You are unfaithful, unfilial, and unjust. How are you qualified to die under the sky-sweeping blade? That will only bring shame to our ancestors. Your blood will stain the entire Gu clan. Gu Chen, you. Gu Yuanshan opened his eyes in anger. Die. Gu Chen didn't bother to say more. His clone stabbed out and pierced Gu Yuanshan's forehead, destroying his body and primordial spirit. Gu Yuanshan slowly fell to the ground. Gu Chen's face was calm as if he had just killed an ant. He sensed something and raised his head. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, the three figures in the palace disappeared quickly. The next moment, the entire palace was torn apart by violent energy, smoke and dust filled the sky. With Tuoba-san in the lead, more than 10 immortals returned to the royal palace. Looking at the ruins below, their faces were extremely cold. When the smoke and dust dispersed, they saw the corpses of the various armies. Everyone looked as if they had swallowed flies. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Xianxia smiled as he appeared from the smoke and said mockingly. Gu Chen's original body and his doppelganger stood on different eaves, the corners of his mouth curling up. Li Menglong, you actually colluded with these rats from the ancient Song Huang star. Tabasan exploded with rage, and he'd already realized what a huge mistake they'd committed. He couldn't understand why Li Menglong, who had the god race bloodline, would team up with the ants of this broken ancient star. The old man's name is Penlai, not Li Menglong. Penlai Island Master said mildly. Although one of his 3 pure ones was killed, there were still 2 of them left. Including his main body, the 3 of them who had reached the immortal shedding realm were not to be underestimated. Li Menglong died a long time ago. The various army commanders were in an uproar. They realized that they had greatly underestimated the cultivators of this ancient planet. With just 3 people, they were actually toying with them in the palm of their hands. To be able to kill off so many experts in such a short period of time, none of them are weak. Tuoba-sen's eyes flickered. They only had a little more than 10 people left, and they didn't even know what abilities the other party had. All soldiers of the Gold Regiment, listen up. Surround and kill these guys, he shouted, mobilizing the army in Luoyang. The other army commanders also understood his meaning. These people were powerful, and it was best to let the army exhaust their strength first. At the same time, they could also probe the other party's strength. The various army commanders gave their orders, and the countless alien race soldiers in Luoyang immediately moved. Originally, when the various army commanders held a meeting, they didn't know the situation inside the hall. Now that the enemy had been exposed, the situation couldn't be more obvious. Swish. Swish, swish. For a moment, the sky above Luoyang was filled with armors and weapons. Countless soldiers surrounded Gu Chen's group of 3. What a bunch of idiots. Your leader just sent you here to die. The sacred cauldron of destiny danced in Xianxia's hand, and the heaven-earth essence chi started to boil. The power of the heavenly Tao. This guy can control the heavenly Tao of this ancient planet? The various army commanders were all knowledgeable, and their expressions changed when they saw this scene. Under the heavenly Tao of this ancient planet, if someone could control the heavenly Tao, it would be a great threat to them, because under the control of the heavenly Tao, all the laws of this ancient planet would reject them. The countless meteors that appeared in the northern plains earlier, did they borrow the power of the heavenly Tao? Tuoba-san took a deep breath. Oh, no, that has nothing to do with me. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. Gu Chen's immortal body clone stood up, his black hair fluttering in the wind. He raised his arms high above his head, his palms facing the sky. Remember, the people on this ancient planet aren't people you can afford to offend. Gu Chen's voice spread throughout the entire Luoyang, like a cold winter wind blowing across the wilderness. Boom, an invisible force field was released with him as the center, and even the sky trembled. Rumble, thunderous roars came from the sky, causing the countless soldiers in Luoyang to tremble in fear. Whoosh! 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 Meteors ranging from hundreds of feet in diameter to hundreds of feet in length streaked across the sky, radiating light and heat as they landed on Luoyang's territory. The soldiers of the various armies looked up and saw the meteors growing larger and larger in their vision. Some of their legs turned to jelly. The meteors are coming. Run. We're going to die. Damn it. How could they resist the might of the heavens? Most of the soldiers didn't have extremely powerful bodies like immortals, so they couldn't block the meteors coming from the sky. They immediately fled. They were roving bandits, and they worked for money. Now that they were going to die, who would be willing to fight to the death? The entire Luoyang was in chaos. Countless soldiers fled in all directions like a broken dam. Don't run. Stop, stop. Tuoba-sen and the others were enraged. The meteors looked shocking, but they couldn't cause any harm to people of their cultivation level. However, they were too intimidating to ordinary soldiers, causing their original plan to fail. The tragedy of the northern plains was actually caused by a single person. Just what kind of immortal art does this guy cultivate? The army commanders looked at Gu Chen in shock. Only now did they realize that the ordinary people on this ancient planet had not exaggerated the description of this overlord. This person was truly an incredible person. Boom. 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 The meteors that filled the sky finally landed on Luoyang's territory, causing landslides and fissures within tens of thousands of li. Because of the meeting, the soldiers of the various armies had gathered together like never before. Under the attack of the meteor shower, unprecedented casualties were caused. With every breath, tens of thousands of foreign race soldiers died. It's over, the army that I've worked so hard to manage for so many years. The army commanders felt their vision darken. They had plundered so many planets, but they had never expected to fall on this broken ancient planet. Luoyang turned into a city of hell. Countless alien soldiers cried for their parents as they stayed on the ancient dark yellow planet forever. There were flames everywhere, and it was a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Kill them all. A dozen immortals yelled madly. The losses were too severe, and their killing intent was extremely strong. Almost everyone attacked Gu Chen's group at the same time. The three of them were already prepared and went up immediately. Kill. Kill all the invaders. Today, we will take back our home. When the battlefield was completely ignited, countless cultivators from the Immortal Spirit continent and the Kunlun continent rushed over from the distant sky. They were densely packed and found the soldiers who were lucky enough to survive the meteor shower, the Gu clan, the Celestial Court, the 13 immortal sects, the 4 sacred lands, and the 5 sacred sects. This was a battle of life and death for the ancient dark yellow planet. All the cultivators who could fight came out in full force and swore to avenge their countless dead relatives and friends. 3 Punlai Island masters went up to 3 immortals. Xianxia used the power of the sacred cauldron of fate to trap 5 immortals. 2 Guchen went up to the rest of the immortals and faced the greatest pressure head-on. Gu Chen, the immortal physique, shook his sleeve, and hundreds of millions of ferocious insects swarmed out, directly drowning 2 immortals. With a move of the Kunlun sword, a terrifying suction force appeared out of thin air, drawing 2 more immortals into his force field. Gu Chen's body surged with golden blood energy as he strode toward Tuoba Senator with every step. The domineering aura on his body intensified. It really is the overlord body. Tuoba Sen's eyes revealed deep fear. He was tall and burly, and the blood energy hidden in his golden skin was no weaker than Gu Chen's. Lu Xiao was dead, and the strongest among these alien bandits was Tuoba Senator. He had already reached the Earth Immortal realm and was above the other army commanders. In addition, the Gold Clan and the Overlord Clan seemed to have an inexplicable relationship, so Gu Chen took the initiative to find him. Boom, a domineering grand diagram appeared behind Gu Chen, and the Golden Phantom heavily struck out with a palm. Tuoba Sen roared angrily. He actually used his fist to meet the attack head-on and even blocked it. I didn't expect such a pure tyrant bloodline to exist on this ancient planet. I didn't believe it at first. Now that things have come to this, I can only capture you and bring you back to the clan to be rewarded. Tabasan let out a long roar, and the muscles all over his body suddenly swelled. In a short moment, he actually became a 10,000 feet tall giant. He was like an ancient evil dragon as he strode towards Gu Chen and threw a heavy punch. Gu Chen controlled Grand Tyrannical Map to send out a palm. The two clashed, boom boom boom. One of Tyrannical Grand Ambition's arms actually collapsed. After all, it was only an illusion, while Tuoba Sen was the real deal. The physique of the gold race was extraordinary. His opponent's brute force was so strong that it passed through Tyrannical Grand Map and shook Gu Chen, causing his palms to go slightly numb. The Earth's celestial stage is really not easy to deal with. Gu Chen sucked in a deep breath. Tyrannical Grand Map disappeared from behind him. He picked up the sweeping heaven blade and used stars dashing moon steps. Whoosh! 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 He used his extremely high speed to switch positions, circled around Tuoba Sen's body, and began madly slashing. Gu Chen was a very rational person. Tyrannical Grand Ambition couldn't beat his opponent head-on, so he immediately changed tactics. Even though his opponent's strength was astonishing, his body was so large that he was nothing more than a large target. The sharpness of the sweeping heaven blade was enough to make him suffer. Pucci, a sword light flashed by, and a 7 to 8 foot long wound appeared on Tuoba Sen's heel. His enormous body staggered in the air. Whoosh! Gu Chen appeared behind him again in an instant. He waved his hand and slashed again, clang. Bang! Pucci, Gu Chen continuously slashed along the weak points of his body. displaying his sword technique to the fullest. His movements were almost perfect as he dismembered Tuoba Sen's strength. Soon, Tuoba Sen's entire body was covered in wounds. With an angry roar, the golden blood in his body turned into a 1,000-foot-tall wave that surged in all directions. This blood aura looked very similar to Tyrant blood, but it was completely different. Under such an omnidirectional attack, Guchen took several steps back, and his sword missed. Die! Tuoba Sen's lantern-like eyes shot out 2 bolts of lightning, shattering the void and landing directly on Guchen. Guchen's purple eyes lit up. Purple chi comes from the east. Boom, a dense purple chi surged out of his eyes, turning into a river of stars that collided with the 2 bolts of lightning, canceling each other out. Dong. Tuoba Sen flipped his hand and took out a heavy hammer. He swung it high in the air and heavily smashed it down on Guchen. Wherever the tip of the hammer passed, countless cracks appeared in the void like electric sparks. The terrifying energy contained within was unimaginable. Guchen dodged with a swish, and the heavy hammer landed on the ground. Boom, a huge mushroom cloud rose from the ground, and the ground within a radius of several hundred miles was completely shattered. The resulting energy storm wreaked havoc in the distance, affecting the Xianxia cultivators who were encircling the extraterrestrial army. Guchen's eyelids twitched. He flipped his hand, and a gray mountain fell from the sky, suppressing Tuoba Sen. Tuoba Sen's eyes narrowed, and he felt the heavy hammer in his hand being affected. It was actually about to be sucked away by the mountain. At the same time, the mountain was slowly descending toward him, trying to suppress him. This was the primary magnetic mountain that Guchen had obtained from Lu Tuesday. It was a powerful immortal treasure. This treasure possessed a magnetic field that could restrain many metal-type magic treasures. After Guchen obtained it, he studied it for a bit and used its strange weight to exert a gravitational force on it. The original power of the primary magnetic mountain combined with Guchen's gravitational force secret art immediately gave Tuoba Sen a great deal of pressure. Break for me! Tuoba Sen tried his best to control his heavy hammer, and then he leaped up and smashed it toward the mountain. The primary magnetic mountain shook, but there was no damage on its surface. Seeing this, Guchen felt relieved and raised his right hand. 100-fold gravitational force, under his control. The gravitational force of the primary magnetic mountain suddenly increased, and Tuoba Sen was forcibly suppressed. His huge legs landed on the ground, and he struggled to prop up the mountain. Damn it! His breathing became rapid as he tried to think of a way to escape. However, Guchen didn't plan to give him a chance to catch his breath. He raised his other hand, and golden light surged as a majestic golden kingdom slowly floated out from the void. Every building in the kingdom was dazzling, and they exuded a tyrannical power of heaven and earth. Tyrannical kingdom. Guchen slashed out with his palm, and Tuoba Sen's face turned deathly pale in the face of the Gu clan's top-grade divine art and being trapped by the primary magnetic mountain. Boom, he took the blow head-on, and his chest was bleeding profusely. The wound was so deep that bones could be seen, and he staggered as he was suppressed by the primary magnetic mountain. Guchen saw that Tuoba Sen couldn't struggle free even after struggling for a few times, so he immediately turned around and attacked the other immortals. With the sky-sweeping saber in hand, Guchen joined Xianxia. He was having a hard time holding back the 5 immortals with the sacred cauldron of destiny. With the help of Guchen, the battle became one-sided, and the 5 immortals died one after another. With the help of Punlai Island Master and Guchen, the rest of the immortals were killed one by one. It's over. Run. Get out of this ancient planet. Damn it. I'll tell my superiors that when I come back, I'll destroy this ancient planet completely. The few corps commanders who were lucky enough to survive lost their will to fight, and tacitly scattered in all directions. The Legion commanders died or escaped, and the situation was set. The cultivators of Xianxia ancient planet were encouraged and killed the enemies even more bravely. Seeing that their leaders had fled, the remaining alien soldiers tried their best to escape, and those who couldn't chose to surrender. By the order of the Overlord, Xianxia ancient planet will not accept any captives. Kill without mercy. A debt of blood can only be paid with blood. The hatred between the two sides had reached the point of no return. The cultivators of Xianxia ancient planet raised their sabers, not accepting any captives, and started a bloody massacre. Xianxia and Punlai Island Master chased after the escaping immortals while Guchen took out his longbow and black arrows, aiming at the escaping immortals from a distance. From 1,000 miles away, he activated his purple polar eyes to the extreme and shot out black arrows one by one. Swoosh! 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 The black flames swam across the sky, and the screams of the immortals came from far away. Xianxia and Punlai Island Master successfully caught up and killed them several times. After all the immortals of the alien legion were killed or wounded, Guchen looked at Tuoba-sen, who was suppressed by the essence-fused mountain. Where is he? His expression changed. He had thought that Tuoba-sen would be suppressed and couldn't move, but he didn't expect that Tuoba-sen would disappear when his clone was dealing with the others. He raised his head and looked into the distance. He saw a spaceship in the sky trying to pass through the storm layer and leave the dark yellow ancient star. Where are you going? Guchen's eyes turned sharp, and he suddenly shot up into the sky and chased after it. Not a single one of these extraterrestrial beings could be spared. If they were allowed to escape, they might attract even more powerful enemies. Although he and Xianxia had already thought of a way to eradicate the ancient star calamity, it was hard to say how long it would take. They could not let Tuoba-sen escape, lest there be more variables. Guchen chased after Tuoba-sen with all his might, but Tuoba-sen was in a flying ship. It was an immortal-grade flying ship that could traverse the star path. Its speed was extremely fast, and Guchen couldn't catch up. Haha, mighty body, give up. You can't catch up with me. I'm going to spread the news of the Tyrant body's reappearance. By then, there will be many people in the universe who want to kill you. Tuoba-sen said resentfully. There were so many of them here, but he was the only one who escaped in the end. He couldn't swallow this anger no matter what. Guchen's eyebrows twitched. From Tuoba-sen's tone, the identity of an overlord body seemed to be very sensitive in the universe. He definitely couldn't let the other party leave just like that, which would make him carry an inexplicable burden. Thus, he chased relentlessly. Tuoba-sen's flying ship rushed into the storm layer, and Guchen's expression didn't change as he also rushed in. Are you an idiot? The 9-heaven storm of the ancient Sung Huang star is so fierce, and you dare to chase me with just your physical body? Tuoba-sen looked back and had an idea. Perhaps he could wait until Guchen couldn't withstand the storm and make a move. That way, he would still have a chance to capture him. If he could capture an overlord body alive, then his losses on the ancient Sung Huang star would be completely compensated. However, the scene he saw very quickly made him drop his glasses. Guchen was actually walking in the storm layer as if he was walking on flat ground. No, it was as if he was standing on the waves, and the storm was actually pushing him forward, causing his speed to increase dramatically. The distance between him and the flying ship was greatly shortened. How can this be? How can this guy be safe in the storm layer? Tuoba-sen was shocked and angry. His plan had failed, so he could only continue to run. Guchen calmly chased after him, and behind him, another Guchen was rushing over. The immortal body and overlord body were converging, and a strange look gradually appeared in Guchen's eyes. I can't let this guy escape. Once he escapes the ancient Sung Huang star, there will be too many variables. Looks like I can only try that move. Two Guchens, one emitting golden light and the other surrounded by 9-colored immortal light, approached each other during the chase, until a certain moment, their bodies overlapped. In the 9-heaven storm, Guchen, whose immortal force and overlord force had fused together, turned into a beam of light and instantly split the vast storm. With an unimaginable speed, he instantly descended on the sky above Tuoba-sen's flying ship. Bang! Guchen's feet landed heavily on the metal plate of the flying ship. This metal plate, which was undamaged in the storm layer, actually caved in. What the hell? Tuoba-sen's scalp went numb. He couldn't understand how Guchen could suddenly appear on his flying ship. At this time, Guchen's aura was constantly erupting from his body. His eyes turned golden and colorful, and his black hair was dyed with rays of divine light. His muscles bulged, and the clothes on his upper body were torn by the powerful force. His flesh was shining, and it was obvious that the bones in his body were golden. However, the 9-colored immortal light fused into his skin, making him look like he was wearing a colorful golden immortal robe. Get out here. The two forces in his body merged together, making Guchen feel stronger than ever. as if all the potential in his body was released. Boom! He actually penetrated the outer shell of the flying ship with one hand and then tore it with both arms. Crack, crack, crack. The entire spaceship quickly fell apart under his barbaric tearing, causing Tuoba-sen, who was sitting inside, to be scared out of his wits. What's going on with this guy? Why is his physical strength suddenly so strong? He didn't dare to come out of the flying ship and tried to control it to continue moving forward, but Gu Chen's punches tore the flying ship apart. Bang! In less than 10 breaths, the whole flying ship was torn apart, and Tuoba-sen escaped from inside in a sorry state, bobbing up and down in the storm. You monster! Tuoba-sen looked at Gu Chen in horror. It's too late to realize now. Gu Chen's golden and colorful eyes were emotionless. He actually teleported in the storm and appeared behind Tuoba-sen in the blink of an eye. He raised his foot and kicked his back. All the bones in Tuoba-sen's body were shattered in an instant, and he let out a miserable scream. Overlord body, if you kill me today, you will be killed by others in the future. As an overlord body, you are destined to be the enemy of the world. You will only end up like the rest of your race. This ancient planet is the same. Being weak is a sin. There will be more and more experts coming until this place is completely destroyed. Tuoba-sen roared unwillingly. From today onwards, the pale yellow ancient planet is my territory. As long as I am here, no one can touch it. Who in this world can avoid death? I, Gu Chen, am here. If you want my life, come. If you can't kill me, you can only be killed by me. Gu Chen swore above the 9 heavens, and his voice spread throughout the entire ancient dark yellow planet. The moment he made the vow, a tender response came from the depths of the ancient star, and a cool breeze blew across the world. Inexplicably, Gu Chen felt that his relationship with the ancient dark yellow planet had become closer. The pulse of the sky, the breath of the earth, he seemed to be able to feel the emotions of every blade of grass and tree on this ancient planet. Gu Chen grabbed Tuoba-sen's head and searched his soul, searching for the memories he wanted to know about the universe and the Gold Clan. He only let go after a long time. After that, he flew down to the 9 heavens and returned to the Kunlun continent. Luoyang, the ancient capital that had existed for countless years, had now been reduced to ruins. However, within a radius of 10,000 miles, living human cultivators could be seen everywhere, and they were crying tears of joy. They won the war to expel the outsiders and finally took back their home. Although Luoyang was in ruins and the earth was full of scars, the people were still alive. As long as the people were still alive, the inheritance would never be cut off, and civilization would prosper again. Celestial Arch. Overlord. Countless people shouted Gu Chen's slogan. It was he who led them to repel the invaders and regained their precious freedom. Gu Chen came in front of Xianxia and looked at him, who was a little exhausted. Are you all right? Let's go. Xianxia revealed a confident smile. The two of them rose into the sky again and flew toward the ice abyss at extreme speed. Almost all the outsiders on the ancient planet had been wiped out. Even if there were fish that escaped the net, there was nothing to be afraid of. What they had to consider now was to seal Gu Xingxing's soul again to prevent new invaders from coming. The ancient dark yellow planet was in a state of desolation and could not withstand another large-scale war. Gu Chen and Xianxia drilled into the Earth's core and arrived in front of Gu Xingxing's soul again according to Gu Chen's memory. The soul was still a hazy ball of light. It seemed to have sensed Gu Chen's arrival and called out softly. It was the same as before, with only a simple consciousness. It was as innocent as a baby, with no distinction between good and evil. Gu Chen thought back to the ancient calamity that he had personally witnessed in the River of Time. The astral soul of the ash-yellow ancient star was once incomparably powerful, but it was heavily injured that day. From then on, it grew weaker day by day until it became like this. Because of the weakening of the astral souls, the environment of the ancient stars was also deteriorating day by day. This was also the reason why the ancient stars were no longer suitable for cultivation. Xinghun, the two of us are not powerful enough to heal your wounds and make you stronger. We can only choose to seal you again. Gu Chen said patiently. Xinghun murmured softly. He did not oppose Gu Chen's decision. Gu Chen knew that when Xinghun had first summoned him, it had already been prepared for this. With only a simple consciousness, it instinctively wanted to protect the ancient pale yellow star and all the living beings on this star. It found Gu Chen and gave him a reminder. The fact that they could find the sacred cauldron of fate and the plundering heaven blade had a lot to do with its reminder. Gu Chen really wanted to help Xing become stronger again. Unfortunately, he did not have enough power now, so he could only choose the worst option. He and Xianxia would be like the immortals after the calamity. They would choose to seal the astral souls and cut off the connection between the universe and the ancient pale yellow star. Although the astral souls were heavily injured after the calamity, they still possessed a lot of power. The ancient cultivators could only sacrifice themselves to seal them. Fortunately, after 300,000 years, the astral souls had weakened to a very serious extent. Now, with the heavenly treasure book and the sacred cauldron of fate, the two believed that it was enough to do this. One day, when I have enough power, I will definitely unseal you again and help you become strong again. Gu Chen promised Xing. Then, he and Xianxia floated to either side of Xing. With a flip of his hand, Gu Chen took out the heavenly treasure book. This extraordinary book shone brightly. Xianxia formed a seal with both hands. The sacred cauldron of fate circulated in front of him. Under the effect of the two treasures that could affect the operation of the heavenly Tao, everything around the two turned into nothingness. Countless colorful lights appeared. That was the manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth of the ancient pale yellow star. The structure that the rules of the heavenly Tao relied on was clearly presented before the two of them. The power of the heavenly Tao enveloped the two of them. Holding the heavenly treasure book in his hand, Gu Chen felt a trace of disharmony. That trace of disharmony came from his overlord body. The overlord body defied the natural order of cultivation and naturally repelled the heavenly Tao. Now that he wanted to borrow the power of the heavenly Tao, the two forces clashed. Gu Chen was not flustered. He took a deep breath. The golden blood in his body quietened down and his golden bones retracted. Instead, waves of immortal light surged out from the depths of his bone marrow. The two nebulae orbiting the root of all beings in his dantian changed. The colorful nebulae covered the golden nebulae, causing all the signs of his overlord body to disappear. He turned into a nameless immortal body. Once the immortal body appeared, the rejection of the power of the heavenly Tao disappeared. Gu Chen controlled the heavenly treasure book and became like a fish in water. He and Xianxia muttered and started the seal according to the original plan. Control my heavenly Tao, seal my star soul. A new beginning, everything is renewed. As the two of them executed their techniques, the surrounding world was filled with light and the heavenly Tao underwent a drastic change. Whoosh! Whoosh! The heavenly treasure book and the sacred cauldron of fate automatically flew up and into the heavenly Tao. The moment they disappeared into the heavenly Tao, the sky above the entire ancient dark yellow star changed color. The star soul in the core of the earth let out a childish cry. Before the two great treasures sealed it, it released a boundless life force. This life force spread from the depths of the Earth's crust to the entire ancient dark yellow star. From the inside out, it transformed the continents and oceans. Bits of green grew in the cracks of the shattered earth. The dried-up rivers gurgled again. Spiritual chi gushed out from the lifeless mountain ranges, and multicolored light filled the air. At this moment, the Kunlun continent and the primordial continent, which had been ravaged by war, regained their vitality. Star Soul, you, Gu Chen and Xianxia were extremely shocked. They did not expect that before the Star Soul was sealed, it would choose to release what little energy it had left, and give all the living beings on the ancient star a new environment to reproduce. This greatly moved Gu Chen and Xianxia. Even though its consciousness was as fuzzy as a baby's, the Star Soul was still thinking for all the living beings on the ancient star, and did not hesitate to weaken itself. Ever since the man with a bamboo hat left with the help of the ancient star's energy source, the Star Soul had been reborn. Its power had been constantly dissipating, and now it was doing such a thing for countless living beings. It was likely that it would truly die one day. The moment it died, a new Star Soul might be born on the ancient star, or it might become a dead star, with no living beings to reproduce. This period of time could be 10,000 years, 1,000 years, or even less than a few hundred years. It told the two of them to prepare for a rainy day. I will definitely find a way to cure you, Gu Chen murmured. Me too, I want to hear what you have to say, Xianxia said. The sacrifice of the astral soul made them feel heavy. They grew up here, and the astral soul was like a mother, nurturing the growth of all living things, but they could only choose to temporarily seal it. Woo, the call of the astral soul gradually became softer, and the power of the heavenly law drowned it, sealing it again. The moment it sank into the Earth's core, on the star path where the ancient planet Xianxia was located, on the interstellar compasses of all the spaceships, the ancient planet's position disappeared, and the ancient planet Xianxia also slowly left its original orbit, once again escaping into the depths of the universe, drifting aimlessly, the ancient book of heavens and the sacred cauldron of fate, as the divine artifacts that sealed the astral soul, forever remained in the heavenly law. While Guchen and Xianxia walked out of the Earth's core. When they left the Earth's core, the Earth's fresh air brushed against them. Everything in front of them was rapidly recovering, and even on the icy plains, red flowers bloomed, as if soaked in the blood of their ancestors. Guchen suddenly understood the determination of the immortals after the ancient catastrophe, and the feelings of ancestor Gu Hao and the 13 immortals 30,000 years ago. Because they were now doing the same thing as their ancestor. Whether it was in the ancient times, or now, their feelings of protecting this ancient planet had never changed. Since the ancient catastrophe, no one from the ancient planet Xianxia was able to leave this place. Even in the ancient times, the ancestors of the Heavenly Law sect could not break the shackles, and this became an eternal regret. Xianxia looked at the horizon, his eyes filled with determination. But now, everything is different. Guchen did not answer, but took out a glowing piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Xianxia. This is. Xianxia took a look, and found that it was a complicated star map, and it even pointed out a specific path forward. This was left behind by the cultivators of the ancient heaven, and it can guide me to them. You must have thought of leaving the ancient planet. If you don't have an exact destination, you can come with me. Guchen said. He and Xianxia had fought side by side, and the hatred between the two of them had long since dissipated. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. Forget it. Your path might not suit me. We both have our own futures. Besides, now that the enemies have been dealt with, we will have to fight sooner or later. You're no match for me. Guchen shook his head. Don't be so full of yourself. Sooner or later, the name of the Gemini star will be taken down. I alone am enough for the heavens chosen of the ancient Xianxia star. Xianxia's eyes were cold. Guchen smiled noncommittally. Since Xianxia didn't want to travel with him, he took back the map. You're going to accept the invitation of the person from ancient heaven to find him? Xianxia asked curiously. Guchen was silent. He wasn't sure if he should do that, because he still didn't know if the other party was a friend or foe. But he had to step into the universe. The words of the man with a bamboo hat before he left still lingered in his mind. If you want revenge, if you want your father and the white ape back, then come and kill me. Become stronger, so strong that the world can no longer ignore your existence, so strong that your name will spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for you in the depths of the universe. Guchen subconsciously clenched his fists. If he continued to stay in the ancient Xianxia star, he wouldn't be able to become stronger. How could he take back everything he had lost from the hands of the man with a bamboo hat? Guchen desperately wanted to be able to suppress everything. He was now an immortal, but he didn't have the elegance of a real immortal. He hoped that one day, he would be able to understand his thoughts and achieve true freedom. The orbit of the ancient Xianxia star has begun to deviate. If you don't want the route on your map to deviate too much, you'd better leave as soon as possible. I also have something to do. I'm sure you have a lot of people you want to say goodbye to. When you're done with your own matters, I'll wait for you in the sky market. Xianxia left. Guchen also took a step and crossed thousands of mountains and rivers to return to the side of his family and friends. He had already made up his mind to leave the ancient Xianxia star, and Gu Yuan, Xin Yushu, and the others had already guessed this. Therefore, when Guchen said goodbye, everyone didn't feel too sad, only anticipation. A man's ambition is to travel far and wide. Shallow waters can't trap a dragon. Gu Yuan sighed. A large number of people from the Gu clan were also there, reluctantly saying goodbye to Gu Chen. Little cousin, one day, I will also step into the universe to find you, Gu Lianyu said with certainty. Sect Master, us too. Huang Pingzhong, Yu Qizhong, and the people from the celestial court led by the Green Qilin killing god were also there. Chen don't be too attached to your father's matter. First, take care of yourself, Shin Yushu said earnestly, his eyes full of worry. The mother worries when the son travels 1,000 miles. Pity the hearts of all parents. Gu Chen had just returned, but he had to go to a vaster world again. Gu Chen remembered everyone's words and reluctantly said goodbye to them. Then, he stepped into the sky. He ascended into the sky step by step. On the Kunlun continent, countless people looked up and said goodbye to him. Mysterious spots of light floated out of the minds of countless cultivators and mortals, gathering toward Gu Chen from all directions like rivers flowing into the sea. This is the power of faith? Gu Chen was shocked. The spots of light converged into a small stream and drilled into his knowledge sea, nourishing his primordial spirit and causing it to strengthen rapidly. The fatigue from the previous battle was all gone. Gu Chen felt that the connection between his primordial spirit and his body became closer, and his strength increased by another level. He reluctantly looked at the ground and then flew out of the storm layer without looking back. Xianxia had been waiting here for a long time. Palai Island Master was also there. Let's go. Palai Island Master smiled and took out a spaceship from his storage ring. This spaceship was the spoils of war from killing the immortals of the armies. With this spaceship, they wouldn't have to go through the storm layer so hard. Gu Chen nodded, and the three of them entered the spaceship together. The spaceship released hazy starlight and entered the storm layer, leaving the ancient planet Song Huang at a steady speed. Sitting in the cabin, the three of them made plans for their future. We're about to step into the universe. The old man has investigated some information, and now I'm sharing it with you as a parting gift. Palai Island Master said with a smile on their way through the storm layer. Gu Chen and Xianxia listened attentively. No one was more scheming than Palai Island Master, and he must have made proper arrangements for them before stepping into the universe. There are many star regions and star paths in the universe, and the current location of Songhuang Ancient Star should be the 19th star path of the Milky Way. In the universe, Songhuang Ancient Star is only a middle-sized ancient star with life. Due to the ancient catastrophe, it's even smaller than some small ancient stars with life. Besides ancient stars with life, there are all kinds of strange stars in the universe. Once you enter one of them, your life may be in danger. Palai Island Master told Gu Chen and Gu Chen what he knew about the universe. Gu Chen wasn't surprised. He had searched the souls of many alien immortals, so he wasn't a stranger to the universe. Palai Island Master's words only helped him sort out the information and let him know what he must be on guard against. The universe is vast and boundless, and there are countless races and cultivation systems. Each race has its own cultivation method. Regardless of the races, the Taos they cultivate can be divided into the immortal Tao and the godly Tao. The cultivators who are recognized by the divine realm and enjoy the incense of the godly Tao are the godly Tao cultivators. Everyone else can be included in the immortal Tao. Palai Island Master's words made them raise their eyebrows. What are the advantages and disadvantages of the two? The cultivators who are recognized by the divine realm are the powerful godly clans and factions. They have a long history and enjoy many privileges and great influence in the major star regions. However, the cultivators of the immortal Tao have a much lower starting point and are in a difficult situation. The old man doesn't know much. After all, the cultivators who are recognized by the divine realm are very few in the universe. The biggest goal of the creatures who come from ordinary ancient stars is to become immortals. It's rumored that the immortal realm existed alongside the divine realm a long time ago, but it disappeared for some unknown reason. Gu Chen chuckled. No wonder the Island Master wants Li Minglong's body. With this body, your path will be much smoother. Palai Island Master shook his head and sighed. Although I've successfully taken over this godly body, I must be careful in case I'm discovered. Does the so-called divine realm refer to a world? Xianxia asked in bafflement. I'm not too sure. The divine path and the immortal path have been separated for a long time. Perhaps it's a convention? Polite Island Master said uncertainly. After all, he was only a cultivator from the Tsunghuang ancient star, and it was hard for him to have a comprehensive understanding of the universe based on the information he gathered from a group of interstellar bandits in a short time. As the three of them spoke, the spaceship had already passed through the storm layer of the ancient star and flew into the vast universe. Countless stars shone brightly in front of him. Gu Chen could see the Milky Way in the distance. It was extremely beautiful. At this moment, the celestial force in his body couldn't help but speed up its circulation according to the cultivation method of the nature of the heavenly star skill. The art of celestial phenomenon was originally a cultivation method of the ultimate mystery of the universe. Now that Gu Chen had left the Earth's surface and stepped into the vast starry sky, it seemed to have undergone some inexplicable changes. We can't be sure if the spaceship we're on will bring us any danger. It might be connected to some powerful forces in the universe, so we have to leave it here. Polite Island Master said cautiously. Gu Chen and Xianxia agreed with this idea. The three of them left the spaceship and stood in the vast starry sky. Without the protection of the atmosphere of the ancient star with lives, the astral winds in the universe were extremely fierce, and they could instantly extinguish the fire of life of ordinary creatures. Fortunately, the three of them had become immortals and could survive in the starry sky with their immortal bodies. Polite Island Master abandoned the spaceship and let it drift aimlessly along a star path. The three of them turned around and looked at the beautiful Tsunghuang ancient star below them. Despite the huge hole in the Tsunghuang ancient star, it couldn't cover its beauty. Gu Chen looked into the distance. Through the atmosphere, he felt as if he could see his family on the Kunlun continent. This was his hometown. When he was young, he had never imagined that one day he would stand in the universe and look down at the ancient star that had nurtured him. Let's take a few more glances. Maybe we won't be able to come back. Polite Island Master sighed. The universe was so vast. On this journey, they were chasing after a broader world of cultivation. Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If they couldn't make further progress, they would eventually turn into dust and die somewhere in the universe. The Tsunghuang ancient star has started to deviate from its original orbit. It will be very difficult to find it in the future. However, we have been recognized by the heavenly Tao of the ancient star, so we can still find the way home, Xianxia said after some consideration. Gu Chen nodded. This was his home. No matter which star region it drifted to, he would definitely find the way home. He wanted to bring his father and the White Ape back here. He wanted to revive the ancient star's soul and make the Tsunghuang ancient star suitable for cultivation again. He had great ambitions in his heart, and all of this required him to become even stronger. The old man will go to the Li Celestial clan in the Xianxia star region. Do you want to come with me? Polite Island Master said with a smile. Be careful not to be seen through by the Celestial clan. I won't get involved in this mess. I will travel around the universe and see different sceneries, Xianxia said calmly. What about you? Polite Island Master turned to look at Gu Chen. I also have my own destination. Gu Chen shook his head. It seems that all good things must come to an end. We will have to part ways here, Polite Island Master lamented. The three of them said goodbye to each other and then set off on different star paths. Gu Chen, when the old man was collecting information about the universe, he learned that the Tyrant clan is very special. If possible, try not to reveal your bloodline in front of others to avoid unnecessary trouble. Polite Island Master reminded him out of goodwill before leaving. I understand. Gu Chen nodded. He had learned a lot from Tuoba-sen's memory. In the universe, there were many existences that could kill him. From now on, he had to be extra careful. After Polite Island Master and Xianxia left, Gu Chen took out the star map left by the cultivator of ancient heaven. After identifying it, he traveled along the 19 star paths of the Milky Way stellar zone. The universe was too vast. The stars in front of him looked very close, but when Gu Chen flew up, he found that they were actually very far away. Even the most powerful immortals rarely traveled in the universe with their cultivation because it consumed too much immortal energy. It was not as easy as using a spaceship. However, Gu Chen didn't dare to use the spaceship he snatched from the alien army. He could only use the stupidest method to travel. Fortunately, after entering the universe, his nature's heavenly star technique circulated much faster, and his immortal energy recovered quickly. He wasn't too tired. From top to bottom, the 4 directions were called Yu, and from ancient times to modern times, it was called Zhou. Traveling through the starry skies, the concept of time became blurry, and the surrounding scenery was always the same. Guchen flew at full speed, following the star chart left behind by the cultivator from ancient heaven. However, he didn't expect that after 3 months, he still hadn't reached the first ancient star marked with life on the star chart. After flying nonstop for 3 months, he could only temporarily land on meteorites when he felt tired. This feeling was especially torturous. What surprised Guchen the most was that he didn't encounter a single living being or spaceship along the way. It was as if he was the only person left in the entire world. At this time, he deeply realized how vast the universe was. This was just one of the star paths in the Milky Way star field, yet it was so difficult to encounter a cultivator. After flying alone through the starry skies for more than 3 months, Guchen finally encountered the first spaceship passing by. This spaceship looked like a bone, and it was over 1,000 feet long. When it passed by Guchen, it seemed to notice him and suddenly stopped. Guchen's eyes revealed a look of vigilance. This was the first spaceship he encountered in the starry skies, and he didn't know if the person inside was good or bad. Runes intertwined and flickered in a corner of the spaceship. Soon, a door of light appeared, and a furry creature walked out from it. It turned out to be a dog, but it wore clothes like a human and stood on 2 feet. The dog clan cultivator glanced at Guchen. "Human, why did you wander around this area alone? Don't you know that there are often extreme storms in this area?" Guchen looked at the dog clan cultivator and tried to suppress his curiosity, acting as if he had been traveling through the starry skies all year round. "I accidentally encountered some interstellar bandits. My spaceship and all my belongings were taken away, so I can only wander around this area." Guchen smiled bitterly. "Woof woof, I guessed it would be like this. Come in." The dog clan cultivator turned and entered the door of light. "Ah?" Guchen was stunned. "Our princess is kind. Seeing that the extreme storm is coming, and that you are wandering alone in this place, she asked me to check your background. If there is no problem, I will give you a ride." The dog clan cultivator saw that Guchen didn't respond and said with dissatisfaction. Guchen understood and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You only asked me one question, and you are sure that I have no problem? Otherwise?" The dog clan cultivator tilted his head and pondered. Guchen realized that this dog clan cultivator was very innocent and was not pretending. Thinking about how he had been wandering in the universe for more than 3 months, he didn't know when he would reach the first ancient planet with life, so he simply followed the dog clan cultivator in. As soon as he entered the spaceship, Guchen found out that there were dog clan cultivators of all sizes in the spaceship. At this time, they were chattering as if they were having a banquet. They looked very noisy, but Guchen didn't dare to look down on them, because each of them had a high level of intelligence, especially the dog clan cultivator and a few others who let him in just now. They had clearly reached the immortal shedding realm. "Your Highness, the person is here." The dog clan cultivator led Guchen to the petite dog clan princess. She had curly brown fur and big and clear eyes. It was said that the eyes were the window to the soul. This dog clan princess gave off a pure and kind feeling. The dog clan princess asked about Guchen's background and where he was going. Guchen hid his background, but he told her his destination. "I am going to Black Dragon Planet." "Black Dragon Planet? That place is still far from here. You were planning to fly there alone?" The dog clan princess was shocked, and the other dog clan members looked at Guchen speechlessly. Guchen was slightly embarrassed. The star map left behind by the ancient heaven cultivators didn't indicate the true distance between each star, so he didn't know how long it would take to reach Black Dragon Planet. Judging from her tone, it was very unreliable for him to fly to Black Dragon Planet with just his physical body. "How about this? Our Tooth Planet isn't far from Black Dragon Planet. I'll give you a lift, but you can't stop there." The dog clan princess thought for a while. "That's great, I can't thank you enough." Guchen thanked her sincerely. So, Guchen temporarily stayed on the dog clan's spaceship and traveled with them. The dog clan was a very noisy race, but they were also very enthusiastic and didn't have any schemes. They seemed to be very happy to have a guest like Gu Chen. Along the way, many people generously shared their food with Gu Chen. However, they were eating strange beast bones. Gu Chen had already abstained from eating, so he politely refused. From the dog clan cultivators, Gu Chen also learned the reason why they were returning to Tooth Planet. It turned out that the dog clan princess was cultivating in an extremely distant spiritual abode. This time, because the conflict between the dog clan and the cat clan on the neighboring air planet intensified, her father urgently summoned her back. He didn't know what exactly she was summoned to do, but the dog clan princess was very filial. She rushed back immediately and happened to meet Gu Chen on the way. Damn cat clan, defeat them and hang them all on the air planet's tree. Long live the Tooth Star dog clan. When it came to the cat clan, the dog clan cultivators were filled with righteous indignation. Although the two ancient planets were adjacent, they were enemies. Gu Chen listened to the barking sounds along the way, and the loneliness of traveling alone was relieved a lot. Only then did he realize that there were such simple races in the universe. Because of the group of bandits who invaded the ancient dark yellow planet, Gu Chen was extremely vigilant against the alien races in the universe. It was very lucky for him to meet the dog clan this time. The dog clan spaceship traveled at high speed in the universe, and its speed was many times faster than Gu Chen's. Half a month later, the huge black dragon planet entered Gu Chen's eyes. The black dragon planet looked too big, several times bigger than the ancient dark yellow planet. It was completely black and gave off an inexplicable sense of oppression. To be precise, the black dragon planet isn't a real ancient planet with life. It doesn't have such a strange existence as a star soul. It's said that it was formed after a huge black dragon died. It's because of the existence of the black dragon's flesh and blood essence that this planet can give birth to life. The black dragon planet is a famous transit planet in the Milky Way star field. Its trade is very prosperous. The dog clan princess liked reading very much, so she was very knowledgeable. Seeing that they were about to reach the black dragon planet, she took the initiative to introduce it to Gu Chen. When Gu Chen heard that the black dragon planet was actually formed by a real dragon, he was shocked. The largest dragon he had ever seen was the one sealed in ice under the Kunlun Ruins dragon vein. He did not expect that such a dragon was just a child's play in the universe. He knew that the strength of a true dragon could not be judged by its size, but the fact that an ancient planet with life could be born like this still shocked him. "We'll carry you to the clouds above the black dragon planet. It's up to you after that," the dog clan princess said kindly. The other dog clan cultivators bid farewell to Gu Chen. Although they had only been together for half a month, Gu Chen had established a friendship with them. Rumble. This group of alien soldiers had different appearances, and the only thing they had in common was that they were all wearing khaki armor, and the patterns on the armor vaguely looked like a fox. They stopped the spaceship in an aggressive manner. When the dog clan cultivators saw this, their expressions changed slightly. One of their guards went out to negotiate with them. After a while, the guard returned to the spaceship and said to the dog race princess, "Your Highness, they want 10,000 star coins. Why is it so expensive? We're already close to Feng Planet." The dog race princess frowned. "Who are they? Are they robbing us? Do you need me to step in?" Gu Chen was displeased. The dog race flew this route because they wanted to send him to Black Dragon Planet, which was why they encountered the group of people outside, so he felt that it was his responsibility. He scanned with his divine senses and realized that only a few of these soldiers had reached the immortal shedding realm. Not to mention him, even the dog race cultivators in the spaceship should be able to deal with them. "You can't do that. They are heaven immortal yellow fox's men, and they have always been arrogant on the 19-star paths. They are just collecting toll fees, and we can just spend some money to get rid of them." The dog race princess quickly shook her head. After spending half a month together, she could tell that Gu Chen didn't know many of the rules of space travel, and she was afraid that he would be at a disadvantage. After saying that, she took out a red rectangular card from her body. There were gorgeous lines on the card that looked like stars. "This star card is just worth 10,000 star coins. Give it to them, and remember to have a good attitude," the dog race princess reminded, and the guard took the money out of the spaceship again. Heaven Immortal Yellow Fox's men were very satisfied when they saw the money and let the spaceship pass. The dog race cultivators in the spaceship collectively heaved a sigh of relief, but Guchen felt a little guilty. "I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, you might not have to pay this money. How about I compensate you?" Before leaving the ancient Songhuang star, he, Xianxia, and Pulai Island Master had divided the spoils of war with the alien legion in the ship. Star coins were the universal currency in the universe, and almost every soldier of the alien army had them. Therefore, he had obtained quite a lot, and he estimated that there were tens of thousands of them in total. Hearing Guchen's words, the Dog Clan cultivators couldn't help but laugh. The Dog Clan princess explained it to him. "Young Master Gu, there's no need to feel bad. Even if Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox's subordinates don't take my money today, they'll still come to my ivory planet to cause trouble in 2 days. They are greedy for money, but they also pay attention to the rules. After taking back my star coins, I think they will not make things difficult for the people of my Tooth Planet." Guchen came to a sudden realization. This Yellow Fox Celestial Immortal was simply a tyrant. If he wanted to pass by, he would collect toll fees. If he couldn't collect toll fees, he would go to various ancient planets to collect protection fees. This Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox was truly amazing. The Hound Clan spaceship stopped after entering the Black Dragon star's orbit. Guchen was about to leave. "Young Master Gu doesn't seem to understand a lot of things. I believe this book will be of help to you." Before leaving, the Dog Clan princess gave Guchen a book. He didn't pay attention to what book it was and accepted it gratefully. "Goodbye, everyone. We'll meet again if fate wills it." Guchen bid farewell to this group of pure and kind Dog Clan cultivators, and then flew alone towards the huge Black Dragon star in front of him. "Stop." He hadn't flown far when the group of Yellow Fox army soldiers caught up to him and intercepted him. "May I ask what's the matter?" Guchen frowned. "I want to collect toll fees. 10,000 star coins." The leading soldier demanded an exorbitant price. "Didn't I already pay it?" Guchen had just left from the Hound Clan spaceship. He believed that this group of soldiers should have seen it, but he didn't expect that they would also ask him for money. "Hey, I just collected money from the Hound Clan." "Are you from the Hound Clan?" "You're a human," the leading soldier said fiercely. "What if I don't pay?" Guchen's frown deepened. When the soldiers heard this, they exchanged a few glances and then burst into laughter. "Then it means that you're completely stupid." The leading soldier's eyes turned cold. Guchen stared at them, and his heart was filled with anger. To be honest, if it were any other place, he might have fought with these people. But they were already close to the Black Dragon planet, and there were a large number of cultivators coming and going. If he fought with them here, he wouldn't be able to win, but he would probably cause a huge commotion. The Yellow Fox army dared to do whatever they wanted on the 19 star paths because they had a leader in the Heaven Celestial stage behind them. And Guchen's actual cultivation was only in the later stage of the Human Celestial stage. If he used his trump card, he would only have the strength of an Earth Celestial stage. Thinking of the principle that a powerful dragon couldn't suppress a snake in its own territory, Guchen took a deep breath and took out a large pile of shiny crystals from his storage ring. They were the star coins that he had seized from the alien soldiers. He didn't even count them before he threw them to the leader of the soldiers. "These should be enough, right?" The leading soldier weighed the weight and a satisfied look appeared on his face. "At least you know your place. You can go now." They made way for Guchen, and he was finally able to fly into the Black Dragon planet. There was no ocean on the Black Dragon planet. There was only dark land everywhere. Guchen identified the direction and flew toward the largest city on this ancient planet. This was the first ancient planet with life that he had reached after he set foot in the starry sky. It was also the first stop on the star map given to him by the cultivator of ancient heaven. In fact, Guchen hadn't decided whether or not to find the cultivator of ancient heaven. The reason why he came here was because, according to the star map, this place should be very prosperous. Guchen had just entered the universe, so he didn't know many things. So, he planned to spend a few months living on this Black Dragon planet, where trade was flourishing, to integrate into the environment. At the same time, he also wanted to take advantage of the huge flow of people here to investigate some things. Arriving at the largest city on the Black Dragon planet, Black Dragon City, Guchen found a restaurant in the city to stay. The Star River trade in this city was very prosperous. There were all kinds of alien races coming and going here, and the goods they handled were also very strange. There were strange words everywhere on the streets, and Guchen found them slightly familiar. After thinking for a long time, he remembered that the words everywhere here were very similar to the words on the stone tablets he had seen in the ancient demon god land, the Heavenly Palace, and many other dangerous places. He pondered. Perhaps it was the same as the star coins. It should be a common language in the universe. Guchen quickly solved this mystery, thanks to the book given by the dog race princess. The books that the princess had given him were densely packed with the universal language of the stars, and these words also had a spiritual imprint that could convey their meaning to the reader through contact, so that people of any race could easily understand them. Guchen stayed in the restaurant for 10 days in a row, studying this mysterious and strange star script. He was a smart person, and through the interpretation of the words in the book, he quickly mastered this star text. This book was a travel book, which recorded the strange and interesting stories of many ancient planets and races in the universe. It was very helpful to enhance Guchen's current knowledge. Guchen stayed in the Black Dragon City, and it took him a month to integrate into the environment here. Finally, he was no longer a hothead. The tower had no windows and looked gloomy from the outside, with only a single door open day and night. Regardless of the time, there were always cultivators coming and going inside, only to come out in a few moments. Guchen followed the stream of people into the tower and came to a secret room according to the instructions. An old man sat in the secret room. When he saw Guchen, he pointed to the chair in front of him. Guchen sat down opposite the old man with a blank expression, took out a jade slip, and placed it on the table. I want to ask the Thousand Faces Temple to help me investigate a person. Everything about this person's characteristics are recorded in this jade slip. The old man picked up the jade slip and carefully looked at the description in the jade slip, revealing a strange smile. If it's this person, there's no need to investigate. The old man can give you the information now. Guchen was shocked to hear this. Is this true? The old man did not speak and rubbed his fingers. This information costs 3,000 star coins. Guchen was not sure how valuable the information given by the old man was, but thinking that the Thousand Faces Temple had always had a good reputation, he still gave him the money. According to the description in your jade slip, this person is a middle-aged human man, and there may be a white ape following him. With these two clues, the old man can easily earn your money. You don't even need to read the rest of the information. The old man accepted the money, feeling that it was too easy to earn this money, and said proudly, "What the hell is going on?" Guchen frowned. The person he wanted to find was naturally his father. To be precise, it was his father who was controlled by the man with a bamboo hat. When Guchen embarked on his journey to the stars, his biggest worry was his father and the white ape. When he came to the extremely prosperous Black Dragon Star, the first thing he wanted to do was to find his father. He knew that the man with a bamboo hat might not be too high profile, so he wrote down his father's various characteristics, the known origins of the man with a bamboo hat, and even the existence of the white ape and Wu Lingxian in the jade slip, hoping to expand the clues. He had thought that the investigation would take a long time. Who would have thought that the old man would give such a surprising answer? The human man you're looking for is the overlord body that hasn't appeared in the world for a long time. The old man is right, right? The old man's first sentence made Guchen's pupils shrink. Very few people knew that the man with a bamboo hat had already transformed his father's body into an overlord body. To be able to point this out, the other party was definitely not speaking carelessly. About half a year ago, on this Black Dragon planet, the man you're looking for appeared and had a great battle with someone. The matter caused quite a stir. The old man's next words made Guchen excited. Man with a bamboo hat had also been to the Black Dragon planet. He soon realized that the ancient pale yellow star was on the 19th star road of the Milky Way, and the Black Dragon star was a famous transit star. No matter where the man with a bamboo hat wanted to take his father and the white ape to, it was not unusual for them to pass through this place. Who did he fight with, and what was the result? Guchen took a deep breath. The one he fought with was a famous warrior race in the universe, the legendary Heart Ape race. That day, the two of them fought in the desert of the Black Dragon planet. One was forced to reveal his overlord body identity, while the other was from the Heart Ape race. This caused a huge commotion. You have to know that the overlord body has been extinct for many years in the Milky Way star, and the Heart Ape race has only been heard of. To be able to see people from these two races fighting might not even happen once in 100,000 years, the old man replied with a smile. Guchen finally understood why the old man had said that it was easy to get the money. Even if the old man did not come to the Thousand Faces temple, he could still find out a lot of inside information by simply asking around. Who won that battle? Guchen's expression became nervous. The overlord body was definitely his father, who was controlled by the man with a bamboo hat. But who was the expert from the Heart Ape race? Was it the white ape? Logically speaking, the white ape was not a match for the man with a bamboo hat. But thinking about the many secrets the white ape had, Guchen was not too sure. Naturally, the expert from the Heart Ape race won. Although the one he fought was the overlord body, his cultivation was much lower. He was no match for the warrior from the other race, and was almost beaten up. According to the conversation between the two of them, the warrior from the other race seemed to be asking for someone from the overlord body, but the overlord body refused and tried to escape. Then, he was beaten up. What was surprising was that although the overlord body was far from being a match for him, a mysterious person helped him in the end, and he successfully escaped. After that, the experts from the Heart Ape race immediately gave chase. Whether they caught up to him or not, no one knows. But the battle between the two quickly shook the entire Milky Way star field. Not long after that, various powerful immortals and gods descended on the Black Dragon planet, wanting to find clues about the two of them. The matter was too big. At that time, there was an endless stream of people coming to my Thousand Faces temple to inquire about this matter. The old man explained the ins and outs in detail, and Guchen's heart rippled. He recalled the powerful ape man from the River of Time that had descended on the ancient planet Songhuang. That should be the race of the white ape. Not long after the reappearance of the ancient planet Songhuang, they arrived at the demon god ancient land. He did not find the white ape in the southern mountains, and then went overseas. Guchen did not see what happened after that through the River of Time, but the white ape was captured by the man with a bamboo hat. Clearly, the other party had missed. If the other party had some means to track the white ape, and thus chased him all the way from the ancient planet Songhuang to the star path, and finally successfully stopped him at the Black Dragon planet. Judging from the timing of the battle between the two, this was entirely possible. If the man with a bamboo hat is really being chased by the experts of the Heart Ape race, then the white ape might already be free. When Guchen thought of this, he was inwardly elated. The crafty man with a bamboo hat did not expect to suffer such a huge setback. If not for the fact that the other party was controlling his father's body, he would have wished for the other party to be killed on the spot by the experts of the Heart Ape race. This unexpected news made Guchen extremely excited. He originally thought that the man with a bamboo hat would have disappeared after a year, but from the looks of it, he was not that far away. Guchen continued to ask the old man about the tyrant body and the white ape. However, the old man said that after the battle, the two of them had disappeared, and there were no more clues. Guchen asked the old man about the location of the battle, and then immediately left the Thousand Faces temple. The moment he walked out of the huge pagoda, the old man in the secret room called for a few cultivators, secretly following the guest who just left. His background is a little strange. The old man revealed a meaningful smile. Elder, what's so strange about him? The few cultivators asked curiously. For the past 6 months, there have been countless people asking about the tyrant body and the Heart Ape race. However, all of them directly asked about the two of them. Only this person was different. He didn't know what happened half a year ago, and was purely looking for someone. Elder, could it be that this person is related to the tyrant body or the Heart Ape race? The few cultivators were shocked. Guchen left Thousand Faces temple and flew straight to the Black Dragon planet's desert. Although Black Dragon planet was huge, the cities were all clustered together. The rest of the planet was sparsely populated. After asking for directions, Guchen flew towards the vast desert. The cultivators around him gradually became sparse. Eh? On the way, Guchen felt that someone was following him. He couldn't help but frown. He didn't know many people on Black Dragon Planet, nor did he reveal his wealth. Why would he attract the attention of someone with ulterior motives? He pondered for a moment. Today, he had only gone to Thousand Faces Temple. It seems that I gave myself away when I was investigating. Guchen easily understood. At first, he didn't know about the appearance of the Overlord body half a year ago. Because of this, he must have attracted the attention of Thousand Faces Temple. It was said that Thousand Faces Temple was extremely powerful. They had spread all over the major star passages in the Milky Way star field. It was not a good thing to be targeted by them. Guchen's divine sense spread out, trying to find the cultivators hiding in the dark. However, he could only capture a few faint auras. The few people following him were proficient in concealment and tracking techniques. Guchen couldn't accurately determine their cultivation. It wouldn't be easy to get rid of them. I've already reached the desert, but they still haven't made a move. It seems that they are just secretly following me to observe me. They don't intend to make a move immediately. Guchen thought about it. He simply pretended that he didn't notice anything and continued to advance according to the established route. Soon, he arrived at the battlefield where the Overlord body and the Heart Ape clan had fought. Most of the nearby rocky peaks were shattered, and he could see some of the movements from the battle. As for the ground, in the past half a year, the endless yellow sand had already covered all traces. Guchen wandered around, looking for possible clues while thinking about how to deal with the people following him. He quietly opened the Qianquan bag at his waist. Purple and blue fierce insects quietly landed on the ground and burrowed into the yellow sand. It seems that I won't be able to find any clues using normal methods. Guchen looked around. That battle had happened a long time ago. He didn't know how many cultivators had visited this place. Even if there were any clues, they had already been destroyed. Return to the source. Guchen thought for a moment, then pointed a finger at the void in front of him, and a nine-colored light enshrouded the area. The surging power of time flooded the area, and then, a strange scene appeared. A mirage-like image appeared in the air. It was the reappearance of the memories of the past half a year. Guchen had comprehended the power of karma in the river of time, and his attainments in the Celestial Emperor's light fist had improved further, which was why he could achieve such a divine art. The scenes of the past 6 months flashed in front of Guchen's eyes like flowing water, and he quickly looked through them. After the battle, just as the Thousand Faces Temple had said, many immortals had come to investigate the matter. Guchen had also noticed traces of the Gold Clan cultivators, and he reflexively narrowed his eyes. From Tuoba Sen's memories, he learned that a long time ago, the Gold Clan had been playing the role of hunting down the Tyrant clan in the universe's major star systems. Their ancestors seemed to be obeying the orders of a certain lord, and they were still carrying out their mission to this day. The Tyrant clan had long disappeared from the universe, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they had perished. No matter what the Tyrant clan was like in the past, it has already disappeared. Why would it still attract the attention of so many people? Guchen pondered. Even the cultivators of the Thousand Faces Temple who had been following him were probably here for the Tyrant body. The scenes kept changing like flowers, and soon, Guchen saw the rumored battle. He saw his father's figure and finally confirmed that he had not found the wrong place. The one fighting with his father was the powerful white ape who had visited the ancient planet Song Huang. The two of them were fighting in the desert, and the commotion was so big that it caused the scenes to become very unstable. The man with a bamboo hat used the power of the Tyrant body to display many divine arts, but in front of the tyrannical fighting race, he was defeated miserably. The ape warrior was proficient in the battle saint technique, and he almost tortured the man with a bamboo hat to death. In the end, the man with a bamboo hat was almost exhausted, but a pair of eyes suddenly appeared in the void in the distance, and it stared at the ape warrior with an earth-shattering gaze. The ape warrior's body suddenly stiffened, and he was actually in a daze. The man with a bamboo hat took advantage of this opportunity to run away. Those eyes, Guchen's heart trembled. After this pair of eyes appeared, the karma scene became extremely unstable. In the end, it directly collapsed, and the surroundings returned to their original state. Gu Chen had already understood who had saved the man with a bamboo hat, and it was most likely him. Perhaps it was one of the countless clones of the man with a bamboo hat, or perhaps it was his real body that had come in person. In short, he had already gotten rid of the embarrassing situation of being in his father's body, and it was even more difficult to catch him now. I didn't see the white ape, and it should have been controlled. But what about Wu Lingxian, where is he? Gu Chen recalled that Wu Lingxian did not appear in the scene just now, and he was not at the scene at that time. Had he been abandoned by the man with a bamboo hat, or had he been separated from the man with a bamboo hat for some reason? Many forces were tracking the man with a bamboo hat and the ape warrior, but Wu Lingxian had not been mentioned by the Thousand Faces Shrine. Perhaps he was a fish that had escaped the net. What an exquisite time spell. What is your relationship with the overlord body? As Gu Chen was thinking, 3 figures appeared around him, and the voice of one of them interrupted his thoughts. Gu Chen came back to his senses, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Finally willing to come out. Now that the 3 of them had appeared, he finally found out their cultivation. The strongest one was only at the peak of the human immortal stage, and they could not pose a threat to him. Capture him and interrogate him. Elder's guess should be right, he must have some relationship with the overlord body. Through him, our Thousand Faces Shrine might be the first to capture the overlord body. The 3 of them obviously did not intend to observe Gu Chen anymore, and directly attacked. You guys really don't keep your word. Gu Chen said expressionlessly, and suddenly stomped his foot on the ground. Boom, the yellow sand within a radius of 10 miles was shaken up by his stomp, and smoke and dust filled the sky, accompanied by countless blue insect shadows, buzzing. At the same time, a huge gravitational field spread out, and the 3's reaction speed was greatly reduced. Not good, we met an expert. After a while, 2 of the 3 turned into corpses, and the remaining one looked at Gu Chen in horror. Another overlord body. Didn't you guys want to find the overlord body? Now that you've found it, you should be very happy. Gu Chen looked indifferent, and grabbed the head of the man, violently using the soul-searching technique. Ah! The cultivator from Thousand Faces Temple screamed miserably. His screams became softer and softer until he finally stopped. Gu Chen closed his eyes and silently sensed the information he had obtained from the cultivator's head. From this person's memory, Thousand Faces Temple didn't have any useful information about the overlord body. Not only them, but many other forces were also like this. Since he couldn't find the information he wanted from the man with a bamboo hat and the Heart Ape clan, Gu Chen tried to start from Wu Lingxian. He didn't expect that he would find something fishy in this cultivator's memory. These cultivators had lived on the Black Dragon Star for a long time. Because of the special relationship they had with the Thousand Faces Temple, they knew everything that happened on the Black Dragon Star. According to Gu Chen's deep excavation of this person's memory, he didn't find the name Wu Lingxian, but he heard about a force called the Martial Arts Hall. It was said that about half a year ago, a sect called the Martial Arts Hall suddenly appeared on the Black Dragon planet. Because human ancient martial artists had always been rare, Thousand Faces Temple's intelligence network was very precise, so they paid attention to it. However, the people from Thousand Faces Temple had never seen Wu Lingxian appear beside the man with a bamboo hat. Therefore, they didn't know about the relationship between him and the overlord body. The timing matches. Was this martial arts hall created by Wu Lingxian? Gu Chen squinted his eyes and casually extinguished the last person's spirit. Then, he flicked a few fireballs with his fingers and burned the 3 corpses into ashes. He completely destroyed their corpses to prevent others from finding the place where they died. After doing this, Gu Chen's appearance began to change greatly. From his original valiant and handsome face, he became extremely ordinary. His skeletal frame also shrunk slightly, making his body shorter than before. He changed into a green robe, and he looked completely different from the previous Gu Chen. Gu Chen didn't want to attract a lot of trouble after killing the people from Thousand Faces Temple. It was better to change his appearance to make it more convenient. He took a detour and returned to the Black Dragon City. Then, he asked someone to find out the location of a martial arts hall. Although the name Martial Arts Hall was in the cultivator's memory, because it was an unranked sect and only had a special Dao tradition, the Thousand Faces Temple did not pay much attention to it. Gu Chen had no choice but to look for it himself. After spending a lot of effort in the city, he finally found the so-called hall entrance of the martial arts hall in a remote alley in the west of the city. Although it was called a hall, it was just a courtyard. There was an old man standing guard at the entrance, looking sleepy. "Old man, I'd like to pay a visit to the palace lord." Gu Chen stepped forward and asked. "Hmm?" The old man woke up from his sleep and looked at Gu Chen in surprise. "The old man has been guarding this place for more than half a year, and someone really came here to look for him? What's your name?" Gu Chen hesitated for a moment and said. "My name is Li Menglong." Considering that this place might be closely related to the man with the bamboo hat and Wu Lingxian, Gu Chen didn't want to expose his identity. The man with the bamboo hat knew both Gu Chen and Chen Gu very well, so he borrowed the name of the Penglai Island master. "Hmm? You are not the person I'm waiting for." "Sorry." The old man looked disappointed. Then, he closed his eyes and went back to sleep. Gu Chen frowned. From the old man's tone, he seemed to be waiting for someone here under someone's order. But who could he be waiting for? How many people would know the name of the martial arts hall outside the ancient planet? "Old man, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. My real name is Gu Chen." Gu Chen thought for a while and told his real name with clenched teeth. "Gu Chen? You are Gu Chen?" When the old man heard that, he immediately jumped up, looking like he was dancing with joy. "According to that person, I thought I would have to wait for 10 years or even 100 years. I didn't expect that I would meet you in just a few months. This is great." Gu Chen didn't expect the old man to be waiting for him. His heart stirred. What the hell was Wu Lingxian doing? Come, come, come. Follow me." The old man led Gu Chen through the door and into the hall. Then, he took out a box from his clothes. "A person named Wu Lingxian asked the old man to give this box to you," the old man said. Gu Chen was even more surprised. What was going on with Wu Lingxian? Was this another scheme of the man with a bamboo hat? He was about to take the box, but the old man held it tightly. "You have to promise me that after you get this box, you will remove the life and death restriction in my mind." Half a year ago, the old man accidentally offended Wu Lingxian. After that, he was placed with the life and death restriction. He was asked to preside over the martial arts hall in this city and guard this box. According to him, one day, a person named Gu Chen will come here to look for him. At that time, he will ask me to give him the box. In this way, the life and death restriction in my mind will be removed. The old man told him the ins and outs of the matter. The life and death restriction was a restriction that Wu Lingxian taught to Gu Chen to control others. It was very complicated and rare. In the entire martial arts hall, only Gu Chen and Wu Lingxian knew how to do it. It turned out that Wu Lingxian used such a trick to make the old man willingly guard here. What did he want to give to Gu Chen after going through so much trouble? Gu Chen agreed to the old man's request, took the box from him, and opened it. Inside the box was a sealed letter and a small crystal fragment, which seemed to belong to some kind of jade. Gu Chen opened the letter and looked at it expressionlessly. "Gu Chen, when you see this letter, it means that you are still alive and have stepped into the vast starry sky. I know you are eager for revenge and are anxious to find your father, but please restrain your thoughts and believe that I will help you." Wu Lingxian's first sentence made Gu Chen feel ridiculous. Back then, Wu Lingxian deceived and used him in order to follow the man with the bamboo hat and leave the pale yellow ancient star. Gu Chen didn't have any trust in a person like him who could even abandon and forget his own father. "I know it's hard for you to believe what I said, but I really want to help you and your father. As Ling Fuan, I can only express my gratitude to you for setting up a monument for my father." Wu Lingxian mentioned his father, Ling Ping, who died with regret, which made Gu Chen a little surprised. There was a sense of remorse in his words. He admitted his identity as Ling Fuan, which was quite different from his previous indifferent attitude. Gu Chen was contemplating. What happened that made Wu Lingxian's temperament change? It was hard to believe that such a person who was so unsentimental suddenly repented and wanted to help him. Gu Chen continued to read. "The identity and origin of the man with the bamboo hat are far more terrible than you and I think. I know you are eager to save your father, but you must be patient. I will be your insider." That was the end of the letter. Guchen pinched the tiny fragment with 2 fingers and could not help but reveal a contemplative look. Was Wu Lingxian telling the truth? Did he really want to help him? Or was all this just another plot of the man with a bamboo hat? Guchen had to think carefully. The content of the letter was too unexpected. This doesn't seem like the style of the man with a bamboo hat. If it was him, he would have a better way to plot against me. Guchen's eyes flashed. His intuition told him that Wu Lingxian really wanted to help him, but whether he was really a prodigal son, he was not sure. Guchen carefully examined the fragment in his hand and found that as soon as his divine sense entered it, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. No matter how much it entered, it was consumed. He could not see what it was made of. What did this thing have to do with the man with a bamboo hat? Guchen flipped his hand and took out the star map given by the cultivator of ancient heaven, trying to find the location of the ancient demon planet. Coincidentally, the ancient demon planet was in the Milky Way star zone. Like the Black Dragon planet, the Tooth planet, the Ear planet, and many other ancient planets with life, it was also part of the Milky Way. It's not far. If it was far away, Guchen would have to think about it. But since it was so close, there was almost no reason for him to hesitate. No matter what Wu Lingxian wanted to do, this was the only clue to find his father. Can you help me get rid of the life and death restriction in my mind now? The old man asked eagerly after seeing that Guchen had finished reading the letter. Of course. Guchen pressed the old man's head with one hand and extended his divine sense into his sea of consciousness. Soon, he found the life and death restriction that Wu Lingxian had set up. The life and death restriction had many kinds of restriction methods. If one did not know this secret method and hastily helped someone remove it, it might cause the person's primordial spirit to be instantly destroyed. But Guchen knew the life and death restriction very well and easily helped the old man remove it. Thank you so much. The old man is finally free. O.L. Amos thanked him again and again excitedly. He finally didn't have to waste his life guarding this place anymore. Guchen bid farewell to the old man and decided to leave the Black Dragon planet. It took him a month to blend in with the environment, and he was no longer a greenhorn in interstellar travel. On this Black Dragon planet, there was also the Thousand Faces Temple. He had accidentally offended them. In order to prevent them from using any special means to find him, it was better to leave as soon as possible. Flying to the ancient demon planet is too slow. It will be much more convenient to use the teleportation platform to reach the Ear planet. On the same star path, within a certain distance, there would often be teleportation platforms between ancient vital stars, which could greatly reduce the time needed for interstellar travel. Guchen checked. It was most convenient to use the teleportation platform of the Black Dragon planet to teleport to the Ear planet and then to the ancient demon planet. As for why they did not teleport directly to the ancient demon planet? Naturally, it was because this ancient planet was very special and didn't have anything like a teleportation platform. Guchen did not know what was so special about the ancient demon planet. He decided to ask someone when he reached Ear planet. He came to the largest building in the Black Dragon city. There were many teleportation platforms everywhere. As long as one paid a certain amount of star coins, they could be teleported. Other than the teleportation platform, there was a row of mysterious doors that emitted light at the top of the building. Those were the gates of God. It was said that only immortal Tao cultivators could use them. The gates of God were much stronger than ordinary teleportation platforms. Most teleportation platforms could only teleport to other ancient planets on the same star path, but some gates of God could teleport across star fields. It was said that the gates of God were opened by the divine realm and connected to the major star fields of the universe. During times of war, the Divine Clan and the Divine Clan could use the power of the Gates of God to achieve rapid movement. There were many privileges such as the Gates of God. In the universe, immortal Tao cultivators who were recognized by the Divine Realm were the most enviable. Guchen was not an immortal Tao cultivator, so he naturally could not use the Gates of God. The place he wanted to go was not far, and the teleportation platform was enough. After paying the fee, Guchen boarded the teleportation platform to the Ear planet. After a brief moment of dizziness, he found himself on another ancient planet. The teleportation city of the Ear planet was filled with cat race cultivators of different colors. It was very different from the thousands of races in the Black Dragon city. Guchen walked down the teleportation platform, found the nearest cat race guard, and asked, "May I know how to get to the ancient demon planet?" The cat clan guard cast an indifferent glance at Guchen in a lazy manner. "Walk outside." This answer was equivalent to no answer. Guchen frowned slightly and could only walk out of the teleportation city. Along the way, he asked a few more cat race cultivators. In the end, all the cat race cultivators ignored him, which was very different from the enthusiasm of the dog race cultivators. It was not just him. The cat race seemed to be lazy and indifferent to all the other races. Until one of the teleportation platforms lit up, and a black dog walked out. This black dog was terrifyingly big, and its fur was black and shiny like silk. As soon as it came out of the teleportation platform, it looked shifty. Although it deliberately kept a low profile, its behavior was still seen by the surrounding cat race cultivators, and it immediately attracted a wave of meowing. "Burn the dog race to death. The cat race will never be slaves." Meow. A large group of cat race cultivators quickly rushed to where the big black dog was, baring their teeth with strong hostility. The black dog was startled and smiled awkwardly. "What are you doing?" "I didn't do anything." "Damn dog of the tooth planet, what are you doing here on the air planet? Tell me, are you a spy? Look at your black and swarthy body. One look and I can tell you are not a good dog." The initially lazy cat race cultivators suddenly became so agitated, which attracted the attention of many cultivators coming and going from the teleportation platforms. Guchen's attention was also attracted. He had heard from the dog race cultivators that the dog race and cat race were mortal enemies, but he did not expect their relationship to be so bad. This black dog was really bold. Since the relationship between the two races was so bad, it still dared to come here. Seeing that more and more cat race cultivators were gathering around it, as if they were going to take it down, the black dog's eyes flashed. Suddenly, it raised its two front legs and took out a handful of golden food that emitted a fragrant smell from its storage ring, and scattered it around. "Huh? What's that smell? Is this the dried fish from Fuxian Lake?" "Meow, I want it, I want it." The surrounding cat race cultivators smelled the dried fish and were immediately distracted. Meanwhile, the black dog's two powerful hind legs ran away, and it actually escaped from the teleportation city. "This is not Fuxian dried fish." "Ah, that black dog is lying. Catch that liar." The cat race cultivators had just picked up the Fuxian dried fish when they realized that the golden fish had turned into gravel. Instantly, they were furious and chased after it. "Oh woo, little kitties, come and catch me if you can." Woof woof woof. Guchen witnessed the whole process from the side. The black dog had left a deep impression on him. Its camouflage technique had not only fooled the cat race cultivators, but even he had not noticed anything amiss. Such a powerful Dharma spell had been used in such a place. It was a masterpiece. Following the crowd out of the teleportation city, Guchen looked for a spaceship heading for the ancient demon planet. The ancient demon planet has been sealed for a long time. No spaceship has gone there. Guchen asked a cultivator who was ferrying the spaceship and received such an answer. "Why is it sealed?" Guchen asked in surprise. "The ancient demon planet has been abandoned for a long time. It is an ancient planet that is not suitable for cultivation. For many years, no one has gone there. About half a year ago, Yellow Fox Celestial Immortal's army sealed it again, forbidding anyone from entering. Hence, there are even fewer spaceships passing by. Human, no matter why you want to go there, I advise you to give up on the idea. It is said that the armies of the dog race and cat race have also gone there recently. Given their irreconcilable relationship, those who are not related to them will be in trouble." The cultivator kindly reminded Guchen that the ancient demon planet was not a good place to go. Guchen thanked him and left. The information given by the cultivator gave him an intuitive understanding of the ancient demon planet. It was sealed more than half a year ago. Does that place have something to do with the man with a bamboo hat? Guchen noticed that the ancient demon planet was sealed around the time when the man with a bamboo hat appeared on the Black Dragon planet. This further proved that the information given by Wu Lingxian might be correct. No matter what, Guchen had to go and take a look. Since there was no spaceship, he might as well cross the galaxy with his body. A few days later, Guchen had left the air planet and saw the rumored ancient demon planet from afar. The ancient demon planet was even larger than the black dragon planet. It was green all over, like a beautiful piece of jade in the vast galaxy. It was too attractive. This ancient planet seemed to be full of primeval forests and looked full of vitality. Guchen was a little puzzled. Why was such a place not suitable for cultivation? He flew straight towards the ancient demon planet. When he neared the planet's atmosphere, he was stopped by a row of soldiers. It is forbidden to approach this planet. Return to where you came from. They were soldiers from the Yellow Fox army. Their attitude was unyielding. Guchen stopped in his tracks, his eyes flickering. Previously, the soldiers of the Yellow Fox army had blackmailed him. He did not have a good impression of this army. Now that they had stopped him from entering the ancient demon planet, he began to wonder if he could kill them quickly and then sneak into the ancient demon planet. Just as he had this thought, he saw a group of soldiers patrolling not far away. They even greeted the soldiers who stopped him. Understood. Guchen realized that it wasn't a good idea to act rashly, so he slowly retreated. He left the line of sight of the soldiers and started to investigate the surroundings of the ancient demon planet. He discovered that the ancient planet had been tightly sealed off. The Yellow Fox army had sent out a large number of soldiers and had set up a defensive formation around the planet. With such fanfare, it was obvious that there were some unspeakable secrets on the ancient demon planet. Guchen circled the ancient demon planet but could not come up with any good ideas. It seemed like he had no other choice but to force his way through. But if he did that, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for him to enter the planet. The Yellow Fox Heaven Immortal was extremely powerful on the 19th star path. Not only was he an expert of the Heaven Immortal realm, the soldiers under him were also brave and skilled in battle. They had all reached the human immortal realm. They were different from the bandits who visited the ancient demon planet. They were the true overlords of the star path. Guchen frowned. Just as he was thinking about how to enter the ancient demon planet, he was discovered by the patrolling soldiers. It's you again, human. You've been sneaking around the ancient demon planet. What are you trying to do? It was the soldiers who had chased Guchen away. Seeing that he had not given up on leaving, they immediately surrounded him. You've misunderstood. I just thought that the ancient demon planet was very beautiful and stopped to admire it for a while. Guchen explained calmly. Hey, you still dare to quibble? Take him down. The soldiers of the Yellow Fox army were used to being domineering. Even though Guchen had not done anything, they decided to take him down first. Guchen's eyes turned cold. He was about to take him down. What's the point of fighting and killing? A voice full of evil rang out, causing many soldiers to immediately turn their heads. Lord Yellow Fox, why are you here? The soldiers' expressions changed when they saw the person who had come. They became respectful. The person was wearing a yellow robe. The fox's tail on his back was furry, and it just happened to be draped over his shoulders. He had a sharp beak. His face looked like that of a fox and a wolf. He had a long beard and a pair of eyes that were constantly emitting a frightening and fierce light. Yellow Fox Heaven Immortal, he was a formidable figure on the 19th star path. Who would have thought that Guchen would meet him? Guchen looked at him in shock. He used his divine consciousness to probe him, but found that he could not figure out the other party's cultivation level. Lord, this is what happened. This human has been sneaking around the ancient demon planet for a long time. We suspect that he has ulterior motives. So we're going to take him down for questioning. The soldiers seemed to rarely speak to their leader. At this moment, they hurriedly explained, trying to win his favor. Guchen had a bad feeling. The other party was an expert in the Heaven Immortal stage. Not to mention whether he could defeat him. If they fought, he would have to face the encirclement of his army. He's a guest that I invited. Who told you to stop him? Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox smiled merrily. Suddenly, he said something completely unexpected. What? He's your guest, Lord? The group of soldiers was dumbfounded. That's right. Heaven Immortal Yellow Fox snorted coldly. Seeing that you're doing your duty, I won't hold it against you. Heaven Immortal Yellow Fox signaled to Guchen with his eyes. Then he strode towards the ancient demon planet. Gu Chen was extremely shocked. What was Heaven Immortal Yellow Fox's intention? He did not understand what Heaven Immortal Yellow Fox was thinking. But naturally, he would not miss this opportunity. He hurriedly followed. This time, the soldiers did not dare to stop Gu Chen. But as they watched Heaven Immortal Yellow Fox leave, their eyes were filled with suspicion. Normally, Lord has many guards following him. Why is there not a single one today? That human doesn't look like Lord's guest. What's going on? It's better to report this to Lord Cold Vulture. The soldiers immediately contacted General Yellow Fox, who was in charge of guarding the ancient demon planet. Gu Chen followed behind Heaven Immortal Yellow Fox and flew into the atmosphere of the ancient demon planet. Along the way, they encountered many soldiers. When they saw Heaven Immortal Yellow Fox, not only did the soldiers not stop him, they all looked at him with reverence. They did not dare to get too close. Heaven Immortal Yellow Fox and Gu Chen did not speak. The two of them maintained an eerie silence. Gu Chen guessed why Heaven Immortal Yellow Fox had asked him to follow. His eyes remained vigilant. Lord, why are you here? As they passed through the defensive array of the ancient demon planet, an unusually burly mutated tribe general with a pair of wings on his back rushed over. I'm here to check on the progress. How are the Hound Clan and Cat Clan doing? Heaven Immortal Yellow Fox asked coldly with his hands behind his back. Lung Jiu laughed mockingly as he accompanied the two of them. Things are going well. The Hound Clan and Cat Clan are doing their best to gain your support. Very good. You may leave. I'll walk around the ancient demon planet with our guests, Heaven Immortal Yellow Fox said casually. How can I do that? Since you're here, I'll naturally accompany you. Speaking of which, this is... Lung Jiu did not want to leave. His eyes fell on Gu Chen, flickering nonstop. The three of them entered the ancient demon planet and flew towards the vast forest below, followed by a group of soldiers. Heaven Immortal Yellow Fox paused for a moment and said, he's from planet Dongwu. Planet Dongwu? From the Celestial Yu clan? Lung Jiu looked at Gu Chen differently. That's right. Heaven Immortal Yellow Fox smiled. Gu Chen listened to the conversation between the two. He did not refute Heaven Immortal Yellow Fox's nonsensical identity. He was neither servile nor overbearing. However, after listening to the conversation between the two, Gu Chen already had some understanding of Heaven Immortal Yellow Fox's identity. Heaven Immortal Yellow Fox glanced at the large army behind him and said meaningfully, you can accompany us if you want. Everyone else, leave. There are too many people. I understand what you mean, my lord. Lung Jiu immediately ordered the other soldiers not to follow. He accompanied Gu Chen and Heaven Immortal Yellow Fox to a primeval forest on the ancient demon planet. My lord is really smart to use the feud between the Hound Clan and Cat Clan to find that thing for us. This way, we can reduce our casualties and weaken the strength of the Tooth Clan and Ear Clan. It's really killing two birds with one stone. However, the Hound Clan leader clearly does not trust us very much. He specially called the Hound Clan princess, who is cultivating in the northern divine abode, back. It said that the princess performed exceptionally in the spiritual abode and has a chance of becoming a god. They're afraid that we'll go back on our words and want to use the spiritual abode to pressure us. The pitiful Dog Clan doesn't know that you've already established contact with the Dongwu planet. Why would you care about a little girl cultivating in the divine abode? Lung Jiu sneered. He was full of disdain when he mentioned the Dog Clan and the Cat Clan. His words were even more respectful to Gu Chen. How long do you think it will take for the dogs and cats to find that thing? Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox asked as the three of them arrived at a secluded lake. It's hard to say. After all, the ancient demon planet is too big. Although the Hound tribe and the Cat tribe are good at searching, the clues given by Master are too few. Lung Jiu replied. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he took out a jade slip from his storage ring. He looked at it, and then his gaze became strange. Sir, you said that you would lead the Yellow Fox army to me after you found that thing. Do you still keep your word? Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox hesitated for a moment. Are you worried that I'll go back on my word? When Lung Jiu heard the answer, he suddenly took a few steps back, and his expression was filled with killing intent. "You are not Lord Yellow Fox." Yellow Fox's face turned cold. "What nonsense are you talking about? Master has never promised me anything. Moreover, Master just sent me a message saying that he will come in 3 days. Since Master will only come in 3 days, who are you then?" Leng Jiao's eyes were cold. He was about to soar into the air and summon the soldiers over. Oh no! Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox realized that he had been exposed, and his expression changed. Bam! At this moment, Guchen suddenly took a step forward. A vast and boundless force of gravity acted on Leng Jiao, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. At the same time, the sweeping heaven saber appeared in Guchen's hand. He raised his hand and the saber slashed down like lightning, clang, clang, clang. Leng Jiao reacted quickly. He wrapped the wings on his back. The wings were as hard as metal and had extremely strong defense. However, the sweeping heaven saber was extremely sharp. Under this slash, his wings were still dripping with blood, and he let out a few screams. Die! Guchen's saber technique was fast and fierce. After 7 consecutive slashes, Leng Jiao was finally defeated, and his body was split in half. His primordial spirit escaped from his body in a panic and turned into an illusory vulture, trying to escape. A dazzling purple light burst out of Guchen's eyes. A vast purple aura washed over him, and in an instant, even his primordial spirit was annihilated. In less than 10 breaths, Guchen had taken him by surprise and killed an expert of the Earth Celestial stage. Good skills. Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox clapped his hands, looking relieved. Guchen looked at him coldly. Who are you? Guchen had his suspicions when this guy brought him to the ancient demon planet. When he introduced him to Leng Jiao, he casually said that he was from the Dongwu planet. Guchen immediately knew that this guy was an imposter. This guy had disguised himself as Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox and sneaked into the ancient demon planet with him. His disguise was really good. Be it the soldiers of the Yellow Fox army or Leng Jiao, they should all know Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox very well. But along the way, no one suspected his identity. If Leng Jiao hadn't received a message from the real Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox, he might have continued his act. Guchen had been watching the situation unfold. Seeing that Leng Jiao was about to summon the soldiers, he had no choice but to take action. Otherwise, once the army arrived, it would be hard for him to escape. Kid, don't stare at me like that. We're on the same ship now. Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox winked at Guchen. His body suddenly changed, and he turned into a big black dog. It's you. Guchen was shocked. He didn't expect that the person disguised as Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox was the black dog he had met on the air planet. This black dog was really good at deception. He had fooled the cat cultivators and the soldiers of the Yellow Fox army. Why did you help me come in? Guchen asked coldly. Because I knew you'd come in handy. The black dog glanced at Leng Jiao's corpse on the ground with a smirk. It turns out that my judgment was right. You're more useful than I thought. There's a price to pay for using me. Guchen pointed the tip of his saber at the other party. You should have noticed something was wrong, but you still followed me. This means that you want to use me too. Let's save the scheming and discuss how to cooperate. What do you think? The black dog had eyes that could see through people's hearts. Guchen put down his saber and turned to walk toward Leng Jiao's corpse on the ground. He removed the armor from his body. What are you doing? I didn't know you had this kind of hobby. The black dog looked at Guchen's actions with a horrified expression. Guchen's hand paused and he turned his head. If you want to put on an act, then go all the way. If you dare to drag me down, I won't spare you. A moment later, Leng Jiao's corpse on the ground had been burned to ashes by Guchen. He had also put on the other party's armor, becoming exactly the same as the other party. This disguise is barely passable, but compared to me, it's still a long way off. In the forest, Guchen and the black dog had reached an agreement to cooperate and were conversing. More than half a year ago, the long-abandoned ancient demon planet had an anomaly. Heaven Immortal Yellow Fox happened to know about it. Since then, he has sealed off the ancient demon planet, hoping to find a certain legendary item. The dog tribe and the cat tribe have been in constant conflict for a long time. Both want to destroy the other. Heaven Immortal Yellow Fox took advantage of this and promised both sides that if anyone helped him find what he wanted, he would send troops to help. So now, a large number of cultivators from the dog tribe and the cat tribe have gathered on the ancient demon planet, hoping to find that item. The black dog explained the whole story of how the ancient demon planet had been sealed off. What is that item? How do you know about it? And why is it here? Gu Chen asked in detail. The anomaly that happened half a year ago was definitely related to the man with a bamboo hat. Based on this, the item that Heaven Immortal Yellow Fox was looking for should be related to him. Ancient Demon Soul Jade. That's the name of that item. Have you heard of it? The black dog's expression turned serious. Gu Chen shook his head. Countless years ago, the ancient demon planet was an extremely prosperous and powerful ancient planet where countless demon clans gathered. The ancestors of the dog tribe and the cat tribe, and even the fox tribe that Heaven Immortal Yellow Fox was born from, originated from the ancient demon planet. The black dog introduced the history of the ancient demon planet. Then why was this ancient planet abandoned? I sensed that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth on this ancient planet is quite abundant. It doesn't seem to be unsuitable for cultivation. As soon as Gu Chen entered the ancient demon planet, he felt that the spiritual chi here was abundant, far more than that of the ancient Song Huang planet. A place like this could have nurtured many civilizations and not been abandoned. When the civilization of the ancient demon planet was at its peak, there were tens of thousands of demon species. Even in the entire Milky Way galaxy, it was second to none. But then an evil person appeared on the ancient demon planet. His appearance directly destroyed the entire ancient planet. When the black dog mentioned that person, there was deep fear in its eyes, as if it had seen it with its own eyes. Evil person? Gu Chen narrowed his eyes. Back then, there were humans on the ancient demon planet, but they were very weak. To put it bluntly, the human race was like food for the demons. That evil realm being was born in such an environment. At that time, no one thought that he would be able to cause such a calamity. Back then, many demons on the ancient demon planet disappeared mysteriously. This caused the major tribes to suspect each other, which led to serious conflicts. Speaking of which, the feud between the dog clan and the cat clan was established at that time. More and more of the demon clan went missing. After the various clans started to hate and oppose each other, they finally found some clues. They found out that the culprit was the evil person. That evil person kept abducting the demon race's bloodline for 10 years. Finally, the matter was exposed and tens of thousands of ancient star demon race hunted him down. In the end, he was chased into a cave, and there was no way out. All the demons thought that this matter was finally over. Who knows, this is just the beginning. In that battle back then, all the elite cultivators of the major demon clans gathered outside the cave. They had agreed to kill the evil person together, but they did not expect that a strange fragrance would suddenly come out of the cave. That fragrance caused all the demons to go crazy. The demons entered and never came out again. The evil person also disappeared, leaving only a jade bead. It was the ancient demon soul jade. After the ancient demon soul jade was born, it was filled with evil. It had the power to bewitch demons. All the major demon clans fought for it, and blood flowed like rivers on the ancient demon planet. In the process, the demonic power of the ancient demon soul jade became stronger and stronger. The demon cultivators on the ancient demon planet also became crazier and crazier. In the end, the entire civilization of the ancient demon planet was destroyed. After that, a portion of the demon clans who were still conscious left the ancient demon planet in time to live and reproduce on other planets. From then on, the ancient demon planet became an ominous place. All the clans kept their mouths shut and forbade anyone from entering. After a long time, the ancient demon soul jade gradually became a legend. No one has ever seen its whereabouts. As for what happened on the ancient demon planet, even the many demon clans who are descendants of the ancient demon planet no longer believe it. The black dog finished telling the whole story and sighed. It seems that the strange phenomenon that appeared half a year ago was caused by the ancient demon soul jade by celestial immortal yellow fox. He wants the legendary jade? Gu Chen thought deeply, and his heart rippled. The so-called evil person reminded him of the man with a bamboo hat. Descending on an ancient planet and bringing disaster to that ancient planet. This was really like the style of the man with a bamboo hat. That's right. It is said that although the ancient demon soul jade is evil, it is also extremely powerful. The Yu clan of the Dongwu planet is very interested in it. Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox probably wants to offer it to the Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox in exchange for a chance to step into the divine way. I heard about this from one of Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox's subordinates. Once I knew about this, I immediately came here to stop the ancient demon soul jade from appearing again. Guchen finally understood why the black dog had said that he was from the Dongwu planet. It turned out that there was such a layer of relationship involved. With this, Guchen finally understood what had happened on this ancient planet. I've told you everything I know. Now it's your turn. There must be a special reason for you to come to the ancient demon planet at this juncture, right? The black dog stared at Guchen. Guchen's eyes flickered. How could he tell the black dog about the man with a bamboo hat and the overlord body? Moreover, in his opinion, what the other party said might not be the whole truth. I owe the princess of the dog clan a favor. I heard that they were at war with the cat clan, so I wanted to come and help, Guchen said casually. Oh? You're so loyal? The black dog gave him an expression that said, only a fool would believe you. Guchen smiled without saying anything. With a flip of his hand, he took out the fragment that Wu Lingxian had left for him from his storage ring. This fragment was made of jade. Could it be related to the ancient demon soul jade? Just as he was thinking about this, he saw the fragment emit a faint light. There was a faint fluctuation coming from afar. Guchen's expression changed slightly. The black dog also sensed this movement. This thing is, the black dog came over, and its expression changed drastically. Interesting. Guchen sneered and let go of the fragment in his hand. It floated up and slowly flew in the direction of the fluctuation. He immediately followed behind, and the black dog followed closely behind. After advancing in the forest for several hours, the fluctuation he sensed became stronger and stronger. At this time, the sounds of fierce fighting came from ahead. Guchen grabbed the fragment and concealed his aura. He hid in the forest with the black dog and looked outside. We were the ones who discovered this place first. What a joke. Who said that we can't come over just because you found this place first? The cats and dogs made a ruckus, and the sounds of their intense battle spread far and wide. Through the gaps in the forest, Guchen saw a cave looming at the foot of a cliff surrounded by lush vines and leaves. The ground outside the cave was black, as if it had been soaked in blood. It looked eerie. Could this be the place where the evil person and many demons fell? Guchen narrowed his eyes. The fragment in his hand clearly pointed to the cave. The fluctuations he had sensed earlier had come from inside. I didn't expect the dog and cat clans to discover this place so quickly. We can't let the ancient demon soul jade reappear in the world, but, the black dog stole a glance at Guchen, its eyes filled with confusion. I have to enter this cave no matter what. You should do the same, right? Guchen looked at the black dog. The clues given by Wu Lingxian were getting clearer. Guchen knew that his target was the ancient demon soul jade. He was not sure how evil it was or how dangerous it was, but since he was here, he could not miss it. If you and I want to continue working together, first tell me, where did this fragment of the ancient demon soul jade come from? Have you been here before? The black dog asked in a low voice. This is the fragment of the ancient demon soul jade? Guchen's eyes were deep in thought. Although he had guessed it, it was another matter to have it confirmed. Looking at how confident you are, could it be that you've seen the ancient demon soul jade before? Shouldn't I be asking you if you've been here before? Guchen said meaningfully. The black dog held its breath, unwilling to respond. Looks like you and I both have some secrets, but the reality is that with the cat and dog clans fighting like this, we can't get close to the cave at all. Also, if we let them continue to cause a commotion, it will attract the Yellow Fox army. From the information received by Lingjiao, Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox will be here in 3 days. We only have 3 days. When he arrives, it will be even more difficult to do anything. Therefore, the best way is for us to continue acting. That way, we can enter the cave openly. Guchen analyzed. You must tell me the purpose of your search for the ancient demon soul jade. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to cooperate with you, the black dog said. Looks like it's hard for us to trust each other. Guchen shook his head, knowing that the negotiation had failed. As the two of them were discussing the matter, the battle between the dog clan and cat clan grew increasingly intense. Guchen watched as the princess of the dog clan, whom he knew, was besieged by several cultivators from the cat clan. She was in danger. Black Dog saw that the casualties on both sides were gradually increasing, and that there were soldiers from the Yellow Fox army in the distance who had noticed the commotion and were rushing over. Black Dog was getting impatient. Just as it was about to attack, it saw that Guchen had already taken a big stride forward. Let's stop here. Guchen flicked his sleeve and a stream of energy pushed back the several cat clan cultivators who were attacking the dog princess. If he did not attack, the dog princess would at least be gravely injured. He was indebted to her, and he could not save her just to negotiate with the black dog. When the black dog saw that Guchen had stepped forward to save the dog princess, its eyes were filled with surprise. Did this human really have some sort of relationship with the dog clan? Fellow frigid vulture, why are you here? The cultivators from the cat clan and dog clan stopped what they were doing and looked at Guchen in surprise. He's not the only one. I'm here too. The black dog also walked out of the forest. The yellow fox celestial immortal was very imposing. Swoosh! Swoosh! The soldiers from the Yellow Fox army arrived at this moment and bowed to the two lords when they saw them. It's fine here. You guys can continue patrolling. The black dog waved his hand and gestured for the soldiers to leave. The soldiers did not suspect anything and continued their original patrol, while he calmly walked towards the cave. Thank you all for your hard work. The ancient demon planet is so huge, and this cave has been hidden for so many years. It's really not easy to find it again. He said casually. Lord Yellow Fox, this place was first discovered by the dog clan. I wonder if your original promise still counts. The dog clan leader said immediately. Bullsh*T. Lord Yellow Fox's condition was that whoever handed the ancient demon soul jade to him first. But where is the ancient demon soul jade now? You obviously haven't gotten it yet. How can this be considered a success? The cat clan leader snorted. With the two clan leaders leading the argument, the other clansmen immediately quarreled even more fiercely. Guchen secretly shook his head. The hatred between the dog clan and the cat clan was too deep. They were obviously being used, but in order to defeat the enemy, they were still willing to be used. The cat clan leader is right. The rule that I set back then was indeed to find the ancient demon soul jade first. And now, we haven't even confirmed that the ancient demon soul jade is in this cave, and you guys are already fighting like this. What's the point? The black dog shook his head. How about this? Stop fighting. For now and follow me into the cave to check. If the ancient demon soul jade is really inside, it won't be too late to argue about this, right? The cultivators of the two clans hesitated for a moment, then nodded their heads. They had only found this place after days of searching. They felt that the target was definitely here, but they did not dare to say anything. If they went to the space-time to celebrate, but instead angered Heaven Immortal Yellow Fox, that would not be good. Therefore, with Guchen and the black dog in the lead, the group temporarily put down their weapons and walked into the cave. Once they entered the cave, the temperature plummeted. What was even more shocking was that the walls and ground of the cave were actually filled with skeletons. These skeletons belonged to various demon beasts of various sizes. They were like amber that was sealed in the soil, and had seeped into the soil until it turned dark red. The demonic aura here was extremely strong. Being in it, one's emotions would become inexplicably violent for no reason. This place is indeed the rumored ominous place. The dog clan leader's eyes revealed a trace of fear. Within a day, tens of thousands of demon clan experts walked into the cave and went missing along with the evil person. After that, the ancient demon soul jade was born. From the moment the ancient demon jade was born, the ancient demon planet ushered in a reign of terror until it finally perished. Towards these various legends, the dog clan was doubtful, but personally witnessing the blood in this cave was still a taboo. It's just a blood-stained cave. Even if the legend of the ancient demon soul jade is true, so many years have passed. The demonic power should no longer exist. The cat clan leader appeared to be very disapproving. The group entered the cave and found that it was very winding. There were countless forks, and they could not see the end at a glance. The black dog led the way in front. When Guchen saw that it faced many cave entrances without hesitation, as if it had been here before, the contemplation in his eyes deepened. This black dog's understanding of the ancient demon soul jade was beyond his imagination. From it, he wondered if he could dig out some information related to the man with a bamboo hat. The group quickly entered the deepest part of the cave. There was actually a broken coffin hidden inside. The wooden planks of the coffin were covered with countless blood stains and broken bones. It was unknown how long it had existed. And the entire cave was a mess, as if there had been a huge battle not long ago. There were fallen rocks everywhere, covering many traces on the ground. Ancient demon soul jade. Seeing the incomplete white jade bead, many cultivators from the dog clan and cat clan exclaimed at the same time. The quickest to react was the cat clan leader. He dashed out like a ghost, intending to make the first move. Damn it! The dog clan leader's reaction was half a beat slower, and he panicked. If the cat clan got the ancient demon soul jade first, the situation would not be good. The two of them reacted too quickly. Almost at the same time, the cat clan leader's hand was about to touch the white jade bead, and the dog clan leader was already behind him. His eyes were cold, and he wanted to launch a sneak attack from behind. At this moment, both of their bodies stiffened, as if they had been forcibly frozen in place. What's going on? This scene made everyone look at each other. The two of them slowly turned around, their eyes turning as red as blood. They revealed their true forms, and the demonic aura around them soared into the sky. Not good, they've been affected by the demonic aura of the ancient demon soul jade. The black dog's expression changed. Just as it finished speaking, the two clan leaders let out angry roars and charged towards the crowd. The two of them attacked without a care for their lives, and it was too sudden, causing the cultivators of the two clans to panic. At this moment, Gu Chen and the black dog made their move. The black dog took out a rope and threw it casually. The dog clan leader was instantly tied up, and he lost the ability to fight. Gu Chen raised one hand, and a terrifying repulsive force was generated out of thin air, and the cat clan leader was sent flying. Bang bang. Bang bang, his method was much more violent. The repulsive force and the attractive force constantly changed, and he knocked the cat clan leader here and there, until he finally fainted. The two clan leaders who had lost control were restrained, but the others felt their scalps go numb. The legend is true, the ancient demon soul jade can really bewitch demons. The dog clan princess took a deep breath. Her father had lost consciousness just by getting close to the ancient demon soul jade. It was clear to see how powerful the influence of the ancient demon soul jade was. Gu Chen stared at the ancient demon soul jade on the ground, and his eyes were especially focused on the few drops of golden blood between the cracks. His heart was in turmoil. Tyrant blood, there was tyrant blood on the ancient demon soul jade. What was going on? This place is too strange. You guys should leave first. Gu Chen looked at the cultivators of the two races and said coldly. The two clan leaders instantly lost their composure, causing the cultivators of the two clans to lose the confidence to snatch the ancient demon soul jade. Originally, they were going to hand the ancient demon soul jade over to Huan Hujun, but now that Gu Chen had said so, they did not hesitate and left the cave one after another. Soon, only Gu Chen and Black Dog were left in the cave. At this time, Gu Chen once again took out the small fragment from his body. Once the fragment appeared, it immediately emitted a faint light. There were also some small fragments floating around the ancient demon soul jade. These fragments emitted the same kind of energy as the soul jade itself. It was clear that they came from the same source. Your fragment really does belong to the ancient demon soul jade. Who destroyed this jade? How much do you know? The black dog stared intently at Gu Chen. Gu Chen's expression was calm. If you are willing to tell me why you are so familiar with this place, I might consider telling you the answer. The black dog hesitated. I was originally a resident of this ancient demon planet, and I personally experienced the catastrophe caused by the ancient demon soul jade. Guchen looked at the black dog in surprise. If this was the case, then how long had this black dog lived for? It's your turn to speak, the black dog said eagerly. I don't know who destroyed the ancient demon soul jade, but I can investigate. Guchen strode towards the ancient demon soul jade. The remnant bloodstains on it were too much of a concern. Be careful. This ancient demon soul jade has devoured the souls of countless powerful demons. It can easily affect a person's state of mind. The black dog hurriedly warned, afraid that Guchen would also be affected. No matter how strange it is already broken now. If even a broken piece of jade can affect my will, what Tao do I still cultivate? Guchen said calmly. His words were full of confidence in his own willpower. He slowly walked towards the ancient demon soul jade. He found that as soon as he approached it, his mind was filled with uncontrollable desire to kill. The tyrant's blood in his body boiled slightly, and the desire to kill was destroyed by an even more domineering will. This allowed his eyes to remain clear. This kid's background is indeed not simple. The black dog followed. Seeing that Guchen was not affected at all by the ancient demon jade, it murmured in its heart. The biggest reason why it helped Guchen enter the ancient demon planet was that it could see that he was different from other humans. It could not tell what exactly was different, but its judgment had never been wrong. Guchen walked in front of the ancient demon soul jade, and the black dog also came closer. It was fine that he was fine, but the black dog was also fine. This surprised Guchen. How are you going to investigate? The black dog asked Guchen curiously. Guchen took a deep breath and scanned the cavern. Suddenly, he reached out a hand and changed it continuously. Colorful rays of light surged. Secret time technique? The black dog noticed it immediately. The rolling power of time flooded the cavern, and the surrounding scenery began to change. Guchen returned to the source, intending to find out what had happened here. Under his technique, the entire cavern became strange and dazzling. It was as though he had suddenly been pulled back to the prehistoric era. The scene returned to ancient times. Guchen and the black dog saw a human man covered in bandages running into the cavern. The man was seriously injured, but he was laughing hysterically. Haha Jia, come eat me. He laughed as he untied the bandages all over his body. His flesh and blood actually emitted a thick fragrance. After that, countless greater demons rushed in from outside the cave, scrambling to snatch and devour his flesh and blood. His body was devoured by countless demons. Soon, all that was left was a skeleton. That skeleton was engraved with strange runes. As his flesh and blood were devoured by many demons, it emitted a rich blood-red light. After that, the man and the tens of thousands of demons that had devoured his flesh and blood merged into one. They all disappeared and finally turned into a jade pearl, the ancient demon soul jade. This jade was formed after countless demons devoured the evil person's flesh and blood. Guchen was moved. The evil person's crazed look and the fiery light in his eyes reminded him of the man with a bamboo hat. For the sake of an experiment, he was willing to sacrifice his own flesh and blood. This was very much in line with that lunatic's personality. After the ancient demon soul jade was born, a large number of demons visited the cavern one after another. However, without exception, their souls were all devoured by the soul jade and their bodies were enslaved by it. The only exception was a young black dog. It entered the cavern and after witnessing the soul jade devouring its parents, it fled in a panic. Guchen looked at the black dog next to him when he saw this scene. He was speechless at its resignation letter earlier. The scene quickly changed like light and shadow. After an unknown amount of time, two people appeared in the scene in front of him. Seeing these two people, Guchen's pupils suddenly shrank. The newcomers were Gu Tianming and Wu Lingxian, who were controlled by the man with a bamboo hat. They had come to this cave. The man with a bamboo hat laughed strangely as he picked up the ancient demon soul jade. This ancient demon soul jade, which brought about bad luck to countless people, could not affect the man with a bamboo hat at all. He smiled as he examined it, as if he was examining his own masterpiece. Who is he? The black dog asked in bewilderment. A madman. Guchen murmured. The man with a bamboo hat played with the ancient demon soul jade for a while. Then, he did something that made Gu Chen's eyes unable to move away. Gu Chen saw him throw the white ape out of the cosmos sack. It was on the verge of death, and its body was covered in wounds. The man with a bamboo hat cast a spell in this cave. His target was actually the white ape. He seemed to be using the power of the ancient demon soul jade to do something to the white ape. The white ape floated in the air. It had a splitting headache, and its eyes were tearing. Gu Chen seemed to be able to hear the white ape's sorrowful cry. He could not help but clench his fists tightly, and his eyes turned red. The spell casting lasted for a long time. Just as the man with a bamboo hat revealed a proud smile, as if he had succeeded, the white ape suddenly changed, its third eye opened completely. The gray eye swept out beams of light, and its body expanded several times. It entered a state of madness, and attacked everything around it in a frenzy. The man with a bamboo hat did not expect this at all. The ancient demon soul jade in his hand was actually counterattacked by the white ape's power. It directly collapsed, and even his palm was bleeding. The white ape flew into a rage inside the cave. After causing a ruckus, it escaped. The man with a bamboo hat was injured because of this. He was so angry that he threw away the broken ancient demon soul jade and chased after it. While the man with a bamboo hat was chasing after them, Wu Lingxian secretly picked up a small fragment of the ancient demon soul jade and left. The scene stopped there, and the cave returned to normal. Gu Chen couldn't help but close his eyes after seeing all the scenes of the past. His heart was very unsettled. He had understood everything. Roughly half a year ago, the man with a bamboo hat had fought with the experts of the Heart Ape tribe on the Black Dragon Star. Before he went to the Black Dragon planet, he first came to the ancient demon planet and tried to use the power of the ancient demon soul jade to control the white ape. But to his surprise, he failed in the end. Not only did the white ape shatter the ancient demon soul jade, but he also escaped. Gu Chen recalled the situation on the Black Dragon planet. He did not see the white ape in the memory of the desert. He originally thought that the white ape was restrained, but combined with the latest information, it was possible that the white ape had escaped. In other words, the man with a bamboo hat might have gone for wool and come home shorn. Not only did he fail to control the white ape on the ancient demon planet, but he was also unlucky enough to meet the experts of the Heart Ape tribe on the Black Dragon Star, and was almost killed by them. Gu Chen's heart rippled continuously. Whether the white ape had escaped or not, this was still very valuable information. The mystery of the ancient demon planet was finally solved. Because of the appearance of the man with a bamboo hat half a year ago, the ancient demon soul jade was reborn. And at that time, the ancient demon jade was actually broken when it was reborn. The vision that Yellow Fox Celestial Immortal saw could have been caused when the man with a bamboo hat was casting a spell, or it could have been caused by the white ape. Because of the vision, Yellow Fox Celestial Immortal thought of the ancient demon soul jade and went to great lengths to seal off the ancient demon planet. This even caused the conflict between the dog tribe and the cat tribe to intensify. The whole thing was closely linked, and it deeply explained the word cause and effect. Gu Chen looked at the ancient demon soul jade. He believed that what Wu Lingxian wanted to tell him was not just about the white ape. In the letter, he had mentioned that the man with a bamboo hat's secret was here. The true identity of the man with a bamboo hat was so big that Gu Chen could not imagine it. The other party had the ability to send countless strands of his soul into countless ancient planets with life, and thus carry out all kinds of research. The evil person that had appeared on the ancient demon planet was most likely a clone of the man with a bamboo hat. It might even be a more important clone. That was why Wu Lingxian had revealed the information about this place. As for the specific information that he wanted to reveal, Gu Chen did not know, but it must have something to do with the ancient demon soul jade. I have to get this item. Gu Chen was sure that he had to get this item. This item might be related to whether he could defeat the man with a bamboo hat. Gu Chen reached out to grab the ancient demon soul jade, but a paw beside him was faster than him. I can't give this to you. The black dog snatched the ancient demon soul jade. It held the ancient demon soul jade in its hand, and its mind was not affected. You have seen the evil of this item with your own eyes. Why do you still want it? Gu Chen frowned. Tell me, where did that person come from? The black dog held the ancient demon soul jade tightly, and did not let go. Guchen knew that it was referring to the man with a bamboo hat. It was likely that the other party had already guessed that the evil person and the man with a bamboo hat had some relationship. If I tell you where he came from, you will give me the ancient demon soul jade? Guchen bargained. Answer my question first. The black dog's gaze was resolute. Guchen knew that the black dog was once a victim of the man with a bamboo hat, so he could understand how it felt now. Because of the appearance of the man with a bamboo hat, the ancient demon planet was completely destroyed. From this point of view, the ancient demon planet could be considered lucky. In my hometown, there was once such a person. Guchen slowly described the man with a bamboo hat that he knew. He omitted the matter of the overlord physique, and focused on describing the words and actions of the man with a bamboo hat. This person is unfathomable. He has placed countless split souls in various galaxies in the universe. Wherever his split souls go, there will be disasters. Guchen's tone was solemn. As expected, the black dog muttered to itself after listening to him. What do you mean as expected? Guchen asked, puzzled. For countless years, I have always been brooding over what happened on the ancient demon planet. I have carried out a lot of investigations because of this. I have been to many ancient planets and heard many stories about the destruction of ancient planets. In the process of the destruction of those ancient planets, there seems to be an invisible hand manipulating everything. Behind the destruction of every ancient planet, there is a person like the man with a bamboo hat. I have been trying to track him down, but I am always one step too late. Many of those destroyed ancient planets were extremely powerful. Some even had immortal king-level masters, but in the end, they could not escape the cycle of reincarnation. The ancient planet you came from actually escaped the disaster. You have actually survived until now safely. The black dog looked at Guchen, its eyes filled with a strange light. Until today, it finally had a clear outline of the person it was pursuing. It turned out that it had always thought that it might be crazy. What happened on many ancient planets might just be coincidences, and the destruction of the ancient demon planet was also an accident. The black dog thought about it for a while, and finally handed the ancient demon soul jade to Guchen. In your hands, this item may be of greater use, it said. It had chased the evil person for most of its life, but had never been able to catch a glimpse of him. But Guchen was inextricably linked to the evil person. Its instincts told it that it could only get close to the evil person through Guchen. Guchen took the ancient demon soul jade. The surging demonic aura washed over him, making it difficult for him to remain calm. His small fragment and the fragments on the ground sensed each other and reattached themselves to the soul jade. It was no longer damaged. But its surface was still full of cracks. Guchen guessed that if the ancient demon soul jade had not been damaged, no matter how strong his will was, he would have lost his mind. This ancient demon soul jade was related to the secret of the man with a bamboo hat. Guchen wanted to study it immediately, but this was not the right place. A large number of cultivators from the dog and cat tribes were still outside, and the yellow fox army had sealed off the ancient demon planet. He did not know when his identity would be exposed. Let's leave this planet before celestial immortal yellow fox arrives, Guchen said to the black dog. The two of them trusted each other a little more now. We can't just leave like this. The black dog shook its head, worry flashing in its eyes. That yellow fox is sinister and vicious. If he knows that the ancient demon soul jade has been taken by us, he will definitely vent his anger on the dog and cat tribes. Also, this matter involves the celestial clan of Dongwu. The problem is even more complicated. If we leave like this, we may bring great trouble to the dog tribe. The black dog was from the dog tribe. In terms of seniority, he was the ancestor of the dog tribe. It was just that he had been wandering in the galaxy for a long time and was not known to the dog tribe. This is indeed a problem. Guchen frowned. He had a good impression of the dog tribe, and did not want to cause trouble for them because of his arrival. Looks like we can only fight our way out. He quickly made a decision, and his eyes turned cold. As long as he fought his way out, it would not be easy to implicate the dog tribe. There is a large number of yellow fox soldiers stationed outside the ancient demon planet. This is not going to be easy. Are you sure? The black dog asked in surprise. It did not expect Guchen to be willing to take such a huge risk for the Hound clan, whom he had only met by chance. "I've always disliked the Yellow Fox Army. It's a good opportunity for me to kill them and earn some travel expenses," said Guchen with a smile. "All right, let's go together." The two of them left the cave together. When they stepped out of the cave, the leaders of the Dog Clan and Cat Clan had regained consciousness. The two patriarchs were just about to ask about the ancient face Soul Jade when they saw Ling Jiu's appearance suddenly change, turning into a very ordinary-looking human male. "Who are you?" The expressions of the cultivators of the two clans changed drastically. Guchen smiled without saying a word. He drew a line in front of him with his finger, and the yin and yang qi converged. Clang, a yin-yang two-right sword slashed heavily at the cultivators of the two clans, forcing them to defend themselves. Meanwhile, Gu Chan and the black dog took the opportunity to soar into the sky. At that moment, the black dog had also turned into a human male. His face was as black as charcoal, and his eyes looked a little wretched. It could not expose its identity as a member of the Dog Clan, so it disguised itself as a human together with Gu Chen. The two of them soared into the sky. The cultivators of the Dog Clan and Cat Clan came to their senses and shouted angrily. "Don't even think about escaping. Leave the ancient face Soul Jade behind." They quickly chased after them. Their loud voices alerted the patrolling Yellow Fox Army soldiers. When the Yellow Fox Army saw two unknown human cultivators with spears in their hands, they immediately chased after them and surrounded them. Scram! Gu Chen struck with one palm. A terrifying repulsive force swept through like a gale, sending all the nearby soldiers flying. The gravitational force on the ancient demon planet was stronger than that of the dark yellow ancient planet, making his heaven gravitational technique even stronger. The black dog flipped his hand and took out a bone. The material of the bone looked like it was made of jade and stone, but it was not. Whenever a soldier approached, he would hit them with a stick. There was no pattern to his movements, but strangely, every hit was accurate. A large number of soldiers were knocked down from the sky. "Take down these two humans. The ancient demon Soul Jade is in their hands." The cultivators of the Dog Clan and Cat Clan chased after them relentlessly. The Yellow Fox Army. Soldiers came from beyond the sky. At a glance, they were densely packed, and the sky was filled with flying treasures. "We're outnumbered." The black dog smiled. "It's not certain which side has the numbers." Gu Chen smiled and patted the Chankuan bag at his waist. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, hundreds of millions of blue insects flew out. They covered the sky and the earth, enveloping the Yellow Fox Army soldiers. The rumored extinct heaven-devouring demon insects? And there are so many of them? The black dog was shocked by the sea of blue insects and blurted out. "Heaven-devouring demon insects?" Gu Chen's eyebrows twitched. He was not sure about the species of these insects. Looking at the black dog's reaction, it seemed like he knew something about them. However, this was not the time to discuss this. Gu Chen let out a long whistle and the swarm of insects surged forward. Initially, the Yellow Fox Army soldiers were aggressive, but when they saw the hundreds of millions of insects, they were shocked. They turned around and ran. Gu Chen's insects had evolved after devouring the flesh and blood of many foreign tribe soldiers and even immortals on the ancient Song Huang planet. They were now extremely fierce. When they saw the soldiers fleeing, they took the initiative to chase after them. In an instant, the sky was filled with screams. The swarm of insects was divided into dozens of groups. Everywhere they went, the soldiers were eaten until only bones were left. It was a chilling scene. Gu Chen turned his hand and took out the Karakoram sword. He and the black dog fought their way out of the ancient demon planet's atmosphere. "Don't even think about escaping." The Yellow Fox Army soldiers were shocked and angry. Two Earth Immortal stage experts rushed over. The cultivators of the Dog Clan and Cat Clan blocked the two's path of retreat. Gu Chen's expression did not change. He pointed the Karakoram sword somewhere in the sky. Rumble. 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 In the distance, meteorites that were suspended in the sky were moved by him. They turned into a meteor shower and kept falling. Boom, boom. Boom. The appearance of the meteorites disturbed the soldiers and created an opening. Gu Chen took advantage of this opportunity and used the stars and moon striding steps. In the sky, his body was covered in layers of starlight. He turned into a beam of light, and in the blink of an eye, he had traveled thousands of miles. "Wait for me." The black dog ran with both legs. It was not slow at all. It followed steadily behind him. The two of them plunged into the Milky Way. A general of the Yellow Fox army was furious. "Chase after them. Don't let them get away. Hurry up and inform the Lord." Guchen and the black dog ran all the way. They did not go to the Black Dragon planet, the Tooth planet, or the other ancient planets with life. Instead, they went into the vast Milky Way. The Yellow Fox Celestial Immortals forces were the strongest in the ancient planets with life. They were easily discovered. Guchen used the stars and moon treading steps to his heart's content in the starry sky. His footwork was many times faster than when he was on the ancient dark yellow star. Ever since he entered the vast starry sky, his nature's celestial stars technique had undergone some changes. It had become more powerful than before. Not only had his cultivation progressed rapidly, but even the secret skills he had mastered had become more powerful. He guessed that it was because there were too many celestial bodies in the starry sky. The nature's celestial stars technique was cultivated by borrowing the power of celestial bodies. He was like a fish in water in the starry sky. The feeling of not being bound by the earth and the heavenly axiom of the ancient stars was wonderful. The two of them traveled in the Milky Way for several days. Seeing that their pursuers were gone, they landed on a lifeless star. There was no life on this star. It was a desert everywhere. The wind that blew was like a knife that could kill ordinary creatures in an instant. The two of them rested here. Guchen ordered the insect swarm to stand guard around the star. They would know immediately if an enemy approached. The sky-devouring demon insect is a terrifying insect that can constantly evolve by devouring other species. It's almost extinct in the major galaxies of the universe. Where did you get so many of them? Looking at them, they seem to have evolved several times. It's really enviable. The black dog looked at the hundreds of millions of insects spread out to stand guard and sighed. Guchen already knew how powerful the insect swarm was, but he did not expect them to be so famous in the universe. It's a pity that you're too careless. If they fall into the hands of a powerful insect cultivator, they can definitely evolve at a faster speed. The black dog shook its head again and said regretfully. Guchen did not respond. He took out the ancient demon soul jade and carefully examined it. This thing was born after devouring a clone of the man with a bamboo hat and the flesh and blood of countless demons. It then destroyed an ancient planet with life. Even though it was now covered with cracks, one could still feel the monstrous murderous aura inside. Guchen separated a strand of his divine sense and tried to drill into the cracks on its surface to investigate. As soon as his divine sense entered, there seemed to be countless roaring demon beast souls in front of him, instantly destroying his strand of divine sense. Guchen's face paled, and he quickly severed the connection with that strand of divine sense. This ancient face soul jade was too fierce. It actually followed his divine sense and tried to injure his primordial spirit. Looks like it won't be easy to pry into the secrets of this soul jade. Guchen furrowed his brows. Once his divine sense entered the ancient demon soul jade, it would be completely obliterated. How could he investigate the mysteries inside? This jade is a great omen. It has devoured the souls of countless living beings on the ancient demon planet. How can it be easy to control? It's already commendable that you can maintain your sanity in front of it and not be aroused by it. The black dog said, "Why don't you let me try?" Guchen didn't hesitate and handed the soul jade over to him. A strange light appeared in the black dog's eyes. Soon, its pupils disappeared, and only an unusually pure and powerful spiritual wave surrounded the ancient demon soul jade. Guchen sensed the intensity of his spirit and was quite shocked. He had never been able to see through this black dog. The strength of the soul it displayed was far beyond his imagination. From the performance of the other party along the way, his strength was roughly at the level of the earth immortal realm. But now, the waves of his soul were as deep and unfathomable as the vast sea. This was illogical. The realm of a cultivator's primordial spirit and physical body was generally not too far apart. The feeling the black dog gave him was like an extremely powerful soul trapped in a mortal body. He couldn't help but be curious about what the other party had experienced. It had spent most of its life exploring the vast universe. It must have many stories. The black dog examined the ancient demon soul jade for a long time before its eyes returned to normal. Its face was solemn. "How is it?" Gu Chen asked. "There's an extremely strange soul in this ancient demon soul jade. It has been playing hide-and-seek with me. If I'm not wrong, it's what we're looking for," the black dog said. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed. "You mean a part of the soul of the man with a bamboo hat?" The ancient demon soul jade was born after devouring that evil person. So it wasn't unusual for the other party's soul to be integrated into the jade. If there was a part of the soul of the man with a bamboo hat in this jade, as long as he could capture it and search its soul, it would be of great significance to Gu Chen. Will this part of the soul reveal our location? Gu Chen pondered. He wanted to find his father, who was being controlled by the part of the soul of the man with a bamboo hat. But he knew that before he found his father, he must not let the main body of the man with a bamboo hat detect his presence. Now, the man with a bamboo hat might still think that he was in the ancient dark yellow star. The ancient dark yellow star had once again disappeared into the universe, so he could not do anything to him. But if he knew that he had already stepped into the universe, it was hard to guarantee that his main body would not come in person. Gu Chen was very clear about the man with a bamboo hat's obsession with himself. At least before he rescued his father, he did not want to expose himself to avoid alerting the enemy. According to what you said, the other party divided countless souls into different galaxies. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be able to detect the movement of the ancient demon soul jade. Think about it, if he could accurately sense what happened to every part of the soul, no matter how strong his realm is, I'm afraid he would have long gone insane. The black dog analyzed, therefore, as long as he doesn't know that the ancient demon soul jade has fallen into your hands, he won't deliberately sense it, and our location won't be exposed. If we can capture this part of his soul and obtain valuable information through it, even if our location is exposed, it will be worth it. The black dog's eyes shone with excitement. After so many years, this was the first time he was so close to the mastermind behind the destruction of the major ancient planets. He wanted to uncover his identity and dig out his secrets. Can you find that part of the soul? Gu Chen's mind became excited. Through that part of the soul, he might be able to find his father's location. He might even find a way to defeat the man with a bamboo hat. It's very difficult. That part of the soul is too cunning. It's been playing hide and seek with me. Over the years, the ancient demon soul jade has absorbed too many demon clan souls. It's hidden inside, and it's very difficult to find out. The black dog looked regretful. Looking at Gu Chen, he had a bold idea. Why are you staring at me? Gu Chen frowned. There's a way that might help us find that part of the soul. Although it's a little risky for you, it's also quite beneficial. I wonder if you're willing to try it. The black dog said expectantly. What is it? The black dog then dug out a fragment from the ancient demon soul jade and handed it to Gu Chen. We can use the method of breaking it apart and gradually reduce the range of activity of the evil person's soul. This fragment contains a large number of demon clan souls. If you can refine them one by one, it will greatly increase your soul power and help us capture it. The black dog said with certainty. Why aren't you the one doing it? Gu Chen asked. My soul power is too strong. If that part of the soul is hidden in the fragment and knows that it has nowhere to go, it's very likely that it will choose to self-destruct. But you're different. If it's you, that part of the soul will be hoping to get lucky. Moreover, it has always been interested in you, so you have a better chance of capturing it. On the ancient demon planet, celestial immortal yellow fox's expression was extremely ugly. The ancient demon soul jade was actually snatched away by someone. Fellow Taoist yellow fox, you are truly a disappointment. It seems that the quota I promised you will end here. Beside celestial immortal yellow fox stood an old man and a young man. The old man's voice was completely emotionless. Taoist you, I was indeed negligent in this matter. Please give me some time. I will definitely catch those two detestable human cultivators. Celestial immortal yellow fox said hurriedly. Human cultivators? According to your subordinates, those two disguised themselves as you and your subordinates and fooled everyone. This is enough to show that their disguise skills are superb. It's hard to say whether they are human or not. We don't know their true faces. How are you going to find them? The old man sneered. This? I will issue a warrant to all the ancient planets on the 19th star path. We will definitely find them. Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox gritted his teeth. They fled towards the Milky Way. I'm afraid they will deliberately avoid ancient planets with life. How much time do you plan to spend looking for them? Are you looking for a needle in a haystack? The old man mocked. Then what should I do, Taoist you? Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox smiled bitterly. Forget it. The old man snorted and looked at the rosy-lipped, white-toothed youth. Yueching, accompany Taoist Yellow Fox. You must bring back the ancient demon soul jade. The old ancestor wanted that item. Understood, third uncle. Yueching nodded, his voice neutral. This young friend Yueching can help me find those too? Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox looked doubtful. Humph, just because you are a good-for-nothing doesn't mean others are. Yueching has the rare Wangwen divine physique. If he follows the direction they fled in, I believe he will definitely find something, the old man said proudly. He had no doubts about his junior's ability. Hearing this, Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox was delighted. Then if I successfully find the ancient demon soul jade, I'll give you half a month. If you can bring the ancient demon soul jade to the old man within half a month, then the original agreement will still be in effect. The old man will be waiting for you on the Black Dragon planet. You better not disappoint the old man. After saying this, the old man left, while Yellow Fox treated Yueching as an honored guest. Little friend you, look. He said expectantly. Yueching looked at the vast Milky Way in front of him. His gaze seemed to be able to see through everything as he sniffed lightly. There's a strand of very unusual demonic aura. If I'm not wrong, it should belong to the ancient demon soul jade. The ancient demonic soul jade should have been able to perfectly conceal its demonic aura, but now it has left behind such an obvious smell. It seems like it has indeed broken. Yueching's murmurs to himself caused Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox and his subordinates to exchange glances. How could there be any scent in the vast starry sky? This divine-looking hearing body was truly incredible. Search in that direction. Yueching quickly determined the direction and pointed at a distant corner of the Milky Way. Seeing this, a savage look appeared in Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox's eyes. Summon all of the soldiers. I'm definitely going to catch those two damnable thieves. On the deathly silent star, Guchen sat cross-legged in meditation, his hands forming a seal. At the center of the seal was a tiny fragment. At this moment, his eyes had completely turned purple, and dense soul force seeped out of his body, completely enveloping the fragment in his hands. He was attempting to refine this fragment of the ancient demon soul jade. Guchen accepted the black dog's suggestion. To him, it was extremely important to find that wisp of soul belonging to the man with a bamboo hat, so he decided to take the risk and give it a try. Every fragment of the ancient demon soul jade contained an extremely powerful soul force. However, this soul force originally belonged to countless demonic souls. To Guchen, it was violent and impure, so absorbing and refining it was not an easy task. Fortunately, his primordial spirit was tough to begin with. Especially when he left the ancient dark yellow star, he had received the baptism of the power of faith from all living beings, making it even stronger. Thus, he was able to progress step by step. Unfortunately, there was no moon orbiting the periphery of the star he was on, making it difficult for his moonlight soul refining technique to work. Otherwise, with the moonlight soul refining technique's ability to cleanse the soul, he believed that refining the fragment would be much easier. Guchen attempted to refine the fragment for 5 days, but the progress was very slow. The fragment had only melted by less than 1/10. His own soul force, on the other hand, had become tougher during this process and had even improved a little. At this speed, it will probably take more than 10 years to completely refine the entire ancient demon soul jade, Guchen estimated, and felt that this speed was not enough. Phew, the black dog was sleeping soundly next to him, snoring loudly. Guchen shook his head, put away the fragment in his hand, stood up, and turned to cultivate the secret skill of heaven-inducing tremor. His secret skill of heaven-inducing tremor had been stuck at the peak of the second level for a long time. He had an intuition that he could break through at any time. Once he broke through and entered the third level, he would soon master this skill, and he would be able to pry into the secret skill of the third heaven. The secret skill of the third heaven is related to this Milky Way. He looked straight at the vast Milky Way in front of him. The stardust that filled the sky was flowing, and it was beautiful. Such a marvelous scene, if he had not walked out of an ancient star with life, he would not have been able to see it. Swoosh, the black dog, who was sleeping, suddenly jumped up and looked around vigilantly. "Let's go, the enemy is coming," it roared anxiously. "Where?" Guchen was surprised. The heaven-devouring demon insects that he had scattered outside did not send back any warning. "I dreamt that we were only less than an hour away from the city. My senses can't be wrong. Let's go." The black dog soared into the sky. Guchen was startled, but he still believed the other party's words. He whistled lightly, summoned the swarm of insects, and quickly left this star with the black dog. The ancient demon Soul Jade's position is starting to move. Far behind the two of them, Yu Qing's eyes were twinkling with green light as he suddenly said. Yellow Fox Celestial Immortal was right beside him, and behind him was a large army. When he heard this, his expression instantly became anxious. "Then what should we do now?" "There's no need to be anxious. Do as I say, and send people to completely seal off this Milky Way. They will fall into the net sooner or later." Yu Qing was young and mature, and his words were extremely confident. Hearing this, Yellow Fox Celestial Immortal revealed a sinister smile. "Catching turtles in a jar? That's great. These two rats, I will definitely kill them, and let them know who has the final say in the 19 star paths." Guchen and the black dog flew at full speed in the Milky Way. Guchen did not sense any enemies, but the black dog's soul power was much stronger than his, and it could always sense danger one step ahead. "This path won't work. We can't go there. Damn it. They seem to know where we will go, and are sealing off this area." Within the Milky Way, an encirclement was quietly taking shape. Across the vast starry sky, Guchen and the black dog's whereabouts were locked down. How did they find us? Guchen couldn't figure it out. They were far away from the ancient demon planet and had disguised themselves many times. Logically, they shouldn't have been discovered. But the fact was that they were able to pinpoint their location from a long distance away. That was very strange. There are many magical powers in this universe that you and I can't fathom. It's meaningless to think about this now. Based on the current situation, we can't escape. The black dog was sweating profusely. How many enemies are there? How strong are they? Guchen's eyes turned cold. If they couldn't escape, they'd just have to fight their way out. An army. Almost all of Yellow Fox's army has come out. Yellow Fox has also come personally. He's a cultivator of the Heaven Celestial stage. With our current strength, we have no chance of winning against him. The black dog said confidently. The celestial strength of a cultivator of the Heaven Celestial stage was at least 10 times that of an Earth Celestial stage. Compared to a cultivator of the human celestial stage, the difference was more than 100 times. With Guchen's current cultivation level, even if he could fight a cultivator of a higher stage, he still wouldn't be a match. Moreover, the opponent had an army consisting of a large number of human celestials and Earth Celestials. In that case, their chances of winning were even slimmer. Run, they could only run. The two of them continued to run. In order to find the best escape route, the black dog let Guchen guard it and went back to sleep. He seemed to have a secret technique of the big dream galaxy that could spy on the situation far away in his dreams. The black dog slept for an hour. When he woke up, he immediately pointed to the nebula in the distance. Almost all possible escape routes have been blocked. We can only continue to go deeper into the Milky Way. Maybe they'll show some weakness in the process of escaping. The two of them flew into the nebula. The environment here was dangerous. There was stardust everywhere. The stardust was constantly emitting light, which greatly affected one's vision. If one looked at it for a long time, they would even cry. The most troublesome thing was that the stardust was aggressive and there were countless of them. In the Milky Way, it was a nightmare for spaceships. Once they encountered it, they would either be damaged or destroyed. Guqian and the black dog were smaller targets, so they were able to maneuver around in the sea of star sand, so the situation was not too bad. They actually went into the nebula. They really know how to escape. Less than an hour into the depths of the Silver River, celestial immortal Yellow Fox and his army caught up to them. At this point, they had no choice but to put away their spaceships and give chase on foot. The environment in the nebula is complicated. If our army goes deeper, it's easy to get lost. They probably want to use this to create an opening for them to escape. Yuqing looked ahead and said coldly. Then what should we do? Are we not going to chase after him? Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox raised his eyebrows. Send a portion of our forces to guard the periphery and bring another group of elites into the depths. We're going to speed up our pursuit. The corner of Yuqing's mouth curled up. One of the two should have a powerful insight ability, which is why he was able to detect our tracking. He entered this nebula because he is very confident in his insight ability. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. In terms of insight, he isn't my opponent. He wants to use the complicated environment in the nebula to get rid of us. Unfortunately, I can find the closest route to them. Guqian and the black dog had already gone deep into the Milky Way for 2 days without a moment's rest. It's still not working. They're still following closely behind us, and the distance between us is still shrinking. The black dog closed his eyes and sensed the situation. When he realized that the situation was vastly different from what he had imagined, his expression turned ugly. One of them shouldn't be one of Yellow Fox's men. His detection ability is very strange. If he doesn't have a secret artifact, then he must be born with a special physique. The black dog could no longer find a smooth escape route. He was stuck on the spot, unable to advance or retreat. Then let's find a suitable place and prepare for battle. Guqian exhaled lightly. The black dog fell into deep thought. This was a new idea. If we had sufficient materials, I could set up a spell formation that would be able to resist a heaven immortal and increase our chances of winning. However, we don't have enough materials, and we don't have enough time. Is there an ancient star with life nearby that can hide our tracks? Guqian asked again. No. Star sand is the most abundant in the Milky Way. Some of the stars are mostly dead and desolate. If we hide in one of them, we'll be easily discovered. The black dog shook his head. The two of them were at their wits' end. In the distance, the sound of an army breaking through the air could be heard. We've finally found it. An extremely cold voice reverberated in the sky, causing Guqian and the black dog's expressions to turn cold. Run. The two of them fled frantically. Yellow Fox Celestial Immortal passed through the army, his body transforming into a brownish-yellow light that split the vast Milky Way, chasing after them at an extreme speed. His body was filled with a monstrous celestial light, and the powerful energy caused the surrounding star sand to scatter. The distance between Guqian and the black dog shortened rapidly, and his satisfied laughter echoed in their ears. Run? I'd like to see where you can run to. How dare you two rats steal my ancient demon soul jade? I won't rest until I tear you into pieces. He began to cast celestial spells, and beams of celestial light flew out, trying to take down Guqian and the black dog. Guqian activated the stars and moon striding steps to the extreme, and his whole body was covered in a faint starlight. It was extremely strange, but because of the gap in their cultivation, he still could not shake off the enemy. Bam! Boom! Beams of celestial light exploded around them, and the two of them were surrounded by danger. Damn it! Guqian drew out the Kunlun sword, turned around, and swung it. Roar! A 5-clawed golden dragon emerged from the sword light, and pounced toward Yellow Fox Celestial Immortal. Yellow Fox Celestial Immortal was startled. Dragons were the supreme demons, and they were a strong deterrent to countless demons. And this 5-clawed golden dragon was famous. Kunlun? He stopped in his tracks, and his killing intent toward Guqian receded significantly. The golden dragon crashed into his body, but it was blocked by the immortal astral shield, and did not affect him much. He's not from Kunlun, and he doesn't have the slightest divine aura on him. It's just that he obtained a divine artifact of Kunlun from somewhere. Yuqing rushed over from behind, and said indifferently. So, this person has offended Kunlun? Hearing this, Yellow Fox heaved a sigh of relief, and his expression became even more excited. This person has hidden his true appearance, and I can't see through his constitution. Yu Qing looked at Gu Chen's back from afar, and his eyes, which were surrounded by green light, revealed a trace of seriousness. He saw the other person's true appearance through the disguise, but he could not see through his constitution. This was the first time he, who was born with the Wangwen divine physique, encountered such a thing. You must capture this person alive. I'm very interested in him, he said after a while. Understood. The Karakoram sword slash had slowed down celestial immortal Yellow Fox's speed. Gu Chen and the black dog had just breathed a sigh of relief when the yellow light behind them became even faster. If this goes on, it'll catch up to us sooner or later. Damn it, if it was me back then, I would have killed this fox long ago. The black dog was beginning to feel exasperated. It did not feel good to be chased to the point of no return. Gu Chen did not doubt whether it was boasting or not. He looked around. The black dog could no longer be relied on in the current situation. He had to think of a way himself. The surrounding was filled with flowing star sand, rendering the entire Milky Way bright and beautiful. Only a certain area was pitch black. What's that? Gu Chen's eyes narrowed. The black dog followed his line of sight and answered immediately. There's a dark star over there. It's the path of execution. What's a dark star? Gu Chen asked. It's a celestial body with extremely terrifying gravity. Even light that gets close to it will be swallowed up. Ordinary living beings can't survive in it at all. Even powerful immortals can't move once they enter it. It's said that when a dark star develops further, it will become a black hole. Wherever a black hole goes, even the most powerful ancient star with life will be instantly turned into ashes. The black dog explained. It was full of fear when it mentioned dark stars and black holes. Extremely powerful gravity? That's where we're going. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Are you kidding me? Do you see the star sand near the dark star? Once we get close to the magnetic field of the dark star, even the star sand will be swallowed up. Once we get close, we'll never be able to get out. The black dog shook its head. If we don't go there, do you have a better idea? Gu Chen asked. Even if there's no other way, we can't just go to our deaths, right? The black dog said. Trust me for once. Gu Chen said no more. He suddenly changed his direction and rushed toward the dark star. Are you really crazy? The black dog's eyes widened. Seeing that celestial immortal Yellow Fox was getting closer and closer, it could only grit its teeth and fly toward the dark star with Gu Chen. The dark star in front of them gradually came into view. It was indeed a pitch-black star that swallowed up all the light that came close to it. The stardust around it kept surging into it. Once it entered, it would completely dim and disappear. Dead silence. Heavy. The entire dark star gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. Even though Gu Chen was proficient in the heaven-inducing quake secret technique, he still felt uncertain. The force field of every ancient star was different. Only by understanding the force field could he control the gravity of a star. The gravity of this dark star was extremely terrifying, far surpassing any ancient star with life he had seen before. This made it much more difficult for him to control it. However, there was no time to think. Gu Chen saw that he was getting closer to the dark star's orbit. He gritted his teeth, and like a fish, he quickly dived in. Crazy, crazy. This is insane. The black dog smiled bitterly and rushed in as well. In the blink of an eye, it was swallowed by the darkness. Watching from afar as the two entered the orbit of the dark star, Yellow Fox's face changed dramatically. Are these two fellows courting death? They actually escaped into the dark star. He was flustered and exasperated, but he didn't dare to continue his pursuit. The gravity of the dark star was too terrifying. Even though he had the cultivation of the heaven celestial stage, he wouldn't be able to come out after entering. Damn it, ancient demon soul jade. My ancient demon soul jade. He was going crazy. He regretted not noticing the other party's motive earlier, which led to a huge mistake. Gu Chen and the black dog rushed into the orbit of the dark star. Once they entered the atmosphere of the dark star, they immediately felt the terrifying gravity pulling them down at an extremely terrifying speed. "Awoo! I'm doomed!" the black dog howled. Guchen didn't expect the gravity to be so strong. Falling to the ground at such a speed, no matter how strong his physique was, he would probably be seriously injured. He began to desperately use the heaven-inducing quake secret technique, trying to integrate into the force field of this place and weaken the gravity. However, the gravitational field of the dark star was too strange. Countless forces were intertwined in a complicated manner. He couldn't figure it out in a short period of time, seeing that the ground was getting closer and closer, and the two of them were about to come into close contact with the ground. Guchen suddenly clapped his hands, finally releasing a repulsive force in the opposite direction. Boom! Both he and the black dog slowed down for a moment before crashing heavily into the ground again, creating a huge crater. Pain. It was a burning pain, although there was a repulsive force to slow down the pain. In this moment, 5 or 6 ribs in Guchen's body were still broken. "Awoo, it hurts so much." The black dog was also complaining incessantly. "You should be happy if you can keep your life." Guchen lay on the ground and found that he couldn't even stand up. This was not only because he was seriously injured from the fall, but also because the gravity here was thousands of times stronger than the ancient pale yellow star's core, suppressing him to the point that he couldn't move at all. The celestial power in his body was completely stagnant, and he couldn't use the power of his bloodline. "How can we keep our lives? If we fight with that yellow fox, we might still have a chance to live, but if we enter this dark star, other than being blown into dried corpses by the wind and buried by the star sand, we have no other choice," the black dog said angrily. Its intestines were green with regret. It shouldn't have believed in Guchen's choice. "Let's take a rest first." Guchen didn't explain and closed his eyes to rest. After days of fleeing, coupled with his serious injuries, he was extremely tired and sleepy. He immediately fell asleep, leaving the black dog dumbfounded. Outside the dark star, Yu Qing and the army had arrived. He actually chose to commit suicide. Yu Qing's eyes pierced through the darkness and seemed to see Guchen on the surface of the dark star, and he frowned. "Little friend you have to speak up for me. I really did my best." Yellow Fox Celestial Immortal was crying. He had messed up again, and he really didn't know how the Yu Celestial clan would punish him. Right now, it was no longer a question of whether he could get the reward. If he didn't do it well, he might anger the big shots on Dong Yuwu and die a horrible death. "What are you panicking for? Although the dark star's gravity is terrifying, it doesn't mean that there's no other way," Yu Qing said coldly. "There's a way?" Yellow Fox Celestial Immortal suddenly felt like he was grasping at straws. "Judging from the size of this dark star, if you want to enter and exit safely, you need to be at least a god king, or have a divine artifact that can change the force field. You're very lucky. My clan just happens to have such a divine artifact. I can get someone to bring it over. Otherwise, if my clan's elder ancestor comes personally to retrieve the ancient demon soul jade, you'll definitely lose your life." Yu Qing sneered. "Little friend you have to help me. As long as you can help me, I'm willing to do anything for you." Yellow Fox Celestial Immortal hurriedly expressed his loyalty. Yu Qing snorted. He wasn't interested in Yellow Fox Celestial Immortal's loyalty. As the god body of Dong Yuwu, there were countless people who wanted to follow him. One more wouldn't make a difference. But this time, the ancient demon soul jade was something the elder ancestor wanted. This was the first time he was going out to do something for him. If he had to be alerted about this, he would probably be extremely disappointed. Thus, he could only secretly contact his clan and get someone to bring the treasure over through the divine gate. "I'll return to Black Dragon Planet to look for my third uncle. You'll be in charge of guarding this dark star. Don't let anything happen here." On the sunless land, the black dog collapsed to the ground, its aura weak and listless. It hummed a folk song from an unknown planet as it passed the time of death in solitude. Not far from it, Guchen lay on his back, his eyes reflecting the dark night sky. They had fallen on this dark star for 5 days. During these 5 days, although Guchen was still unable to move, his internal injuries were much better. He had both the nameless immortal physique and the overlord physique, so his self-healing ability was amazing. Today, he no longer cared about his internal injuries, and focused on understanding the gravity of this dark star. The force field of this star was extremely complicated, far surpassing that of the yellow ancient star. Fortunately, Guchen was not new to the path of gravity, but he had made great progress in it. Every day, his understanding of the dark star's force field increased rapidly, and every day, the gravity he felt was decreasing. Thanks to the unique celestial environment, on the 10th day of falling on the dark star, his secret technique of heaven-inducing tremor broke through to the 3rd level. When he stepped into the 3rd level, he, who was originally unable to move, suddenly stood up slowly and moved his muscles. This made the black dog, who had been humming folk songs day after day, stop and stare at him with its eyes wide open. The unity of heaven and man. You've integrated into the dark star's force field? Guchen did not explain much, and grabbed at the black dog. The force field that had been suffocating the black dog for the past few days suddenly disappeared. Its whole body floated up, and it could not help but cry out. "Oh woo, we're finally saved, we can leave this damn place." Guchen looked up at the sky. Whether we can leave or not, that's not for certain. Only then did the black dog realize. I'll take a nap first. It immediately fell asleep, and once again dreamwalked to the 9 heavens. After a moment, it opened its eyes, and shook its head in disappointment. Looks like the Yellow Fox army is against us. The dark star's surroundings have been completely sealed, no matter which direction we escape in, we'll be discovered immediately. But this is strange, that fox doesn't dare to enter the dark star, so why is he still guarding here? Could it be that he knows we have a way to leave? This doesn't make sense. After a moment of deep thought, the black dog's pupils suddenly shrank. I'm afraid he has a way to enter the dark star. No, he doesn't have the ability to do so. He's most likely trying to get reinforcements from Dongwu. The Yu clan of planet Dongwu? Guchen raised his eyebrows. How long will it take for them to get here? It'll take at least half a month. Black Dog estimated. If we count from the moment we fell here, then the divine race's people will arrive within a week. Guchen's expression turned solemn. We should escape before the Yu divine clan arrives. Otherwise, our chances of winning will be even lower, the black dog suggested. The Yellow Fox army's army has sealed off the outside world. Going out will only lead to death. Even if we manage to escape, we'll be pursued endlessly. On the contrary, if we stay here, we have the geographical advantage. Guchen had a different idea. He had only cultivated on the dark star for 10 days, but he had made great progress in the secret skill of heaven gravitation. He was confident that if he continued to stay here for a while, he would be able to cultivate this secret skill to the highest level. Instead of continuing to escape, he would rather stay here and fight. Are you sure you want to do this? There's a deity king on planet Dongwu. If the deity king personally comes to retrieve the ancient demon soul jade, I'm afraid your secret skill of gravity won't be of much use. Black Dog hesitated, feeling that Guchen's approach was too risky. Let's see our luck. If someone we can't resist comes, we can leave the ancient demon soul jade behind to attract them and then escape. Guchen made up his mind and immediately stepped into the 9 heavens. What are you going to do? Cultivate. Gu. Chen left behind 2 short words and flew all the way to the sky above the dark star. There was a constant stream of star sand being attracted by the invisible gravitational force of the dark star. Perhaps because the star sand was originally flowing, after entering the aura of the dark star, it immediately showed a trajectory. It was a trajectory that belonged to the force field. It should have been invisible and intangible, but because of the uniqueness of the star sand, it actually showed a concrete manifestation. Guchen looked at the trajectory of the star sand. His eyes were abnormally bright, and he was suddenly enlightened. From this day onwards, Guchen forgot about the external threat of the enemy. He sat quietly in the 9 heavens, observing the trajectory of the star sand and comprehending the gravitational force of the heavens. He entered a wonderful state, and his whole person was intoxicated, completely forgetting himself. Under such circumstances, he can still concentrate without distractions? Black Dog saw Guchen's state, and it made his heart tremble. The enemy was right in front of them, and the deity king could descend on this dark star at any time. How could a little brat in the human celestial stage have such courage? This little brat can escape from the hands of that evil person. He's really not easy to deal with. He took a deep breath, and after the initial anxiety, he began to think about how to deal with the possible arrival of the enemy. Time passed day by day, and soon, a week had passed, but the people from the Yu clan did not appear. Gu Chen sat motionless in the 9 heavens. Countless forces surrounded him, and actually caused the star sand to spiral around him, like a tornado. One day, Gu Chen, who was meditating, flipped his palms outwards, and made a squeezing motion. Boom, 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 the gravitational force surrounding him seemed to be boiling, and it was constantly changing between the attractive and repulsive forces, like flowers blooming and withering, or the rise and fall of tides. This was a sign that the secret art of heavenly tremor was about to be completed. However, in the constantly changing gravitational field, there was still a trace of disharmony. Just a little bit more. Gu Chen opened his eyes, and his brows were tightly knitted. The key to the completion of the secret art of heavenly tremor was the word tremor. By freely changing the gravitational force between the attractive and repulsive forces at a high speed, it would form an effect similar to starquake. This effect was extremely terrifying, and it could greatly increase the gravitational force in an instant. If his cultivation was strong enough, he could even summon another star, and cause the 2 stars to collide. This was far more terrifying than summoning a meteorite. Once the secret art of heavenly tremor was completed, in theory, it could easily destroy 2 ancient stars with life. Gu Chen's cultivation was not strong enough to summon another star, but in terms of pure cultivation stage, he was infinitely close to this step. He was only 1 step away, but the last step was also the most difficult one. There was always a trace of disharmony in the process of his starquake power transfer and transformation, and it firmly restrained the possibility of him going further. No matter what, I have to take this step. This is not only related to whether I can cultivate the secret art of the 3rd heaven, but it is also related to opening the next chapter of the nature's art. When the seed of origin developed into the mother root of all things, the nature of the heavenly star technique appeared in Gu Chen's mind and was deeply imprinted in his soul. This technique was created by observing the stars in the sky, and it contained the wonders of the universe. There were originally 5 scrolls. Gu Chen had always been cultivating the Stardust Scroll, and he had no clue about the other 4 scrolls. Now that he was close to mastering the 2nd heaven, the door to the 2nd scroll, the Starcore Scroll, was finally opened to him. I'm afraid I'll need an opportunity to complete the last step. Gu Chen sighed. He had been meditating for many days, and there was no point in thinking about it. If he wanted to perfect the 2nd heaven mystic technique, he would probably have to obtain an opportunity like the sun and moon collision mystic technique back then. Boom boom boom, just as he was thinking about this, the trajectory of the star sand in the sky suddenly became abnormal. Thunder rumbled outside the dark star, as if something had happened. Ah woo. Young man, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? The black dog's loud cry came from afar. Gu Chen flew across the sky and landed on the ground, his eyes focused. They're here? The black dog nodded its head. The people from the Yu clan had arrived a few days later than they had expected, but they had still arrived. It had dream-traversed the starry sky, and it knew the identity of the people who had arrived. What's the good news? Gu Chen asked. The good news is that the deity king of the Dongwu planet did not come. Only 2 cultivators from the Yu clan have arrived. One is a young man, only a human celestial, and the other is a heaven celestial, slightly stronger than that fox. If there are only these few people, it's possible for you to rely on your geographical advantage to fight them. Gu Chen relaxed his eyebrows when he heard that. This was indeed good news. Even if a cultivator of the heaven celestial stage entered the dark star, his strength would be weakened to less than 10%. Against him, who could control the gravity of the star, he would kill as many as they came. Don't be too happy yet, there's more bad news. The black dog's expression suddenly turned serious. Those 2 from the Yu celestial clan brought a treasure that seems to be able to reverse or even control the gravity of the dark star. They're trying to land now, and they'll be here soon. Gu Chen's expression changed slightly. A treasure that could control gravity? Wouldn't that conflict with his ability? Both parties could manipulate gravity. Considering that the other party had 2 cultivators at the heaven celestial stage, Gu Chen's advantage was gone. This is troublesome. Gu Chen's expression became gloomy. His heaven-inducing quake secret technique was close to mastery, and he thought he could finally put it to good use. Don't worry, it's not like I didn't do anything these days. The black dog saw through Gu Chen's concerns, and a cunning glint flashed in its eyes. Since the God King of Dong Yu is not here, there is no need for us to escape. Let's fight them. Humph, previously we were forced into a corner because of their perceptive abilities. Now that I've set up a trap, I don't believe that they can see through everything. This time, I must deceive everyone. Outside the dark star, countless grains of stardust slowly retreated to both sides, opening up a starry path that was hundreds of feet wide. The leader was an old man from the Yu family, Yu Qing's third uncle. At this moment, he was holding a small yellow, 18-story pagoda in his hand. This small pagoda released an earthy yellow halo. Wherever the halo went, the terrifying gravitational force disappeared without a trace, and the group of people flew calmly into the dark star. With the mysterious yellow shining pagoda, the gravitational force of this dark star is no longer a threat to us. However, this thing consumes a lot of divine power, so we can't stay here for too long. Yu Qing, can you sense the location of the ancient demon soul jade? The old man from the Yu family asked as he observed the situation below. The gravitational force here has affected my perceptive abilities, so I can only determine a general area. Yu Qing pointed to a place on the ground. This is enough. Although it took a lot of time to go back and forth, the ancient demon soul jade is finally in our hands. The old man heaved a sigh of relief. Young friend Yu, I wonder what happened to the two thieves who stole the ancient demon soul jade? Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox asked cautiously. This time, apart from stationing troops on this dark star, his Yellow Fox army could be said to be of no use at all. This caused him to lose all confidence in front of the two from the Yu family. He didn't even dare to ask for the quota that he had originally agreed on. And the main culprits of all this were those two thieves. He had always boasted that he could walk unhindered in the 19 star paths, but now that he had suffered such a big loss, he naturally didn't want to let those two go. I can't sense them. They should be dead, Yu Qing said coldly. His divine perception physique could only sense the existence of the ancient demon soul jade, but not the aura of any living beings, so he naturally made such a judgment. Dead? Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox was immediately disappointed. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to take revenge. He originally wanted to say that if those two were still alive, he would at least be able to show off a little. This is very normal. According to what you said, they charged into this dark star in a suicidal manner. With the terrifying gravitational force of this dark star and the fact that they don't have a divine artifact like the mysterious yellow shining pagoda, they are naturally dead. When we find the ancient demon soul jade, we might even find their corpses. The old man from the Yu family casually said. He didn't care about the life or death of those two thieves, as long as there was no problem with the ancient demon soul jade. Because the more people entered the dark star, the more people the mysterious yellow shining pagoda needed to protect. Therefore, there were only 7 or 8 people in this group. Apart from the two from the Yu family and Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox, there were also several generals of the Yellow Fox army. They quickly approached the ground and flew along the surface at a low altitude, looking for traces of the ancient demon soul jade. Found it. Half a day later, a pit appeared in front of them. There was something emitting a thick demonic chi, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. The group landed outside the pit and found that the thing emitting the demonic chi was a jade bead covered in cracks. And near it, there were 2 corpses lying on the ground, their bodies dripping with blood. The ancient demon soul jade shattered? Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox's complexion changed upon seeing this. The two from the Yu family didn't seem surprised at all, as if they already knew that the ancient demon soul jade had shattered. After spending so much time, we finally succeeded. The old man from the Yu family walked into the pit with a look of relief on his face. Yu Qing followed behind him, a blue light lingering in his eyes as he examined the corpses on the ground. Something's wrong. He muttered. What's wrong? The old man from the Yu family looked back with the mysterious yellow shining pagoda in his hand. Yu Qing stared at the badly mutilated corpse of Gu Chen on the ground. Looking at his appearance for a while, his eyes suddenly turned sharp. Something's wrong. This person is already dead. His true appearance should have been restored, but this face is clearly fake. He shouted loudly, his heart trembling with fear as he looked around. Boom, he saw an unremarkable stone suddenly fly out from the pit and turn into a figure, rushing towards the old man from the Yu family with the mysterious yellow shining pagoda in his hand. The old man from the Yu family was alerted by Yu Qing's warning. His reaction was extremely fast as he used his other hand to block the incoming figure. Pung, he retreated several steps, and an unparalleled repulsive force came from his palm, wanting to send him flying. Fortunately, the mysterious yellow shining pagoda in his other hand immediately shone brightly, counteracting the repulsive force of the other party. On the other hand, his opponent also retreated several steps, turning into a black-haired youth. This black dog, it really tricked me to death. According to the original plan, Gu Qin would fake his death and seize the opportunity to snatch the gravitational treasure in the opponent's hands. This way, their chances of victory would greatly increase. The most crucial point of the entire plan was the black dog's camouflage. It swore that it could deceive everyone and launch a sneak attack. Who would have thought that it would be discovered by the youth in the opponent's camp, causing Gu Qin to be forced to act in advance? Not only did he fail to snatch the mysterious yellow shining pagoda, his whereabouts were also exposed. The situation suddenly became very bad. Scoundrel, you actually want to launch a sneak attack? You must be tired of living. Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox looked at Gu Qin, his eyes filled with ferocity. The Yu family's old man's expression was somewhat uncertain. He was very shocked that the other party could also control the gravitational force of the dark star. Moreover, with Yu Qing's divine perception and hearing physique, the other party was actually discovered right under his nose. This was also very amazing. There should be another person. Where is he? The old man from the Yu clan had a cautious expression on his face as he asked while guarding against Gu Qin. Yu Qing frowned. His eyes swept across the surroundings, but he couldn't find any trace of the other person. In fact, if he hadn't spied on Gu Qin's true appearance from afar, the corpse just now would have been deceived. His expression turned gloomy. For the first time, his divine perception and hearing physique had suffered a setback. You can't find him? I really underestimated these two. They both have some skills. The Yu family's old man revealed a look of fear. One could control the gravitational force of the dark star, while the other had a concealment ability that even the divine perception and hearing physique couldn't see through. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Daoist Yellow Fox, I'll give you a chance. Take him down, and the previous agreement still stands. The Yu family's old man was unwilling to take the risk and immediately spoke to Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox. Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox was overjoyed. Good, I'll definitely handle this matter beautifully. He immediately rushed towards Gu Qin and let out a sharp whistle. His tail was like a spear, stabbing towards Gu Qin, stirring up the terrifying aura of a heavenly immortal. Wherever he went, the mysterious yellow shining pagoda in the Yu family's old man's hand emitted a halo that enveloped him, preventing him from being affected by the dark star's gravitational force. Damn it, I can only go all out. Gu Qin's figure instantly split into two. The immortal body Gu Qin, wielding the Kunlun the Arch Sword, bypassed Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox from the side, while the tyrant body Gu Qin wielded the sky-plundering blade and faced him head-on. He had no choice but to reveal his identity as the Overlord body. Otherwise, he would have no chance of winning at all. Clang, the heaven-plundering saber slashed out vertically, blocking Yellow Fox's attack. As for Gu Qin, his body erupted with a golden-colored blood energy as his aura reached its peak. Overlord body? The old man from the Yu clan and Yu Qing were shocked at the same time. Meanwhile, the immortal physique Gu Qin had already raised his sword and charged forward. Gu Qin was very clearly aware that only by seizing the pagoda in his opponent's possession would he be able to turn the situation around. Thus, even if splitting into two would cause the pressure he faced to increase greatly, he had no choice but to do this. How dare you? Don't even think about getting close. The subordinates brought by Yellow Fox Heaven Immortal immediately went up to meet him. All of them had reached the Earth Celestial stage, and they blocked the immortal physique Gu Qin. He simply couldn't get close to the two people from the Yu clan. It's actually the Overlord body. The old man from the Yu clan came back to his senses, and his face flashed with deep joy. I didn't expect that in addition to obtaining the ancient demon soul jade, I would also be able to capture the successor of the Tyrant clan. Listen up, you must capture this person, capture him alive. As long as you capture him, my Dongwu planet will not be lacking in rewards. The old man from the Yu clan reminded loudly. This caused Yellow Fox Heaven Immortal and his subordinates to immediately attack Guchen in a frenzy, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Damn it, Guchen felt a deep sense of foreboding. He activated his battle instincts and fought one against many. The subordinates of Yellow Fox Heaven Immortal were still manageable, but the Overlord body was facing an expert of the Heaven Celestial stage, and the pressure was just too great. This Yellow Fox Heaven Immortal was indeed worthy of being an ambitious and ruthless character of the 19-star roads. His battle experience was incomparably rich, and his spells were ever-changing. Let's capture the ancient demon soul jade first to avoid any changes. When the old man from the Yu clan saw that Guchen was no longer a threat to him, he slowly walked towards the ancient demon soul jade on the ground. This time, he could be said to have profited greatly. Bringing back the ancient demon soul jade was already a great merit, and now he could even capture the Overlord body. It had to be known that in the Milky Way star field, there were countless forces that wanted to capture the Overlord body in the past 6 months. The old man from the Yu clan arrived in front of the ancient demon soul jade. He held the mysterious yellow tower in one hand, and carefully stretched out the other. He had heard of the famous ancient demon soul jade and knew that it was extremely evil. He was afraid that if he acted too hastily, his mind would be affected by it. Just as his hand was about to touch the ancient demon soul jade, the cracks on the ancient demon soul jade suddenly increased, and a violent demonic aura rushed towards him like a tidal wave. His heart suddenly swayed, and all kinds of tyrannical emotions surged in his mind. At this time, the ground beneath the ancient demon soul jade suddenly fluctuated strangely. Yu Qing, who was behind his third uncle, sensed something, and his expression suddenly changed. Be careful. This time, he was too late. The old man from the Yu clan had been hit by the demonic aura of the ancient demon soul jade, and his reaction was half a beat slower. Whoosh, a black shadow drilled out from the ground, opened its mouth, and bit away the mysterious yellow tower in the old man's hand. The old man from the Yu clan came back to his senses. One of his hands was bitten until it was dripping with blood, and he cried out in alarm and anger. Give it back to the old man. He hastily wanted to chase after the black dog, but he saw the black dog run out of the pit like a wisp of smoke, running far away. Its speed was so fast that it left people dumbfounded. Oh boy, I'll leave this group of people to you. Knock them out for me. The black dog's voice came from afar. After it bit the mysterious yellow tower and left, the halo of light surrounding the old man and the others dissipated. It's over. The old man from the Yu clan had just thought of this when a terrifying tide-like pressure suddenly descended, instantly suppressing him to the ground. Beside him, Yu Qing was in an even worse state. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and because of the terrifying gravity, he was firmly lying on the ground, unable to move. The speed of the Earth Immortals fighting with the immortal physique Guchen suddenly dropped. Guchen sneered, and the Kunlun Emperor sword stabbed into the void. Boom, without the restriction of the mysterious yellow tower, Guchen once again firmly controlled the gravity of this place. With a single slash, a terrifying repulsive force erupted, and the several Earth Immortals were sent flying, falling to the ground and coughing up blood. Fools! Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox was also instantly suppressed by the gravity. He could not help but scold the Yu clan for being too careless. Die. Seeing Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox's strength rapidly declining, a tyrannical grand map appeared behind Guchen. A tall golden figure stood on the dark star, unaffected by the gravity of the celestial body. An Overlord divine spear condensed in its hand. Rumble, the sound of wind and thunder resounded everywhere. Celestial Immortal Yellow Fox's chest was pierced, and he powerlessly fell to the ground. This time, I failed miserably. He muttered, and blood flowed continuously from his mouth. That was close. Fortunately, they had prepared 2 layers of defense. Although he was discovered, the black dog's concealment could be said to be perfect. Using the ancient demon soul jade's demonic chi to slow my reaction, then taking the opportunity to launch a sneak attack? However, why couldn't Yu Qing see through the dog's disguise? Even the divine observation physique can't see through it. Just how strong is that guy's camouflage technique? The Yu clan elder fell to the ground, barely able to stand up by relying on his deep cultivation. His heart was filled with shock. Gu Chen strode towards him with an indifferent expression. You can't kill us, or you will be chased by my Yu clan. The Yu clan elder said fearfully. Gu Chen looked at the elder and the youth on the ground coldly. He had many questions about the two. He had never revealed his true appearance in front of others, but the youth seemed to have seen his true appearance. Furthermore, the two's reaction when they saw the ancient demon soul jade shattered was very different from heaven immortal yellow fox's. His intuition told him that there was something fishy about the Yu clan wanting the ancient demon soul jade. He's right. Killing a god clan disciple will cause quite a bit of trouble. The black dog saw that the battle was over and sneaked back from afar. At this time, the mysterious yellow shining pagoda was already under its control, so the Yu clan elder could not control it. Letting them go will cause even more trouble. Gu Chen was expressionless. Today, he had already exposed his identity as an overlord body. According to the situation caused by the exposure of the man with a bamboo hat on the Black Dragon planet, if this matter were to spread out through the mouths of anyone present, he would become the target of public criticism. Therefore, apart from the black dog who was his accomplice, everyone here had to die. The black dog recalled the golden blood chi that had rushed out of Gu Chen's body earlier. It immediately understood his concerns and did not speak again. It took the initiative to walk towards Heaven Immortal Yellow Fox and his subordinates, personally killing them one by one. This was to show that it was on the same side as Gu Chen, preventing the two from suspecting each other. Its actions thoroughly won Gu Chen's trust, but it also caused the last trace of hope in the Yu clan elder's heart to vanish. He collapsed to the ground, realizing that he would not be able to escape today. As the overlord body, the other party was destined to be a fugitive. Answer my questions honestly, and I can let you suffer less pain before you die, Gu Chen said to the two. The Yu clan's elder remained silent while Yu Qing gritted his teeth and stared at the black dog with unwillingness. How did you manage to deceive them? The black dog smiled and shook its head. Kid, although the divine sight and hearing physique is ranked on the all-heaven physique ranking and has outstanding talent in discerning things, my attainment in the Tao of deception isn't low either. If I were to be easily suppressed by your talent, wouldn't I have wasted all my years of cultivation? Yu Qing was speechless when he heard this. He had long heard from the elders in the clan that there were countless experts in this world. One must not rely on one's innate talent to be unbridled. Otherwise, it would be easy to suffer a great loss. He had always been nonchalant about it, but he had never expected that he would really suffer a loss today, a loss that he could not recover from. He was able to see through my true appearance because of this divine sight and hearing physique? Gu Chen looked at the black dog in surprise. The black dog nodded. Previously, it could not understand how the other party had locked onto them. It was only when it came into close contact with Yu Qing that it understood that he had such a unique physique. Otherwise, if it had known earlier, even Gu Chen's disguise would not have been seen through. Gu Chen understood the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that he was being tracked because of the other party's unique physique and not because he had any flaws. In this case, there was no need for him to interrogate him in detail anymore. Pfft! Gu Chen suddenly pierced the space between Yu Qing's eyebrows with his sword. It was a clean and efficient move without any hesitation. I can't accept this. Yu Qing's body fell limply to the ground. Before his eyes completely dimmed, he subconsciously muttered. He had the divine physique that was ranked on the all-heaven physique ranking. He should have been able to shine, but he did not expect to die in such a dark place. Yu Qing. The remaining Yu clan elder's eyes were filled with sorrow. He knew that his time had come. Answer my questions honestly and you will die just like him. Gu Chen raised his sword that was dripping with blood and walked forward. The first question, why is the Yu clan interested in the ancient demon soul jade? The second question, why do so many forces want to capture the overlord body? When the Yu clan elder heard Gu Chen's question, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Looks like you know nothing. Bang, he suddenly slapped the top of his head with his hand, and the vitality of his entire body rapidly disappeared. Gu Chen's expression changed slightly. He did not expect the Yu clan elder to be so unyielding and choose to commit suicide. The divine realm once decreed that anyone with the overlord body has the right to be killed. Your clan is destined to be despised by the heavens. After he finished speaking in a hoarse voice, he died. His primordial spirit also collapsed, so there was no way to search his soul. Guchen had been checkmated, so he only heard the last sentence. Despised by the heavens and wanted by the divine realm, was this the fate of the overlord body? Guchen was silent and went forward to search the elder's belongings, hoping to find something. After searching him, he walked towards Yu Qing's corpse. The moment his hand touched the corpse, he felt a power lying dormant in his body. It even affected the immortal energy in his body and made it jump. He was clearly dead, so why was there such an abnormality? Guchen was greatly shocked and called the black dog over. There is nothing abnormal in his body. The black dog checked Yu Qing's corpse and did not feel the power that Guchen felt. What's going on? Guchen was momentarily puzzled. He tried to extract that power. Just as this thought appeared, the immortal energy in his body started to circulate according to the immortal ascension technique. Boom! Not long after, Guchen pulled out a cyan ball of light from Yu Qing's corpse. The moment the cyan ball of light left Yu Qing's body, all the bones in his body shattered, and his body exploded into a bloody mist. It was as if in an instant, his divine body had turned into a mortal body, unable to withstand the gravitational pull of the dark star and turned into ashes. The bloodline power of the divine body? The black dog saw this scene and opened its mouth wide in shock. The ball of green light in Guchen's hand seemed to be the power of Yu Qing's divine body. How did you do it? How can you strip a person's physique? Aren't you the overlord body? The black dog lost its voice and could not believe the scene in front of it. Guchen was also shocked. Ever since he cultivated the nameless immortal body and the overlord body, this was the first time such a situation had happened. The divine ability just now obviously did not belong to his overlord body, but the divine ability of the nameless immortal body. Guchen looked at the green light in his hand and was thinking about how to deal with it when his dantian released a suction force. Whoosh, the ball of green light drilled into Guchen's body. Guchen felt as if a cool breeze was blowing through his body and his 5 senses were greatly enhanced at this moment. The ball of light finally drilled into his dantian and merged with the 9-colored nebula that revolved around the origin of all beings, becoming a part of it. A pair of eyes could see through all illusions, and a pair of ears could hear the voices of all things. Guchen's sensory world seemed to have expanded all of a sudden. He could even feel the body temperature of the black dog in front of him. This is the ability of the divine physique. Oh my god, did you steal this guy's physique? The black dog looked at Guchen's green eyes and was completely stunned. Even though it had lived for so long, it had never seen such a thing. Legend has it that the Tyrant physique is a heaven-defying cultivation that doesn't belong to any law under the order of the heavenly Tao, but I've never heard of it being able to steal other people's physiques. Even the famous Great Development Immortal Physique on the All-Heaven Physique list can only be deduced and imitated. It's completely different from stealing it. The black dog looked at Guchen as if he was looking at a monster. There were many powerful special physiques in the universe. Countless cultivators in the past compiled them and formed the famous All-Heaven Physique list. There were 1,000 types of powerful immortal physiques or godly physiques on the list, and each of them had unique abilities. However, the black dog had never heard of a physique like Guchen's. Stealing other people's talents was too shocking. So the nameless immortal physique hides such a secret. Unlike the black dog's surprise, Guchen was deep in thought. After he cultivated the nameless immortal physique, it was not as helpful to him as the Tyrant physique. Although he could imitate and learn other people's techniques like Xianxia's Great Development Immortal Physique, he already had this ability when he had the Eternal Freedom Avatar. In comparison, Xianxia's Great Development Immortal Physique improved by leaps and bounds, while his nameless immortal physique was more ordinary. One had to know that Xianxia only comprehended one of the 49 laws of heaven and earth to form the immortal physique, but Guchen mastered countless laws. His starting point was much higher than Xianxia's. When he formed the immortal physique, he received the gift of the immortal corpses, but the immortal physique didn't have any divine abilities. Now that he had taken away the power of the Great Development Immortal Physique, he suddenly realized that it wasn't that the nameless immortal physique didn't have any special abilities, but that it never had the chance before. its power could only be displayed when facing immortal or divine physiques, Gu Chen was pleasantly surprised. The power of the Wangwen god physique had fused with his body, which made his perception far surpass his current realm. It was like a myopic person suddenly being able to see everything 1,000 meters away. What nameless immortal physique? Can you tell me about it? The black dog was extremely curious. Gu Chen had gone through thick and thin with the black dog, so he had developed trust in it, so he decided to tell it about his two physiques. How can a person have two types of physiques? Although the Tyrant body isn't listed in the All-Heaven physique list, it's publicly acknowledged that it's at least in the top 50. And your other immortal physique that can steal other people's talents is even more incredible. In terms of potential, I'm afraid it can be ranked in the top 10. No wonder that evil person kept trying to capture you, you're truly a treasure. The black dog hopped restlessly on the spot. What had happened to Gu Chen had exceeded its expectations. The All-Heaven physique list, as long as one had one type of physique, it was enough to be called a peerless genius in any planet in the universe. But Gu Chen actually had two types at the same time. He was definitely a genius among geniuses. Let's not talk about this first. Can you lend me the mysterious amber tower? Gu Chen was sure that absorbing the power of the divine physique had no negative effects on him, so he set his eyes on the pagoda that the black dog had snatched. This mysterious amber tower had attracted his attention the moment it appeared on the dark star. This object was like an independent source of gravity that attracted him. Originally, his heaven-attracting tremor secret technique was only one step away from completion. Seeing this mysterious amber tower, his intuition told him that this object might be his opportunity. I'll give this to you, and the rest will belong to me? The black dog glanced at all the corpses on the ground. Sure. Gu Chen threw all the storage rings he found on the Yu clan's old man and Yu Qing to the black dog and exchanged for the mysterious amber tower. This pagoda is an extremely high-grade divine tool. If not for the fact that it can only be used to its fullest in the hands of someone who is proficient in the gravitational secret technique, I wouldn't be willing to give it to you. The black dog took the storage rings and said reluctantly. The pagoda was indeed an extremely powerful treasure. However, those who did not understand the gravitational Tao would consume too much immortal energy to use it, so they would not be able to unleash its true power. The black dog wanted to join forces with Gu Chen to deal with that evil person. But considering that he needed to increase his strength, it reluctantly gave up. Thanks. If I have something good next time, I'll give it to you. Gu Chen received the mysterious yellow shining pagoda and walked straight into the distance. We killed the Yu clan's clansmen. They will soon notice. We should leave this place as soon as possible. The black dog reminded. Give me 3 days. 3 days. They won't come so soon, right? Gu Chen's voice came from afar. The black dog hesitated for a moment. Knowing that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, it gritted its teeth and said. All right, 3 days it is. We must leave after 3 days. Gu Chen agreed. He brought the mysterious amber tower to the area on the dark star where the gravitational force was the most complicated. The environment here was blessed by the heavens. Coupled with a treasure that could control gravity, Gu Chen was very confident that he could master the second heaven secret technique. Rise. He controlled the mysterious amber tower to fly up. Amidst the originally complicated gravitational field of the dark star, he integrated a completely opposite gravitational force. He was situated at the intersection of the two gravitational forces, like the center of a yin and yang fish. His black hair fluttered in the wind. This time, no matter what, I must understand the true meaning of Zhen. The 3 days were almost up. The black dog had already wiped out all the corpses and was ready to escape at any time. It stared at the place where Gu Chen was cultivating from afar. It looked at him anxiously, hoping that he would end his cultivation state soon. Rumble, just as its patience was about to reach its limit, there was a huge commotion at the place where Gu Chen was cultivating. In that area, there were countless wave-like cracks on the ground, and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void, causing a huge earthquake that covered a quarter of the dark star. Countless forces intertwined around Gu Chen, like flowers blooming and withering, tides and tides. He looked up at the dark sky, raised his left arm, and threw a punch, boom. With this punch, the countless forces around him turned into vibrating waves, crushing towards the 9 heavens. Under his punch, a huge whirlpool appeared in the dark sky, like ripples on the surface of a lake. Rays of light shot down from the whirlpool, shining on the dark star that had never seen daylight before. The power of Starquake, Gu Chen had finally mastered the second level of the secret skill. With one punch, he could cause gravity to boil and form a powerful gravitational shock wave. The moment he mastered the secret skill, his black hair danced wildly and his clothes fluttered. Without deliberately controlling the gravity, his body left the ground and flew up to the sky. With the heaven gravitational secret skill, he could escape the gravity of the stars with his body alone. Gu Chen no longer needed to integrate and control the gravitational field because he himself had become a source of gravity. Previously, he was stuck at the last step of the heaven gravitational secret skill and could not break through it. It was not until he saw and studied the Amber Tower that he realized where he was lacking. The Amber Tower itself was an independent source of gravity. To truly master the heaven gravitational secret skill, he had to become a source of gravity himself. This was not only the sign of mastering the heaven gravitational secret skill, but also the foundation of opening the star core volume of the nature of heavenly star technique. At this moment, Gu Chen had completely understood the way of gravity and ascended to the sky. He left the dark star and stepped into the vast Milky Way. Wait for me. Hey, wait for me, you can't abandon me. The black dog watched dumbfoundedly as Gu Chen ascended to the sky and left. It was not until he was gone and the tide-like gravity pressed him to the ground again that he came to his senses and barked wildly. Woof woof. Gu Chen, you bastard. Are you going to abandon me and run away? Come back. Come back here. Without Gu Chen and the amber shining pagoda, there was no way the black dog could escape from this dark star. It could only watch helplessly as Gu Chen left. It looked on anxiously, and the entire dark star reverberated with tragic barks. Awoo, Gu Chen did not hear the black dog's crying. He was immersed in a wonderful state. As soon as he stepped into the starry sky again, he flew toward a nebula filled with countless stardust. How many years has it been since I practiced the stardust volume of the nature of heavenly star technique in the dustless sect? In this Milky Way, I am finally going to practice the second volume. Gu Chen murmured. He was in the middle of the Milky Way, and the surrounding stardust was slowly flowing towards him. It was as if he had a strange charm. If the cultivation of the Stardust Scroll of the Celestial Phenomenon art was still within the scope of human cultivation, then from the second scroll onwards, Gu Chen would transcend the scope of ordinary living beings. It was to the extent that when he comprehended the true essence of cultivation in the Starcore Scroll, he realized that this wasn't a cultivation method for living beings. This was clearly the process of the birth of a star. After mastering the second heaven mystic technique, his body had become a gravitational source, and the cultivation of the Star Core Manual was based on this foundation to smelt the star sand in the Milky Way, forge his dantian into a star core, and turn his body into an indestructible stellar body. According to this cultivation method, when he mastered the Star Core Scroll, his body would be comparable to a star, and the supernatural powers he would possess would be unimaginable. The vision of the nature of the heavenly time mantra was too grand. Its vision surpassed the immortal realm and the divine realm, causing Gu Chen's heart to sway. If the Star Core Scroll is comparable to a star, then what about the other three? Could it be that one day, I will be as great as the universe and become the supreme ruler? The door to a new world deeply shocked Gu Chen, and his eyes were filled with fanaticism. Ever since the man with a bamboo hat took away his father and the white ape, Gu Chen's desire for power had never been greater. The man with a bamboo hat's billions of soul fragments were scattered all over the major galaxies. This kind of terrifying power made him feel hopeless, and he wasn't sure if he could defeat him. But now, the nature of the heavenly time mantra showed him how broad and profound cultivation could be. As long as he persisted on this path of cultivation, one day, his thoughts would be the universe. No matter how strong the man with a bamboo hat was, he wouldn't be worthy of Gu Chen's attention. There will always be a time when the wind blows and the waves hang the sail to aid the sea. At this moment, Gu Chen was full of ambition. Without hesitation, his mind followed the path of the Star Core Scroll and began to cultivate. Boom! Both the celestial spiritual energy and the tyrant blood in his body boiled. His body seemed to have become a whirlpool that began to gather and absorb the surrounding stardust. At the same time, the cultivation of the third level of the secret technique began. This secret technique was called the Nirvana Void. The cultivation of the 33 levels of the Heavenly Time Mantra was closely related to the progress of the nature of the Heavenly Time Mantra. The Nirvana Void secret technique mainly cultivated the Tao of space. If Guchen wanted to turn his body into a star, he would need to smelt a sky full of stardust that was thousands of times his size. The Nirvana Void secret technique played an important role. At this moment, Guchen used the Star Core scroll and countless amounts of stardust were attracted to him. His body seemed so small, as if he would be swallowed by the stardust in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he tried to use the Nirvana Void secret technique. The surface of his skin flashed with a layer of silver light. When the stardust approached him, it melted into his skin. It was as if there was another galaxy inside his skin that could contain everything. What a magical secret technique. It's somewhat similar to opening a cave, but it's completely different in essence. Guchen exclaimed in his heart as he felt the surrounding stardust constantly enter his skin. Because of the Nirvana Void secret technique, his skin opened up a strange space. This space was independent of his body and constantly connected to the outside world. It could constantly absorb the energy that drifted outside. This allowed him to be in a state of cultivation at all times, and the speed at which he absorbed vitality was greatly increased. At the same time, with such a layer of space, he didn't even need a storage ring or a Qianquan bag. It was safer to hide things in his body than anywhere else. The Nirvana Void secret technique is similar to the Heavenly Shock technique. It is divided into 3 levels. The first level allows me to integrate the stardust into my skin. The second level allows me to integrate it into my blood. When I reach the third level, I can guide the stardust into my bone marrow and elixir field. At that time, the embryonic form of the star core will be born. Guchen understood the following cultivation path and devoted himself to the comprehension of cultivation methods and secret skills. The surrounding star sand was like rivers flowing into the sea, crazily surging into his body. A whirlpool appeared in the Milky Way, constantly devouring everything around it as if a new star was about to be born. After a long time, Guchen felt his skin become unbearably prickly. The Nirvana Void secret technique had reached the limit of what he could absorb at present. He stopped. At this time, his whole body was covered with a layer of mysterious silver starlight, perfectly integrated with his skin. Buzz, the speed at which his body interacted with vitality had greatly increased. This caused the celestial force in Guchen's body to skyrocket. He broke through the peak of the human immortal stage and stepped into the earth immortal stage. At the same time, the golden blood chi in his body became more vigorous and billowed like a beacon. The mighty body and celestial force cultivation had improved at the same time. Guchen's strength had skyrocketed. After a long time, Guchen's excitement subsided and his expression became serious. Oh no, I forgot about the black dog. He was immersed in his breakthrough and left the dark star. He wondered how the black dog was doing now. He quickly flew back to the dark star and used the stars and moon striding steps. His speed was several times faster than before. Soon, he landed on the dark star. From afar, Guchen saw the black dog lying on the ground with all 4 feet in the air, unable to move due to the gravity. Its tongue was hanging out and it was panting heavily. Whoosh, Guchen landed beside it and cast a spell. The strong gravity disappeared and the black dog came back to life. Guchen! You bastard, how dare you leave me behind? Woof, woof, woof. The black dog was furious, like a stray dog abandoned by its owner. Its eyes were full of resentment. Sorry, I forgot about you. Guchen smiled awkwardly. Because of the black dog's help, he escaped a disaster. Even the Amber Tower was given to him by the black dog. It was not kind of him to run away. The black dog originally wanted to scold Guchen, but when it took a closer look at him, its eyes became anxious and doubtful. Huh? You've broken through? Why can't I see through you now? The black dog's soul was extremely powerful, far stronger than its physical cultivation. That was why when it first saw Guchen, it could sense that he was extraordinary. But now, it could not see through Guchen. It was as if something had separated him from the real him. Guchen smiled without saying a word. He knew that this was the secret technique of the Nirvana Void. Although he looked normal, there was another starry sky hidden under his skin. It was filled with a large amount of star sand. This made anyone who peered into his body feel like they were separated by a starry sky. It was not easy to see through him. It was not just difficult for others to see through him. Because of the existence of the strange space in his skin, his defense was greatly enhanced. Anyone who attacked him would have to pass through this layer of space. It was not easy to hurt him. In particular, most of the impact attacks would be absorbed by the spatial buffer in his skin. Even though Gu Chen had just stepped into the earthly celestial stage, he wasn't afraid of any heavenly celestial stage expert by relying on the changes in his body. Seeing that Gu Chen was unwilling to talk about the changes in his body, the black dog did not pursue the matter any further. After all, this was related to the cultivation method that Gu Chen practiced, which was a taboo for cultivators. Let's hurry and leave this place before the god kings of Dongyuwu descend. If that happens, it will be too late to cry. It urged Gu Chen, and the two of them quickly left the dark star and fled into the Milky Way. Where do you plan to go next? I'm ready to follow you, the black dog said on the way. After spending so much time with Gu Chen, it was certain that as long as it followed Gu Chen, it would be a matter of time before it found the evil person who had destroyed its home planet. With Gu Chen's talent, if the two of them worked together, they might be able to take revenge one day. Gu Chen had a thoughtful look on his face. Originally, he had followed the star chart left behind by the cultivators of ancient heaven, but because of the clues left behind by Wu Lingxian, he had changed his route. Now that he had obtained the ancient demon soul jade, as long as he continued to refine the fragments of the soul jade and dig out the wisp of the soul of the man with a bamboo hat, he would be able to find him sooner or later. However, refining the ancient demon soul jade was not something that could be done overnight. Even if he successfully found the whereabouts of the man with a bamboo hat, he might not be able to rescue his father, because the gap between them was too great. The black dog saw that Gu Chen was a little hesitant, and made a serious suggestion. Gu Chen, I have a suggestion. I don't know if you're willing to listen? I'd like to hear the details. Gu Chen nodded. The black dog had a lot of life experience, and it was worth listening to. You have two powerful physiques at the same time, and you're a rare talent that I've never seen before. You shouldn't waste your talent. I know you want to take revenge on that evil person, but even if you find him now, it'll be difficult for you to succeed. It's better to keep a low profile and strengthen yourself first. With your talent, sooner or later, you'll grow to a state that's comparable to him. When that time comes, your chances of winning will be greater. In this process, I'm willing to do everything I can to help you. The black dog was unusually serious, unlike its usual carefree self. It had been with Gu Chen for so long, and it had truly felt his potential. As long as this child had a good cultivation environment, he would definitely soar to the sky. Then what should I do now? Gu Chen also became serious. The black dog's words made sense. The universe was too vast, and the current him was still too insignificant. Even if he found the man with a bamboo hat, so what? He did not have enough strength, and that would not change anything. Strength, he needed to frantically increase his strength. Just as the man with a bamboo hat had said, he needed to be so strong that even the heavens and earth could not ignore his existence. If you want to increase your strength as soon as possible, the easiest way is to join a large force. The black dog pondered. In this universe, the ones who control the most resources are none other than the major sects and the Protoss. If you can join them, with your talent and their full support, your cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. However, the requirements for the god clans and god clans are extremely high, and it's not easy to join them. The easier way is to join the spiritual abode. Spiritual abode? Gu Chen was deep in thought. He recalled that the Hound clan princess seemed to be cultivating somewhere in the spiritual abode. The so-called spiritual abode is usually jointly opened by a part of the god clans and god clans. It accepts students from the outside and is used to select valuable geniuses. If you perform well in the spiritual abode, you'll have the chance to be recognized by the divine realm and become a divine cultivator. The spiritual abode is the easiest way for an ordinary creature to join the god clans and god clans. With your talent, if you choose a good spiritual abode to join, your future will be limitless. The black dog analyzed and then added. Of course, in the process, you must not reveal your identity as the overlord body, otherwise, you'll invite a fatal disaster. From this point of view, you'll be taking a great risk if you join the spiritual abode or even any divine organization. Guchen listened and thought for a while. He flipped his hand and took out the star chart that the cultivator of ancient heaven had left for him. Black Dog, I wonder if you've heard of a force called ancient heaven? When the black dog heard this, it was shocked. Ancient heaven? You mean ancient heaven? Guchen nodded. Since he had to join a large force, he would consider ancient heaven more. The celestial court on the ancient Sung Huang star belonged to the ancient heaven. If he joined ancient heaven, it would be considered as a lineage, which was much better than going to some spiritual abode that he was completely unaware of. How is the force of ancient heaven? Is it strong enough? If I join it, is it a wise choice? Guchen asked. The black dog took a deep breath and looked at Guchen strangely. Ancient heaven is more than powerful. Countless years ago, when the immortal realm and the divine realm stood side by side, ancient heaven was the leader of the immortal realm. It's just that as the immortal realm collapsed and disappeared, ancient heaven also declined. Until today, if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known it still existed. Countless years ago, the immortals and gods were on equal footing in this universe. The celestial realm was once as powerful as the divine realm and was the faith of countless immortals. However, for some unknown reason, the celestial realm collapsed and disappeared. The ancient heaven turned out to be the former leader of the celestial realm, commanding hundreds of millions of immortals. Such an answer surprised Guchen. The celestial realm was annihilated. I thought that the ancient heaven had already become a legend, but according to what you said, could it be that the ancient heaven has always had an orthodoxy passed down to the world? What kind of place is the ancient dark yellow planet you came from? 30,000 years ago, it could attract the gods of the heavens to descend. Even the Heart Ape clan, a fighting clan, and the cultivators of the ancient heaven went there. If there's a chance, I really want to visit your hometown. When the black dog heard about the relationship between Guchen and the ancient heaven, it sighed. It had wandered around the major galaxies and been to countless ancient planets with life, but the ancient dark yellow planet that Guchen came from sounded so special to it. Guchen was silent. He originally thought that his hometown was just a broken ancient planet, but after stepping into the universe, he felt that it was more and more extraordinary. The ancient dark yellow planet was in decline now, but in ancient times, it once gave birth to an extremely prosperous cultivation civilization. At that time, the ancient planet was full of immortals. According to his experience on the 19-star road, whether it was the Tooth planet or the Air planet, there were not so many immortals in a normal ancient planet with life. From this point of view, the ancient dark yellow planet, at least in ancient times, was once an extremely powerful cultivation planet. In ancient times, the ancestors of the Gu clan chose to escape to the ancient dark yellow planet, and 30,000 years ago, the seed of origin also flew to the ancient dark yellow planet, causing the gods of the heavens to descend. Was all of this a coincidence? The more Guchen thought about it, the more he felt that his hometown had some secrets, but these secrets had been buried in the dust of history forever. Now that he knew that the ancient heaven had such a great origin, Guchen was even more touched. Just what had happened in the past? Did the people of ancient heaven descend upon the dark yellow ancient star 30,000 years ago for the seed of origin? Originally, I suggested that you go to the spiritual abode to cultivate, but since you have such a deep relationship with the ancient heaven, I suggest that you follow the guidance of the star map. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although the ancient heaven was destroyed long ago, it still has its legacies, so it can't be underestimated. Moreover, the ancient heaven is definitely more tolerant than the divine realm towards the overlord body. The black dog suggested. It had developed a strong interest in the ancient heaven, and it wanted to follow Guchen to experience it. I've already passed the test left behind by the cultivator of the ancient heavenly court in the ancient dark yellow star, but I'm not sure what kind of attitude he has towards me. Guchen muttered to himself and told him about his two guesses. Back then, the other party had sealed the ninefold heavenly palace in the River of Time, in the Hengduan Mountains in the heavenly market. It was extraordinarily difficult to find it. If he hadn't been there, he might have died in the River of Time. Guchen wasn't sure if the other party knew about this layer of karma. If he had set it up because he understood his relationship with the heavenly market, it meant that the other party had already figured out his past clearly, and his magical power was unimaginably great. This was a good thing. If that was the case, it meant that it was really a test. The other party intended to let him comprehend the path of karma, and he didn't let him down. But if that wasn't the case, and the other party simply wanted to increase the difficulty of the test to infinity, it meant that he had malicious intentions toward him. In that case, following the guidance of the star map was not a wise move. This doesn't make sense. Since you're both from the same lineage of ancient heaven, even if he doesn't want to help you, there's no need for him to harm you, right? The black dog frowned. It felt that Guchen was being overly cautious, which was a good thing. There's something that might make the other party uncomfortable. Guchen's eyes flickered, and he told the black dog about how he was the celestial ruler of the celestial court on the ancient planet Songhuang. The celestial ruler? The black dog was shocked when it heard this. The celestial ruler is the supreme leader of ancient heaven, and also the leader of the celestial emperors of the celestial realm countless years ago. How can he be addressed casually? The black dog broke out in a cold sweat. It felt that the cultivators on the ancient planet Songhuang were too ignorant. If this matter was known to some of the cultivators of ancient heaven who particularly valued etiquette, they would be very unhappy. It was no wonder that Guchen was worried. It turned out that there was such a layer of contradiction between the two sides. The cultivator of ancient heaven sealed your family and friends in the ninefold palace. If he didn't want you to find them, then he must be extremely dissatisfied with the lineage of the celestial court of the ancient planet Songhuang. The black dog's expression was grim, but it suddenly changed the topic. However, he still left a glimmer of hope for you in the end. He left behind the star chart, which means that even if he doesn't like you, as long as you can pass the test, he still recognizes you as a lineage of ancient heaven. Guchen nodded and let go of the concerns in his heart. It seems that this ancient heaven is something that I have to go to. The Milky Way star sector was vast and boundless. There were thousands of star paths that had been opened up. Guchen and the black dog discussed to find ancient heaven according to the guidance of the star chart, but they did not expect to spend a whole 6 months on the road. The 6 months were considered good. According to the black dog's analysis of the star chart, their destination was extremely far away in the Milky Way star sector. That place was close to Xianxia star sector, and there was no formed star path in the entire area. It was extremely desolate, and it was not easy to find it. From the original 19 star passages to that place, there were countless star passages and ancient stars to cross. If Guchen had gone there alone, it would not have been surprising for him to spend several decades on the journey. Fortunately, the black dog was extremely good at deception. During this period, they met a cultivator from the holy sect and used his identity to get the opportunity to use the Gate of God, which saved a lot of time. After a lot of hardships, the two finally arrived at the end of the star chart after half a year. We're finally reaching our destination. The star end indicated on the star chart must be in this starry sky. On an unprepossessing spaceship, the black dog held the map inside. Guchen was meditating in a corner of the cabin. At this time, a fragment in his hand just happened to break into powder. He opened his eyes, and there was a glow in his eyes. It was a clear sign that his soul power was at its peak. Over the past 6 months, they had been rushing to refine the fragments of the ancient demon soul jade. Unfortunately, the soul power in the soul jade was too violent. In the past 6 months, Guchen had only refined 4 fragments. Naturally, the soul of the man with a bamboo hat was not hidden in these 4 fragments. Although the day of completely refining the ancient demon soul jade was still far away, Guchen's soul power had greatly improved in the past 6 months. In the past 6 months, his immortal physique had just entered the middle stage of Earth Immortal, but his soul power had already entered the early stage of Heaven Immortal. This was all the credit of the soul jade fragments. It was desolate outside, with meteorites floating everywhere. Occasionally, they would see planets, but they were also lifeless. There was not a single star path in this entire area, and very few cultivators would visit this place because there were almost no valuable resources here. The spaceship went around a large group of meteorites, and finally, an ancient planet with life appeared in front of them. The planet was huge and green in color. The plants on it were huge, and some of the vines even extended out of the atmosphere, hanging into the starry sky. It was a spectacular sight. It should be here. The black dog checked the star map repeatedly and finally confirmed. Guchen looked at the planet from afar, his eyes twinkling with purple and green light. Ever since he absorbed the ability of the Wangwen divine physique, Guchen integrated it with his purple polarity pupils, which greatly improved his ocular skills. At this moment, across the starry sky, his eyes looked into the interior of the planet and peeped into the situation inside. The planet was very primitive, with wild forests everywhere, and the plants were unusually large. The vines that extended out of the planet, for example, belonged to a towering vine tree. This vine tree occupied a quarter of the area of this ancient planet with life, and under its shade, countless wild beasts were breeding. There was a plesiosaurus that was nearly 1,000 feet long, a mammoth with a body like a city wall, a golden crocodile with a tail like a mountain ridge. It seemed that because of the unique environment here, the wild beasts that lived here were especially fierce and huge. Even from a distance, one could feel their vigorous vitality. This place is not simple, and danger lurks everywhere. Guchen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he made a judgment. Is there really a stronghold of the ancient heaven here? After a long and arduous journey for half a year, the black dog did not expect the final planet to be such a place, which made it very suspicious. We'll know once we go in and have a look. The two controlled the spaceship to land on the surface of the ancient planet. As soon as they entered the ancient planet's atmosphere, something strange happened. Swoosh, 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 countless dark green vines suddenly appeared from all directions, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had been smashed into pieces. Stop. The black dog escaped from the spaceship in shock and anger, and Guchen turned into a ray of light and stepped on a vine that attacked them. It was the ancient planet's huge vine tree that attacked them. It seemed to have sensed the presence of Guchen and the black dog, and countless vines around it waved wildly. The spaceship that the two were riding was destroyed in the blink of an eye. The vines pierced into the metal layer of the broken spaceship and absorbed it in the blink of an eye, turning it into a part of the vine tree's nourishment. It can even digest a spaceship? The black dog was horrified. If they had been caught by the vines, they would have died so badly that not even their bones would have been left. Swoosh, swoosh. Seeing the dense vines surrounding it, the black dog acted as if it was facing a great enemy. It opened its mouth and spat out a strange bone artifact. It held it in its hand and waved it around desperately. Guchen also took out his Kunlun sword. The sword light was like a rainbow, crushing the vines that came at him. However, the number of vines seemed to be endless. Like layers upon layers of green waves, the two of them had no way to escape. After a moment of stalemate, Guchen realized that he could not go on like this. He brandished his sword with one hand and grabbed at the sky with the other. An invisible gravitational force was exerted, and Guchen immediately appeared beside the black dog. Get ready, we're about to land. How do we land? The black dog could not react for a moment, and Guchen's hand grabbed it tightly. The next moment. Whoosh! 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 Countless meteors fell from the starry sky, turning into a dense mass of fiery meteors. They forcefully burned countless vines and crashed into the ground below. One of the meteors flew directly towards Guchen. At this moment, silver starlight flowed from the surface of his skin. Boom! He was hit head-on by the meteor, and was carried into the atmosphere of the ancient planet, passing through countless flying vines, and finally smashed heavily onto the ground. A huge crater appeared on the ground. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, countless meteors also fell from the sky and smashed into the forest, causing countless wild beasts to roar uneasily. Ouch, it hurts. Smoke and dust flew, and the black dog crawled out of the crater in a sorry state. There was a big bump on its head, but it was not a big deal. Guchen also stood up. He was unscathed, and the surface of his skin flowed with starlight as if there was another starry sky inside. Just now, the situation was urgent, so Guchen simply used the secret technique of heaven's gravitational quake to summon a wave of meteor rain, and finally broke through the crazy siege of the vines. He used the force of the meteor to send himself to the ground. With the current strange state of his skin, he weakened the impact of being hit head-on by the meteor and falling to the ground. Otherwise, he and the black dog would have been seriously injured in that situation. Seeing that they had fallen to the ground, and that the giant vine finally stopped attacking them, Guchen breathed a sigh of relief. Now I suspect that the cultivator of the ancient heaven wants to kill you, the black dog said impatiently. They had just arrived at the final star according to the star chart, and they had already encountered such a terrifying demon tree. It was really worrying about the future. Guchen did not speak, and just wanted to look around. A cold voice came from outside the crater. Who are you? When the smoke and dust dissipated, a group of bare-chested human warriors holding bone spears had gathered around the two of them. Their eyes were cold and vigilant, and they had completely sealed off the area. Guchen and the black dog looked at each other. The black dog looked at the strong bronze-colored muscles of the group of warriors and whispered. This is the barbarian race, a branch of the human race. However, this race is born with infinite strength, and they are brave and good at fighting. They are rare in the major star regions nowadays. Guchen looked at the barbarian warriors, and his eyes finally fixed on a young man whose hair was tied into a braid, so long that it fell to the ground, and said calmly. We mean no harm. We just have something to visit here. The young man with the long braid frowned when he heard that, and he looked at the crater that was still emitting green smoke. This meteor shower is caused by you? Guchen shook his head and did not tell the truth. We just happened to come across it. Hearing this, the young man and his companions all laughed. Then you're really lucky. It's time for the vine ancestor to eat. If it weren't for this meteor shower, you would have died long ago. The crowd did not question much. There were many meteors in the star region where they lived, and some meteor showers often occurred. You said you have something to visit here? What is it? We are isolated from the world, and no one may come here for thousands of years. Perhaps it was because Guchen had a similar appearance to them, and the black dog did not seem to have any lethality. The barbarian warrior's attitude had eased a lot. I came here according to someone's guidance. Guchen did not directly tell them about the ancient heaven. He took out the star chart and threw it to the young man. The young man took the star chart, and soon his expression changed. You are the person recommended by Master Tang Ning? I don't know who Tang Ning is, Guchen answered truthfully. The young man looked at Guchen seriously and only spat out two words. Celestial Court. Guchen and the black dog exchanged glances. It looked like they hadn't come to the wrong place. If you've come for this, then come with us. My name is Long Yun. The young man announced his name, then turned and walked into the forest. A large group of barbarian warriors followed behind him. Guchen and the black dog immediately followed. Along the way, Long Yun didn't speak again, and the other barbarian warriors didn't communicate with Guchen either. They only whispered in twos and threes, sizing up Guchen from time to time. This kid called Long Yun is very strong. I've heard that the barbarians are very courageous, and there are all kinds of competitions since young. The loser has to cut off his braid. And this Long Yun's braid is hanging down to the ground. It's obvious that he's much longer than the other barbarian warriors. His strength must be second to none among his peers. The black dog observed secretly. Guchen nodded. He could sense that Long Yun's cultivation had reached the heaven immortal stage. Moreover, the blood and qi in his body were strong and evenly distributed, perfectly fusing with his muscles. The strength of his physique was extremely rare. The group shuttled through the forest and soon arrived at a tribe built from animal bones and stones. Smoke curled up from the chimneys of the tribe, and there were many children playing inside. A stone tablet was erected outside the tribe. Guchen was attracted by it at first glance, and he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. The stone tablet was empty, and there was only a person's handprint left on it. Looks like your spiritual sense is very sharp. Long Yun spoke to Guchen for the first time along the way, and he said in surprise. The person who left his handprint on this stone tablet is not simple. This tablet has the power to protect an area. The black dog also took a few glances and commented. Your spirit beast is quite powerful. Long Yun was even more surprised. I'm not his spirit beast. The black dog replied angrily. Long Yun didn't mind and smiled. This stone tablet was left behind by Lord Tang Ning. Back then, he had left a palm strike on it, allowing our barbarian tribe to sleep peacefully at night. We no longer have to worry about the attacks of powerful wild beasts. Guchen was surprised. This handprint was actually left behind by the person who left behind the star atlas. He could sense an extremely majestic power hidden in that palm. Tang Ning's cultivation was far beyond his imagination. Wait here for a moment. I'll go tell the patriarch about your arrival. Long Yin left behind these words and left, but the few barbarian warriors stayed behind, clearly intending to watch the two of them. There are so many masters in this barbarian tribe. The black dog secretly used his deific consciousness to investigate, and his eyebrows twitched. Since I'm already here, I might as well take things as they come. Guchen patiently waited at the same spot. Before long, a white-haired old man came over accompanied by Long Yun. At the same time, there was also a large group of berserkers following him. There were old and young barbarians among them. Some of them had a curious look in their eyes, while others had a cold look on their faces. But some of the young people actually had a strong hostility in their eyes. Lord Tang Ning asked us to wait for 3 years. The time is getting closer and closer, and this old man thought that we wouldn't be able to wait for him. I didn't expect that little friend would still arrive in time. The old patriarch of the barbarian tribe said. Although his tone wasn't cold, there was a hint of disappointment in his tone. Guchen was deep in thought. Wait for 3 years? What was going on? It seems that little friend isn't too clear about Lord Tang Ning's arrangements. The old patriarch shook his head and explained when he saw Guchen's bewildered expression. The ancestor of my barbarian tribe was a celestial general of ancient heaven, so it has been passed down from generation to generation. We also belong to the bloodline of ancient heaven. Every 1,000 years, ancient heaven will recruit a batch of celestial soldiers from each bloodline. Our barbarian tribe has always had 10 places to participate in the assessment. As long as we pass, we can officially become a member of the celestial court. We should have participated in the last assessment a long time ago, but Lord Tang Ning came and asked us to wait for 3 years for the person with his token to come. If he comes, we will give up a place for him to accompany us to participate in the assessment. If he doesn't come, we will still do what we were doing when the 3 years are up. After the old patriarch finished speaking, the people in the tribe whispered, especially some of the young people, who seemed a little angry. Guchen understood. This was indeed a shortcut to join ancient heaven. However, he didn't expect that his arrival would squeeze out a place for the barbarian tribe. It was no wonder that some of the young people were hostile to him, and others weren't enthusiastic about him. He didn't know what the benefits of becoming a celestial soldier were, but it was obvious that the barbarian tribe attached great importance to this assessment. May I know little friend's name? The old patriarch asked politely. Guchen told him his name truthfully. Lord Tang Ning has done a great favor for our tribe, so we naturally have to listen to his words. Since little friend Gu has found this place before the deadline, our barbarian tribe will naturally give you a place. However, a few of our children who are going to participate in the assessment are still in the wild forest and haven't returned yet. It will probably take a few days, so we can only let little friend Gu wait in the tribe for a few days. When everyone is here, we will go together to take the assessment. The old patriarch explained. Sorry to disturb you, patriarch and everyone, Guchen said apologetically. No need for formalities. The old patriarch shook his head and asked a woman to bring Guchen and Black Dog into the tribe. They found an uninhabited courtyard and settled down. When the two of them settled down, the barbarians had all left. Black Dog let out a long sigh. It seems that you're not very welcome in this barbarian tribe. Although many of the barbarians looked polite, Black Dog could clearly feel the coldness in their bones. I can't help it, I'm an uninvited guest after all. Guchen laughed at himself. He had taken the barbarian's place, and it was already good enough that they treated him with respect. He only had to wait for a few days, and when he went to participate in the Heavenly Soldier selection, he would no longer have to worry about the people here. The sky quickly darkened. There was no moon on the desolate star at night, so the land was dark. Outside the tribe, countless roars of tigers and cries of apes could be heard. Indistinctly, huge figures could be seen walking back and forth in the darkness. The stone tablet at the entrance of the tribe emitted a cold light that shrouded the entire village. Every time the figures in the dark tried to approach the tribe, they would flee once they came into contact with the light emitted by the stone tablet. After the black figures fled, the tribe gradually quieted down. Everything seemed so quiet. "Gu, come out." Gu Chen was refining the soul jade in his room when a voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard, breaking the silence of the night. He opened his eyes and pushed the door open with a frown. He saw a strong young man striding into his courtyard. He had a quiver on his back and a saber in his hand. "What's the matter?" Gu Chen walked into the courtyard with a calm expression. "You are the Gu Chen recommended by Lord Tangning?" The young man's eyes seemed to be about to spit fire. Gu Chen nodded. "My name is Long Ao, let's duel." Once his identity was confirmed, Long Ao was like a cheetah. Without saying a word, he raised his saber and rushed forward. His saber cut through the night sky, setting off a dazzling saber aura. It was extremely fast. Gu Chen did not expect the other party to suddenly make a move. He was very displeased and raised his hand. Boom, a strong repulsive force appeared out of thin air. Gu Chen tried to send the other party flying to avoid unnecessary fighting. Unexpectedly, this Long Ao was very powerful. His body only took a step back before he got used to the strong repulsive force. His feet stepped on a simple and mysterious footwork, and he rushed forward again, brandishing his saber. Gu Chen was startled. He judged that the other party's cultivation was probably at the intermediate Earth Immortal stage, which was about the same as him. He simply took the saber with his bare hands. Clang, Gu Chen's hand pressed down on the saber's blade. This action angered Long Ao even more. Long Ao madly exerted his strength. His strength was actually extremely great. Among the enemies that Gu Chen had fought, it was enough to rank in the top 3. Unfortunately, Gu Chen's body did not move. The hand that was pressing down on the saber glowed with silver light. Whether it was the saber's edge or the other party's surging strength, they could not penetrate his skin and affect him. Clang, Gu Chen flicked his finger. The power of this finger was so great that Long Ao and his saber were bounced back more than 10 steps. How could this be? Long Ao saw that the other party actually used pure physical strength to block his attack. For a moment, his anger disappeared and turned into confusion. Not good, what is this kid Long Ao doing? That kid is too impulsive, he can't accept reality. Very quickly, a bunch of footsteps sounded in the tribe. The barbarian tribe's clansmen were attracted by the movement here. Long Ao saw that the clansmen were coming over. He gritted his teeth, took the bow and arrow from behind his back, and shot 3 arrows at Gu Chen. So. His archery skills had obviously been honed countless times. It was extremely smooth, and the light of the arrow was extremely fast. A purple-green light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes, and that extremely fast arrow suddenly became extremely slow in his eyes, allowing him to easily dodge it. Shermu was about to question him again when he saw that Long Ao's eyes had turned red. He suddenly leapt out of the courtyard, and jumped out of the barbarian tribe in a few leaps. His speed was extremely fast. A large group of barbarians rushed to Gu Chen's courtyard as soon as he left. And they saw Long Ao disappearing into the distant curtain of night. The kid ran away? Running into the wilderness alone in the middle of the night, does he want to die? I guess he couldn't stand the stimulation. Send someone to get him back. Some of the barbarian elders beat their chests and stamped their feet. They quickly formed a team and left the tribe to look for the other party. During this entire process, most of the barbarians didn't speak a single word to Gu Chen, and only Long Yun stayed behind and asked about it. "Brother Gu, are you all right?" Gu Chen shook his head and looked at the chaos in the distance. "What's going on? Why did that person attack me?" Long Yun sighed, "That's my cousin, Long Ao. What happened tonight was his fault. Fortunately, Brother Gu is fine. Otherwise, we would be ashamed to face Lord Tangning." "What exactly happened?" Gu Chen frowned. "It's like this. One of the 10 spots to participate in the Heavenly Soldier selection originally belonged to my cousin, Long Ao. He just happened to be ranked 10th in the younger generation of the tribe. But because Brother Gu came over, he could only give up this spot. Tonight, the patriarch and some of the elders talked to him. At the beginning, he was still calm. They thought that he would be fine, but who would have thought that he would attack Brother Gu? After Long Yin finished speaking, Gu Chen came to a sudden realization. So the other party was his biggest victim. No wonder he had such an angry expression just now. Tonight, cousin Long Ao caused trouble. He was probably afraid of facing the elder's punishment, so he escaped before everyone arrived. He has always been impulsive, but his nature isn't bad. I hope Brother Gu can forgive him. Long Yin said, and hesitated. If possible, when he comes back, I hope Brother Gu can help to intercede. Otherwise, according to the clan rules, I'm afraid he will be punished. He was so ruthless just now. If Gu Chen's strength was slightly weaker, he might have fallen to the ground now. You still want him to intercede? The black dog, who had witnessed the whole thing, walked out of the house and shook its head. Long Yin also knew that this request was a little excessive, and smiled bitterly. I also know that Brother Gu is a victim, but I watched cousin Long Ao grow up. I know very well how many years he has worked hard to participate in the Heavenly Soldier selection. He has dreamed of participating in the Heavenly Soldier selection since he was young. For this day, he has practiced archery and saber techniques hard. I wonder if Brother Gu has noticed the scar on his forehead? That was left behind when he risked his life to train himself in order to stand out in the clan's martial arts competition. There are many scars like this on his body. His talent in my clan is actually very poor, but all these years, he has relied on his hard work to obtain everyone's recognition, and finally obtained a spot in the selection. When Long Yin said this, he stopped talking. Gu Chen thought of the other party's red eyes before he left, and suddenly understood his feelings. Back then in the Dustless sect, his talent was also mediocre, so he knew how much sweat and effort a person with poor talent needed to obtain the recognition of others. What Long Yin said reminded him of himself. Long Ao had worked hard for so many years, but because of his arrival, he had to give up his spot inexplicably. No one would be able to accept this, right? Gu Chen sighed. That Tang Ning of the ancient heaven had really left him a hot potato. I understand. When he comes back, I will speak up for him. Gu Chen promised. Although the other party had sneak attacked him, he did not suffer any loss, and he did not want to fuss over it. Thank you very much, Brother Gu. After getting Gu Chen's promise, Long Yun was obviously a little closer to him, and was not as cold as during the day. Then I will leave first. It's best if I catch that kid back, otherwise with his stubborn temper, he will cause trouble again. Long Yin said with a smile, and hurriedly left the barbarian tribe. The savage forest in the middle of the night was very dangerous. There were too many powerful beasts and strange plants on this ancient planet. Long Yun and his clansmen formed groups, holding torches, and going out to search for Long Ao, hoping to find him as soon as possible. Gu Chen did not follow them out, but returned to his room to continue cultivating, and the black dog also went back to its nest to sleep. The barbarian tribe's search lasted for a night. They thought that they would be able to find Long Ao soon, but unexpectedly, after a night had passed, they did not find any trace of him. Where did Long Ao, that kid, go? Did something happen to him? I don't think so. That kid has rich experience in surviving in the wild. When he thinks it through, he should come back by himself, right? Originally, everyone thought that he would come back soon after thinking it through, but they did not expect that there would be no news of him for 2 consecutive days. This time, the people in the tribe began to worry and sent out search teams to search for him, but there were no clues. Gu Chen was also concerned about this matter, and after knowing that there was no news of the other party, he could not help but worry. After all, this matter had arisen because of him. If something happened to Long Ao because of this, it was difficult for him not to feel guilty. If we can't find that boy, I'm afraid that group of barbarians will skin us alive. 3 days after Long Ao disappeared, the black dog worriedly said to Gu Chen. Long Ao was relatively young in the barbarian tribe, and he had worked very hard since he was a child, so many elders actually liked him very much. This time, because his place was taken by Gu Chen, he left angrily. Now that he was missing, many unreasonable people naturally blamed the crime on Gu Chen. In their view, Gu Chen had taken away the place that belonged to them for no reason, and caused Long Ao's life and death to be uncertain. It was really difficult for people to have a good impression of him. Even when the black dog walked in the tribe during the day, It felt that some people were eyeing it covetously, as if they wanted to catch it and make dog stew. If things continued to develop in this way, it was inevitable that no one would secretly attack them. In the face of the black dog's worries, Guchen was silent. He really did not want to have such twists and turns for no reason. 5 days after Long Ao disappeared, someone finally found trouble with Guchen. The one with the surname Gu, get out here. A group of young barbarian warriors, led by a woman, stepped into Guchen's courtyard in an aggressive manner. This woman had neat short hair, a pair of big and spirited eyes, and had a bit of heroic spirit. Her group seemed to have just returned from a trip, and behind them were many wild beast corpses, with a murderous look on their faces. Long Fong is back, and Long Ao is her younger brother. How can she tolerate this? It seems that she is going to make a move on that Guchen. She is an expert in the younger generation of the tribe, second only to big brother Long Yun. This time, that outsider is doomed. Should we inform the chief of this matter? We can't let this matter get out of hand. Where should I go to inform them? Patriarch and many elders have gone out to look for Long Ao. Even big brother Long Yun is not here. No one can suppress that grandaunt. Hey, let's just watch the show. I've long been unhappy with that outsider. A large number of barbarians surrounded Guchen's courtyard. Many of them wanted to watch a good show, and some of them wanted to calm the situation down, but they didn't have the ability to do so. Guchen looked at the woman in front of him. After learning from others that she was Long Ao's elder sister, he opened his mouth and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt your brother. I believe that he will be safe and sound. Long Fong had been out hunting for many days and had just returned. As soon as she came back, she heard that her brother had gone missing. She was furious. Guchen's words were meant to comfort her, but in her ears, they sounded more like sarcastic remarks. Her phoenix eyes were filled with anger, and she was overbearing. Surnamed Gu, I don't care where you came from. As soon as you came, you took away my brother's place, and now his life is uncertain. For the sake of Lord Tang Ming, I won't kill you, but you must get lost immediately. Get out of the barbarian tribe. Get out of this planet, or don't blame me for being rude. Guchen could not help but frown. Although he sympathized with Long Ao, it was impossible for him to give up his place in the Heavenly Soldier selection. Moreover, this was not the main point at the moment. The most important thing was to find Long Ao's whereabouts. I'm sorry, I can't accept your request. Guchen remained polite. As soon as he replied, not only Long Fong, but many of the barbarians present revealed unfriendly gazes. The black dog was afraid of being beaten up, and broke out in a cold sweat. Guchen, why don't we pretend to leave first and wait for the old barbarian chief to return? Guchen shook his head. If that was the case, wouldn't he become a joke? If you say one more word, get out of the barbarian tribe. The aura on Long Fong's body became berserk. Her cultivation had impressively reached the early stage of Heaven Immortal, and was not inferior to Heaven Immortal Yellow Fox from the 19th Star Road. As soon as she moved, the barbarian youths behind her also moved forward. Each of them revealed a strong aura, and the weakest was at the late stage of Earth Immortal. These people were originally among the 10 people who participated in the Heavenly Soldier selection, and the old chief said that he was waiting for them. All of you retreat, leave him to me alone. Lest others say that our barbarian tribe bullies with numbers. Long Fong said, and let the others retreat. The few people immediately retreated when they heard this. They had no doubt about Long Fong's strength. The person in front of them looked a little younger than them, and was only older than Long Ao. Long Fong estimated that she could finish him off in 2 or 3 moves. Long Fong pulled out a battle spear from her back. This spear seemed to be polished from an unknown beast's bone, and it gave off an extremely fierce and dangerous feeling. With the spear in her hand, the aura of her entire person became even sharper. Must we fight? Guchen frowned. He didn't want to fight a meaningless fight. If you don't want to fight, then get out. Long Fong said angrily. The spear in her hand was like a flood dragon coming out of the abyss, and it stabbed towards Guchen. Her cultivation had already reached the Heaven Immortal stage, and she also possessed the barbarian tribe's powerful bloodline. With this stab, there was a burst of wind and thunder, and even the space was shattered. Guchen's eyes narrowed, and he calmly landed to the side. Swoosh! Swoosh, he executed the stars and moon treading steps, and his position was extremely fast. He easily dodged the opponent's attacks. Ever since he absorbed the power of the Wangwen divine physique, his observation ability had greatly improved. He could always see through the opponent's movements one step ahead, and everything was done with ease. Long Feng's spear was famous for its speed. Even those demonic beasts that were naturally vigilant would rarely be able to dodge her attacks. However, Guchen was able to dodge a few times in a row. This surprised her, and she re-evaluated her opponent's strength. Her spear art suddenly changed again, and countless spear flowers appeared, sealing off all directions around Guchen, making him unable to dodge. When Guchen saw that he couldn't dodge, he reached out with one hand. His palm was enshrouded in silver light, and a starry sky actually appeared. Clang, he suddenly grabbed the opponent's battle spear. No matter how the battle spear struggled like a dragon and released a destructive aura, it still couldn't hurt his palm in the slightest. That skin was crystal clear. How can this be? Long Feng was in disbelief. She wanted to pull out the battle spear from Guchen's hand, but at this moment, Guchen's eyes exploded with a purple light. Long Feng felt as if her head was pricked by something, and her reaction was instantly delayed by half a beat. Guchen's other hand struck out, and his fingers formed a knife, stopping diagonally on her neck. Long Feng's body stiffened for a moment. When the other barbarians saw this, they turned pale with fright. Stop! They hurriedly surrounded her, afraid that Guchen would ruthlessly destroy a flower. I will kill her immediately. This threat had an immediate effect. The surrounding barbarians did not dare to move forward. Their faces were filled with nervousness and apprehension. No one had expected that Long Feng, the second strongest among the younger generation in the tribe, would be taken down in such a short period of time. Previously, when Long Aoye's attack had failed, no one had thought much about it. They had assumed that he had fled after failing his attack and that it had nothing to do with his strength. But now, everyone realized that the person recommended by Lord Tang Ning was not someone who was easy to deal with. Let her go. Otherwise, you will not be able to walk out of our tribe alive. A young expert shouted angrily. Together with his companions, they had sealed off all of Guchen's escape routes. Guchen looked coldly at the crowd. Everyone here was not rational. Even if he let Long Feng go, he was afraid that a fierce battle would ensue. This was not his original intention. But since things had developed to this point, he could only react accordingly. Black Dog, let's go. Guchen grabbed Long Feng from behind with one hand and placed his other hand on her neck. He slowly retreated out of the barbarian tribe. The Black Dog was about to follow when 7 or 8 barbarian experts surrounded it and held it down. Let go of Long Feng and we will let go of your spiritual beast. The leader of the barbarians said with a gloomy face. You are the spiritual beast. Your whole family are spiritual beasts. Black had heard that he was enraged and roared at Guchen. Guchen, don't worry about me. Take that. Girl away. They won't dare to do anything. If you let her go, the two of us will really lose our lives. Guchen nodded his head. His eyes were cold. If you dare to hurt her, I will send her corpse back to you piece by piece. After threatening them, he suddenly soared into the sky and escaped into the vast wild forest with Long Feng. Chase. Quickly settle this matter. We cannot let the tribe leader and the rest know. Damn it. How did things develop to this extent? A large group of barbarians immediately followed from afar. Guchen saw that the barbarians were hot on their heels. He waved his sleeves and white fog filled the sky. Rumble. 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 Within the mist, countless ancient trees in the forest below inexplicably flew up, to the extent where even the mountain peaks were uprooted. The disturbance was extremely great, and the surroundings became chaotic. When the group of barbarian experts broke through the fog, they could no longer find Guchen's figure. He had already escaped without a trace. Beside the beautiful azure lake, Guchen sealed Long Feng's cultivation and threw her to the side. You are playing with fire. No one understands this desolate planet better than us barbarians. You will be discovered sooner or later. Long Feng's face flushed red. She felt incomparably ashamed that she had become Gu Chen's prisoner. I don't intend to hide forever, Gu Chen replied coldly. Now, tell me the details of the search for your brother. What? Long Feng was stunned. Gu Chen's eyes were filled with impatience. I want to know the details of your brother's search. In this situation, Gu Chen knew that if he wanted to continue participating in the Heavenly Soldier selection and rescue the Black Dog, the easiest way was to find Long Ao. Long Ao was the root of everything. He should have looked for him himself long ago. He shouldn't have trusted the barbarian's search standards. Otherwise, things might not have reached this point. Hee, you want to find my brother? So many of my barbarian elders have searched for days without any results. You, who knows nothing about this desolate planet, can do it. Long Feng sneered when she heard this. Gu Chen was speechless. Was this how an elder sister should act? Did she really hope that her brother couldn't be found? You can't do anything now. If you want your brother to be safe, then tell me as many clues as possible. Gu Chen said again. You can't find my brother at all. You'd better let me go immediately, or else. Before Long Feng could finish speaking, her head was knocked by Gu Chen, and her vision became blurry. How dare you? She fainted and fell to the ground. Gu Chen took out an empty Cosmos bag and threw her into it. This woman is so talkative. Since the other party didn't cooperate, Gu Chen might as well look for him himself. The Black Dog that could dream traverse the galaxy was not here, so he had one less helper. Fortunately, he still had a way. Gu Chen raised his hand. His skin glowed with a silver light, and a loud buzzing sound came from inside. Not long after, countless heaven-devouring demon insects surged out and flew around him. Ever since he cultivated the Nirvana Void secret technique, there was another space in his skin. Gu Chen hid all the important things in his body. Compared to storage rings or Cosmos bags, it was safer to hide them in his body, and it was more convenient to use them. At this moment, he summoned hundreds of millions of heaven-devouring demon insects. The purple light in his eyes flickered non-stop as he gave them an order. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Upon receiving the order, hundreds of millions of heaven-devouring demon insects divided into countless groups and spread out in all directions, like locusts passing through. As for Gu Chen, he sat cross-legged on the spot. The purple light in his eyes faded and turned into green light. Strangely, among the heaven-devouring demon insects that plunged into the vast forest, a portion of the purple-blue demon insects at the front also had green light in their eyes. They floated into the distance. Gu Chen sat on the spot, but his vision seemed to be extended, and he could clearly sense what they saw. It's all thanks to the ancient demon soul jade. Otherwise, how could I cultivate such an immortal technique? Gu Chen murmured, and a smile hung on the corner of his mouth. For the past 6 months, he had been constantly refining the ancient demon soul jade's fragments. The benefits of increasing his soul power were very obvious. Originally, with his realm, it was difficult for him to issue complicated orders to hundreds of millions of heaven-devouring demon insects at the same time. However, ever since he refined the soul jade fragments, his mental realm rapidly improved, and surpassed his cultivation to the early stage of heaven immortal. His control over the swarm of insects had greatly improved. In addition to the power of the Wangwen divine physique that he plundered from Yu Qing, he developed a technique. With the powerful perception of the Wangwen divine physique, his current mental realm, and his close connection with the swarm of insects, he could attach his consciousness onto the 30,000 purple-blue demon insects. He could see and hear everything that they experienced. This technique was too practical. Gu Chen believed that it had completely reached the level of an immortal technique. It was just that he hadn't properly tested it before. Now, he was using his mental connection to sense the scene that the 30,000 demon insects were seeing. He was very satisfied. Unfortunately, I can only implant my consciousness into these 30,000 demon insects. If I can spread my consciousness to hundreds of millions of insects, the chances of finding the person will be much higher. While Gu Chen was satisfied, he also felt a little regretful. With his early-stage heaven immortal soul realm, he could only implant his consciousness into the 30,000 purple-blue demon insects that had been following him since the beginning. The more Gu Chen delved into Soul Path, the more he realized how terrifying the man with a bamboo hat was in this aspect. Perhaps this was what Wu Lingxian wanted to tell him. If I want to defeat the man with a bamboo hat, I can't be too far behind him in soul path. Otherwise, there's no hope at all. After I finish absorbing the ancient demon soul jade, my soul power should have a significant increase, and I'll be one step closer to him. For now, I should focus on finding Long Ao. Guchen abandoned the distracting thoughts in his mind, closed his eyes, and established as many connections as possible with the insect swarm. The benefits of controlling the insect swarm to search were far better than searching with divine sense. The insect swarm could detect even more subtle abnormalities than divine sense, and they wouldn't let go of any possible details. Hundreds of millions of heaven-devouring devil insects scattered, and the amount of information they sent back was huge. Guchen quickly discovered the traces of a large number of barbarians. The barbarian experts had been searching for Long Ao for many days, and their footprints were all over the vast forest. Searching on the basis that they had already searched would yield twice the result with half the effort. Through the insect swarm, Guchen saw the old patriarch of the barbarian race and many barbarian elders. They wouldn't even notice an inconspicuous insect beside them, so they were completely unaware of Guchen's prying. Guchen used the insect swarm to sort out the information they had obtained after their search, and he analyzed and determined where the missing Long Ao might have gone. One day later, he had a rough guess. Could it be that he actually went there? Guchen got up, and he raised his head to look at the towering vine tree in the distance. The vine tree was respectfully called the vine ancestor by the barbarians. It was the plant with the longest lifespan on this desolate star, and it was undoubtedly the overlord. Including the branches and vines that extended out, it occupied a quarter of the area of this ancient star, and countless creatures lived and multiplied under its crown. According to the analysis of the insect swarm's feedback, Guchen felt that Long Ao was most likely to go in the direction of the vine ancestor's main body. The barbarian race had sent so many experts to search for him. And each and every one of them was proficient in tracking in the jungle. However, they hadn't found Long Ao even after such a long time. This was a strange matter. Guchen also noticed that the barbarian patriarch had deliberately avoided the direction of the vine ancestor in their search. It seemed that they were certain that Long Ao wouldn't go there. Guchen did not know what the barbarian race was based on, but according to his analysis and deduction, there were two possible places that Long Ao could go. Firstly, he had already died in the stomach of a powerful demonic beast. Secondly, it was where the vine ancestor was, therefore, Guchen decided to search in that direction. He ordered the hundreds of millions of demon bugs that were searching outside to move in the direction of the vine ancestor. They kept shrinking the range until the swarm gathered again. Then, he began to move in that direction. Half a day later, the distance between Guchen and the vine ancestor's body was greatly shortened. He could clearly see the mottled tree rings on its body. The closer he got to the vine ancestor, the surrounding environment began to change. The most obvious change was that there were fewer and fewer vegetation. The plants that could be seen were getting bigger and more spiritual. Guchen saw a bewitching red flower that was hundreds of feet long. It bloomed beautifully, and the flower bud actually swallowed a mammoth alive. He saw a willow tree that actually had legs and was running wildly on the ground. Wherever it passed, the willow branches danced in the sky and strangled all the demonic beasts that it could see. There were countless such powerful wood spirits. Some of the cultivations that they possessed made Guchen extremely afraid. This place is so terrifying. With Long Ao's cultivation, he is simply seeking his own death by entering here. Guchen murmured. He somewhat understood why the barbarians avoided this place when searching. This place was simply a forbidden place. Any living creature with spiritual wisdom would subconsciously avoid it. Guchen began to doubt whether his judgment was wrong. No matter how stupid Long Ao was, he wouldn't drill into this place, right? And? As he was walking, Guchen's expression changed. Several heaven-devouring demon insects seemed to have discovered something not far from him. Swish, he used the stars and moon treading steps and constantly appeared in the jungle. Soon, he arrived at the location. This is Long Ao's saber? Guchen looked at the broken and bloodstained saber on the ground and recognized that it was the saber that Long Ao had used to attack him that night. This was a breakthrough discovery. It meant that his analysis was not wrong. The other party was indeed advancing towards the vine ancestor's body. Looking at the appearance of this saber, Long Ao should have been injured. Why did he continue to move forward? He entered such a dangerous place alone. What is he thinking? Gu Chen frowned. Judging from the degree of drying of the blood on the saber, Long Ao was at least 3 days ahead of him. Moreover, he was injured. The situation was not good. With a critical breakthrough, Gu Chen summoned all the heaven-devouring demon insects back. There were too many dangers in this place. If the swarm continued to disperse, the losses would be quite serious. He had already obtained Long Ao's saber and blood. After sensing with his heart, his pupils disappeared and were completely submerged by the green light. The gaze and smell divine physique could sense the demonic aura left by the ancient demon soul Jade across the galaxy. Gu Chen even had Long Ao's blood. How could he not find him across such a forest? He set off again. His 5 senses were fully activated as he followed the smell of blood left by the other party. Not long after, a loud roar came from the front. Buzz, the sound was extremely ear-piercing. It actually formed a terrifying sound wave attack. It shook Gu Chen's eardrums and made him feel pain. The blood in his body was fluctuating. What a powerful sound wave attack. Gu Chen had dabbled in sound waves. His heart trembled as he shielded his 5 senses. At the same time, his internal organs also made a sound. Bang bang. Bang bang. He also used a sound wave attack and integrated it into the other party's temperament. Only then did he feel better and move forward. Not long after, he saw the originator of this sound wave. It was actually a huge purple flower shaped like a trumpet. At this moment, it emitted a high-pitched sound wave from the flower bud. In front of it, there was a person on the verge of collapse and was bitterly holding on. And its stem and leaves took this opportunity to slowly coil out, trying to take that person down. That person was not Long Ao, who Gu Chen was looking for. It was Long Yun. It was unknown why Long Yun had appeared here. At this moment, because of the sound wave attack, the blood in his body violently surged out like a crazy primordial beast. The strength of his blood was not the slightest bit inferior to Gu Chen's, but in the face of the pervasive sound wave attack, he was helpless. He was about to become the morning glory's food. Gu Chen was well versed in the path of sound waves. He was not like Long Yun, who was under the opponent's attack head-on. At this moment, his hand pointed in the direction of the morning glory. Yin and Yang energies intertwined and transformed into a Yin-Yang divine sword. It instantly passed through the void and slashed towards the stem and leaves of the morning glory, clang. Although this demonic flower was adept in sound wave attacks, the stem and leaves were extremely weak. With this slash, it was instantly cut into 2. The loud roar disappeared because of this. Long Yin heaved a sigh of relief when he escaped danger. He turned around and saw Gu Chen walking over. "Brother Gu, why are you here?" Long Yin asked in surprise. He had been in the Vine Ancestors' forbidden land for many days, but he still didn't know that Gu Chen had kidnapped Long Fong. "That Long Ao was in trouble because of me, so I was worried and came out to look for him." "But Brother Long, why are you here?" Gu Chen replied. To be honest, he was very surprised to meet Long Yin here because none of the other barbarians had searched here. "I suspected that my cousin Long Ao might have come here. I found some clues along the way, so I unknowingly went deeper. Who would have thought that I would suddenly encounter that strange flower spirit? If Brother Gu hadn't acted in time, I'm afraid that today would have been a disaster." Long Yin sighed with emotion and looked at Gu Chen with gratitude. With his cultivation, he wasn't afraid of the ordinary strange plants here, but the sound wave attack of the flower spirit just now was really terrifying, and even he couldn't do anything about it. "Brother Long, why do you think that Long Ao might have come here?" Gu Chen asked curiously and walked forward at the same time. He came to this conclusion after analyzing, but from Long Yun's tone, it was clear that he came here based on his understanding of Long Ao. "Brother Gu might not know, but there is an ancient legend in my barbarian tribe. It is said that this Vine ancestor once fought side by side with the ancestor of my barbarian tribe, and they were both heaven generals of ancient heaven. But later, the immortal world collapsed, and ancient heaven declined. The barbarian ancestor fell in a battle, and the Vine ancestor was also seriously injured. In the end, he turned into his original body and stayed on this desolate planet. It is said that my barbarian tribe came to this ancient planet with life under the protection of the Vine Ancestor, and since then, we have reproduced here for generations. Long Yin sighed. There's actually such a story. Guchen was very surprised. The current Vine Ancestor was already incredible enough. If the legend was true, then it was hard to imagine what kind of existence it used to be. But what does the story have to do with Long Ao? Guchen thought about it carefully. Since the collapse of the immortal world, ancient heaven has been hunted down by the divine realm and no longer appeared in the world. Under such circumstances, in order to remain hidden, ancient heaven adopted extremely strict screening criteria. Usually, only the bloodline of the celestial generals of the former celestial court can obtain a place in the heavenly soldier selection. For example, the barbarians have always had 10 places. Although the clan is full, the Vine Ancestor is a heavenly general on the same level as the barbaric ancestor. He actually has 10 more spots. Guchen immediately understood Long Yan's explanation. It turned out that Long Ao had placed his hopes of joining the heavenly soldier selection on the Vine Ancestor. However, a legend was a legend after all. Regardless of how real it was, the Vine Ancestor's forbidden ground was filled with danger. Long Ao's choice was too reckless. The heavenly soldier selection is only held once in 1,000 years, and there is an age limit. Therefore, if Long Ao cannot participate this time, he will never have the chance. He failed to ambush you, so he knew that it was impossible for him to obtain a spot in the clan. It's not strange that he placed his hopes on the Vine Ancestor. Long Yin sighed. His relationship with Long Ao was relatively close, so he could think that he might have come here. Brother Long, what do you think is the possibility of Long Ao gaining the recognition of the Vine Ancestor? Guchen muttered. Long Yin shook his head solemnly. Although the Vine Ancestor is powerful and has nurtured the entire planet, my barbarian tribe has lived here for generations, but we have never heard him say anything. My barbarian ancestors once speculated that the Vine Ancestor might have been injured too badly in the war back then, so he is still in a deep sleep and only has his instincts left. There is another, worse possibility. The Vine Ancestor's intelligence has long collapsed, and he can only be regarded as a powerful heaven and earth spirit plant. No matter which possibility it was, it showed that it was impossible for Long Ao to gain the recognition of the Vine Ancestor and obtain a spot in the heavenly soldier selection. Guchen sighed. In that case, we have to find Long Ao as soon as possible and take him away. Otherwise, he will be in danger. The Vine Ancestor, who only had his instincts left, was extremely terrifying. Guchen still remembered his experience when he entered the desolate star. He and the black dog almost lost their lives. Long Yin nodded. With Brother Gu's help, we can work together. I believe we can find Long Ao quickly. The two reached a consensus and tracked Long Ao's whereabouts together. Why didn't Brother Gu's black dog follow you? Long Yin asked on the way. It is still in the tribe. Guchen didn't explain much and used his powerful perception to track it. With Guchen's addition, Long Yan's speed in finding Long Ao greatly increased. The two found some footprints he left along the way. Some trouble was inevitable along the way, and they were all strange and powerful plants. Fortunately, with the two of them working together, it was more daunting than dangerous. The plants here are blessed by the Vine Ancestor. After countless years of growth, they have developed intelligence and divine abilities. They are extremely extraordinary. Judging from the footprints, Cousin Long Ao can be considered lucky. He didn't encounter as much trouble as we did. Long Yin smashed the wood spirit blocking the way and introduced and analyzed it to Guchen. He had the barbarian tiger immortal body, which was said to be a powerful physique that ranked not low on the all-heaven physique list. He was a rare genius of the barbarian tribe in 100,000 years and was highly valued by the entire tribe. The strength displayed by Long Yin was very strong, which made Guchen look at him in a different light. He also realized that the universe was indeed full of talents, and he wasn't the only genius. Guchen was surprised by Long Yin's strength, and Long Yin was also shocked by Guchen's occasional attacks along the way. In his eyes, Guchen's methods were endless. His cultivation was obviously only at the intermediate stage of the Earth Immortal stage, but he gave him an unfathomable feeling. He gradually realized that it wasn't a coincidence that Lord Tang Ning took a fancy to the other party. He really had the ability to come to this desolate star. The two fought side by side, and the little barrier caused by Long Ao disappeared. After a day and a half, they finally arrived directly below the vine ancestor's body. In front of them, there were countless intertwined roots. Looking up, the canopy of the tree completely covered the sky, and vines that looked like fled dragons hung down. Here, the vitality was so rich that it seemed to be unable to dissipate, making people salivate and feel comfortable. Guchen originally had doubts about the vine ancestor nourishing all living things on the desolate star, but when he arrived here, he realized that everything was true. The reason why this ancient star was so full of vitality was all thanks to the vine ancestor. Even though it no longer had intelligence, it was still an extremely great life. Long Ao's aura disappeared here. Guchen looked forward, and his perception of Long Ao's aura ended here. If he didn't guess wrong, Long Ao might have entered the inside of the tree. There. Long Yin quickly found a tree hole. To be precise, it was just a small crack on the vine tree, but it was too big, which made it look like a tree hole. The two walked into the tree hole without hesitation, and after a while, they arrived at the vine ancestor's body. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The two of them had just entered the interior of the tree when countless dark green vines descended from the sky, like millions of snakes. They swept towards them, both of their expressions changed, and they each made their move. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom, one by one, the vine snakes collapsed under the attacks of the two, but the strange thing was that they actually quickly recovered to their original state, and once again attacked the two of them. Under this kind of situation, the two of them were quickly surrounded, and Guchen felt that the life force in his body was actually flowing away. Long Ao is over there. Long Yin shot a glance at a distant corner and cried out involuntarily. Guchen followed his gaze and saw that Long Ao's entire body was bound by dark green vine snakes, and those vines had pierced into his body, continuously extracting blood and life force from his body, and he had already fallen into a deep coma. What a familiar scene. Guchen's pupils suddenly shrank. The rattan snakes that would immediately regrow after being destroyed, the feeling of the vitality in his body continuously flowing away, and even Long Ao, who was tied up, reminded him of the desolate God Valley. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to desolate God Valley, and was placed under the supernatural power of the desolate God. Clang! Clang! Guchen drew out the Kunlun the arch sword, and Long Yin also took out a halberd. And the two of them began to attack with all their strength. They had no choice but to go all out, because if they were careless, they might be subdued by these vine snakes like Long Ao. At that time, forget about saving people, they would die in this place. Damn it. There's no end to it. We need helpers. Long Yin saw that the vine snakes would completely recover after being destroyed, and gradually felt that it was strenuous. He thought about whether or not to retreat temporarily, but the entrance was already flooded by a large number of vine snakes, and he couldn't get out at all. Guchen gritted his teeth, and suddenly took out a Qianquan bag, and threw out Long Feng, who was inside. You. This? What's going on? Long Feng was about to explode from being imprisoned by Guchen for so many days, and viewed it as the greatest humiliation in her life. At this moment, she was about to scold Guchen, but suddenly saw the surrounding vine snakes, and couldn't help but jump in fright. Cousin sister, how did you? Long Yin gaped and had a strange expression when he saw Long Feng being released from the universe sack by Guchen. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Guchen removed Long Feng's seal, and she immediately recovered her strength. At this time, Long Feng had already seen her younger brother who was tied up in the distance. She also knew that now was not the time to settle the score with Guchen, so she joined the other two and the three of them attacked together in a frenzy. Let's go over to Long Ao, find a way to save him, and then leave this place immediately. The three of them discussed their plan, and moved towards Long Ao while attacking. However, the number of rattan snakes was simply too shocking. In just a short moment, the number had already exceeded 100 million. The three of them had spent a long time and effort, but they had only advanced less than 1,000 feet. The worst thing was that all three of them were injured. The blood in their bodies started to leak and was absorbed by the vine ancestor's tree. It's over. The trio's hearts sank to the bottom. The vine ancestor's power was as deep as the ocean. It was not something they could fight against. Die for me. At the critical moment of life and death, Gu Chen could no longer hide his identity as the Overlord body. The golden blood chi in his body soared into the sky. He executed tyrannical grand blueprint. At the same time, he held the heaven-plundering blade in one hand and the Kunlun sword in the other, and began a wild saber and sword dance. Boom boom boom, he transformed into a golden hurricane. Wherever the saber and sword passed, countless rattan snakes would shatter. He actually forcefully tore open an opening, allowing the three of them to finally rush to Long Ao's side. Little brother. Long Fong hurriedly killed all the rattan snakes that were entangling Long Ao, and finally saved him. Sister. Long Ao weakly opened his eyes. He was still alive, but his vitality had been overexerted. If everyone had saved him a few days later, he would have probably become the Vine Ancestor's nourishment. Go. At this moment, the power of Gu Chen's immortal body and Overlord body had fused together, reaching the strongest state. He frantically opened up a way out. Long Fong and Long Ao were deeply moved when they saw this. They never expected the other party to be so strong. The two of you leave first. Long Yin brandished the halberd in his hand and fought side by side with Gu Chen. The two of them were bathed in blood. When the siblings heard this, they gritted their teeth and rushed out with all their might. The four of them charged all the way to a position not far from the exit. At this moment, Wang, endless green light surged, and even more rattan snakes were born out of thin air. They completely sealed off the exit, causing the four of them to have no way to escape. I can't. Gu Chen held the saber and sword and panted. Long Yan's hand that was holding the halberd was also trembling. Clearly, he had overexerted his strength. They had already done their best, but they still couldn't kill their way out. It's all my fault. Long Ao's face turned pale. He realized that he had harmed the three of them and was ashamed. Vine Ancestor. We are the descendants of the barbaric ancestor. It's our fault for disturbing your slumber. Please let us go. Long Fong shouted in despair, her eyes filled with tears. The surrounding endless rattan snakes continued to surge, as if the Vine Ancestor didn't hear her call. It's useless. It seems like the Vine Ancestor's intelligence has long disappeared, Long Yin said solemnly. He didn't expect all of them to die here. Gu Chen looked at the ubiquitous rattan snakes, and his eyes revealed a strong sense of unwillingness. He still had too many unfulfilled wishes. How could he die in a place like this? I don't care if you are the Vine Ancestor or the Aragami. Kill. He roared into the sky. The word kill shook the 9 heavens. Golden blood chi seeped out of his body and turned into a golden kingdom, Overlord Kingdom. Gu Chen attacked with all his might. An unyielding and domineering will spread in all directions. Boom, wherever the Overlord Kingdom passed, countless rattan snakes collapsed and turned into rays of green light. Desolation, the Tyrant clan, a strange murmur suddenly sounded from within the tree, as if a giant had awakened from a long slumber. This sound. Long Yun, Long Fong, and Long Ao were all shocked. Like a firework, Bogwood disappeared after a brief moment of brilliance. But this time, the countless vines in the void stopped their attacks. Heir of the Tyrant clan, you have Desolation's aura on you. The voice was ancient and vicissitudes. It reverberated like a great bell. Vine Ancestor, you have awakened? Long Fong and the rest said excitedly. This was an ancient heavenly general that could be mentioned in the same breath as the barbaric ancestor. My name is not the Vine Ancestor. My name is Desolation. The voice was deafening. As soon as it finished speaking, endless green light surged and pushed Long Yun and the rest out, drowning Gu Chen. Gu Chen was in the green light, but he no longer felt his vitality being deprived. Instead, he felt warm and comfortable. The injuries from the previous battle were rapidly recovering. What's going on? Is this Vine Ancestor really related to the Aragami? The green light was everywhere. A vast divine thought swept across Gu Chen's body, giving him the illusion that all his secrets were seen through. The world has changed greatly. When I woke up again, everything was the same, but the people were different. My old friends from the past are all gone. That voice was incomparably sorrowful, and it was filled with sorrow and sorrow. Gu Chen recovered from his initial shock and stood there silently for a long time. He was sure that the Vine ancestor was related to the Desolate God bloodline and knew about the Tyrant clan. I can feel Desolation's aura from you. Can you tell me what's going on? After a while, the Vine ancestor finally recovered from his sad state and took the initiative to ask Gu Chen. This junior is not too sure. Perhaps it has something to do with a place called Desolate God Valley that I once went to? Gu Chen hesitated. He did not understand what Desolation's aura was. Tell me in detail. The Vine ancestor's voice was unquestionable. Now that he was a fish on the chopping block, Gu Chen knew that telling the truth was the best choice. He told the Vine ancestor about his experiences in and out of Desolate God Valley. Has the Desolate God bloodline become stronger? The Vine ancestor murmured. His tone suddenly became stern. It's impossible to leave behind Desolation's aura after dealing with the orthodoxy of Desolation. What else are you hiding? I've told you everything I know. Gu Chen was stunned. That's impossible. You have Desolation's aura on you. It's deep in your bones. There must be a deep karmic relationship. The Vine ancestor said with certainty. Gu Chen frowned. After thinking for a while, his pupils shrank. Senior, are you referring to the colorful tree? Gu Chen recalled the rainbow-colored tree. In the past, when he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, the white ape had plucked all the fruits from the rainbow-colored tree and fed it to itself. The rainbow-colored tree had a complicated relationship with the Desolate God Valley. Desolate ancient treasure tree? What's going on? The Vine ancestor's tone was serious. Gu Chen then truthfully told the Vine ancestor that he had once consumed the fruit of the rainbow tree. After hearing this, the Vine ancestor came to a sudden realization. There's actually such a deep relationship. No wonder your arrival woke me up from my slumber. What's your name? The Vine ancestor's tone suddenly became much gentler. Gu Chen reported his real name, and the Vine ancestor read it out loud. Gu Chen, why have you come here? What do you want? Gu Chen smiled bitterly. To tell you the truth, Junior came here by coincidence. I was just looking for someone. Gu Chen explained the ins and outs of the matter and said that he wanted to participate in the Heavenly Soldier selection in Ancient Heaven. Tang Ning, that brat has also grown up. Humph, he actually dared to set his sights on me. However, as someone with the bloodline of the Tyrant clan, it is not a disgrace to my name. When the Vine ancestor heard that Gu Chen came to the Desolate Star under the guidance of Tang Ning's star chart, he seemed to have understood something and murmured in dissatisfaction. Gu Chen. After sorting out his thoughts, he spoke to Gu Chen again. Do you know what the Desolate God bloodline in your hometown is related to me? Gu Chen shook his head. In ancient times, there was a pair of brothers. They were born from the chaos of the universe and were the only race in this world. They had 2 heads and 1 body, which was rare in the world. People called them desolate. Since the day the Desolate twins were born, they cultivated the Tao of life among the 3,000 great Taos. They were extremely talented and far surpassed many races. However, although the 2 brothers shared the same body and cultivated the same Tao of life, there was a huge difference in philosophy. The essence of the Tao of life of the elder brother was to give, while the younger brother wanted to plunder. One of them wanted to borrow the Tao of life to give back to all living beings, while the other wanted to plunder the vitality of all living beings to strengthen himself. Due to the serious conflict of philosophy, they finally chose to go their separate ways. They each left their bodies. The elder brother joined the celestial world celestial court and became a heavenly general, known as the Desolate Immortal. The younger brother joined the divine realm and became a desolate god. When the Vine ancestor said this, Gu Chen understood. The elder brother was actually the Vine ancestor. He was a desolate immortal. Later on, the celestial world collapsed and the flames of war raged. The 2 brothers' encounters were very different. I came to this desolate star with serious injuries. Until today, I still have not recovered, but the Desolate God bloodline has become a powerful celestial race. The Desolate God Valley that you entered in your homeworld was left behind by the Desolate race. And the person who left behind that valley must have quite a high bloodline in the Desolate race. If not, he would not have lost the Desolate ancient treasure tree. You have to know that it is a treasure that accompanied the 2 of us for life. Gu Chen recalled the scenes he saw in the River of Time. After the ancient pale yellow star soul awakened, there were indeed alien races that came to the desolate God Valley to search everywhere, but they did not find anything. It seemed like they were looking for the rainbow tree, which was also the desolate ancient treasure tree. However, the tree had long been taken away by White Ape, so they naturally found nothing. Guchen was very shocked. He never expected the rainbow tree to have such a great background. No wonder it could help him resurrect. Now that the immortals and gods are at odds, the ancient heaven is declining, and the desolate race is a huge threat to our celestial court. The reason why Tang Ning sent you here is because of me. The Vine Ancestor sneered. Guchen's heart was in turmoil. He had come here because of Long Ao, so what did it have to do with Tang Ning? Could it be that all of this was part of the Vine Ancestor's plan? The reason why he sent him to the desolate star was because of the Vine Ancestor. This shocked Guchen. Why did the Vine Ancestor think that he could make the Vine Ancestor look at him differently, unless the Vine Ancestor knew him like the back of his hand? Guchen was enlightened. He had always suspected if it was a coincidence or deliberate that Tang Ning had sealed the 9-layered heaven palace in the Sky Market's Hingduan mountain range. If it was a coincidence, it meant that the Vine Ancestor had great enmity towards him and wanted him to die in the river of time. If it was deliberate, it meant that the Vine Ancestor had the intention to help him understand the Tao of Karma. He had always been uncertain about this matter. He did not believe that Tang Ning had the ability to know that he had been to the Sky Market. But now, if the matter was as the Vine Ancestor guessed, it meant that the Vine Ancestor knew him like the back of his hand. He knew that he had been resurrected because of the desolate ancient treasure tree, and that he had been to the Sky Market's Gu clan's ancestral land. He knew nearly everything about him, so how did he do it? Perhaps he had used time mystic techniques to understand his entire life. The Vine Ancestor's attainments in the Tao of Time were unfathomable. Guchen took a deep breath. Now, he understood that although Tang Ning was terrifyingly powerful, he was not his enemy. He had helped him understand the power of karma, and now, he had guided him to where the Vine Ancestor was. You were resurrected because of the desolate ancient treasure tree, so you have an inexplicable karmic relationship with our desolate race. It won't be long before you have to fight the desolate god lineage. Alright, since you have such a deep relationship with the desolate race, I shall hand over the inheritance to you today. You shall conquer the galaxy as a desolate heaven general. Remember this well. As my direct descendant, most of the desolate gods are your descendants. In the future battles, remember not to embarrass the desolate immortals. After the Vine Ancestor said that, endless green light surged, and a huge emerald green finger appeared in front of Guchen. Before Guchen could react, the dark green finger of light touched the space between his eyebrows. Endless and majestic life force surged into Guchen's glabella. His consciousness suddenly became blurry, and he was in a half-asleep state. This strange process lasted for a few days. When Guchen woke up, the Vine Ancestor's consciousness had already disappeared. And in the middle of his glabella, there was a simple green mark that looked like an eye. What a wonderful feeling. After waking up, Guchen felt it silently. He realized that the green mark on his glabella was constantly surging with life force, nourishing his flesh and blood. This caused the blood in his body to constantly strengthen, and his body to develop in a more powerful direction. Moreover, he could feel that there was an extremely mysterious power sealed in the mark, but with his current realm, he was unable to break through the shackles. The Tao of life, Guchen murmured. The life force that was constantly surging from the mark on his glabella gave him a wonderful feeling, and he had a new understanding of life. The Vine Ancestor's inheritance did not make any changes to his cultivation, but he knew that it brought him great benefits. Just the surging life force was better than any elixir or medicine. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. I will definitely keep my promise. In the future, I will conquer the galaxy as a desolate heaven general. Guchen solemnly bowed towards the void. The Vine Ancestor did not respond, as if he had once again fallen into a deep sleep. He did not know when he would wake up again. Brother Gu. Brother Gu. There was only a thin layer of green light left. Guchen heard the voices coming from outside. He snapped out of his thoughts, and the green mark between his eyebrows disappeared. With a flick of his sleeve, the surrounding green light collapsed, and he walked out of the inheritance ground. Brother Gu, are you all right? Long Yun, Long Fong, and Long Ao went forward at the first possible moment, their faces filled with worry. They had been waiting outside for several days, fearing that something had happened to Gu Chen. After going through life and death together, Long Feng's prejudice against Gu Chen had disappeared. After all, he was the one who saved her brother. Although Long Ao was still disappointed about losing the quota, he knew that it wasn't Gu Chen's fault. So, he had already accepted it. No matter what, the other party had risked his life to save him. This kind of friendship was not something that just anyone could do. I'm fine. I have another piece of good news for you. Gu Chen smiled. At this moment, he was in a very good mood. What good news? The three of them were stunned. Gu Chen looked at Long Ao and said with a smile. I won't fight with you for the barbarian tribe spot. It's still yours. How can this be? Long Ao hurriedly shook his head, his face full of guilt. That spot was originally promised to you by Lord Tang Ning. How can it be given to me? And Big Brother Gu, you are so strong. You are more qualified to participate in the Heavenly Soldier selection than me. The three of them had seen Gu Chen's strength with their own eyes. They knew that with his age and talent, he was completely qualified to participate in the Heavenly Soldier selection. If he lost such an opportunity, it would be a great loss for ancient heaven. Big Brother Gu, participating in the Heavenly Soldier selection is not the only way out. Long Ao will work hard in the future. Long Feng also gritted her teeth. When she called Gu Chen, her cheeks became a little red. Don't worry, I already have a spot. Why should I take the spot of your barbarian tribe? Gu Chen explained with a smile. Could it be, the three of them thought of the voice from a few days ago, and their expressions changed? That's right, I will participate in the Heavenly Soldier selection on behalf of the desolate immortals. Gu Chen's expression became serious. Ah woo, inside the barbarian tribe a large pot was set up. Inside was boiling water, and next to it was a big black dog that was howling in pain. Cousin Long Feng has been kidnapped for so many days, and big brother Long Ao has also been missing for so many days. I'm afraid they are all in danger. Let's chop this black dog into soup to comfort their souls in heaven. No, it should be barbecued. 5 or 6 barbarian children were busy by the campfire, discussing and swallowing their saliva. Not far away from them, a few adults watched and listened to the wild barking of the black dog, shaking their heads from time to time. This black dog had to be used to exchange for hostages with Gu Chen. Of course, it could not be killed just like that. However, Long Feng and her brother had been missing for many days, and the situation was getting worse and worse. They simply let the children of the tribe teach this black dog a lesson. It had to be said that this black dog looked good. Its meat was very solid, and its black fur was shiny. It was probably very delicious. She's back. She's back. Long Feng is back safely. Long Ao is back too. They seem to be safe and sound. Suddenly, a shout came from within the tribe. Many young people heard it and ran to the entrance of the tribe. It's over. When the black dog heard that the hostages had returned safely, its face turned pale. This time, Gu Chen had no bargaining chips. It wouldn't really be stewed into soup, would it, to think that it was once famous and all-powerful? Could it be that in the end, it would become a dish for the barbarians? At the entrance of the barbarian tribe, Gu Chen, Long Yun, and the other two returned together, talking and laughing. A large group of barbarian youths rushed to the entrance of the tribe, and when they saw Gu Chen, their eyes turned red. You still dare to appear, I will not let you off today. Cousin Long Feng has been imprisoned for so many days, I wonder if she has been treated. Ah, I can't bear it when I think about it. Several barbarian youths immediately rushed towards Gu Chen, and the leaders were impressively the top 10 experts of the tribe. All of you stop, don't be rude to Big Brother Gu. Before anyone could make a move, Long Feng loudly berated them, her face turning red. Big Brother Gu? The group of hot-blooded youths stopped in their tracks, stunned. A few days ago, they were still shouting at each other to kill each other. How did they become so intimate just after being kidnapped for a few days? Long Feng, you couldn't have been. A slightly plump youth revealed a sorrowful expression. What nonsense are you thinking? Long Ao stepped forward and kicked him fiercely, then looked at the other youths of the tribe and said in high spirits. From now on, I will follow Big Brother Gu. If anyone dares to be disrespectful to him, ask me, Long Ao first. Long Ao said this purely out of gratitude, because Gu Chen had once again regained his dream and obtained a place in the Heavenly Soldier selection. Even if he followed him, it was nothing, not to mention that he was extremely strong. But when everyone heard this, they were all dumbfounded. Even Long Ao, who had his place snatched away, did not have any objections to this Gu Chen. What was going on, that Gu Chen? Could it be that he had fed some bewitching potion to Long Fong and her brother? It's over, it's over. This Gu Chen could not have become Long Ao's brother-in-law, right? The situation had changed too quickly. The Long siblings and Gu Chen, who were supposed to be like fire and water, were actually getting along well with each other. It was really stunning. Before the group of barbarians could react, the old chief walked out of the crowd with a smile on his wrinkled face. It seems that something has happened during the days when you were missing. Everyone had returned safely, and the conflict between the two sides had disappeared. This was simply the most ideal situation. In fact, there had been a lot of debates in the tribe over the past few days. One side insisted on listening to Lord Tang Ning's instructions, while the other side had more or less hidden grievances, which gave him a headache. Now that the matter had been resolved, he was very curious about what had happened. Long Fong and Long Ao were very stubborn. To be able to make such a big change in their attitude, this young man named Gu Chen was not simple. The four followed the old chief into the tribe and told him what had happened on the way. I didn't expect that little friend Gu would be recognized by the Vine ancestor. The old chief listened to the ins and outs and sighed. However, Long Ao, you actually broke into the Vine ancestor's forbidden area alone. What were you thinking? The old chief first praised Gu Chen, and then criticized Long Ao a few words. Long Ao did not dare to respond. He knew that he had almost caused his sister, cousin, and brother Gu to die. He had made a big mistake. Old chief, you can't blame him for this. There's a reason for this. Anyway, everyone is safe and sound. Let's just forget about this matter. Gu Chen spoke for Long Ao, and he immediately cast a grateful look. Long Ao first attacked you sneakily, and then broke into the forbidden area without permission. He has already violated many tribe rules. The old chief's expression became solemn, and the few people broke out in cold sweat for Long Ao. Forget it, if Long Ao can successfully pass the Heavenly Soldier selection, this matter will be forgotten and he will make up for his mistakes. But if he fails, he will be confined in the tribe for 10 years. The old chief quickly gave the punishment. Long Ao was ecstatic when he heard it, and he was so excited that he was incoherent. I will definitely pass. The patriarch glared at him, then looked at Gu Chen and smiled. Now that the problem has been solved, the 10 participants of our clan are all in the clan. We can start preparing. We're already a little late. It's better to be early than late. Let's set off in 2 days. What do you think, little friend Gu? Gu Chen nodded. We'll follow the arrangements of the old patriarch. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, a series of urgent barking came from the tribe. Gu Chen and the others looked at each other. Oh no, he had almost forgotten about Black Dog. When Gu Chen arrived, the black dog was just about to be cooked, jumping up and down anxiously. A few naughty children sprinkled cumin and salt all over its body, and were eager to have a go at it with knives and forks. In the end, the black dog was naturally saved. It was so tired that it collapsed on the ground, panting and gritting its teeth. Damned brat, I'll remember this. The old patriarch looked at the shameless black dog and said to Gu Chen meaningfully. Little friend Gu, the one beside you is not simple, but according to the rules, it can't participate in the Heavenly Soldier selection with you. The old patriarch seemed to have noticed something unusual about the black dog, and did not treat it as Gu Chen's spirit beast like the others. What are the rules of the Heavenly Soldier selection? Gu Chen knew nothing about the upcoming assessment, so he took the opportunity to ask. Since the collapse of the Immortal Realm, the Divine Realm has been hunting down the surviving forces of the Immortal Realm. Among them, the Ancient Heaven has been the most severely hunted. Therefore, in order to ensure concealment and safety, the Ancient Heaven has extremely strict standards for recruiting heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Among them, the age, qualifications and bloodline requirements for heavenly soldiers are even more stringent. Guchen asked, puzzled. Why does the divine realm persevere in hunting down the surviving forces of the immortal realm? What is the irreconcilable conflict between the two sides? To be honest, Guchen still did not know much about the difference between immortals and gods. Not only did the divine realm hunt down the cultivators of ancient heaven, but they also hunted down the people who had the overlord body. He was even more unclear about the origin of this. The truth of history has long been buried in the dust. It's very difficult for people like us to find out. Faced with Guchen's question, the old patriarch shook his head. It was unclear whether he did not know, or he felt that it was not appropriate to tell Guchen now. You only need to know one thing. Since ancient times, immortals and gods have never coexisted. We cultivators who have inherited the legacy of ancient heaven are destined to oppose the cultivators of the divine path. This will also be a very important part of the heavenly soldier selection, the old patriarch reminded. Guchen nodded seriously. These things were too far away from him now, and it was meaningless to delve into them. Right now, he only wanted to pass the heavenly soldier selection and use the resources of ancient heaven to grow faster. Guchen stayed in the barbarian tribe for another 2 days. During these 2 days, the attitude of the barbarian tribe towards him changed dramatically. Previously, because of Long Ao, the barbarian tribe's attitude towards him was cold. However, when they learned that Guchen had saved Long Ao and the others, all the families became extremely enthusiastic. Not only did they take the initiative to invite Guchen to drink and eat, but they were also happy to discuss combat skills with him. The barbarian tribe leaned towards the path of body refining. Guchen found that their orthodoxy was very similar to the ancient martial arts of Wu Lingxian. However, their combat skills were more primitive, and they paid attention to one's strength to defeat 10. Guchen competed with many young experts. In the process, he learned from each other's strengths and made up for his weaknesses. He was also deeply inspired. His physical body was more tyrannical than most of the barbarian tribe. Only Long Yun's special physique could be compared to him. After 2 days of fighting, Guchen used his strength to subdue many of the young experts of the barbarian tribe. Relying on his comprehension ability, he even stole many powerful combat skills. The treatment of the black dog in the barbarian tribe had also improved dramatically. In order to compensate for the grievances it had suffered, the old chief took out the aged wine that the barbarians had hidden deep underground for tens of thousands of years and let it drink to its heart's content. After drinking, the black dog finally stopped shouting that it wanted to stew a group of naughty children, and even let them ride on its back. The relationship between the two sides had greatly improved, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Because of its identity, the black dog could not follow Guchen to participate in the heavenly soldier selection, so it stayed in the barbarian tribe. The old chief personally led Guchen and 10 young experts of the barbarian tribe into the vast jungle. Old chief, the location of the heavenly soldier selection is on the Wild Star? On the way, Guchen was very surprised. The old chief avoided talking about the location of the selection, and even many people in the barbarian tribe did not know about it. Of course not. The heavenly soldier selection will be held on a special trial planet. No one knows the specific location. And you will go there through the immortal gate. In ancient heaven, there are trial planets in every major star field, specially used to select heavenly soldiers. The specific location of each trial planet is extremely secretive, and one can only enter through the immortal gate inside. This immortal gate is similar to the gate of God in the divine realm. Both can be used for long-distance teleportation, but the number is far less than the gate of God. Only cultivators related to ancient heaven know about it. As the old patriarch explained, he struck out a series of seals into the ruins. Not long after, rays of restrictive light rose in the surroundings, completely isolating this place from the outside world. At the same time, a mysterious door surrounded by immortal light appeared in front of everyone. Let's go, the old man will accompany you. The old patriarch stepped into the immortal gate first, and everyone followed closely behind. As soon as they entered the immortal gate, there was a feeling of space-time disorder. Guchen deliberately slowed down his pace and carefully sensed the void fluctuations here. Ever since he cultivated the Nirvana void secret technique, He was particularly sensitive to everything related to the Tao of space, such as teleportation arrays, because it would help him cultivate the secret technique. He tried to capture the void fluctuations of the immortal gate to determine where this passage led. From the desolate star. Unfortunately, he failed. The person who built the immortal gate had far more attainments in space than him, so it was difficult for him to accurately identify the spatial coordinates. Not long after, a bright light appeared in front of him. After passing through it, they actually arrived at the trial planet. Everyone was in a pavilion, and through the skylight, they could overlook the scenery of this planet. In the distance was a vast desert, and outside the pavilion, there was a large number of buildings, and a large number of cultivators of various races were coming in and out. Guchen looked into the distance. Above the desert, stars hung high. He could see the scene in outer space, and he was sure that this place was many star paths away from the desolate star. There is only one trial planet in the Milky Way star field, and the heavenly soldier selection only happens once every 1,000 years. It lasts for 10 years, so every time, countless cultivators from thousands of star paths gather here, and the competition is particularly fierce. The old patriarch saw that Guchen and the others were looking at the dense crowd below, and explained with a smile. Although the heavenly soldier selection was only conducted within the ancient heavenly courts, the ancient heavenly courts once had a large number of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. The descendants of these heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were qualified to participate in the selection. Guchen saw many strange races through the window, and sensed many powerful auras. His heart was filled with anticipation for this selection. The old patriarch brought everyone downstairs. Along the way, they met many cultivators and greeted them one by one. Those in white robes are the heavenly soldiers stationed on this trial planet. When I was young, I was also a member of the heavenly soldiers. The old clan leader pointed at a group of cultivators in white robes and immortal armors. Their eyes shone brightly, and it was obvious that their cultivation was extraordinary. Everyone soon arrived at an area where many young cultivators were queuing up. In front of them were 5 huge light gates. Every cultivator participating in the selection, after passing the identity verification at the gate, walked into the examination hall and waited to enter the light gate for the assessment. That's the 5-fold gate, the first trial of the heavenly soldier selection. More than 70% of the cultivators will be eliminated. The old patriarch gave a brief introduction, and led Guchen and the others to the identification area. Fellow Taoist Long, it's been 1,000 years, but you still look the same. The deacon in charge of identification said with a smile when he saw the old patriarch. The old patriarch was very old, and he was also an old heavenly soldier. He had brought many barbarian juniors to the training star, so he had become familiar with the deacons. Deacon Wu, you're still the same. I wonder if you can participate in the selection at this time. The old patriarch chatted with Deacon Wu with a smile. You guys came a little late for the selection, but you're in luck. You can participate in the selection today. Deacon Wu said straightforwardly. The old patriarch was overjoyed. Just as he was about to speak, a voice came from behind. You're in luck to be able to participate in the selection today. Su'er, you guys have to perform well, don't lose to a bunch of barbarians. Got it, great-grandfather. An old man from a foreign race led 10 juniors over, and his voice was a little harsh. Guchen and the others turned their heads, and Long Yun and the others frowned. Barbarian, this slightly discriminatory remark was clearly directed at them. Who was this old man? He was wearing a heavenly soldier robe, but he was so rude. Yu Xian, what a coincidence. The old patriarch's face darkened when he saw the old man. It's quite a coincidence. Ever since you left the heavenly army, the old man thought we'd never see each other again. The old man named Yu Xian said with a smile, and there was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Time flies. Looking at the time, we haven't seen each other for 20,000 years, right? You don't seem to be doing well in the past 20,000 years, and the old man is not far from becoming a heavenly general. There was a hint of arrogance in Yu Xian's eyes, which infuriated Long Yun, Long Ao, and the others. The old patriarch listened to his sarcasm and turned around without batting an eyelid. Deacon Wu, please verify the identities of my juniors and let them participate in the selection as soon as possible. He chose to ignore it. The old man, Xian, didn't seem to be satisfied and glanced at the juniors of the barbarians. Huh? Why did you bring 11 people? Deacon Wu, you can't protect the barbarians. According to the rules, they only have 10 spots, just like the Mirage monsters. After Xian's reminder, Deacon Wu finally noticed that there was one more person in the barbarians' team, and he couldn't help but ask. Fellow Cultivator Long, what's going on? The old tribe leader smiled faintly as he glanced at Xian, who was trying to find fault with him. Young friend Gu, come here. Gu Chen walked out calmly. This is Gu Chen. Young friend Gu isn't one of the barbarians participating in the selection this time. He represents the Vine Ancestor, the barbarian heavenly general. Hearing that, Deacon Wu looked at Gu Chen in surprise. The heir of the barbarian heavenly general? This is the first time this has happened. Xian was also shocked. When the ancient heaven was still around, the barbarian heavenly general was definitely one of the top 10 heavenly generals, and his reputation was even comparable to that of the immortal emperors. However, for countless years, no heir of the barbarian immortal had ever participated in the heavenly soldier selection, which was a big deal. Fellow Cultivator Long, is that true? Deacon Wu's eyes lit up. If the barbarian immortal's heavenly soldier was born in his hands, it would be a wonderful thing. How dare you say such things? The old patriarch looked at Gu Chen, and Gu Chen stepped forward. The green mark on his forehead that the Vine Ancestor left for him was slightly revealed. Every heavenly general had a unique mark that belonged to them, which was clearly recorded in the ancient heaven. Deacon Wu quickly confirmed Gu Chen's identity. Good. I didn't expect that the barbarian heavenly general would have an heir this year. He was a little excited and immediately registered Gu Chen's identity. Wait. I've never heard of an heir of the barbarian immortal. Also, he's a human, not a barbarian. It doesn't make sense. The mark of the desolate immortal can't be wrong, replied Officer Wu with certainty. Even if the mark is correct, the desolate immortal disappeared for a long time and suddenly reappeared. We should investigate his background and not let him participate in the exam carelessly, right? Xian continued. Gu Chen frowned when he heard Xian's words. Gu Chen didn't know what conflict this man had with the old chief, but he mocked and made things difficult for him the moment they met. Now, he was even making things difficult for Gu Chen, which was quite annoying. Well. Officer Wu hesitated. Xian was an experienced heavenly soldier, and he had the powerful Mirage monsters behind him. He didn't want to offend him recklessly. Although what he said was obviously targeted, it could not be said that it was without reason. Xian, I suggest you stop making things difficult for young friend Gu. The old chief was calm, but there was a rare hint of mockery in his eyes. How is this making things difficult for him? I'm just playing it safe, Xian sneered. The desolate heavenly general used to be extremely powerful, but that was a long time ago. Even if this young man was his heir, so what? Besides, the ancestor of the Mirage monsters wasn't as powerful as the desolate heavenly general, but he wasn't far behind. The Mirage monsters were still powerful, but the desolate tribe had been unknown for many years. To put it bluntly, this kid had no background at all. After figuring that out, Xian wasn't scared of this young brat at all, and he wanted to disgust the barbarians by suppressing him. Xian, young friend Gu was recommended by Lord Tang Ning in person. Are you sure you want to stop him from taking the exam? The old chief's expression suddenly turned cold, and his tone became heavier. Lord Tang Ning? When Xian, who was initially fearless, heard this, his expression suddenly changed. Are you fooling me? Since when did Lord Tang Ning care about this? He asked suspiciously. Believe it or not, it's up to you. But if you make Lord Tang Ning unhappy because of this, you'll have to bear the consequences. The old patriarch closed his eyes after he finished speaking, looking calm and composed. This time, Xian was at a loss. He understood this old barbarian very well, and he would never speak without thinking. Seeing how confident he was, could it be that this brat was really related to Lord Tang Ning? After struggling for a moment, he finally did not dare to take the risk of offending Lord Tang Ning, so he smiled dryly. Forget it. It is a good thing that the desolate immortals have a descendant. This has nothing to do with the old man Deacon Wu, you decide for yourself. He smiled awkwardly. It was obvious that he was trying to shirk responsibility and retreat. This caused many of the Brute tribe's disciples and even attendant Wu to feel contempt for him. If that's the case, I'll remember this little friend Gu's name. Deacon Wu heaved a sigh of relief. At least he didn't have to offend either side. Gu Chen finished his registration and obtained the identity token to participate in the selection. Soon, the 10 barbarian youths also finished their registration, and a group of people walked towards the examination venue. Old Chief, where did that group of people come from? Gu Chen asked on the way. If he hadn't used the name Tang Ning, his assessment would have gone through a lot of twists and turns. They are from the Mirage tribe, descendants of Jinjutsu from ancient heaven. This tribe has a lot of influence in the current celestial court. The guy leading them is called Xian. When the old man was young, he had a conflict with him when he was still a heavenly soldier, so he always made things difficult for him. The old chief explained. Humph, that old thing is too arrogant. How dare he say that about you, chief? Long Ao said indignantly. Just now, Xian's sarcasm to the old chief made them very angry. Because of some things, the old man finally left the heavenly army. That guy has been making progress in these years, so naturally he is a bit complacent. The old chief shook his head and added. If you want to avenge the old man, try to suppress those young Mirage tribe people in the selection, especially that young man named Yusu. It is said that he is a rare genius of the Mirage tribe in recent years. Long Yun, you can't lose to him. Hearing this, Long Yun nodded solemnly. Don't worry, great-grandfather, I will definitely make you proud. As they spoke, they arrived at the examination venue. There were 5 towering gates of light in front of them, and the cultivators participating in the selection were walking through them. The selection for the heavenly soldier is extremely strict. The 5 gates are only the first test. It tests 5 aspects: strength, cultivation level, speed, agility, and mental power. Each light gate tests 1 ability, and these 5 abilities represent the foundation of a qualified heavenly soldier. Remember, each light gate has 10 points. Only those with a high score of more than 40 points can pass the basic test. The old chief introduced the rules of the test, and everyone immediately became nervous. The selection for the heavenly soldier was indeed very strict. One had to score high in so many aspects to pass the basic test. That was only the basic requirement. Who knew how difficult the later tests would be? Long Yun, you go first. With the savage tiger immortal body, it shouldn't be difficult for you to score 50 points. The old chief instructed Long Yun, trying to encourage the other juniors with his success. Long Yun nodded and seemed very serious. He closed his eyes and adjusted his state. Gu Chen, on the other hand, looked at the 5 light gates curiously. The candidates seemed to have only walked through the light gates and didn't do anything else. He didn't know how the light gates scored them in so many aspects. Everyone waited where they were. Soon, the Mirage tribe people also arrived. At this moment, it was the barbarian tribe team's turn to take the test. Long Yun opened his eyes and was about to stride into the 5 gates. From the Mirage tribe team, a young man also strode out at this moment and said to Long Yun with a smile. You don't mind, do you? Is that Yusu, the genius who is as famous as cousin Long Yun? Long Fong asked in a low voice. He clearly wanted to compete with them at this moment. Gu Chen observed Yusu curiously. Although he looked similar to a human, he was only an illusion. Under his purple extreme eyes, Yusu's real body was like a puff of green smoke. He couldn't see it clearly and was very strange. There was a saying in ancient times that mirages could be seen. This race was very strange. Of course. Long Yun didn't back down in the face of Yusu's provocation and responded with a cold smile. After saying this, he rushed into the light gate first. Yusu followed closely behind. The 2 of them seemed to be competing with each other as they passed through the light gates at an extremely fast speed. In less than a moment, they had completed the test. 50 points. 50 points. The scores of the 2 were soon displayed on the gate, and it immediately caused an uproar. Both of them passed through the 5 gates in an extremely short amount of time and also got full marks. The 2 of them were evenly matched. Long Yan's expression darkened slightly, and Yusu's face was also full of dissatisfaction. Looks like both of them have immortal physiques, and their levels are about the same. The barbarian tribe and the mirage tribe really have two good seedlings this time. The examiners looked at the old tribe leader and Xian with a smile. It wasn't difficult to pass the 5 basic abilities of the first test, but to get full marks in all of them at such a fast speed, it meant that both of them had immortal physiques. Long Yan and Yusu became the center of attention. Their talents were top-notch even in the Heavenly Soldier selection, which was full of experts. The competition between the barbarians and the mirage monsters became more and more intense. After them, Long Fong and another mirage monster disciple also entered the 5th gate. Neither of them got full marks again, but one got 47 points and the other 46 points. Seeing that his junior had fallen behind by a point, Yu Xian's eyes were filled with displeasure. It wasn't until another junior regained a point that his expression became better. As the descendants of the Man Heavenly General and Genjutsu, the bloodlines of the barbarians and the mirage monsters were much stronger than the descendants of the other Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals. Therefore, all of them got 40 points without any suspense. When it was Long Ao's turn to compete with the last mirage monster disciple, they were tied. Yu Xian looked very unhappy. The result was out of his expectation. How pitiful. You're the last to compete. All the blame for the barbarian's failure will be on you. The last mirage monster disciple walked into the 5th gate and mocked. He didn't take Long Ao seriously because the latter was only in the middle stage of the Earth Immortal Realm, while he was in the advanced stage. Based on that alone, he would get a higher score in the 5th gate. Plus, the mirage monsters always had a higher score than the barbarians in terms of mental power, so it was almost certain that he would win. He wasn't the only one who realized that. Yu Xian's face softened a lot, and he mocked the old chief. It seems that the mirage monster's disciples are better in the end. You're only in the middle stage of the Earth Immortal Realm, and you came to participate in the Heavenly Soldier selection. It seems that the barbarians really don't have anyone better. Long Yun, Long Fong, and the others were all furious. Although the middle stage of the Earth Immortal Realm was the weakest among the disciples of the two clans, it was no worse than the other cultivators in the Heavenly Soldier selection. Yu Xian was trying to humiliate Long Ao on purpose. Guchen raised his eyebrows too. In terms of cultivation level, he was only in the middle stage of the Earth Immortal Realm, but Yu Xian was insulting him too. Don't jump to conclusions before the competition. The old chief seemed very calm. Yu Xian snorted. On the other side, Long Ao and the Mirage Monster disciple had already walked into the 5th gate. Guchen pondered as he watched the two of them leave. In terms of cultivation, Long Ao should fall behind, but he did not think that his opponent would definitely lose. Long Ao had always been diligent in his cultivation. In order to obtain a place in the Heavenly Soldier selection, he used all his strength and almost died in the Vine Progenitor Forbidden Ground. In him, Guchen saw himself in the past. He had a kind of tenacity, and this kind of tenacity was very rare and precious on the road of cultivation. Therefore, he was more optimistic about Long Ao. The two of them walked through the 5-fold door, and their scores were quickly displayed on the door. Yu Zitao, 43 points. Long Ao, 49 points. The Mirage monsters all froze after the result was out. Yu Xian looked as awful as if he had swallowed a fly. How is this possible? How could this brat get close to full marks? He couldn't help but question the examiners. Even the group of brute tribe disciples were pleasantly surprised. The judgment of the 5-stack store is not wrong. Even though this kid lost 1 point from his cultivation base, his strength, speed, agility, and mental strength were all given full marks. The examiner responded indifferently. How is this possible? Does he also have an immortal physique? Yu Xian still found it hard to believe. Yu Zitao, who had lost to Long Ao, was even paler than before. He was deeply shocked. If he has an immortal physique, he should be able to get 50 points. A high score of 49 points means that this kid has been cultivating extremely hard, which finally gave him a score close to an immortal physique. This world does not always belong to geniuses, but also to those who are diligent. The selection criteria of the 5-stack store have never been just geniuses, but also those who are diligent. The examiner looked at Long Ao with a bit more admiration. He had been an examiner on this trial planet for many years, and to be honest, there were more people who had obtained 50 points than 49 points. 49 points meant that a person had used his hard work to make up for the gap in talent and obtained an achievement close to full marks. Such a person's future potential was no less than that of those with immortal physiques. In fact, such people could often persevere during the harsh heavenly soldier training and achieve higher achievements in the end. He immediately remembered Long Ao. This kid was the heavenly soldier they wanted to select. Xian was full of reluctance, but he had to admit that he had lost. He did not expect that there would be such a big gap between the two of them, and the mirage monsters were completely overshadowed by the barbarians. All the barbarians were exhilarated. Long Ao was so excited that his face was a bit red. He had finally proved himself. The old chief smiled, as if he had already predicted this. Descendant of the desolate immortal, it's your turn. The examiner looked at Gu Chen's information with an expectant look. It was the first time that the desolate immortal had participated in the selection, so he was very curious about what kind of result he could achieve. Gu Chen smiled and walked toward the 5 stacks door unhurriedly. Compared to the two clans who were at daggers drawn, he seemed to be very calm, and there was no trace of conflict at all. As he walked through the first door of light, he felt a divine sense sweep through his entire body, paying particular attention to his muscles. I see. Gu Chen pondered. It seemed that the strength of the first light door was measured by the density of the body's muscles. He walked into the second door, and he suddenly felt a strong pressure, which made the cultivation in his body operate instinctively, and his powerful bloodline power counterattacked. The second door of cultivation uses the divine sense to simulate the pressure of a high-level cultivator to force out the real cultivation of the examinee. Gu Chen could not help but slow down. He found that the setup of the 5 stacks door was very ingenious. Seeing that Gu Chen was walking very slowly, everyone looked at each other. Usually, the slower one walked, the less confident one was. It seems that the descendant of the desolate immortal is not that great after all. Xian sneered. His previous failure made him feel very bad. Gu Chen walked into the third gate of speed. This time, countless illusions appeared in front of him. Sometimes it was a precipitous cliff, and sometimes it was a hopeless lonely bridge. He seemed to be constantly running, and all the natural hazards were quickly left behind him. He continued to think, and soon, he understood the principle of this door. It is also a kind of use of the divine sense. It uses the illusions to test the examinee's reaction speed. Amazing. He praised and continued to walk into the fourth door of agility. The principle of this door was similar to the third door, but the illusions were different. Gu Chen walked into the last door, and in a trance, he was back in the ancient planet Songhuang. He saw the Tiannan city where he grew up, the Wuchen sect that turned into ruins in one night, the man with a bamboo hat and Huangfu Wuji, and his loved ones. The 5 stacks door had created all sorts of illusions that would shake one's mind in an attempt to disintegrate Gu Chen's willpower. Gu Chen had been through countless storms and had survived all this while. How could he be affected by mere illusions? In just a few breaths' time, he had broken free from the red dust purgatory created by the illusions. However, he was not in a hurry to reach the end. Instead, he closed his eyes and savored the experience. The 5 stacks door had reached an extremely high level of control over one's divine sense. This gave Gu Chen a lot of inspiration. Recently, due to the absorption of the soul jade shards, his mental strength had become stronger and stronger. However, it was still insufficient to use it. The path of the soul is truly profound. Looks like I'll have to find some immortal techniques related to the soul path. Gu Chen mumbled to himself. Most of the mental techniques he knew came from the purple polar eyes, but they were no longer able to satisfy his needs. The 5 stacks door had made him realize how shallow his control over mental strength was. Even his self-created immortal technique, which allowed him to attach his will onto the demonic sky-devouring insect, had a lot of room for improvement. What the hell? Why hasn't he finished after so long? Could it be that this kid is too embarrassed to walk out because his score is too low? As the discussions around him grew louder, Gu Chen finally regained his senses and walked out of the 5 stacks door. Gu Chen, 50 points. The final score was displayed on the door. The candidates who were doubting him earlier were all dumbfounded. Full score as well? Immortal physique? TSK, then why did he walk so slowly? Yu Xian's face darkened. This descendant of the desolate immortal was in cahoots with the barbarians. His good score made him even more unhappy. Good, good. Looks like it's also an immortal physique. The examiner laughed heartily. He felt proud that 3 immortal physiques had appeared under his hands. The 3 of you, follow me. I'll test what kind of immortal physiques you have. The examiner said to the 3 candidates who had scored full marks. This was one of the rules of the selection. Immortal physiques were rare. The others were curious and followed them. The examiner brought Gu Chen and the other 2 to a stone tablet. On the tablet, 1,000 types of powerful physiques were recorded. Is this the legendary All-Heaven physique ranking? Long Feng and the others asked expectantly. That's right. The All-Heaven physique ranking lists 1,000 known immortal and god physiques in the universe. Each one of them has the ability to dominate in a certain field. The examiner smiled as he looked at Long Yun, Yu Su, and Gu Chen expectantly. Although the ancient heavenly court emphasized fairness in selecting heavenly soldiers, there is no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. The higher your immortal physique ranking, the higher your starting point will be after becoming a heavenly soldier, and the more resources you will receive. Even though Long Yun and Yu Su were already aware of their unique physiques, they still couldn't help but feel excited upon hearing this. His eyes, Gu Chen and Chen stared at the All-Heaven physique ranking out of heavens. He had 2 types of physiques. The Overlord physique was not listed in the All-Heaven physique list, and he was not prepared to expose it in front of so many people. The nameless immortal physique was cultivated through the mysterious celestial ascension technique, so he already knew his own abilities. However, according to the Black Dog, there was no record of it on the All-Heaven body quality list. If I can figure out what immortal physique I have today, it won't be a bad thing. Gu Chen pondered. The power of the Tyrant body's bloodline in his body quietly retreated at this moment. The nebula that revolved around the origin root of all beings in his dantian was engulfed by the 9-colored radiance at this moment. He had completely transformed into the immortal nameless physique to conceal his Tyrant physique. I'll go first. My physique should be the great illusory mayfly physique. Yu Su stepped forward and placed his hand on a notch on the stone tablet. Soon, among the 1,000 names on the All-Heaven physique ranking, 234th place lit up, Great Illusory Mayfly Physique, 234th place. This ranking was already in the upper echelons. The examiner nodded. Sure enough, this was a good seedling. When it was Long Yan's turn, he was much calmer than Yu Su and placed his hand on the notch. Savage Tiger Physique, 232 ND place, 2 ranks higher than the Great Illusory Mayfly Physique. The physiques on the All-Heaven physique ranking all have unparalleled abilities in a certain field. There's a saying that they reinforce and counteract each other, so no one is necessarily stronger. Besides, it's only 2 ranks higher. It's nothing. Yu Su said unhappily when he saw that his ranking was a bit lower. As long as you're happy. Long Yun shrugged, looking indifferent. It's your turn. The examiner and the others looked at Gu Chen. Many people had already heard of Long Yun and Yu Su's physiques, but this was the first time that Gu Chen, the descendant of the desolate immortal, was participating in the heavenly soldier selection. Everyone was unfamiliar with him, so they were even more expectant. Big Brother Gu has the Tyrant physique. Although he's not on the All-Heaven physique ranking, his potential is terrifying. Long Feng and Long Ao thought to themselves. They had personally seen Gu Chen display his Tyrant physique in the Vine Ancestor's body. They knew that in terms of potential, he was even more terrifying than the Savage Tiger physique. However, the identity of the Tyrant physique was a bit sensitive. They promised Gu Chen that they wouldn't tell anyone, not even the old patriarch. Now that Gu Chen was going to test his physique, they were worried that Gu Chen would be exposed. Gu Chen calmly walked forward and placed his hand on the groove. He felt a suction force coming from the stone tablet, taking a drop of blood from his body. After a while, there was no change on the All-Heaven physique ranking. What's going on? Is the stone tablet broken? How is that possible? It was working just now. The surrounding people were discussing, and the examiner frowned. Looks like it's just a mediocre immortal physique that can't even be ranked. At this time, Xian smiled and cast a sympathetic look at Gu Chen. Everyone present suddenly came to a realization. There were 1,000 immortal physiques and god physiques on the all-heaven physique ranking, but it didn't mean that there were only 1,000 in the universe. The universe was vast, so how could there only be 1,000 immortal physiques? It was just that the all-heaven physique ranking was a compilation of information from all the major star fields and eras. In the end, these 1,000 powerful and famous physiques were sorted out. As for the other immortal physiques, since they weren't recorded, it meant that they were far inferior. Seeing that there was no indication on the all-heaven physique ranking, Xian immediately thought that Gu Chen only had a passable immortal physique. The examiner's face was full of regret as he asked unwillingly, "Little friend Gu, what abilities does your immortal physique have?" It wasn't easy for the desolate immortal bloodline to have a successor. With the status of the desolate heavenly general, his successor should have a powerful immortal physique. With Gu Chen's identity, even if he only had the immortal physique that was ranked last on the all-heaven physique ranking, he would still be heavily nurtured by the ancient heaven. However, if he only had an unknown immortal physique, the resources that the ancient heaven would give him would be far less than Long Yun and Yusu. Thus, just to be safe, he asked a few more questions. If Gu Chen's immortal physique had some special abilities, then he might be able to raise the evaluation. Everyone looked at Gu Chen, curious about the abilities of his immortal physique. Gu Chen shook his head slowly. "Senior, apart from a faster cultivation speed, my immortal physique doesn't have any special abilities." As soon as he said this, the examiner was greatly disappointed, and many others also showed expressions of regret. No special abilities, just a faster cultivation speed. This was the characteristic of some ordinary immortal physiques. In fact, these immortal physiques were not even as good as some special super physiques. No wonder it takes so long to pass the five-fold gate. Yusu couldn't help but snicker. The Mirage monsters were gloating as well. What's there to be proud of? Big brother Gu got the same full score as you. It's hard to say who's stronger. Long Ao was very unhappy with Yusu's tone and immediately criticized. He got 50 points because he could only get 50 points, and I got 50 points because the highest score was only 50 points. Our scores are the same, but our realms are far apart. Yusu snickered. The Mirage monsters immediately echoed him. That's right. How can this Gu Chen compare to my big brother? The desolate immortal bloodline hasn't appeared for a long time. I thought they were something special, but this is all they are. The words of the Mirage monsters enraged the barbarians, especially Long Ao and Long Fong. They knew very well that Gu Chen was actually an overlord physique and was much stronger than Yusu, but they couldn't say the truth. Senior, if my aptitude is not as good as others, but I can win in the next round, will it affect my treatment after I become a heavenly soldier? Gu Chen behaved much more calmly and took the initiative to ask the examiner. The nameless immortal physique was extremely powerful. It could steal other people's physiques for its own use. Gu Chen knew that this ability couldn't be exposed, so he chose to hide it. However, he had participated in the heavenly soldier selection to get a better cultivation environment and grow faster. It would be a pity if he was treated worse than others because of his physique. If you perform extremely well in the next round, your treatment will naturally increase, and it won't be strange if you surpass them. Not just you, everyone will have this opportunity. The examiner looked at Long Ao as he spoke. In his eyes, Long Ao's potential was also very good. The first stage, five-fold door, only tests your basic comprehensive ability as a heaven-grade soldier. The second stage is the most crucial. It tests your actual combat ability. The examiner smiled as he looked at the vast desert outside the examination venue. This entire trial planet is actually a battlefield. The examinees who pass the first stage will leave the safe zone and enter the war zone. On this trial planet, there are creatures known as demonic beasts. They are proficient in transformation, have powerful attacks, and reproduce in large numbers. It can be said that they are the overlords of this trial planet. Some of the demonic beasts have a precious refining material called the demonic stone in their heads. It's very valuable. The content of the second test is to use the entire trial planet as a battlefield. The time limit is 3 months. If you can bring back more than 100 demonic stones, you will pass the second test. The examiner looked at Guchen as he spoke. Those who have some understanding of the heaven-grade soldier selection should know that passing the second stage is equivalent to passing the selection. The third stage is just a formality. Therefore, if you want to get a high ranking, you must obtain as many demonic stones as possible in the second stage. The more demonic stones you obtain, the higher your final score will be. Yusu asked with a smile on his face. Are there any restrictions? For example, can we kill people? He licked his lips as he spoke, a cold light flashing in his eyes. It was obvious that he was proficient in the Tao of slaughter. The examiner frowned. Although casualties are unavoidable in actual combat, since we are all under the banner of ancient heaven, it's best not to kill anyone. There are heaven-grade soldiers patrolling the entire trial planet. If you do anything out of line, they will come out to stop you. In other words, as long as the heaven-grade soldiers don't come out to stop you, it means that you can do whatever you want. There are no rules? Guchen mused. In that case, they didn't have to hunt those demonic beasts. They could rob other examinees. Although they had just arrived, a portion of the examinees on the trial planet should have stayed on the battlefield for almost 3 months. They might have gained a lot. Everyone else thought of the same thing that Guchen could think of, and they were all eager to make a move. I know what you're thinking. Don't overestimate yourselves. The environment on the trial planet is exceptionally cruel. Those who can persevere and not give up are not easy to deal with. The examiner shook his head. Also, don't think of forming a group. In a while, the transportation array will send all of you to different areas of the trial planet. Otherwise, it would be unfair to the others if you were to form a group. After the examiner finished explaining the rules of the competition, he led the examinees out of the safety zone and toward the battle zone. The demonic beasts are not easy to deal with. Their intelligence is not lower than that of humans. You must be careful. The old man will stay here for 3 months. I hope you can return triumphantly soon. Before leaving, the old patriarch advised them earnestly. Guchen, Long Yun, and the others nodded. Remember, if you encounter those barbarians, do your best to rob them. On the other side, Yuxian was also whispering to his disciples, especially Yusu. He had repeatedly requested to surpass the barbarian Long Yun in the final score. Don't worry, great-grandfather. I've already studied the demonic beasts and made preparations. No one can beat me. Yusu said proudly. His gaze only lingered on Long Yun. As for Guchen and the others, they were not qualified. Alright, let's take turns entering the transportation array. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the battle zone. This place was separated from the desert outside by a series of large-scale transportation arrays. There were also heavenly soldiers patrolling the area. A large transportation array had been set up here. Once one entered, they would be randomly sent to different corners of the trial planet. Brother Gu, when we're teleported out, let's try to gather first if possible. We'll be able to look out for each other. Long Yin said to Gu Chen and the others before leaving. Although the trial planet was huge and it wasn't easy to find each other immediately, if they could gather together, their efficiency in collecting demonic stones would be much higher. Alright. Gu Chen agreed. Soon, everyone entered the transportation array one by one. Gu Chen followed behind Long Yun. Whoosh, after a moment of dizziness, Guchen appeared at the edge of an oasis in the desert. He didn't know how many tens of thousands of li away he was from the safety zone. Aya, help. Help me. As soon as Guchen steadied himself on the spot, he saw a creature that looked like a giant rat madly chasing a young and beautiful female cultivator in the distance. The female cultivator's hair was disheveled and her pretty face was filled with fear. The moment she saw Guchen, she immediately ran towards him. That's the demonic beast? Guchen looked at the giant rat in shock. Its eyes had turned purple and green. The demonic beast looked like a rat, but it was huge. It had a body full of frightening muscles, and there were wings under its arms. Save me! Save me! The pitiful female cultivator ran towards Guchen helplessly, wanting to ask for help. At this moment, Pucci, Guchen suddenly flicked his finger, and a small Yin-Yang 2 right sword pierced through the female cultivator's head. The female cultivator's body trembled, and her face was filled with disbelief. "Why, your acting skills are too poor," Guchen said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the female cultivator turn into a demonic beast that looked exactly the same as the one behind them. She fell to the ground, and blood flowed out from her head. The demonic beast chasing after them saw this, and its expression changed drastically. It quickly turned around and ran. It flapped its arms, and they turned into wings. Like a bat, it tried to escape into the distance. "Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Guchen was expressionless. He raised his hand, and a violent suction force appeared out of nowhere. Before the demonic beast could fly far, it was forcefully pulled back. "Sir, spare me! Spare me!" The demonic beast was scared out of its wits. Only now did it realize that it had met a tough opponent. Guchen did not show any mercy. He suddenly squeezed his palm that was controlling the suction force. Kacha kacha. Countless bones in the demonic beast's body broke, and its screams rang out incessantly. "Human, I'm going to kill you." It knew that it was going to die for sure, and it roared with a ferocious expression. Guchen was expressionless. After crippling it, he pressed his hand on its head. Soul search, he had just been teleported here, and these two demonic beasts immediately put on a show to trick him. It was clear that they had rich experience fighting with the candidates here. Guchen's vision was blank. He did not know where he was, nor did he know how many demonic beasts there were on the trial planet, or how strong they were. He urgently needed information. Using the soul search, Guchen quickly found out everything he wanted to know. The area he was teleported to was rather desolate. It was not a gathering place for demonic beasts, so he was considered lucky. Some examinees were unlucky enough to be directly teleported into the lair of the demonic beasts, encountering hundreds and thousands of demonic beasts, and were often torn to shreds. Guchen learned that the number of demonic beasts on this trial star was incredible. The weakest among them was equivalent to a human cultivator in the divine realm, while the strongest was a peak-level celestial immortal. It seemed that the strength and number of the demonic beasts had been deliberately controlled by ancient heaven. It was always maintained at a level that posed a considerable threat to the examinees, but not to the point of despair. The appearance of a demonic beast is ever-changing, and it's good at confusing people. If my purple polarity pupils hadn't fused with the power of the Wangwen divine physique, I might have been fooled just now. Guchen murmured. He realized that these demonic beasts were very dangerous creatures. It would be fine if he encountered a few alone, but if he encountered a group of them, even he would have a lot of trouble. He squatted down and cut open the heads of the two demonic beasts, trying to find the legendary demonic stones. It was a pity that their brains were empty. Looks like the chances of finding demonic stones aren't high. I'll have to hunt a large number of demonic beasts or find a sucker. Guchen's eyes turned green, and his divine sense extended in all directions. He decided to hunt the other examinees. It would be easier to snatch demonic stones from them. Due to his hidden physique, his evaluation was lower than Long Yun and Yusu's, so he had to increase his score no matter what. There's a familiar aura. Not long after, Guchen sensed a rather familiar aura. He pondered and quietly approached it. On a sand dune, a bewitching young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. In front of him were the corpses of a dozen demonic beasts. Just as I imagined, they're quite easy to deal with. The young man was none other than Yusu of the Mirage tribe. He encountered a wave of demonic beasts as soon as he teleported here, so he attacked and killed them all. At this moment, the dozen demonic beasts were still alive. Their minds had just been broken by his illusion technique, and they had fallen into a deep coma. If I want to collect as many demonic stones as possible, hunting them is the least efficient way. Luckily, I already have a way. He smiled, and his entire body turned transparent. Buzz buzz buzz. As his body turned transparent, strange insects that looked like mayflies flew out of his body. They divided into a dozen or so groups and burrowed into the heads of the demonic beasts on the ground. When all the mayflies had burrowed out, his body also completely faded and disappeared. The dozen or so demonic beasts that had fallen to the ground stood up one after another and let out chuckles. My great illusion demonic beast immortal physique allows me to split my mind into countless parts. With these demonic beasts as the starting point, I will enslave this trial planet. The dozen demonic beasts spoke in unison, and their eyes shone with intense ambition. Then, the dozen demonic beasts split up and headed into the distance. Interesting. In a place where Yusu didn't notice, Guchen quietly walked out from behind a sand dune and watched his doppelgangers leave from afar. Guchen sensed a familiar aura nearby. He didn't expect it to be Yusu of the Mirage tribe. Considering that Yusu had just been teleported here and didn't have the demonic stones he wanted, Guchen planned to leave. However, he didn't expect to see Yusu perform an incomprehensible technique in the next moment. Where did this guy's main body go? What is he trying to do? As Guchen pondered, silver light surged on one of his arms, and heaven-devouring demonic insects flew out of his body. Follow them and report to me at all times. Guchen gave the order and attached his consciousness to the heaven-devouring demonic insects so that he could observe where Yusu went. Meanwhile, he continued to move in the direction that Yusu was gone. In the next half a day, Guchen found some cultivators and demonic stones, and he tried to find them a few times. Unfortunately, the rate of demonic stones appearing was too low. After working hard for half a day, he only managed to find one. This one was dropped by a demonic beast he killed himself. The cultivators he met were all poor wretches, and they didn't even get a single demonic stone after working hard for so many days. This made Guchen realize that the requirement of 100 demonic stones wasn't low at all. With too many monks and not enough gruel, the competition on the trial planet would definitely be intense. During this half a day, Guchen also paid attention to Yusu's movements through the heaven-devouring demonic insects, and he discovered some interesting things. He noticed that the dozen or so demonic beasts controlled by Yusu were constantly looking for companions. Every time they encountered a companion, a mayfly would fly out of the head of the original demonic beast and enter its body. Soon, the demonic beasts they encountered were also controlled. At this rate, the number of demonic beasts controlled by Yusu continued to increase. So that's what he's planning. What's the limit of his ability? Guchen's eyes flashed. If he guessed correctly, Yusu was probably trying to control the demonic beasts. That way, he would have an army, and it would be much more convenient for him to rob other candidates or hunt for demonic stones himself. However, Guchen was curious about the limit of his ability. The other party's main body had disappeared before his eyes, turning into so many mayflies. Could those mayflies take over the bodies of the demonic beasts without limit? If that was really the case, then the power of the great illusion Xianxia immortal physique was truly terrifying. If this ability is magnified, it's similar to the method of the man with a bamboo hat to create billions of clones. It's also similar to the method I used to possess the heaven-devouring demonic insects. It's worth studying. Guchen's interest in Yusu was piqued. Thus, he sent out more heaven-devouring demonic insects to follow him. 10 days later, in a corner of the trial planet, Guchen and Long Yun met. Brother Gu, how were the results? Long Yun smiled bitterly. Guchen did not speak and took out a total of 6 demonic-shaped gems. About the same, my luck is better than Brother Gu's. Long Yun took out 7 demonic-shaped gems. The two of them looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. In these 10 days, I killed hundreds of demonic beasts, and in the end, I only obtained 3 demonic-shaped gems. The other 4 were snatched from 2 examinees. The rate of appearance of these demonic-shaped gems is really King low. Long Yun could not help but ridicule. According to this efficiency, it would be good if they could barely gather 100 after 3 months. Where are Long Ao and the others? Did you meet them? Guchen was calmer than Long Yun and asked about the situation of the others first. I haven't met them yet, otherwise I would have been together. But looking at the situation, even the 2 of us are having such a hard time gathering, let alone them. According to this development, the number of people who can pass the heavenly soldier selection in the end will not be many. Long Yun shook his head. Then let's go find them first. Guchen muttered. I think so too. If all of us can gather together and form a team, then find a demonic beast's nest to encircle and annihilate, we might be able to have a relatively large harvest. Long Yun said, and then his brows furrowed. Unfortunately, this trial planet is too big, and the others are constantly on the move. It's not easy to find them. Guchen smiled slightly. Brother Long, how do you think I found you? Didn't we meet by chance? Long Yun was stunned. Guchen did not explain any more, and a green light lingered in his eyes. After entering the war zone for a month, Guchen, Long Yun, Long Ao, Long Fong, and the other 10 barbarian cultivators finally gathered. Everyone, take out the demonic-shaped gems on you and see how many we are lacking. Long Yun said, and everyone took out their harvest from this month. There was a total of 11 people. The one with the least number of magic stones had only obtained 10, and the one with the most was over 80. This person was Guchen. Over the past month, although Guchen had been searching for his barbarian companions, he hadn't been idling along the way. He often hunted demonic beasts and other examinees. His luck in the last 20 days was much better than the first 10 days. In the end, he obtained more than 80 magic stones. Judging from the time, he was sure to pass the test. Besides him, Long Yun had also gathered over 70, and victory was similarly within his grasp. Apart from the two of them, even Long Fong and Long Ao still had a long way to go if they wanted to smoothly pass the assessment. Based on the current situation, we can only take the risk and search for a demonic beast's nest to see if we can get a big harvest. Long Yun smiled bitterly. As the leader of the barbarian group, he had to think of a way to help the other barbarians pass the heavenly soldier selection. It's not that easy. The demonic beasts are very intelligent. If they realize that they are no match for us, they will immediately run away. It will be very difficult for us to kill them all and collect the magic stones. If we encounter a herd that is too large, we may be in danger. Long Fong analyzed. She had already considered this method. In fact, many examinees on the trial planet were doing the same thing. Many people who didn't know each other even worked together in order to hunt a large number of demonic beasts. However, the success rate was too low. If you want to hunt a large number of demonic beasts, I have a good place to go. While everyone was discussing, Guchen said with a malicious smile on his lips, in the Heavenly Soldier Patrol camp in the safe zone of the trial planet. What did you say? That Mirage Monster kid is so good? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Hearing the report of the Heavenly Soldier who was responsible for the patrol area, several examiners suddenly stood up with astonishment. This matter is absolutely true. Over the past month, Yusu has used some kind of mystique to gain control of several large nests of demonic beasts. The total number of demonic beasts under his control is at least 500,000. Judging from Yusu's goal, he seems to be planning to use this army to sweep the entire trial planet. Many examinees have already been defeated by him, but we don't know that he's behind it. What's worse is that there are too many demonic beasts. It's not easy for our people to rescue the trapped examinees in time. If this continues, I'm afraid many examinees will lose their lives. The patrolling Heavenly Soldier looked helpless. Ever since the trial planet was established, they had rarely encountered such a difficult situation. How can that Yusu control so many demonic beasts? He's only at the Heaven Immortal intermediate stage, isn't he? An examiner found it hard to believe. It should be the ability of the Great Illusion Mayfly Immortal Physique. The Immortal Physiques on the All-Heaven Physique ranking have many incredible abilities. Under certain circumstances, they can unleash unimaginable power, the main examiner said with a gloomy expression. Since he can control so many demonic beasts, it should be more than enough for him to complete the assessment. Why is he making such a big deal out of it? Another examiner asked in confusion. Do you even need to ask? That Yusu kid is extremely ambitious. He wants to break the record of this trial planet. The main examiner was in a bad mood. He realized that the other party was a troublemaker. He wants to break the record? Are we going to let him continue like this? The examiner's expressions changed. If they allowed the other party's demonic beast army to continue growing, it could lead to unimaginable consequences. We have to stop him. Otherwise, a large number of examinees might die, and something unexpected might happen. The main examiner paced back and forth for a while before gritting his teeth. But if we do that, how are we going to give this Yusu a score? The other examiners brought up a troublesome issue. If they didn't handle it well, the Mirage monsters would definitely object. After all, Xian is on the trial planet right now, and that old guy has never been easy to please. It's simple. We'll just give him the first place in this selection. He'll just triple, no, 5 times the score of the second place. The main examiner pondered for a moment. Since the other party was able to cause such a huge ruckus, it should be fine to give him a score like this. That's good too. We can save a lot of trouble. Let's do that. The examiners all nodded. They were stationed on this trial planet all year round, and they didn't want too much trouble to happen. For the sake of stability, this was a very suitable method. In my opinion, it's not a bad idea to let him continue to cause trouble. What do you think? There are many crouching tigers and hidden dragons on this trial planet. It's hard to say who will win. Suddenly, a man's voice sounded in the military camp. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The examiners turned their heads in unison, and when they saw a figure sitting lazily in a corner, their expressions changed drastically. In the vast desert, there was a black army that was swallowing mountains and rivers like a storm. On a closer look, there were countless demonic beasts inside, each of which was hideous and ferocious. Hundreds of cultivators were fleeing in panic at their periphery with fear in their eyes. What's going on? Have all the demonic beasts on this trial planet joined hands? How can we pass the test like this? I've never seen anything like this before. Why aren't the heavenly soldiers taking any measures? The cultivators were anxious. Those who were too slow were drowned by the army of demonic beasts, and there was no sound at all. By the time the army passed, they had already turned into white bones that were buried by the endless yellow sand. Under such circumstances, all the candidates on the trial planet were caught in boundless fear. They realized that an unusual change had taken place in the test. Listen up, everyone. If you want to live, hand over all the demonic stones you've collected. If you don't, there will only be one outcome. While the cultivators were panicking, the army of demonic beasts suddenly spoke at the same time. There. Voices echoed tens of thousands of kilometers away. The demonic beasts have been controlled? Who did this? How could they have done such a thing? Very soon, all the cultivators realized that it wasn't the beasts that had joined hands but someone's scheme. They were all horrified. How could it be possible to control 500,000 demonic beasts? Could it be that a celestial king expert had appeared in this test? Many cultivators were filled with hesitation, which gradually turned into desperation. Right at this moment. This trial planet has been controlled by Lord Yusu, the heavenly talent of the Mirage monsters. The only way for you to pass the test is to surrender. As long as you surrender to Lord Yusu and swear to follow him until your death after you become a heavenly soldier, Lord Yusu might consider letting you go and granting you a place to pass the test. The 9 cultivators from the Mirage monsters began to shout on the trial planet, publicizing for Yusu and causing a great commotion. The heavenly talent of the Mirage monsters? Damn it. Judging from his tone, is he trying to catch all of us? If we join hands, we might be able to defeat him. Some cultivators were so infuriated that they didn't want to surrender and joined hands. This Yusu must be very strong to be able to control such an enormous army. The Mirage monsters are also a noble family. It's not impossible to surrender to them. A wise man submits to circumstances. It's better to join his side than to be killed. There were also opportunistic cultivators who chose to submit. If they joined the other side's camp, they would be able to become a heaven-grade soldier. In the future, they would have a good backing. Hence, under Yusu's terrifying intimidation, the entire trial planet was split into 2 factions within a short 5 days. One faction handed over their hard-earned magical stones and joined the army of demonic beasts, while the other faction joined forces and launched several waves of attacks against the army of demonic beasts. The Mirage monsters were rather cunning. They had ordered the cultivators who had surrendered to them to attack the invaders. The 2 parties fought each other hard, and the army of demonic beasts reaped the benefits. Because of the rising tide, the Mirage monsters had captured a shocking number of demonic-shaped stones every day. Big Brother Yusu, you will definitely break the record of this trial planet and shake the entire Milky Way star field. At the center of the army of demonic beasts, the disciples of the Mirage monsters looked at the mountain of demonic stones. The celebration party had begun in advance, and they were all excited. I was worried that the examiners would object and try to stop me, but it seems that they've acquiesced to what I'm doing. It's true that ancient heaven recruits the best of the best. Sitting at the center of the disciples of the mirage monsters was an extremely tall demonic beast. He held a cup of delicious wine and said proudly. Every day, his army was expanding, and he was breaking the records of this trial planet. When the 3-month deadline came, he would become the first person to do so since the establishment of this trial planet. He had just become a heavenly soldier, but he had already shaken the entire ancient heavenly court. He had already set up a wonderful future for his official career. He would use this great fame to advance triumphantly in the ancient heavenly courts. He was confident that he would become a heavenly general one day earlier than his great-grandfather. The candidates on the trial planets all surrender when they see us. It's a shame that we haven't found the barbarians yet, or we would have taught them a good lesson. Yu Zitao, who had been defeated by Long Ao in the 5-fold door test, sneered. Yusu raised his eyebrows when he mentioned the barbarians, and he remembered Long Yun, who ranked even higher than him on the all-heaven physique ranking. What savage tiger immortal physique? How can it compare to my great illusory mayfly immortal physique? I wonder who made the all-heaven physique ranking, but I'm going to prove that my physique is the strongest in this world one day. Yusu declared proudly, and the disciples of the mirage monsters all echoed him and flattered him. Suddenly, a commotion broke out at the edge of the army of demonic beasts, and the people at the center of the army heard it. What's going on? Yusu smashed his cup and stood up with a cold glint in his eyes. At this moment, at the edge of the army of 500,000 demonic beasts, a team of candidates had just failed in their sneak attack and were retreating in a panic. They were being chased by many demonic beasts and candidates who had already surrendered. Further away, there was a large group of candidates looking at the army with trepidation. They didn't dare to advance, but they were also unwilling to surrender, and they were in a dilemma. We've lost. It looks like we have no choice but to give up on the heavenly soldier selection. The cultivators who had escaped with severe injuries were dejected. In the face of the powerful Yusu, they had gradually lost all their confidence. They were just about to escape the encirclement of the army of demonic beasts when they saw 11 people slowly walking toward them in a row. Among these 11 people, 10 of them were wielding spears or long spears. Their bronze skin, sturdy bodies, and indomitable aura all spoke volumes about their identities. They were a group of warriors from the barbarian tribe. In ancient heaven, they were known for their bravery and fighting skills, and they never surrendered to their enemies. At the center of the 10 barbarian tribe warriors was a young man in a white robe. His hair was as black as ink, and he had a dignified appearance. He didn't even take out a weapon, and there was always a nonchalant smile on his face. Fellow Taoists, run. We're no match for the mirage monsters and the army of demonic beasts. The cultivators thought that the barbarian tribe team was here to reinforce them, and they hurriedly reminded them in gratitude. All right, you can take a rest first. We'll go next. Gu Chen, who was walking in the center, smiled and passed by many cultivators. Puchi. Bam. Seeing this, many of the fleeing cultivators were filled with gratitude, but at the same time, their hearts were filled with worry. Everyone, don't advance any further. The demonic beast army has reached a total of 500,000. Yusu's battle prowess is too terrifying. That's right, those spineless fellows have already joined Yusu's team. If we charge forward now, we'll be courting death. The crowd tried to dissuade them, but the 11 of them did not stop. They continued to advance towards the army. Long Yun, Long Ao, Long Feng. The eyes of the barbarian warriors burned with fighting spirit. They did not know what fear was. Before they came, they had already discussed and understood how powerful the enemy was. At this moment, there was no reason for them to retreat. Screech, an ear-piercing screech rang out from the army in front of them. Following that, the 500,000 demonic beasts quickly formed into a square formation and moved in an orderly manner. Seeing this, the traitorous cultivators stopped what they were doing and looked at the figure that slowly flew out from the army. Their eyes were filled with respect. Hee, Long Yun, I didn't think that you would dare to come here with just 11 people. The figure approached from afar. It was an exceptionally large demonic beast. He spoke in the human language, and the voice clearly belonged to Yusu. Hearing this, Long Yan did not say a word. A cold smile appeared on his face as he pointed the spear in his hand at Yusu, indicating his determination. Yusu was not angered. Instead, he swept his gaze across the remaining 10 people, including Gu Chen. Long Yan, look at your subordinates. How are they a match for my army? I have a suggestion for you to consider. As long as you surrender to me and submit to me, I'll let all 11 of you pass the Heavenly Soldier selection. Otherwise. As soon as he finished speaking, the 500,000 demonic beasts suddenly spoke in unison. Otherwise, I'll kill every single one of you. The 500,000 demonic beasts said the same thing in unison, causing one's scalp to go numb. That brat, he's too arrogant. At this moment, far away from the battlefield, the old leader of the barbarian tribe heard Yusu's words and his eyes darkened. Beside him, a large group of elders who had escorted their juniors to the trial planet were gathered. They were extremely dissatisfied with the huge commotion caused by Yusu. Now that things had come to this, even if they were in the safe zone, how could they not notice it? Therefore, almost everyone was paying attention to this battle and saw the 11 people walking toward the army of demonic beasts. It's a waste to be arrogant. Yusu is strong enough to dominate this trial planet. Don't you see that the examiners don't have any objections? Yu Xian was not far away from the old patriarch and had a sinister smile on his face. He did this because he wanted to prove to the others that the Great Illusion Mayfly body time was better than the Tiger body time. The reason why he did this was to prove to everyone that the Great Illusory Mayfly Immortal Physique was stronger than the Savage Tiger Immortal Physique. What the hell? Time. Many of the more experienced elders spoke up at this moment, and they were extremely dissatisfied. However, other than maintaining order and not allowing them to interfere with the assessment, the heavenly soldiers in front of them did not care about anything else and chose to keep their mouths shut. The examiners are acting strangely. What's going on? The old leader's eyes flickered. Old barbarian, I advise you to tell Long Yan to withdraw his people and surrender. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing if there are casualties. Yu Xian continued to mock the old leader, knowing that he could not interfere with the actions of Long Yan and the others. I think you're blind. You can't even tell who's in charge here. The old leader criticized coldly. He looked at Gu Chen, who was standing in the middle of the group of 11 people, in the distance with great anticipation. He was a man who had obtained the Baron Heavenly General's inheritance as soon as he entered the Desolate Star. Even Lord Tang Ning treated him differently. He was looking forward to seeing what Gu Chen was going to do. You mean? Yu Xian's eyes narrowed. He finally sensed that something was wrong. On the battlefield, Yusu had just shouted for Long Yan to surrender. At this moment, he was the undisputed overlord of this trial star, and he was feeling proud of his success. The large number of examinees watching from afar broke out in cold sweat. 11 people against an army of 500,000? No matter how they thought about it, it was like striking a rock with an egg. Yusu, I think you're mistaken about one thing. Long Yan finally spoke up in the face of Yusu's arrogance. What am I mistaken about? Yusu was taken aback. They are not my subordinates. They are my companions. Furthermore, I am not the leader of this group. As Long Yan spoke, he turned to look at Gu Chen. They had come here because of their trust in Gu Chen. Gu Chen had used a month's time to gather all of them and told them his plan. Although Gu Chen's plan was too crazy and risky, they had been through life and death together. Thus, they chose to trust him and follow him here. Huh? Yusu was extremely surprised. This was the first time he looked at Gu Chen. You're saying that this fellow is your leader? Long Yan, is there something wrong with your head? You think your barbaric tiger immortal physique can't compare to a mere immortal physique that can't even be ranked? Yusu's eyes were filled with disdain and anger. Today, he wanted to prove that the great illusory Mayfly immortal physique was superior to the barbaric tiger immortal physique. As for the other nobodies, none of them had the qualifications to be his opponent. Long Yan didn't speak anymore. There was no point in saying anything more. At this moment, Gu Chen slowly walked forward, becoming the focus of the entire area. Previously, you said that I got 50 points because I could only get 50 points, and you got 50 points because the highest score is only 50 points, right? Gu Chen said calmly. In his eyes, an army of 500,000 did not seem to be able to cause him the slightest bit of emotion. Yes, I did say that. Am I wrong? Yusu sneered. A faint smile hung on Gu Chen's lips. You're right, but I should be the one saying it to you. Huh? I didn't expect you to be so full of yourself. Why would the desolate immortal tribe choose a brain-dead guy like you as their successor? Yusu laughed maniacally. The 500,000 demonic beasts roared in unison, their voices deafening. Look at the situation clearly. I have an army of 500,000. There are 500,000 of me. Under his control, the 500,000 demonic beasts transformed into his appearance, causing countless cultivators to feel their hair stand on end. So what if you have 500,000 troops? I can still kill you. Gu Chen's eyes were filled with deep disdain as he slowly raised his arms. Lifting something heavy as if it was light, he clenched his fists and slammed them into the void. Gu Chen's arms were like an eagle soaring through the sky as he smashed them down heavily, boom, boom, boom. With his fists as the center, countless ripples appeared in the void. At this moment, it was as if thousands of soldiers and horses had trampled over the ground, causing a huge earthquake that shook the entire trial planet. Countless forces intertwined around him like flowers blooming and withering, forming a terrifying gravitational wave that crushed towards the 500,000-strong army in front of him. In the next instant, the force field became chaotic and the entire planet shook. What's going on? Wah! The shockwave swept across the traitorous cultivators. As if they had been struck by lightning, they spat out mouthfuls of blood and their bodies flew uncontrollably into the air. An invisible force field had swept them into the sky, and even the yellow sand on the ground was swept into the air like a dragon. What the hell is this? What kind of immortal technique is this? Yusu stared in shock at the scene before him. He noticed that a visible ripple had appeared in the void within a radius of 10,000 li wherever the ripple passed, be it the cultivators or the demonic beasts under his control. They all spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew into the sky. It was as if a huge tidal wave had appeared between heaven and earth, sweeping everyone up into the sky. A strong sense of danger welled up in Yusu's heart. Damn it! Kill him! Yusu sensed that something was amiss. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. Hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts charged towards Gu Chen's group of 11 while enduring the force field. This was the first time Gu Chen had used this technique without restraint ever since he had perfected the second heaven secret technique on the Dark Star. The ultimate meaning of this secret technique was to cause two stars to collide. Although Gu Chen was still unable to do that due to his current cultivation, the power he could exert was already extremely strong. At this moment, he had completely distorted the trial planet's gravity, causing the sea of enemies to lose their footing. But this was still not enough. Looking at the army charging towards him, Gu Chen revealed a cold smile. With a flip of his hand, a yellow 18-story pagoda appeared in his palm. The heaven yellow shining pagoda was a powerful divine artifact that was the source of gravity. Gu Chen had obtained it from the Yu celestial race. In his hands, this pagoda's power far surpassed that of the Yu celestial race elder. Rise! Gu Chen raised his palm, and a thick yellow pillar of light burst out from the amber tower. It soared into the sky and rushed out of the trial planet. What do you want this time? With great difficulty, Yusu's army finally managed to overcome the gravitational pull and charge over. But as they neared Gu Chen, a crushing pressure suddenly descended upon them like a tidal wave. One demonic beast after another was directly crushed into a bloody pulp by the gravitational pull. After the appearance of the amber shining pagoda, the force field on this trial planet became even more complicated. In some places, the demonic beasts were swept up into the sky, drowned by the yellow sand that followed, and finally turned into a ball. In other places, the demonic beasts found it difficult to move even an inch due to the gravity, and some demonic beasts even self-destructed. At this moment, rumble! Rumble! Countless fireballs appeared in the sky above the trial planet. This was a terrifying meteor shower that fell from the sky, covering the battlefield indiscriminately. No, Yusu put on a brave front as he watched the calamity descend. He watched as the meteors crashed into the ground and the flames they created drowned his army. He then looked at Gu Chen in the distance, and the expression in his eyes changed. It was as if he was looking at a demon. Let's go, it's time to rob. After doing all this, Gu Chen turned around and said to Long Yun and the others. In the chaotic force field he had created, only he and the 10 barbarians were unaffected and could display their original strength. So you were the one who summoned the meteor shower last time. Long Yun took a deep breath as he recalled the first time he saw Gu Chen descend on the desolate star. Big brother Gu, aren't you too awesome? Long Ao was completely dumbfounded. The scene in front of him could no longer be described as an immortal technique. This was a catastrophe, a catastrophe. Kill. Kill those Mirage tribe bastards. At this time, the so-called army of 500,000 demonic beasts was either thrown into the sky by the gravitational pull or smashed into meat paste by the meteors. Those that were still alive were bobbing up and down in the gravitational pull, unable to display even 10% of their strength. All the barbarian warriors instantly felt as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They rushed into the battlefield with spears in hand and began to reap the fruits of victory in a frenzy. Yu Su, die. Long Yun was not affected by the gravitational pull. He soared into the sky and directly found the largest demonic beast. The entire trial planet trembled as meteors crashed into the ground. It was as if doomsday had arrived. That brat from the desolate immortal clan, Yu Xian, looked at the rapidly collapsing army in the distance. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes turned red. Just a moment ago, victory was in his grasp. But in the next instant, his opponent had unleashed such a terrifying immortal technique. Not only did Yu Xian's mind suffer a violent shock, the elders from the various branches of ancient heaven were also dumbfounded as they looked at the chaotic battlefield in shock. Is that the descendant of the desolate heavenly general? He's actually so powerful. I thought that Yu Su was already strong enough. I didn't expect that there would be someone even more domineering. Many of the elders were shaken. The large number of examinees at the edge of the battlefield were even more shocked. Hurry up and run. Otherwise, we'll be implicated. Damn it. Why are there so many monsters in this year's Heavenly Soldier selection? They're on completely different levels. A large number of examinees fled frantically. Initially, some people had wanted to take advantage of the chaos to fish in troubled waters. However, once they entered the chaotic force field, they would even lose control of their bodies. Who would dare to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Therefore, everyone could only continue to flee, hoping that they could escape from that Azura hell. This is bad. When this battle is over, how many of the demonic beasts raised on the trial planet will be lost? How many years will it take for them to recover? The examiners, including the examiner who had examined the physiques of Gu Chen and the others, looked at the chaotic battlefield from afar. At this moment, they were both distressed and anxious. That Yu Su had already exceeded their expectations. He was a troublemaker. However, they did not expect that the lad from the desolate immortal tribe to be the same. Furthermore, he had gone even further. He had summoned a sky full of meteorites to attack the trial planet. Was he trying to destroy the planet? The commotion he had caused was too great. It was a massacre, completely disregarding the consequences. In comparison, although Yu Su's methods were powerful, they were far gentler than Gu Chen's. What should we do? If this goes on, it will take many years for the trial planet to recover. Large numbers of demonic beasts are dying every second. The examiners looked at the main examiner with heartache. They had worked hard to manage this place for many years. How could they bear to see it destroyed like this? Lord Tang Ning has already spoken. We can only continue watching. We can only hope that the lad called Gu Chen will not cause too much of a ruckus. The main examiner could not help but glance at the tents in the distance. He sighed heavily and prayed in his heart. The warriors of the barbarian tribe charged into the battlefield. They were like tigers in a flock of sheep, harvesting their enemies in a frenzy. Long Yin even began to battle with the strongest demonic beast that Yu Su had possessed. His body rippled with blood and chi. Kill him. Kill this guy, and everything will go back to normal. A few mirage monsters rushed to Gu Chen's side despite the gravitational pull, trying to kill him and remove the chaotic force field. Unfortunately, Guchen didn't even spare them a glance before they were sucked into the sky by a violent suction force and buried alive in a ball made of countless yellow sand. It should be about time. Guchen looked around and saw that the battlefield was in complete chaos. Even the examiners and heavenly soldiers who were watching the battlefield couldn't detect his little tricks, and he smiled triumphantly. Then, where is it? Guchen's vision turned into a vast expanse of green. He saw that on the battlefields in all directions, many demonic beasts that had already lost the ability to fight were suffused with green light. The sky-devouring demonic insects had their green eyes wide open, as if they were his incarnations, lying on the ground. Although Yusu's strength was not bad, Guchen had never paid any attention to him from the start. He was only interested in his great illusory mayfly immortal physique. Coupled with the fact that he needed to complete this assessment, Guchen had allowed him to do whatever he wanted for a month. Yusu used the great illusion mayfly immortal body to control the demonic beasts and expand the size of his army. He thought he had done it flawlessly, but he didn't know that Guchen had been watching coldly from the side the whole time. In the past month, Guchen had sent out a large number of sky-devouring demon insects to observe Yusu's every move, and he became more and more interested in his great illusion mayfly immortal body. On the surface, he was trying to pass the test, but he had another plan in mind. He wanted to take the opponent's immortal body. Although he hadn't fully understood the great illusion mayfly immortal body, he realized that it would be very useful to him. First of all, the ability to split his mind was similar to that of the man with a bamboo hat. With this ability, his soul Dao would be further improved, and his chances of defeating the man with a bamboo hat would be increased. Another benefit was that after obtaining the power of the immortal body, the speed at which he refined the ancient demon soul jade would greatly increase. Considering the practical benefits, Guchen had secretly made a plan for today over the past month. He didn't want others to know about the nameless immortal physique's ability to steal the abilities of others, but he couldn't guarantee that this wouldn't be revealed the moment he attacked Yusu. Therefore, in the end, he came up with such a method to create an unprecedented chaos. Then, no one would notice what he did. From the looks of it, the plan seemed to be working. Even Yusu, who had countless doppelgangers, was having a hard time figuring out what he was trying to do. Previously, Guchen had ordered the demonic heaven-devouring insects to track down the red mayflies that Yusu had split up earlier. At this moment, the location of the green light on the battlefield was his target. Guchen pretended to casually attack the enemies and quickly arrived beside a demonic beast. This demonic beast struggled unceasingly under the restraints of gravity. It bared its fangs at Guchen, but it didn't say anything. Guchen glanced thoughtfully at Yusu, who was fighting with Long Yun, in the sky. He then looked at the other demonic beasts that had lost the ability to fight. Their reactions were much worse than usual. Looks like even though this great illusionary by an immortal physique can split into countless numbers, greatly increasing the range of Yusu's control, the other doppelgangers can only receive simple commands in an emergency. Guchen murmured with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Judging from the 500,000 demonic beasts that spoke in unison, even though Yusu could control a large number of puppets, the consciousness of all the puppets were synchronized. One of them was the main consciousness, while the other puppets received simple commands. This was different from the man with a bamboo hat. The man with a bamboo hat's billions of doppelgangers all had a complete consciousness. Compared to Yusu, they were countless times more powerful. Forget it, comparing this guy to the man with a bamboo hat is already too much for him. This great illusionary by an immortal physique will still be of great help to me. Guchen murmured. With a flick of his finger, he killed the demonic beast in front of him. Seeing that the demonic beast was motionless, Guchen's hand touched the corpse, his eyes filled with apprehension. On the dark star, when he touched Yu Qing's corpse, he sensed the bloodline power of the Wangwen god physique. Since then, many months had passed, and he hadn't met any other immortal physique or god physique. Thus, he couldn't test the effectiveness of the nameless immortal physique. Even though Long Yin also had an immortal physique, he was Guchen's friend. Thus, Guchen couldn't use him as a guinea pig. The situation before him was different from before. He saw Yusu split into countless mayflies with his own eyes, so he wasn't sure if killing just one of his doppelgangers would be enough to steal his ability. The immortal force in his body began to circulate according to the immortal ascension technique. Gu Chen discarded all distracting thoughts and focused on sensing. Not long after, he felt a trace of power from the head of the demonic beast's corpse. Whoosh, he immediately pulled it out and pinched it with his 5 fingers. He found that it was a translucent white mayfly. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and directly squeezed it until it exploded. Bang! The moment the mayfly died, it immediately turned into a ball of white light and quietly floated in Gu Chen's palm. The bloodline power of the great illusionary by an immortal physique. Gu Chen's face was filled with joy. He had the same feeling as when he stole the Wangwen God physique. However, this bloodline power was too weak, like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It's better than nothing. Gu Chen directly absorbed this ball of white light. It drilled into his body and finally entered the 9-colored nebula in his dantian. The Yuanshan in Gu Chen's mind immediately emitted a wisp of white light, which enlightened him. The great illusion mayfly immortal physique is indeed unique. Although I can roughly understand its ability by extrapolating it, it's still not as good as taking it directly. I need more immortal physique bloodline power. Gu Chen's eyes flashed as he looked at the other demonic beasts in the distance. At this moment, Yusu's main consciousness was residing in the body of a heaven immortal realm demonic beast and fighting Long Yun. He had no idea that his bloodline power was being refined and absorbed bit by bit. Gu Chen walked toward the other demonic beasts. He was destined to be the biggest winner in this chaotic selection. Half a day later, the outcome of the battle was gradually decided. Most of the demonic beasts were already dead. Apart from Yusu, all the other mirage monsters had been captured by the barbarians. The strength of the cultivators of the 2 races was not much different, but the mirage monsters were unable to move an inch in the chaotic force field and couldn't unleash their full strength. Naturally, they were doomed. In the sky, the battle between Long Yun and Yusu was also coming to an end. Long Yun's spear pierced through the demonic beast's body, causing Yusu to roar in pain. Seeing that his army had collapsed, Yusu let out a long howl of indignation. Buzz buzz buzz, instantly, mayflies crawled out from the heads of the countless demonic beasts on the battlefield and gathered in his direction. Yusu broke free from the body of the demonic beast he was residing in. Countless red mist mayflies gathered around him and reformed his body. He turned into a translucent giant insect monster that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its eyes emitted a terrifying light, and its aura grew stronger and stronger. Long Yun's body shone brightly as he fearlessly stepped forward. With a flip of his hand, he unleashed the strongest sacred art of the barbarian race. Die! Yusu screamed. The 2's auras clashed violently, but suddenly, Yusu's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Why did my strength drop by an entire 20%? He recalled all the mayflies and should have returned to his strongest state. But now, he discovered that his strength had inexplicably dropped by 20%. His aura was instantly suppressed by Long Yun. Damn it, what's going on? Why did my physique suddenly regress? He stomped his feet anxiously. No one knew his mayfly clones better than him. They were existences that were extremely difficult to kill. The death of the host shouldn't have affected them. He couldn't figure out what was going on. His mind was in turmoil, and his strength had dropped by an entire 20%. Under Long Yun's strongest attack, he finally suffered a great loss. Boom, he was smashed from the sky to the ground. Heavily injured, he could no longer crawl back up. What exactly happened? Why did my physique suddenly regress? Yusu coughed up blood as he struggled in the pit. Lifting his head, he saw a white-robed figure outside the pit. You've lost. Gu Chen coldly stared at him. It's your doing, it must be your doing. Yusu's eyes were red when he saw Gu Chen. He originally had the upper hand, but Gu Chen single-handedly turned the tables around, even though the one who defeated him was Long Yun. He knew very well that he had lost to this bastard. This bastard was hiding behind Long Yun and was the most despicable bastard. His immortal physique had mysteriously regressed, and he could only attribute it to Gu Chen. Gu Chen was clearly exhausted, but he still tried to attack him. Seeing that Yusu still wanted to fight, a cold light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. If the other party insisted on fighting to the death, he didn't mind killing him. That way, it wouldn't be easy for his secret to be exposed. Gu Chen was about to attack when several heavenly soldiers descended from the sky. It's over, this test is over. Several heavenly soldiers restrained Yusu, preventing him from attacking Guchen again. A look of regret flashed across Guchen's face. As expected, only the ancient heaven could not bear to let a genius like Yusu die in the assessment. Let me go. Let me go. I haven't lost yet. Yusu refused to accept reality. His heart was filled with unwillingness. If it ended like this, his score for this test would be extremely ugly. The future he had planned for himself, the first step he had taken to make a name for himself in ancient heaven, was destroyed just like that. Seeing that Yusu was unwilling to accept reality, a few heavenly soldiers knocked him unconscious and brought him away. Their leader then turned to look at Guchen. According to the opinions of the chief examiners, the demonic beasts that have died on the battlefield are at your disposal. You have half a day to decide the result of the assessment. Guchen raised his eyebrows. There's no need to wait for the 3-month deadline? Haven't you had enough of tormenting this training planet? If we let you stay here for 3 months, I'm afraid that the demonic beasts on this planet will go extinct. The leader of the heavenly soldiers snapped. Long Feng and Long Ao, who were walking over from afar, couldn't help but burst into laughter. The heavenly soldiers quickly left. Guchen looked at his companions and smiled. Everyone should be clear about the intentions of the ancient heaven. Right now, we need to collect as many demonic stones as possible. We need to fight for a good result. Yes. The barbarian disciples were incomparably excited. They quickly mobilized to collect the demonic stones. Only Guchen and Long Yun sat motionlessly. One had just plundered 20% of the great illusory Mayfly immortal physique's bloodline power and was currently comprehending it, while the other was somewhat exhausted after the battle. There were no more meteors falling from the sky, but the mysterious amber tower floated in the air, maintaining a chaotic force field. Guchen was worried that the other examinees would take the opportunity to rob them of their spoils of war, so he took extra precautions. In reality, this was indeed the case. A large group of examinees stood outside the battlefield, watching the barbarian disciples clean up the battlefield. They were extremely tempted, but no one dared to step forward. The destructive power from before had left a deep impression on everyone. Even the near-invincible Yusu had been killed. Who would dare to provoke Guchen and the barbarians now? One had to know that from the beginning, Guchen had only revealed a few moves at the start. His strength could be said to be unfathomable. The successor of the Desolate Immortal is truly incredible. I'm afraid that the record on the training planet will be broken by him. If today's matter spreads out, it will definitely alarm the various factions of the ancient heaven. Another new star has risen. Many examinees were envious and jealous. Just like that, half a day passed. In front of Guchen and the others, the demonic stones piled up like a mountain. The harvest was even greater than they had expected. Long Ao, Long Feng, and the others stared with wide eyes. However, they soon found themselves in a difficult position. How should they distribute such a large amount of spoils of war? Without a doubt, without Guchen's help, they would not have been able to achieve such an outstanding result. Throughout the entire battle, other than Long Yun, who had a hard time dealing with Yusu, the others had it too easy. Thus, everyone turned to look at Guchen. He should be the one to distribute the spoils of war. Guchen understood the meaning of the crowd, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Does anyone know how many demonic stones the current highest record is? Guchen asked. Long Yun and the others shook their heads. The highest record is 1,430, set by the current immortal king Su Yan 5,000 years ago. An examinee's voice came from afar. Thanks. Guchen waved his sleeves, and the mountainous pile of demonic stones in front of him immediately flew out, landing on the examinee in the distance. Many thanks, Brother Gu. The examinee's face was filled with joy. With these tens of demonic stones, he had just reached the passing mark. Seeing how generous Guchen was, the other examinees who had not answered earlier immediately beat their chests and stomped their feet in regret. Only 1,430? There should be at least 20,000 demonic stones here, right? Many of the barbarian youths were dumbfounded. Only now did they realize how ridiculous the record they had set was. If not for that fellow Yusu, it would be impossible to set such a record under normal circumstances. This time, it's all thanks to Brother Gu. I suggest that Brother Gu take half of the demonic-shaped gems. What does everyone think? Long Yan took the initiative to suggest when he saw that Gu Chen was in a difficult position. That's only natural. That's for the best. Cousin Long Yan, you take another 5,000 demonic-shaped gems and we'll split the rest equally. Many barbarian youths nodded. If it weren't for Gu Chen and Long Yan, it wouldn't have been easy for them to pass the test. Gu Chen would take half, Long Yan would take the other half, and they would split the rest equally. Each of them would get at least 500 demonic-shaped gems, which was more than enough for them. Everyone knew that the score of this test wouldn't affect them much, but Gu Chen and Long Yan who wanted to reach higher realms needed more points. Especially Gu Chen. His physique was judged to be inferior to Long Yan and Yu Su, so he needed a higher evaluation. Then I thank everyone for giving in. When we become heavenly soldiers in the future, we will share blessings and misfortunes. Gu Chen did not refuse. He accepted half of the magic-shaped stone and said solemnly. He had to obtain first place in the heavenly soldier selection. Only then would he be able to obtain better resources, so the more demonic-shaped gems he obtained, the better. Originally, he played the most important role, so taking half was a matter of course, so there was no need to say anything. But in reality, he had used everyone, especially Long Yan, to restrain Yu Su's consciousness, which allowed him to successfully plunder Yu Su's immortal physique bloodline power. He had already obtained a huge harvest, so taking half of the demonic-shaped gems would make him feel like he owed them, so he made this promise. During this period of time, he and the barbarian youths had already become life and death friends. Brother Gu is too polite, but I like the phrase share blessings and misfortunes together. In the future, we'll all be brothers. Long Yan said boldly, and the others nodded in agreement. Humph, who's brothers with you? Long Fong shook her head, then sneaked a glance at Gu Chen, her face flushing red. If they became brothers, wouldn't that be fulfilling that phrase? I treat you as a brother, but you want to sleep with me. Ah, elder sister, why are you blushing? There's a situation. The sharp-eyed Long Ao had discovered Long Fong's thoughts. So, he teased her. But, he was immediately beaten up by his elder sister. Everyone talked and laughed as they finished distributing the demonic stones. At this time, the examiners also arrived at the battle area and gathered all the candidates. The old patriarch, Yu Xian, and the others were also with them. At this time, the old patriarch was smiling, but Yu Xian's face was as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. The examiners glanced at the messy battlefield and their eyes flashed with heartache. Finally, they fixed their gazes on Gu Chen and the others. Due to the special circumstances of this assessment, after some discussion, we have decided to change the assessment standards. As soon as the chief examiner spoke, all the barbarians became nervous, and the eyes of the other examinees who had failed to be selected lit up with hope. Candidates who currently possess more than 100 demon-shaped gems will still pass this round according to the original assessment method. Because the scale of the previous battle was too large, it would be difficult for the remaining examinees to collect 100 demon-shaped gems even if they stayed for the full 3 months. Therefore, we will score based on the overall performance of the examinees who failed to be selected and allow some to pass. Of course, in order to ensure fairness to the examinees who have already passed, the scores of the examinees who have more than 100 demon-shaped gems will be doubled. After the chief examiner finished introducing the new assessment standards, all the examinees' faces lit up. The scores of those who passed would be doubled, and those who failed would still have a chance to be selected. This way of handling things was to everyone's satisfaction. Now, the examinees who meet the requirements to pass, come forward and hand over the demon-shaped gems. After the chief examiner finished speaking, a few examiners had already taken out a pen and paper and began to record the scores. Dong, when Gu Chen threw tens of thousands of demon-shaped gems in front of them, it caused a small earthquake. The examiners' cheeks twitched. It was even more exaggerated than they had imagined. It broke the original record of the trial planet by nearly 10 times. Good lad, I will remember you. The chief examiner took a deep breath. He had an indescribable premonition that this lad would definitely be a thorn in their side after becoming a heavenly soldier. After all the examinees who had reached the passing score had been recorded, the chief examiner announced the names of the cultivators who had passed the assessment after their selection. Yu Su's name was impressively the first. Although he had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Gu Chen, he was the one who had set the exaggerated record, and his strength had been unanimously acknowledged by all the examiners. Hearing that Yu Su had not been eliminated, Yu Xian heaved a sigh of relief, but there was still a hint of anger in his eyes. Although he had barely passed, his score was far inferior to that of Gu Chen and Long Yun. Damn it! The list of those who have passed the assessment has been announced. Congratulations in advance to those who have passed the assessment. You can now be considered a member of the Heavenly Soldiers, the chief examiner said with a smile. Although there was still a third round, it had always been just a formality. If there were no accidents, everyone would be able to pass it. There were quite a few good seedlings among the Heavenly Soldiers this time, and he felt gratified. Everyone, please rest on the training planet for 2 days. 2 days later, you will enter the Immortal Dao platform for the assessment. After the chief examiner finished speaking, he left, and Gu Chen and the rest were finally able to enter the safety zone to rest. In the Heavenly Soldiers inspection camp, a man dressed in a loose green robe, revealing the well-proportioned muscles of his chest, was lazily lying on a chair. The corners of his mouth were full of stubble, and he appeared to be very slovenly. He was flipping through an ancient book in boredom, and at this moment, a few examiners of the training planet walked in from outside and greeted him respectfully. Lord Tang Ning, the list of those who have passed the Heavenly Soldier selection has been released. The kid you're concerned about has set an unprecedented record in the Milky Way star field, the chief examiner said in a fawning tone. Previously, Tang Ning had stopped them from evaluating Yu Su as the first, saying that it was still uncertain who would emerge victorious. At that time, they were all very confused. It was only after Gu Chen had destroyed Yu Su's 500,000-strong army that the chief examiner found out that Gu Chen had been recommended by Lord Tang Ning, that he immediately understood Lord Tang Ning's intentions. In his opinion, Lord Tang Ning should be most interested in that kid's results, so he took the initiative to inform him. There's still one last round of the Heavenly Soldiers selection. Where did the list come from? Tang Ning closed his book and glanced at the chief examiner indifferently. The last round of the assessment is just a formality. Is there anyone who can't pass it? The chief examiner said disapprovingly. Nonsense. The lazy Tang Ning's eyes suddenly turned sharp, and a terrifying aura emanated from him, causing the expressions of the people present to change drastically. The last round of the assessment is the most important. Since ancient times, immortals and gods have never coexisted. What if a god Dao cultivator disguises himself and sneaks into the Heavenly Soldiers team? You must not be careless. Tang Ning reprimanded sternly, and the examiners' faces turned pale. They hurriedly said that they were in the wrong and promised to conduct the third round well. That kid named Gu Chen might not be able to pass the third round. If he can't pass the assessment, there's no need to ask me again. Just kill him. Tang Ning's expression turned cold, and his words caused the examiners' hearts to tremble. End of chapter 792. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.